Chapter 1. Transforming into a white-haired maiden stranded on a deserted island. The sound of crashing waves against the shore reverberated, creating a cacophony that felt particularly deafening. Where am I? Awakened by the tumult of the waves, An Ling, lying on the grass, squinted against the blazing sun that bore down upon him, forcing his eyes into a mere slit. The scorching heat radiated from above, searing his skin, while a gentle breeze wafted with a dampness infused with a pungent fishy aroma, accompanied by the occasional cries of distant seagulls. Sitting up, An Ling surveyed his surroundings, finally comprehending the source of the clamor. He found himself on a deserted island. Albeit one smaller than his own bed, it was almost absurd. Nonetheless, the grass beneath his feet was undeniably solid. Indeed, despite its diminutive size, this was an island. Wait, why was his line of sight obstructed when he looked down at his feet? Moreover, he was not clad in the attire he remembered. As he regained his composure, An Ling suddenly realized that his arms had grown slender, and even his hands appeared diminutive. It was only then that he sensed a peculiar weight at his head. His hair had elongated, and it was white. Glancing around, he noted that apart from the small patch of land beneath him, the vast expanse of ocean surrounded him, littered with debris. Oh my gosh! I transformed into a white-haired girl and found myself stranded on a deserted island. What a joke. Strangely, An Ling exhibited no visible signs of astonishment. Instead, he raised his right hand and slapped himself. Damnable nightmare, awaken me. Smack. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Curse this. Wasn't it said that dreams don't inflict pain? What a disgrace, leading the misguided astray. How infuriating. Clutching his right cheek, he realized he had hit himself too hard, tears spilling forth as he felt a burning sensation, his face swelling. Since he was already dreaming, he decided to indulge in it, fervently hoping to awaken soon. He had no desire to be a woman, let alone be marooned on an island. An Ling began to explore the island, soon discovering that this grassy knoll was not devoid of all provisions. In a corner, he spotted a camouflage backpack. Approaching it, he lifted it. Its substantial weight suggested it contained something of significance. As he grasped the backpack, a black square box tumbled out. What is this? An Ling picked it up, only to discover an inset square beneath the backpack. Glancing between the black cube in his hand and the indentation on the ground, it was evident where it belonged. Once An Ling placed the cube into the recess, he was astonished to find it fit perfectly, leaving no gaps. Suddenly, a light screen sprang forth, startling him. What on earth? Dear survivors, welcome to the world of survival on a deserted island. A voice automatically announced, leaving An Ling momentarily speechless. Please pay attention to the following guidelines. It is imperative that all survivors read them carefully. 1. This is a tangible world. Life is singular and should be cherished with utmost reverence. 2. This is a realm where survival is paramount for all. Thus, I implore everyone to persevere, excluding children under 18 and the elderly above 50. 3. Each individual commences their journey with an identical expanse of island, equipped with essential provisions, a survival backpack, a fishing rod, and a novice's survival manual. 4. Throughout the ocean, various resources and treasure chests shall manifest, which can be retrieved using the fishing rod. 5. A 3-day grace period for novices shall be granted. Seize the opportunity to gather supplies diligently. Friendly reminder, to mitigate potential dangers, each survival backpack will contain a random weapon. Furthermore, abstain from consuming seawater, as it leads to dehydration. Avoid venturing into the ocean without specialized gear. Let it be reiterated, this is not a mere fantasy. For further details, please consult the Novice Survival Manual. In this realm governed by the laws of nature, only the fittest shall thrive. Embark on your exploration of this world, and may fortune favor all survivors. As the voice broadcast concluded, the luminous screen vanished in an instant, revealing a button hovering above the black cube. It was evident that this was the mechanism to summon the screen once more. However, at that moment, An Ling's thoughts were far removed from such trivialities. What a ridiculous jest! An Ling was rendered speechless, realizing that this entire ordeal was not a figment of his imagination, but rather a reality he was experiencing. He had genuinely traversed into another realm. Were he to choose between becoming a woman or being stranded on a deserted island, he would undoubtedly opt for the former without hesitation. Yet, inexplicably, Both circumstances had befallen him simultaneously, an absurdity beyond comprehension. At this moment, his concern should not lie with his transformation into a female, but rather with the pressing matter of survival on this boundless sea. An Ling felt an excruciating headache as he endeavored to recollect the events leading to his unconsciousness and subsequent journey. He recalled attending a high school graduation party that day. He had indulged excessively, and faint memories of the class president tugging at his trousers lingered in his mind. Indeed, the class president was a muscular individual, an avid fitness enthusiast with countless admirers, yet never engaging in romantic pursuits. An Ling had long suspected him of being homosexual, and prior to this bewildering transformation, he had been a frail, pale boy, unathletic by nature. As the elders would say, "Look at our An Ling, so delicate, resembling a little girl." This remark was hardly a compliment, which is why An Ling held disdain for the elderly women who often congregated together. The graduation party was organized by the class president, and he had felt compelled to attend. Until that fateful moment, intoxicated and disoriented, when the president removed his trousers, a chill surged through An Ling's heart. Inexplicably fueled by an unknown strength, he had launched a decisive kick to the most vulnerable part of the president's anatomy. Amidst a cry of agony, chaos ensued, and his recollection abruptly ceased. He pondered endlessly, perplexed as to the reason behind his extraordinary transition. Goodness, what tempestuous trials have I not faced? An Ling possessed a remarkable capacity for acceptance with prompts and a novice gift package. This was nothing short of game, was it? He was indeed a gaming aficionado, so why the panic? Yet first, he must attain a foundational understanding of his surroundings, beginning with this peculiar body he now inhabited. An Ling stood by the seaside, gazing at her reflection in the water, momentarily lost in thought. Her exquisitely fair visage, with delicately arched brows and deep, starry eyes, exuded a divine beauty, akin to that of a goddess. Yet, a hint of swelling marred her right cheek, leaving her to ponder which scoundrel dared to inflict such harm upon a creature so celestial. With her white hair tied into a high ponytail, she epitomized the quintessential anime heroine. An Ling had never encountered a girl of such stunning beauty. Clad in a loose-fitting white sweatshirt and sweatpants, her athletic build was discernible, suggesting an impeccable figure. At a glance, she embodied the pure goddess An Ling had always envisioned in her dream university. Is this me? Chapter 2. Absurd Personal Information. It was then that An Ling noticed a silver pendant adorning the alabaster neck of the girl reflected in the water. Perhaps it was the sheer beauty of the girl that had momentarily distracted her from this exquisite embellishment. Lowering her gaze, she retrieved the pendant from within her collar and examined it closely. The pendant featured a circular ring at its core, with a delicate golden cube at its center, each face adorned with an enigmatic design. Uncertain of its significance, she instinctively touched the cube, discovering that it could rotate. With a swift motion, the cube began to spin like a top. An Ling speculated that it might be a trinket for bestowing blessings. Eventually, as the cube ceased its rotation, An Ling noticed that the design facing her was a circular target. At that moment, a voice echoed in her mind. Acquired blessing pendant bonus. Perfect accuracy fishing, throwing, and ranged attacks are guaranteed to hit. Remaining time: 11 hours, 34 minutes, 28 seconds. An Ling realized that this was her golden finger, colloquially known as a cheat. It was regrettable, however, that it was not a system otherwise she could engage in conversation. With 6 faces, it should possess 6 distinct effects, and judging by the time, it could be used once a day. She wondered if there were any debuffs, though it was preferable that there were none. Standing still, An Ling cast a few more glances before hastily retreating from the shoreline, as everything felt surreal, like a fleeting dream. If this is merely a dream, then I shall treat it as a game, she mused, returning to a secluded corner of the island to open the so-called starter pack bestowed by the system. She was eager to discover its contents. The backpack was spacious, yet its contents were surprisingly scant. Upon peering inside, An Ling's eyes landed on a pink item nestled deep within an iconic Hello Kitty pattern. Pistol? She felt no thrill, nor did her heart flutter typically. Such flamboyant items were mere decorations, akin to a lighter. However, possessing a firearm in such a bizarre place was an unexpected boon. She had no skills for primitive firemaking. Holding it in her hands, she was taken aback by its surprising weight. As she ejected the magazine, she was astonished to find it filled with bright yellow bullets. This was, indeed, a genuine firearm. I've lost it. An Ling held the handgun in her hand, scrutinizing it closely, but soon set it aside. What use is a handgun for survival? Am I to fish with it? True, she could hit her target with unerring precision now, yet apart from this firearm, her backpack held no additional ammunition. Was this a cruel joke? Besides that, her backpack contained 6 packets of compressed biscuits, 3 bottles of 500 milliliters of mineral water, a survival manual, and a retractable fishing rod. And that was the extent of it. An Ling shook her backpack vigorously in frustration before tossing it angrily to the ground. Then she glanced at the transparent button hovering nearby and almost instinctively touched it. A light screen materialized, though it was significantly smaller than before, roughly the size of a household television screen. The functions appeared straightforward and user-friendly, akin to a version for the elderly. It was divided into several modules: chat, build, trade, and my profile. Additionally, there were a few smaller black modules, each marked by a large question mark. An Ling attempted to click on one, but there was no response, no tactile feedback, nor any prompts. She then clicked on my profile, and indeed, the screen transitioned. It displayed a full-body image of herself. On the left side were personal details, while the right side portrayed the island and some other incomprehensible elements. Left side, personal information: name, An Ling, age, 19, height, 170 centimeters, weight, 45 kilograms, measurements, 856,683 centimeters, shoe size, 37. What on earth? Her height, weight, and age matched exactly with her original data, yet now she was presented as female, as she appeared significantly slimmer. Upon noticing the shoe size, she immediately reacted, lifting her foot to inspect the sole. Indeed, this body seemed quite perfect, yet she was only an A-cup. An Ling dismissed the thought and directed her gaze towards the right side. Name, An Ling. Profession, none. Cleanliness, 86. Hunger level, 60. Health status, healthy. Current points, 0. Has my physical condition been quantified? An Ling, still in a state of utter bewilderment, closed the interface and examined the other modules. Build had only a few tools listed, such as a simple wooden fork requiring 1 piece of wood. A basic axe needed 4 pieces of wood, 5 scrap metal, and a rope. In the trade section, opening this interface revealed a plethora of items. Overwhelming her with their abundance in the lower right corner, she noticed items that others were seeking. An Ling glanced briefly during this novice phase. The items for trade seemed quite ordinary, lacking anything extraordinary. 1 bottle of mineral water could be exchanged for a packet of compressed biscuits. 10 pieces of wood could be traded for a bottle of mineral water. A pair of worn gloves could be exchanged for a pair of shoes. A used black stocking could be traded for a bottle of mineral water and a packet of compressed biscuits. An Ling was momentarily taken aback, pondering the vastness of the world and its myriad wonders. However, in the next instant, she discovered that a transaction had indeed been successfully completed. Goodness, how bizarre! She exclaimed, hastily shutting down the increasingly outrageous trading system before navigating to the chat module. The messages were scrolling at an astonishing pace, overwhelming her senses and rendering them nearly illegible. Yet at the bottom, a line of static text caught her attention, which read, Channel number 666, survivor number 520, channel population 100,000. Staring at this information, An Ling was momentarily lost in thought. Did this not imply that at least 66 million individuals have been ensnared in this game? She extended her finger to tap the screen, and indeed, the rapidly scrolling messages halted, allowing her to discern their contents. Survivor 54188. First time dreaming while playing a game. Survivor 250. The person above clearly hasn't grasped reality, such poor mental fortitude. Survivor 10086. I'm a popular idol who will give me a bottle of mineral water. I'll perform a basketball routine for you. Survivor 9527. I am Qin Shi Huang. Donate a bottle of mineral water to me, and I shall unite the world. Survivor 120. What terrible luck. I haven't caught anything but a few rotten pieces of wood all morning. At this moment, An Ling found herself in a state of bewilderment. Wait a minute, all morning? A peculiar expression crossed her face. Isn't it already noon upon waking? Realization struck her. Goodness, today is already the first day. She smacked her thigh in frustration, lamenting the time she had squandered. Chapter 3. The commencement of fishing. Yet there is no cause for haste, as there remain numerous aspects that elude her understanding. Upon returning to the main interface, An Ling observed a minimized option in the lower right corner, presumably intended for its closure. With a casual click, she was presented with two distinct choices: carry with me or close. Selecting carry with me, she witnessed the light screen shrink, and the black cube upon the ground transformed into a surge of energy, ultimately manifesting as a ring adorning her right middle finger. It was an unremarkable white ring, lacking in any noteworthy features, save for a small disc atop it, seemingly designed for projection. An Ling decided against further investigation. The light screen offered little more than these modules, and devoid of a novice tutorial, she remained utterly bewildered by her surroundings. Gazing at the scattered items on the ground, she resolved to stow them in her backpack, for this island was scarcely larger than a double bed, and a careless misstep could result in her provisions tumbling into the sea, a most unfortunate fate. As she grasped the handgun with her right hand, a notification emerged. Glock 18 pistol, magazine capacity 18 rounds, utilizes 9mm ammunition, effective range 50 m. So this is how it functions. Subsequently, she proceeded to gather additional supplies, and, as anticipated, each item displayed relevant information. Finally, only the survival manual remained. Upon opening it and perusing a few lines, she found herself entirely engrossed. It became evident that the novice tutorial was meticulously documented within its pages. Initially, all prompts had been inscribed therein, and while employing this system, no further guidance would be provided. The island possessed the capability for expansion, yet this required a specific item card known as a foundation card, which, when utilized, would generate a 1-by-1 plot of land, allowing for personal selection of its placement. The sole method of acquiring a foundation card was through the purchase with points. 10 points could be exchanged for 1 foundation card. As for points, maintaining a cleanliness and satiety value above 80 daily would automatically yield 2 points, a seemingly straightforward task. Yet achieving such in this daunting locale proved to be a formidable challenge. Moreover, point could also be accrued by constructing various items, each building or tool, upon its initial synthesis, would grant a fixed number of points. Other methods employed a tiered unlocking system, meaning that until one obtained a particular item, all corresponding features remained inaccessible. Additionally, the acquisition of item cards was multifaceted, yet the survival manual refrained from providing extensive documentation on this matter. Ultimately, following the conclusion of the 3-day novice protection period, all individuals would be ushered to a vast island to engage in survival and resource acquisition. In other words, this game would not confine one to a solitary existence adrift on the ocean until the end of days. There would indeed be opportunities to encounter others. This was a welcome prospect, for it mitigated the risk of madness. An Ling cast a glance at her backpack and began to comprehend the rationale behind the system's initial provision of a random weapon to each participant. If all of this is indeed true, then this place is undeniably a lawless land. As for gathering supplies, where could one find them more swiftly than through plunder? Who can ascertain whether among so many individuals there lurks a criminal, or if anyone might reveal their malevolent nature? The human heart is, without question, the most inscrutable of entities. An Ling closed the survival manual, a tome of utmost importance at this stage of her journey, one she could never afford to lose. She retrieved the fishing rod from the ground, brandishing it with a sense of newfound confidence, as if she were destined to catch anything she pointed at. The rod bore but a single hook, devoid of bait, seemingly intended only for the purpose of snagging refuse from the sea. At that moment, An Ling's gaze was drawn to the vast ocean, where she spotted a yellowish-brown box drifting toward her island. In stark contrast to the heaps of debris on the water's surface, it stood out remarkably. Though inexperienced with fishing, she understood the necessary stance, estimating the distance. She felt confident in her ability to hook the box. With a determined backward motion, she summoned all her strength and cast the hook into the water. To her astonishment, the hook latched onto the box. With a firm tug, she found the box surprisingly light, and she quickly reeled it in to the shore of her island. The box was a cube, featuring a clasp on its front but lacking a lock. An Ling reached out and opened the fishy-smelling box. Inside, the space was ample, yet the contents were scant, remarkably dry. She meticulously extracted each item, tallying them as she went. Mineral water 1, soda crackers 2, wood 2. Excellent. Food was her most pressing need. An Ling felt a surge of joy. She did not perceive the quantity as meager, for others were likely in far worse predicaments. At least she was still capable of hitting her target every time. Upon touching the wood, an intriguing decompose option illuminated on the box, undoubtedly unlocked by her contact with the timber. However, the box's substantial size, coupled with the emptiness of her 2x2 island, suggested it could serve as seating and storage. After some contemplation, An Ling resolved against dismantling it, deciding to wait until she had secured a second box before making further assessments. Without hesitation, she grasped the fishing rod once more, eager to capitalize on her fortuitous streak and reel in as many boxes and materials as possible. Yet, the likelihood of encountering additional boxes proved dismally low. Though the sea was strewn with various materials, An Ling felt compelled to persist. Soon, she realized that aside from the boxes, there appeared to be no other means of procuring food. Thus, acquiring boxes became her paramount objective. Half an hour later, she spotted a second box, but it was too far from her island. After several attempts, she found it remained beyond her reach, drifting further away. Helplessly, An Ling could only watch as the second box slipped away from her grasp. The seemingly effortless act of fishing, combined with the relentless sun beating down, soon left An Ling drenched in perspiration and parched with thirst. She seized a bottle of mineral water from the ground and guzzled down half of it, finally feeling somewhat relieved. Clad in a solitary sweatshirt, which she could not shed, she merely rolled up her sleeves to facilitate the dissipation of heat. Once she had finished, she grasped her fishing rod once more, for in this desolate place, idleness could prove perilous. Before long, another wooden crate came into view, drifting towards the island. Seizing the opportunity, she deftly reeled it in. To her delight, the crate was unlocked. Without hesitation, An Ling opened it and began to inspect the supplies within. Chapter 4. Special Rewards. Rope X1, Scrap Metal X3, Apple X1. Is there still fruit? An Ling was somewhat astonished. But given the sweltering heat and her lack of preservation measures, it was evident that such unsealed items were ill-suited for storage. As she grasped the apple, information immediately materialized before her eyes. Fresh apple, rich in various vitamins and trace elements, sweet and delicious, safe for consumption. Upon reading this, An Ling promptly took a bite, and indeed it was quite sweet. As she continued to fish, she nibbled on the apple. Soon, the small island was cluttered with an array of debris. Aside from the boxes, An Ling hardly glanced at the items she caught, opting instead to discard them directly onto the island. With only 8 hours left to achieve a perfect score, she could not afford to squander time. In this game, one must either toil diligently, rely on luck, or invest money. Clearly, she could only embrace the former. Thus she had to exert herself doubly hard. Exhaling deeply, An Ling plopped down onto a wooden crate, panting heavily. How frustrating. Was this the extent of her physical capabilities? Although she had been frail before, she was still a male. Even at her worst, she believed she should surpass a female in strength. Cursed be it. Why did this game transform her into a woman? During those few days each month, squatting for relief, her physical constitution, along with those additional attributes, were nothing but liabilities. If she were a boy, such worries would be non-existent. Alas, at least she was a goddess. After a brief respite, An Ling ceased her complaints and resumed her quest for resources. Thankfully, she had not been turned into an eyesore. Otherwise, she might as well have jumped into the sea to end it all, perhaps awakening from this nightmare in the process. For the next 2 hours, An Ling did not pause for even a moment. During this time, she managed to catch 3 more boxes, accumulating resources as follows: wood X10, straw X5, compressed biscuits X2, mineral water X1, iron nails X4, rope X3. While inspecting the contents of the boxes, An Ling suddenly noticed that the oppressive heat had subsided. She looked up at the distant horizon. The sun cast an orange-red glow, draping the entire sea in a golden sheen. The water shimmered with the gentle breeze, creating a sparkling spectacle. She never expected her first seaside sunset would occur in such a wretched place. Nightfall was imminent, and she had no source of light or warmth. Soon, the inky darkness of the ocean would render visibility non-existent. How terrifying that would be. Glancing behind her, she realized she had not even had time to construct a makeshift bed. Spotting the straw on the ground, a solution struck her. She could assemble 5 boxes and lay down the straw atop them. This would certainly be better than sleeping directly on the ground. No, she could not afford to continue fishing. Preparations must be made before darkness descended. Just as she began to gather the scattered materials, she suddenly noticed a patch of straw floating nearby, and with a swift flick of her wrist, she deftly snagged it. She has become increasingly adept at utilizing this buff, to the extent that she can operate it with just one hand. A sudden notification appeared. Achieved a perfect score 100 times. Rewarded with a special item card, 1 random item card. An Ling was momentarily taken aback as a silver card materialized in her hand, inscribed with the words item card on its reverse side, while the front bore the image of a lighter. A transparent button for usage was visible on it. She pressed it, and the silver card immediately emitted a radiant glow, transforming into a sleek black windproof lighter devoid of any embellishments. A crucial tool. An Ling promptly stowed the lighter in her pocket, setting aside her fishing rod to organize the gathered supplies into a box. Wood 48, rope 16, plastic 15, straw 16. These items were the sole resources she had collected aside from the 5 boxes, accumulated over an afternoon of 100 catches. Had she not squandered the morning, she could have utilized the perfect score to procure even more. For boxes were filled to capacity, and given the modest size of the island, 5 boxes were excessively cumbersome, prompting An Ling to dismantle one. Dismantle! With a click, the wooden box before her transformed into 4 wooden planks and 4 iron nails. The sun had dipped halfway below the horizon, casting a dimming light over the landscape. The survival manual clearly stated that no resources would be available on the surface of the sea after sunset, and judging by the temperature, the day-to-night temperature differential above the ocean would be considerable. If precautions were not taken, a cold could prove fatal in this environment. Having reached this juncture, An Ling resolved not to continue fishing, but instead opened the luminous panel to examine the construction interface. With the materials she had amassed, she was certain she could construct more items. Soon, a particular structure caught her eye. Simple tent, a rudimentary shelter that provides shade and wind protection, as well as warmth and rain cover. Required materials: wooden planks 10, straw 8, iron nails 10. Points earned 2. However, the wood requirement was highlighted in red, indicating a lack of this material. Yet, she clearly had sufficient wood in her box. Wait, wood? Wooden planks? It dawned on An Ling that they were not the same entity. She clicked on the wooden planks and discovered they were crafted from wood at the workstation. Thus, she turned her attention to another structure she had unlocked: the workbench. Workbench unlocks corresponding buildings upon obtaining the relevant building card and allows for basic processing. Require materials: wood 10, scrap iron 3. Points earned 2. Excellent. She had precisely 3 pieces of scrap iron. An Ling breathed a sigh of relief. Had she lacked scrap iron, she would have truly faced a night under the open sky. After selecting the construction option, she was surprised to find she could choose the placement of the workbench. To avoid hindrance, she positioned it at the edge. The workbench resembled a long, table-like structure, albeit uneven, allowing manipulation of the construction interface. With the workbench completed, An Ling promptly began to process the wooden planks. The ratio of wood to planks was 1-to-1, and the processing time was remarkably swift. Within mere seconds, she had transformed the required 10 wooden planks. Just as she was about to eagerly commence construction, An Ling realized that her supply of nails was insufficient, leaving her with only 8. Consequently, she disassembled a wooden crate, finally gathering enough materials. Construction. An Ling positioned the makeshift tent in the heart of the island, for it was the only location that offered a sense of security. As for its appearance, her lack of expectations regarding the rudimentary tent proved to be well-founded. The triangular frame, crafted from the planks, adorned with thatch on either side and secured with a few nails, was as rudimentary as could be. Nevertheless, it would at least provide some shelter from the wind, which was far preferable to waking up the next day with cold. Chapter 5. The first night on the island night had completely enveloped the island, and the waves that once lashed against its shores had succumbed to an eerie stillness. A profound silence pervaded the air, devoid of even the faintest whisper of flowing water. Darkness enveloped everything. An inexplicable sense of dread welled up within An Ling, who could scarcely fathom how they would endure the night ahead. She activated the light panel, utilizing its feeble glow to assess her supplies. This feature proved to be quite humane, as the system compiled an inventory of all resources on the island, sparing her the trouble of groping in the dark to count them. Water bottles, 4 soda crackers, 2 compressed biscuits, 8 wood, 48 rope, 20 thatch, 13 iron nails, 2 plastic, 5 Glock 18. 1. These constituted the entirety of her remaining supplies after constructing a workbench and a rudimentary tent, earning her a total of 4 points. In the dimness, An Ling retrieved some thatch and 2 pieces of wood from the crate, using her lighter to ignite a small fire outside the tent. The expanding flames cast a warm orange glow, dispelling the surrounding darkness and instilling in her a sense of security. With the flickering light now illuminating her surroundings, she began to extract food from the crate, preparing to address her hunger. Lacking other options, she resorted to the compressed biscuits, which came in unremarkable packaging devoid of an ingredients list, featuring merely a small illustration of an orange, suggesting an orange flavor. A single packet of compressed biscuits, paired with a half bottle of water left from the afternoon, constituted her dinner for the night. The biscuits were truly unpalatable. An Ling hastily took a sip of water and patted her chest a few times. Before long, the food was consumed. It seemed there was a slight advantage to being a girl. An Ling glanced at her personal information, noting her satiation level had reached 80. Such was the nature of a woman's appetite. Modest. However, her cleanliness value had decreased from 86 to 79, a consequence of the sweat she had accumulated during the afternoon. Without any means of cleansing herself, that value would likely continue to decline. Her initially high cleanliness score was perhaps attributable to her being a girl, having squandered half a day only to accumulate a meager collection of refuse, compounded by her arrival in this unfamiliar world and the haunting fears of nightfall. An Ling's spirits were low, yet her psychological resilience held firm. She no longer regarded this as a mere dream, but as the stark reality of her survival. The survival manual's vague reference to the scarcity of resources at night suggested that the delineation between day and night was not governed by time, but rather by the rising and setting of the sun. Now, with resources beyond reach, everyone turned to chatting within the system, An Ling included. Having failed to procure any food that day and having consumed 3 packets of compressed biscuits, she felt her luck had truly soured. The difficulty of fishing from the crate was considerable. The hooks were nearly impossible to bait. I am an avid angler, and to be frank, for those who have never handled a fishing rod, it poses quite a challenge. However, today I managed to catch 3 boxes, ha ha ha. It is so dark, and I am quite afraid. If only I had a companion. Remaining silent on this small island will surely drive one mad eventually. I can sing, dance, and rap. Is there a kind soul willing to offer me a bottle of water in exchange for performance? An Ling felt a sense of futility and thus closed the chat, turning her attention to the trading module instead. The trading panel is divided into 3 columns, extending downward, with a scroll bar on the right, densely packed with various items that everyone requires. Yet, after an afternoon's passage, the trade offerings had become increasingly absurd. 50 grams of desiccated adult feces at 40 moisture compressed biscuit 1. A pair of foul-smelling socks that induced dizziness upon a whiff 2 500 milliliters mineral water 1. A pair of yellow-stained undergarments 1 wood 5. What a bizarre assortment. An Ling felt nauseated and quickly shut the interface. As for the unlocked buildings, she resolved to examine them tomorrow. The inky darkness deterred her from venturing out of her tent. At this rate, the progress made by everyone on the first day is fairly uniform. It will take at least 2 days for the consumption of compressed biscuits to reveal any disparities. Here, food and fresh water are perpetually the most scarce resources. The traded supplies remained somewhat reasonable, with no peculiar individuals presenting items unseen by others. The 2 logs outside were nearly consumed, and An Ling glanced at the time, just past 9. There was no need to waste any more wood. She decided to retire for the night. The floor of her makeshift tent, was layered with straw, yet it felt insufficiently comfortable, prompting her to retrieve additional straw from a nearby wooden crate to lay atop it. The light emitted from the screen was feeble, akin to setting a phone's brightness to the lowest level for nighttime illumination. It illuminated only a small area around her, and this contraption would automatically shut off after 5 minutes of inactivity, much to her dismay. To make matters worse, after several attempts to reactivate the screen, it would impose a cooldown period. Initially, it was 1 minute, but the second time it escalated to 5 minutes, akin to a phone locking you out after multiple incorrect password entries. Thus, her hopes of using the screen for light were dashed, as it offered no opportunity to exploit such a loophole. An Ling reclined on the straw, which was hard and even slightly cold, while the campfire outside had extinguished, plunging the surroundings into darkness once more. The night stretched long and arduous, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of solitude. The survivor had been correct. Enduring such conditions could indeed drive one to madness. Lying there, she idly observed the exchanges among the survivors, as it was their sole form of amusement, particularly one survivor, 10086, who irked her immensely with his incessant begging for supplies, resembling an online beggar. Having fled here in search of survival, what use is your ability to play basketball? Time passed unknowingly, and the luminous screen automatically shut down, plunging the surroundings into complete darkness. An Ling also succumbed to a deep slumber without realizing it. Chapter 6. A new blessing. An Ling groggily opened her eyes, greeted by a thatched roof and a wooden frame overhead. She suddenly sat up, her gaze falling upon the smoldering ashes of the fire outside the tent. Daylight had broken. This slumber had been far from restful. An Ling felt as though her entire body was on the verge of disintegration, an indescribable soreness enveloping her limbs. Rising to her feet, she stepped outside the tent, brushing off the thatch clinging to her, and stretched her limbs until the discomfort began to dissipate. It was a new day, and this time she resolved to seize the moment. Silently, she committed herself to action. Her food reserves were scant, not indulgent enough to permit a leisurely breakfast. At the very least, she would wait until she assessed today's haul before making any decisions. Her points, based on her cleanliness and satiety, had increased by 2, reaching a total of 6. She was nearing the threshold to exchange for a cornerstone card to expand her island. Grasping her fishing rod, she prepared to embark on today's endeavor. But the gentle sway of the pendant around her neck reminded her that she had yet to offer her prayers for the day. Twisting the pendant, the small, light golden cube began to spin rapidly before settling into place, revealing an emblem depicting 2 small figures. Received blessing pendant bonus. Double blessings. All acquired resources will be doubled. Remaining time, 17 hours, 03 minutes, 43 seconds. This was splendid. In contrast to the certainty of a perfect catch, the double blessings were decidedly more advantageous for her development. With renewed confidence, An Ling cast her line, only to be struck by a realization. She had nearly forgotten that today she would not benefit from the perfect catch. The hook came back empty, requiring her to recast. Fortunately, the experience from yesterday's success made the task less arduous than anticipated. Her accuracy remained consistently above 70%. An Ling reeled in the nearest piece of wood from the sea, eager to test the effect of her blessing. Double blessings bonus. Wood 2. With a splashing sound, a single piece of wood transformed into 2, igniting a surge of excitement within her. Before long, the first chest of the day appeared in her sight, and she summoned all her strength to cast her line toward the wooden box. It took 3 attempts before the hook successfully snagged it, drawing the chest toward her island. Double blessings bonus. Received instant noodles 2, meat floss bread 2, boxed milk 200 milliliters 2. An Ling was momentarily stunned, having amassed such a bounty of food, rivaling her entire collection from the previous day. However, the quandary of how to consume instant noodles without hot water loomed large. With this latest windfall, her motivation surged. In no time, she gathered a plethora of resources, yet still had not encountered another chest when, as if echoing yesterday's occurrence, the pendant suddenly emitted a radiant glow. Triggered double blessings bonus 10. Received special reward. 1 random building card. Huh. An Ling stared at the building card in her hand, perplexed. Unlike the silver item card from yesterday, this one was entirely purple, with the words building card inscribed on its reverse side. As for the positive aspect, it presented a peculiar design, reminiscent of some filtration device, at which point the luminous ring on her right hand kindly provided a prompt. Building card, seawater filtration device. Utilized for purifying seawater to produce fresh water, an essential structure for survival, require materials. With 20, gauze 1, plastic 2, charcoal 5. Points earned 2. An Ling comprehended that this building card represented a blueprint. Upon acquiring it, she would need to construct the device, unlike item cards which grant immediate possession. However, lacking both gauze and charcoal, she could only stow the card in her pocket for the time being. Yesterday, she had achieved 100 times, and today it was 10 times. Was this akin to a reward mechanism similar to achievements? Undoubtedly, these rewards stemmed from the pendant, yet this remained in Ling's conjecture, to be validated later. After fishing for approximately 2 more hours, An Ling discovered another 2 wooden chests, managing to retrieve only one, as the resources did not consistently drift towards the island. This time, her haul consisted of wood 8, iron nails 4, and scrap iron 4. Observant as ever, An Ling recognized a pattern. Wooden chests seemed to appear roughly once an hour, and whether she could catch one was purely a matter of luck, as they merely needed to manifest within her line of sight. Regarding resources, the wooden chests fell into 2 categories: construction material chests, containing solely materials, and food chests, which contained only sustenance. There was no discernible difference between the two, making it impossible to distinguish one from the other based on appearance. At that moment, having skipped breakfast, and after a morning of exertion, An Ling's stomach began to protest. Survival tip: if the daily satiety level falls below 40, no points will be awarded. She had initially intended to wait until noon to eat, but upon seeing this notification, she decisively reached for some milk and a meat floss bun. This survival manual had not mentioned such a stipulation. An Ling found herself uncertain whether to regard the system as considerate or troublesome. It seemed she could no longer afford to skip breakfast. Taking advantage of her eating time, she reopened the luminous interface, though she had not acquired charcoal or gauze. Surely someone among the multitude would have them for trade. While obtaining charcoal appeared straightforward, it actually required the use of a brazier for processing, and one could not simply create it independently. After a thorough search, An Ling found no offers for gauze. The trading system was too sluggish, so she opted to shout in the chat instead. Survivor 520. Who has gauze and charcoal? I will trade other resources. After sending her message, she ignored the responses and continued browsing the trading module. Before long, dozens of survivors began to message her privately. An Ling smiled, recognizing that gauze was not a scarce commodity, which implied its value could not surpass that of food or fresh water. At present, very few had obtained the building card for the seawater filtration device. Otherwise, the value of gauze and charcoal would have risen accordingly. Survivor 10,000. I have 1 charcoal. Will trade for a bottle of water. Survivor 8792. 2 bandages I desire to consume. Survivor 250. I possess 5 pieces of charcoal, and I seek 2 empty wooden boxes. An Ling observed these messages, her brows slightly furrowing. Some individuals' demands were utterly preposterous, prompting her to refrain from responding altogether. Everyone yearned to be a shrewd merchant, unwilling to suffer losses. The former, 8792, could indeed negotiate terms and initiate a dialogue. The latter, seeking empty boxes, was proposing an exchange that was clearly imbalanced. 2 wooden boxes required 8 planks and 8 iron nails, which was a starkly inadequate trade for 5 pieces of charcoal. A counteroffer was essential. Nevertheless, these 2 were among the less unreasonable of the crowd, for the trading module lacked any reference values for various resources. Chapter 7. Filtering seawater. An Ling promptly sent a message to the survivor numbered 8792. Survivor 520. A bag of soda crackers for 2 pieces of gauze. Would you trade? Survivor 8792. Could you send me a message to take a look? The reply was swift, and An Ling was momentarily taken aback by the possibility of sending messages. This was her first interaction with another person, and she was surprised to discover this feature. No wonder the descriptions of materials in the trading module were so detailed. The bag of soda crackers was modest in size, approximately the same as An Ling's palm, containing 4 pieces in total. If she were to consume them for breakfast, she would need at least 2 bags. The circular device on her ring was not merely for projecting screens. It could also scan items, allowing her to send information directly to the other party, which was incredibly convenient. Following the procedure, An Ling sent the information about the soda crackers, but her counterpart fell silent, perhaps considering the crackers too meager. Survivor 520. The most scarce resource on the ocean is food. Do you have any idea how many people just approached me? Hundreds, it seems, indicating that gauze is not in short supply. If you're unwilling to trade, just say so, and I will seek another deal. Survivor 8792. I'll trade. An Ling chuckled. Truth be told, she was not profiting much from this exchange. She simply wished to avoid further idle chatter with others. They could engage in private transactions without the trading module, which was quite convenient. Before long, the trade was completed. However, to An Ling's surprise, the acquire materials did not trigger the good things come in pairs bonus. Upon reflection, it made sense. If such a mechanism were in effect, she could simply scour the trading module, rendering the effort of gathering resources redundant. Subsequently, An Ling engaged in a trade with Survivor 250, initially intending to exchange a wooden box for 5 pieces of charcoal. Yet, through their discussion, it became evident that the other party was not merely short on iron nails, but genuinely required 2 wooden boxes. In the end, the transaction concluded with 2 wooden boxes traded for 5 pieces of charcoal and 4 iron nails. Filled with excitement, An Ling hurried to the workbench to construct a seawater filtration device. With this, her concerns over fresh water were alleviated. If surplus was produced, she could even consider reselling it. She placed the seawater filtration device beside her makeshift tent and promptly received a notification. Bonus, double the good fortune. Earn 2 points. Survival tip. Charcoal needs to be replaced every 7 days, yielding 1 L of pure water daily. The fact that her points could also be doubled was simply splendid. An Ling gazed at the seawater filtration device, which was small and funnel-shaped, featuring a tube connected to a transparent plastic cover. It appeared that under the fierce sun during the day, it might even serve to distill seawater to some extent. However, the daily output was limited to just 1 L, equivalent to 2 bottles of mineral water, barely sufficient for one person's needs. Yet, this was still quite satisfactory. At least she would no longer face a water shortage. Were it not for her lack of tools, and given the presence of a lighter, she could even distill seawater herself. An Ling filled the seawater filtration device with water using an empty mineral water bottle, then turned her attention to her points. With a total of 10 points accumulated, this modest 4 square meter island was finally ready for expansion. Upon clicking on the points section of her personal information, she discovered a solitary item available for redemption, a cornerstone card, priced at 10 points. Without hesitation, An Ling exchanged her points for the cornerstone card, a type of item card characterized by its silvery sheen, which required no additional resources for use. To her surprise, the cornerstone card did not merely generate a 1x1 plot to attach to her existing 2x2 island. Instead, it expanded her island outward, increasing its area from 4 to 5 square meters while maintaining its square shape, albeit with a longer width. First island expansion rewarded with a pack of sanitary napkins. An Ling, thank you very much. As a novice woman, she had no idea when her relatives might arrive or whether she would experience discomfort. Could they not offer something more practical as a reward? This system was truly stingy. Or perhaps her pendant was superior, for it frequently rewarded her with cards. Nonetheless, this indicated that the system also provided achievement rewards, as one could enjoy 2 portions while others received just 1. Points were indeed a valuable asset, and seizing the opportunity presented by today's double rewards, An Ling promptly accessed the crafting module to create all the tools she could. Unfortunately, she managed to produce only a single wooden fork, nearly causing her to lose her temper. Wooden fork requires wood 1, rewards points 1, double rewards, points 2. Both the simple axe and the simple pickaxe required a minimum of 5 scrap iron, yet she currently possessed only 4. It appeared that resources were still insufficient for her to farm points. With a look of discontent, An Ling picked up the fishing rod lying on the ground and made her way back to the shore to fish once more. She recalled the survival manual stating clearly that the day after tomorrow, when the novice protection period concluded, everyone would enter a vast island. This island was also designated as a novice island, abundant in resources, with water sources, animals, and fruits nearly in abundance, and notably marked as having a very low danger level. This meant that even if everyone did nothing for the next 3 days, relying solely on the novice gift package, they would not starve. Wouldn't it be possible to directly venture to this island for supplies? Beyond this, the survival manual lacked further detailed information, such as how long one could remain on the island or whether permanent residence was allowed. Holding the fishing rod, An Ling glanced at her surroundings, realizing that this place was her true stronghold. She could not rely on the upcoming island expedition. It was crucial to focus on her development in the remaining time. Fortunately, luck was on her side this time. After 2 hours, she successfully retrieved 2 wooden boxes. Upon opening them, she was astonished to find that both contained food, 2 food boxes, double rewards, 8 treasure porridge 2, mineral water 2, chocolate 50g1, steamed bun 2. An Ling poured all the food from one wooden crate into another and subsequently disassembled the now empty crate. She then relocated the food to the vicinity of her tent. The disassembled crate, benefiting from a fortuitous enhancement, yielded a total of 8 pieces of lumber and 8 iron nails. An Ling, possessing a mild tendency towards obsessive-compulsive behavior, meticulously organized these materials and provisions, placing them neatly in alignment to one side. She found no fault in this. Her slight obsession helped maintain an orderly existence, ensuring she would not succumb to the lethargy of indolence. Chapter 8. The Frantic Reward. It is already noon. An Ling wiped her forehead with the back of her hand and tucked her loose hair behind her ear. Having had a late breakfast, she was not particularly hungry at the moment. However, to prevent her satiety level from plummeting to a critical point, she chose to eat a little something. A packet of soda crackers accompanied by a can of 8 treasure porridge constituted her lunch for the day. As she ate, a sudden realization struck her, presenting a rather serious dilemma. How would she address the issue of using the restroom? Although, being a girl now, urination posed some complications. It was not insurmountable. But what about a bowel movement? There wasn't even a scrap of toilet paper. Given the current resources available, she should ideally consume less to avert such a predicament. Yet, if her satiety level should diminish, she would lose out on valuable points. It seemed to be a dilemma fraught with difficulty. Could it be grass? An Ling's eyelids twitched. While it was exasperating, it appeared to be the most viable option at present. She could only hope that day would not arrive too soon. After finishing her 8 treasure porridge, she rinsed the remaining metal can with seawater and tossed it into the wooden box, knowing it would undoubtedly prove useful. She also stored empty mineral water bottles and other such items for potential future needs. There were no teammates here, on this 5-square-meter island. She could only rely on her own hands. Before long, another wooden box appeared in her line of sight. Seizing the opportunity, she hooked it and gradually pulled it closer. Locked wooden box. Unlocking requires 1 key. What? An Ling had suspected that the clasps on those boxes were not merely decorative. And now she had indeed encountered a locked one. The lock was an old-fashioned type, blackened and rusted, impossible to pry open without tools. Of course, a handgun could do the trick, but she was reluctant to waste a precious bullet on it. Thus, she set it aside for the time being, leaving the search for a key to fate. An Ling resumed her fishing, and sure enough, the achievement system triggered once more as dusk approached. Trigger the Good Things Come in Pairs achievement 100 times, rewarded with an upgrade card. An upgrade card? Another new card? An Ling gazed at the crimson card, which bore the words upgrade card on the back, while the front displayed an upward-pointing arrow. What does this mean? An Ling felt somewhat perplexed, but with night still some time away, she resolved to study the card later, focusing on her fishing for now. After all, the night was long. Throughout the afternoon, aside from the locked wooden box, An Ling had managed to catch 3 additional boxes, along with a plethora of miscellaneous items. To say her haul today was bountiful would be an understatement. It was nearly 3 times the amount of supplies she had gathered the day before. The supplies consist of 15 pieces of timber, 12 units of scrap iron, 16 units of plastic, 24 iron nails, 2 units of gauze, 40 pieces of charcoal, 20 bundles of thatch, 4 bottles of mineral water, 6 cream bread loaves, and 4 cans of sugar-free soda. As twilight approached, An Ling set aside her fishing rod, overwhelmed with excitement by the abundance of resources. With ample food supplies, she felt assured of her sustenance for the days ahead. The surplus resources also provided her with an opportunity to accumulate points through the mechanism of double blessing. Currently, she possessed 8 wooden crates, 2 of which approximately occupied 1 square meter of space. Although she stacked the crates, the limited 5 square meter island felt exceedingly cramped. With the double blessing bonus, she dismantled 3 crates at once, intending to break down 4. However, the excess resources left no room for more, forcing her to halt her efforts. After organizing the supplies, An Ling retrieved an upgrade card from her pocket, eager to study it further. She discovered that as long as she held the upgrade card, the word upgrade appeared when approaching any building, yet no such prompt emerged for the basic materials. Presently, only 3 items were eligible for upgrade: the wooden fork, a seawater filtration device, and a simple tent. She was puzzled as to why her backpack, fishing rod, and workbench could not be upgraded. After careful consideration, she resolved to upgrade the simple tent, deeming the wooden fork unnecessary and the current water supply sufficient. Upon upgrading the simple tent to a rudimentary wooden house, she earned 3 points, enhanced by the double blessing bonus, resulting in 6 points. Additionally, she received a wool felt mat as a reward for constructing a basic dwelling. In an instant, An Ling's vision was enveloped in darkness, surrounded by wooden panels that completely overshadowed the island. Astonished by the rapid succession of notifications that emerged upon using the upgrade card, she walked to the entrance and opened the wooden door, revealing the tumultuous sea outside. The wooden panels were nearly parallel to the island's edge, and at that moment, all her supplies were safely contained within the wooden house. The thickness of the panels measured about 3 to 4 centimeters, and given the island's 5 square meter area, the interior space of the wooden house was, in reality, less than 5 square meters. Adjacent to her was the newly awarded wool felt mat, which measured approximately 1 meter in width and 2 meters in length, occupying half of the wooden house's space. Following the upgrade, her available activity space had diminished, and her previous arrangement was disrupted, leaving her unable to spread out the felt mat amidst the clutter. Frustration mounted as the dusk deepened, and with the wooden house casting shadows over her. Even a small wooden window provided little illumination. She now faced the daunting task of organizing her assorted supplies within this pitch-black environment. Though the structures were immovable by her own strength, the luminous interface could manage these tasks, reminiscent of the survival building games she had previously enjoyed. An Ling dedicated nearly an hour to meticulously reorganizing the entire wooden cabin, positioning the workbench and the seawater filtration system on either side of the entrance, ensuring they were unobtrusive. In the innermost section, she laid down a wool felt mat for sleeping, alongside a stack of 4 wooden boxes that occupied only the space of 2, thus providing her with a modicum of maneuverability within the modest confines of the cabin. "Phew, I'm utterly exhausted," she murmured as she settled onto the mat, sipping from a bottle of mineral water. The cabin's walls stood 2 meters high, which posed no hindrance to her, as she was just 1.7 meters tall. Moreover, the peaked roof offered additional height in the center. With this cabin, she finally had a refuge from the elements, no longer subject to the whims of sun and rain. Chapter 9. The expansion of the island. Again, An Ling suddenly pondered a question. What if the wooden cabin were just 5 square meters and the island had never been expanded? Would it be crushed under the weight? Although it was a wooden cabin, it was merely a square framework assembled from planks. Given wood, nails, and a hammer, she could effortlessly recreate an identical structure. She hoped the sea would not be beset by strong winds. Despite her previous lack of experience with the ocean, she had heard that the winds were fierce over the water. Now that darkness had enveloped the sky, she found herself in a cramped and poorly ventilated space, hesitant to even light a fire. If it accidentally ignited, it would spell disaster. With only a few hours left of the double good fortune bonus, An Ling activated the light screen to explore all the items she could construct, eager to accumulate points. This was also an opportunity to clear out the surplus materials and prepare for her upcoming island venture. Simple axe, wood 5, scrap, iron 5. Rope 1, double good fortune bonus, earn points 1, 2. Simple pickaxe, same materials, double good fortune bonus. Wooden table, wood 8. Iron nails 4, double good fortune bonus, earn points 2, 2. Wooden chair, wood 4, iron nails 4, double good fortune bonus. Earn points 2, 2. Simple wooden bed, wood 30, straw 15, double good fortune bonus, earn points 2, 2 in one breath. An Ling constructed every building available on the construction module. The only delightful surprise was that the simple wooden bed did not require a building card. Constructing simple wooden bed. Reward: 5 pair of bone-free socks, white. Oh, a reward? As she gazed at the additional pairs of white socks in her hands, An Ling realized that the rewards from this light screen leaned more towards practical living. In total, 3 buildings provided 12 points, and 2 tools contributed 4 points, along with her existing points, culminating in a total of 24 points. Without hesitation, she exchanged 2 cornerstone cards, expanding the island's area to 7 square meters, finally distancing the wooden cabin from the island's edge. An Ling calculated that the island's width was now slightly over 6 meters, approximately 40 centimeters wider than before. However, since the expansion radiated outward from the wooden cabin, the additional space at the front and back was only about 20 centimeters, still insufficient to accommodate anything. The dimensions of the simple wooden bed perfectly matched the wool mat, which was already adorned with a layer of straw. Concerned about comfort, An Ling added 5 more layers of straw before placing the wool mat on top. Then, she sat at the edge of the wooden bed, a satisfied expression gracing her face as she began to eat in the dim light. After her experiences on the first day, she felt less fear, possibly due to the presence of the wooden cabin. She quickly devoured a meat floss bun, a cream bun, and a can of 8 treasure porridge. The satiety value has reached 73, yet the cleanliness value has once again declined to 71, nearing a critical threshold. In such harsh conditions, maintaining a high cleanliness value proves to be quite challenging. An Ling, upon observing this data, felt a wave of concern wash over her. She glanced over at the locked wooden chest beside her and promptly activated the holographic screen, accessing the chat module. Who has the key? I'll trade food for it. A key? What key? Did you not find the locked chest? Of course, it's for unlocking. Who wants a locked chest in exchange for food? There might be treasures inside. Are you really willing to trade food for it? You fool upstairs. This guy clearly has had no luck in obtaining food. Those few packs of compressed biscuits are barely sufficient for a girl. Then why don't you save some? And you're the real fool. Why should I save? I have plenty of food. It drives you mad. I can sing, dance, rap. Who'll give me a bottle of water? An Ling, unable to respond to this online beggar in time, immediately sent a private message to the survivor who had emerged from the chest. An Ling, 1 bottle of water plus a pack of compressed biscuits. What do you say? Survivor 37. Could I swap the biscuits for something else? They give me diarrhea. An Ling, steamed buns. Survivor 37. Can I have 2? I've been dealing with this for a day and haven't eaten much. An Ling, did you not catch any other food? Survivor 37. I've never used a fishing rod. I can't cast properly. I think it's just my bad luck. An Ling, all right, I can trade with you. You can reach out to me next time you find yourself in a similar situation. Survivor 37. Thank you. An Ling exchanged 2 steamed buns and a bottle of water for the locked chest. Generally, boys who tend to add ellipses after their messages often harbor some insecurities. An Ling surmised that this individual must be an introverted social anxiety sufferer. After calling out for a while, no one came forward to trade keys with her. It seemed everyone understood the significance of such an item, all thanks to that person who had blurted it out. The current situation was that those with chests lacked keys, while those with keys had no chests. Well, it seems this matter will have to wait for another time. An Ling, utilizing the light emitted from the holographic screen, washed her face with 2 bottles of water she had filtered earlier that day. She then sat on the edge of her bed, removing her shoes and little white socks. Having slept in a makeshift tent the previous night, she hadn't even taken off her shoes. At that moment, An Ling noticed that the socks rewarded by the system were the same style as the one she was wearing, soft and smooth, incredibly comfortable. reminiscent of what one would envision as a girl has socks. She rinsed her feet lightly with water, and once they dried, she sat cross-legged on her bed, rubbing her small feet to relieve fatigue. After a few gentle thumps on her back, An Ling finally stretched lazily and lay down on her bed. Glancing at her cleanliness value, she found that indeed, as she attended to her personal hygiene, the percentage rose as well, now standing at 73. Regrettably, she could not take a bath. Otherwise, her discomfort would surely have intensified. On the very first day, she perspired profusely, feeling exceedingly unwell. Fortunately, the sweatshirt did not appear flimsy during the night. Alleviating her concerns about catching a cold, she fashioned a pillow from a stack of thatch, although the wooden board remained quite hard. Having such accommodations was already quite commendable for her current circumstances. It was time to sleep and prepare for the dawn of a new day. An Ling switched off the light screen, plunging the entire wooden cabin into darkness. Unbeknownst to her, her breathing began to grow heavy. Chapter 10. The Blessing of Fortune. Today marks the third day since my arrival in this uncanny place, and tomorrow I shall set foot on the island, venturing into an unknown realm. Whether this is a harbinger of good or ill remains uncertain. I can only hope to encounter more souls along the way, so that we may assist one another, thereby enhancing our chances of survival. Since An Ling's arrival here, her biological clock has inexplicably been reset. She was once a notorious night owl, often sleeping the entire morning away. Now, as dawn gently breaks, she stands by the window, gazing out at the expansive sea. The cool ocean breeze playfully touzles her white hair, and the surface of the water ripples under its caress. In the distance, a few seagulls can be spotted, their melodious calls breaking the silence. Perhaps these are the only living beings she has encountered since her arrival. Settling back down, she curls her legs beneath her, dons a fresh pair of socks, and slips on her shoes, moving about the small space. Over the course of 2 days, she is gradually acclimated to her new body, the only persistent discomfort being her struggle to accept her transformation into a female. Each time she relieves herself, her face flushes crimson. She had never even touched a girl's hand before this change, and now it brings forth a peculiar sensation within her heart. Grasping her fishing rod, she makes her way to the shore. Although the wooden cabin provides her with shelter from the elements, it restricts her ability to cast her line with vigor. This is a minor drawback, considering the limited space of her island haven. An Ling retrieves the last box of milk and a cream bun from her supplies, consuming them swiftly to quell her hunger. She then begins to spin the pendant around her neck. The delicate golden cube whirls at a remarkable speed before finally coming to a halt, revealing a small red heart pattern. Blessing from the pendant acquired. Fortuitous luck, doubt not. For you are now the sovereign of fortune. Remaining time, 18 hours, 01 minutes, 34 seconds. Wait, sovereign of fortune? An Ling muses, a twinge of regret surfacing. What a waste it would be if this luck cannot be utilized for card draws. It seems this blessing might render her invincible, at least to some extent. With renewed vigor, she seizes her fishing rod and casts her line with confidence. Plop! The hook meets the water surface, creating a small splash, but it yields nothing. What a letdown. Is it true that the fishing boxes have no relation to luck, only to skill? She had thought her fortuitous blessing would guarantee flawless catches, but it appears her expectations were misplaced. Before long, the first wooden box surfaces unlatched. Today's first catch, a promising start. With anticipation, An Ling opens the box, only to find it empty save for a single key and a card. She is momentarily taken aback by the unexpected turn of fortune. Alas, this is a blue card she has never seen before. The back reads enhancement card, while the front displays a hammer emblem. An Ling picks up the key, contemplating whether to open the box further. Sichahashire Dangerous Got. Today, she was graced by the touch of fortune. There was no hesitation in her decision to open the box. With a decisive twist of the key, the rusted black lock sprang open. An Ling intended to withdraw the key to experiment with another box, only to discover that the key had become irretrievably stuck within the lock. Moreover, this lock was designed for a single use. Once opened, it was irrevocably damaged and could not be secured again. It seemed that reusing it was out of the question. Upon opening the lockbox, she was astonished to find 3 cards inside, 2 white and 1 purple, comprising a prop card and a building card. Now, An Ling possessed a total of 4 cards, each of which held significant value for her. The illustrations on the 2 white cards depicted a large package of toilet paper and a pillow. Indeed, fortune had smiled upon her. Toilet paper was an indispensable item in her current circumstances. However, An Ling chose to utilize only the pillow card, placing it on her makeshift wooden bed. Cards, being compact and easily portable, were best kept organized, especially since her cabin and island had yet to expand. Next, she examined the purple building card, which featured only an image of a box, leaving her somewhat perplexed. She had plenty of boxes already. Did she truly need another? Storage box building card, capable of holding a vast quantity of materials, bringing immense joy to the user. Required materials for construction: wood 20, iron nail 16, scrap iron 6, plastic 2. Earn points 3. An Ling conceded that her understanding had been limited. Indeed, nothing within these cards was trivial. Typically, buildings yielded only 2 points, but this storage box granted 3, suggesting that it was superior to the average structure. She proceeded to construct it beside her bed. The storage box was elongated, surpassing the length of 2 standard wooden boxes placed side by side, while maintaining the same width, gleaming in a golden hue with a raised lid. It resembled a treasure chest. Upon opening it, she was surprised to find the bottom lined with black compartments. Suddenly, it dawned on her this was akin to those boxes found within the game. She promptly tossed the wood into the box, watching as the first compartment filled with a wood icon, indicating a quantity of 26 in the lower right corner. Although she was uncertain of the maximum capacity for materials, this already promised to save her considerable space. An Ling counted the compartments, arranged in a 4x8 grid, totaling 32 slots. This meant the box could accommodate 32 different types of materials, a remarkably convenient feature. Without delay, she deposited all her materials into the storage box and subsequently dismantled the remaining 4 empty boxes. With the storage box at her disposal, who would need ordinary wooden boxes? As for food, An Ling opted not to place it inside the box, instead setting it aside for easy access. Instantly, her once cramped cabin felt spacious, and An Ling was thoroughly pleased. Subsequently, there lay the most extraordinary enhancement card, which, upon being grasped in her hand, elicited an immediate prompt from the luminous screen. Enhancement card, capable of augmenting any item to a higher level. This description appeared somewhat akin to that of an upgrade card, rather abstract and not easily comprehensible. Yet, upon deeper contemplation, it seemed to suggest a different essence altogether. What, then, distinguishes enhancement from upgrading? An Ling discovered that the method of utilization for this card mirrored that of the upgrade card. However, items that were deemed unupgradable the previous day now exhibited the potential for enhancement. Remarkably, even the wooden cabin could be reinforced. An Ling seemed to grasp the implication. With the impending journey to the island on the morrow, she resolved to enhance her backpack. Chapter 11. The True Lucky One. At this moment, one might ponder why not enhance the pistol, given that there remains a certain probability of encountering danger upon landing. However, An Ling reasoned that since this is a novice island, the level of peril would not be excessively high. Furthermore, who knows what a strengthened pistol might become? What if it transforms into a rifle, which she would be unable to carry? Wait, isn't that reminiscent of the capabilities of an upgrade card? An Ling tilted her head in contemplation, ultimately dismissing the thought. After all, on a novice island, the primary focus must be on acquiring supplies. A functional backpack is of utmost importance. Surely, one would not arrive on the island in a state of utter nakedness, as the rules must permit the carrying of resources within certain limits. With this in mind, An Ling promptly applied the enhancement card to her camouflage backpack. As the card vanished, the camouflage backpack underwent a transformation. Its size remained unchanged, yet its exterior morphed into a sleek black and gray, adorned with a small white bear hanging from a zipper. Not unappealing. Dual-purpose space storage backpack, exclusively for survivors. An essential for the living. Indeed, upon opening the backpack, An Ling discovered 4x4 black compartments within. Furthermore, this backpack could still accommodate other items even without utilizing the space storage feature. With 16 compartments, it constituted half the capacity of a storage box. An Ling retrieved her most abundant resource for experimentation, iron nails. She possessed a total of 58, and upon placing them in the box, the quantity was displayed, evidently not reaching the limit. Nevertheless, within the backpack, only 50 could fit, with the surplus 8 automatically arranged into the second compartment. It appeared that the two containers had different capacities. Astute as ever, An Ling deduced this conclusion, reorganized her resources, and resumed her fishing endeavors. She was still hopeful of acquiring another key today. Time swiftly passed to noon. The arrangement of her supplies had consumed considerable time. Initially, within a span of under 2 hours, with a stroke of luck, she might have encountered 2 wooden boxes. Yet, endowed with the blessings of fortune, An Ling managed to reel in 3, all of which were locked. Now she faced a dilemma. Having failed to secure a key, she had instead accumulated 3 additional locked boxes. Aside from that, the other ordinary resources she obtained were rather mundane. 2 rolls of gauze, 3 lengths of rope, and 5 pieces of wood. Though meager, An Ling was unconcerned. She understood that, as the fortunate one, opening boxes was her sole avenue. Thus, her focus remained steadfast on the wooden boxes, as these ordinary materials offered little substantial aid. Returning to the cabin, An Ling seized a pack of compressed biscuits and began to munch on them. This time, they were pineapple-flavored. Following this, she drank a bottle of water, thereby addressing her midday meal. The compressed biscuits were rather unpalatable, at least to her taste, but currently, this was the most abundant food available. She had to devise a means to eliminate them. Such was An Ling's approach. She preferred to save the delectable treats for last, opting to consume the less desirable items first. At that moment, a subtle vibration coursed through her right hand. Upon closer inspection, she discovered a message notification on the system interface. It was from Survivor 37, the individual she had encountered yesterday. With a sense of anticipation, she opened the chat with the stranger. Survivor 37, brother, I have a key here. Do you want it? An Ling, yes, of course. Are we still trading for food? Survivor 37, indeed, as long as it isn't compressed biscuits. I'd like to keep it for tomorrow when we reach the island. This fellow was truly straightforward, though she couldn't help but wonder how he felt about acquiring a key today after catching a locked wooden chest yesterday. An Ling's previous politeness had unexpectedly borne fruit. An Ling, I'll offer you a cream bun and a bottle of water. I'll even throw in an extra bottle for you to return next time. Survivor 37, thank you, brother. You're truly a good person. This time, the absence of ellipses at the end of his message indicated genuine happiness. Grasping the key in her hand, An Ling eagerly approached one of the wooden chests, unable to contain her excitement. Before she opened it, she shook it lightly to discern which contained more supplies. Deciding on the lightest chest, she opened it, which often hinted at the presence of a card within. Heavier chests typically had a lower probability of containing cards, as the disparity in resources among locked wooden chests was generally minimal. As expected, inside the modest chest lay nothing but a solitary purple card. A building card. Although it wasn't as fortunate as her last find, it was still quite remarkable. Such luck was rare. An Ling hurriedly picked up the card to examine its design, revealing a circular iron stove. Iron stove building card. No further words needed. A household essential. Required materials. Scrap iron 10. Points earned. 2. She glanced at her storage box. Pleased to note, she currently possessed none of the necessary scrap iron. However, that was inconsequential, as the interface featured a trading system. 2 iron nails could be exchanged for 1 scrap iron, and in no time, she acquired the requisite 10 pieces. Construction. An Ling positioned the iron stove beside her workbench and bed, opting not to place it centrally. Instead, she positioned it near another window of the wooden house, allowing it to function as a chimney. With just a container, she could directly heat water now. The stove was compact, even smaller than a standard wooden chest, and could accommodate charcoal, wood, and straw as fuel sources. The base even displayed the burn time. While others might struggle to ignite a fire, An Ling was different. She possessed a lighter, successfully constructed a heating facility, rewarded with an iron pot 1 and cutlery set 1. Goodness, it seemed that her thoughts manifested into reality. Suddenly, an iron pot appeared above the stove, complete with a lid, resembling the standard size typically found in a household kitchen. The cutlery set was entirely wooden, polished to a smooth finish, alleviating any worries about it shattering. To be candid, wooden chopsticks are undoubtedly far more convenient than stainless steel ones. It is presently daytime, and An Ling has no intention of igniting the iron stove just yet. There will be ample free time in the evening. Her primary objective at this moment is to seize the opportunity to commence her afternoon fishing. Additionally, she must organize her backpack later in the evening to prepare for the following day's island expedition. Chapter 12. Island Arrival Tips. How I wish I could have a fishing rod that automatically retrieves treasure chests. An Ling sat atop a locked wooden crate, one hand idly propping her head while the other randomly waved the fishing rod. She had long lost interest in the driftwood and thatch floating by, her gaze fixated on the sea's surface, anticipating the appearance of a treasure chest at any moment. Having just constructed an iron furnace, she earned 2 points and expanded her island by a square meter. The narrow space around her wooden house was just barely sufficient for her to navigate. Yet, the risk of falling remained too great, and An Ling dared not take any chances. It dawned on her only now that she had upgraded her wooden house the previous evening. While this improvement had enhanced her living conditions, it also constrained her development. Treasure chests appeared randomly around the island every hour. How could they possibly know where the front door of her wooden house was located? Today, fortune had favored her, causing these chests to manifest directly before her. Had she not been lost in thought, she might have remained oblivious to this fact. The sea teemed with fish. She wondered if anyone could manage to catch a few. With a flick of her rod, she startled the fish that were scavenging for refuse at the surface. The monotony of casting her line all day was truly tiresome. She was no fishing expert, yet survival demanded she remain vigilant. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of gold, the beauty of the sunset was marred only by the debris littering the ocean. An Ling rose, dusted off her clothes, returned the crate to its place, and resolved to conclude her day's work. Although there was nearly an hour until darkness fell, her wooden house was already overflowing with supplies that required her attention. Throughout the afternoon, she had successfully collected 6 treasure chests. Each hour, a new chest appeared, and under her streak of good luck, none had escaped her grasp. Now, at just past 6 o'clock, she knew that complete darkness would envelop the island around 7. The moment the sun kissed the horizon, no further resources would emerge from the sea, and with only half an hour until nightfall, it seemed the system had designed this as a preparation time for survivors. All 6 treasure chests were unlatched and unremarkable. An Ling opened them and began to tally her finds. Scrap iron 5, charcoal 10, ordinary wooden chest keys 2, plastic 8, rope 4, European breads 2, sausages 3, whole wheat bread 2, instant coffee 3. The contents were standard, neither abundant nor scarce. In addition to the 6 chests, An Ling had also managed to fish out 20 pieces of wood and 8 bundles of thatch. With the iron furnace now constructed, ample fuel was essential for her survival. After organizing these supplies, she proceeded to dismantle all 6 wooden crates, marking the completion of her significant task. Additionally, there were 2 keys for wooden boxes, which was indeed fortuitous. An Ling's auspicious fortune was set to last until the early hours of the night, allowing her to utilize it. At this moment, she was filled with eager anticipation. Earlier at noon, she had opened the lightest crate, so this time she resolved to unlock the heaviest one. Inside, she discovered instant rice 3, Lao Gan Ma spicy sauce 1, beef jerky 1 kilogram 1, instant vegetable soup 3. She pondered if she indulged in this bounty. Would those survivors subsisting on compressed biscuits feel a sense of balance? To her astonishment, the heaviest locked crate turned out to be a food box, entirely filled with long-lasting sealed provisions. What a delightful surprise! In this place, who would ever disdain an abundance of food? With renewed enthusiasm, she decisively chose to open one of the remaining locked crates without hesitation. Inside, she found simple triangular fishing net building card, 1, ordinary bait 1 kilogram 1. The contents of this crate were straightforward, comprising merely 2 items, indicating that she would soon be able to fish. Effectively addressing the issue of the dead angle behind the wooden cabin, An Ling picked up the building card and immediately selected to construct, consuming 25 units of plastic, 5 ropes, and 2 pieces of wood. earning herself 2 points. As dusk had not yet fully descended, she navigated along the edge of the wooden cabin to the rear, setting up the fishing net in a manner that spanned a large area, positioned at a 135-degree angle in the 2 corners of the island, resembling a trapezoid spread across the sea. However, instead of scattering the bait, An Ling opted to return inside the cabin to ignite the iron stove. The stove had a capacity of 24 units, with a straw providing 5 minutes of burn time, wood lasting 15 minutes, and charcoal burning for half an hour. She decided to toss in 20 pieces of charcoal, resulting in a remaining burn time of 10 hours, 19 minutes, and 40 seconds. Instantly, the dark wooden cabin was filled with the warm glow of the fire, illuminating her fair and delicate visage with an orange-red hue. At this moment, An Ling chose not to dine. Instead, she washed the little white socks she had removed the previous day and hung them to dry beside the stove, supported by a piece of wood. Fortunately, her hands and feet were not prone to excessive sweating, leaving her socks impeccably clean. Once she completed these tasks, night had fully enveloped the surroundings, accompanied by a system notification. Dear survivors, the 3-day novice protection period has concluded. Prepare to face new challenges. A friendly reminder, at dawn tomorrow, everyone will step onto their first island. Each island is unique, yet all are novice islands with minimal danger. Below are important notes for first-time islanders. Further reminders will not be issued. 1. Each island will present tasks, categorized as fixed and hidden. Tasks vary between islands, and completing any task will allow early departure from the island. 2. The danger level of the islands will gradually increase with the passage of days, capped at 10 days. Within 10 days, should the task remain unfulfilled, one shall eternally accompany the island as it descends into the abyss. The island encompasses all that one desires, with the number of individuals permitted on each isle ranging from 100 to 300, and the area of the islands varies. Survivors may bring any provisions onto the island. Wishing all survivors the best of luck. The luminous screen that appeared this time mirrored that of the first day, manifesting automatically and delivering its announcement. At this moment, the screen has vanished, and An Ling remains in place, somewhat entranced. For reasons unknown, she harbors an unsettling feeling that this expedition to the island is far more complex than the mere acquisition of goods she had envisioned. Chapter 13, The Landing. At this moment, the chat module was abuzz with survivors fervently discussing the announcement. Some had eagerly anticipated the arrival of a landing since their first day here, and this news naturally filled them with excitement. Finally, no more eating compressed biscuits. 6 packets over 3 days. Do you have any idea how I endured that? Exclaimed one. Surely there will be wild game on the island. At last, I can feast on meat. Another chimed in. My friends, we are all on the same channel. If we encounter each other on the same island, why not collaborate? This proposal was met with approval. While the risks may seem minimal, they are not absent. Teaming up could enhance our survival chances. I am an idol. I can sing, dance, and rap. Could someone spare me a bottle of water? Said another, only to be met with a sarcastic retort, get lost. However, the notion of forming teams struck An Ling as exceedingly foolish. Observing the conversations of these survivors, she felt they were underestimating the complexities of their situation. In this unfamiliar territory, hastily teaming up with strangers was far from prudent, with no trust established. Betrayal could occur at any moment. Yet, as An Ling had previously surmised, there truly were individuals who, having done nothing for 3 days, were merely waiting for the landing. She was at a loss for words. Rising to her feet, An Ling picked up her backpack and began to gather her supplies. The satisfying click of the magazine sliding into the gun produced a pleasing metallic sound. As a young man who would not be familiar with a handgun, An Ling could operate it with her eyes closed, though she was uncertain about its recoil. This weapon was essential. It was her only means of self-preservation. Yet, its pink exterior seemed unlikely to deter any unsavory individuals. An Ling was acutely aware of her status as a young woman, and her striking beauty could make her a target for ill intentions in this lawless realm. Thus, she had to ensure her own safety. Beyond that, she needed provisions, for it was likely she would remain on this island for 10 days. Therefore, she must carry all her food just in case. Food, water, a lighter, weapons, and axe. A pickaxe, what else? An Ling scanned the wooden cabin by the firelight to ensure she had not overlooked anything. Wait, will I really need that over these 10 days? She pondered, uncertain of the time. No matter, better safe than sorry, she decided to bring it along, even tossing in her socks for good measure. With that, she felt thoroughly prepared. An Ling placed her backpack beside her bed, ensuring she would not forget it upon waking the next day. At that moment, she also needed to address her dinner. She took out her utensils and set them on the table, rinsed the iron pot with fresh water, filled it with water, and placed it on the iron stove, covering it with a lid. Tonight, she would finally savor a warm meal. Soon, the water in the iron pot began to boil vigorously. An Ling opened a bucket of instant noodles, poured in the boiling water, and added a sausage for good measure. Taking out a steamed bun, she slathered it with chili sauce. At that moment, the noodles were ready. She sat down in her chair and eagerly slurped a mouthful. Ouch, that's hot. At that instant, An Ling had never realized how delectable instant noodles could be. The warm noodles were devoured in no time, and not a drop of the broth was spared. Once she finished her meal, An Ling leaned back in her chair, contentedly patting her belly. What a delight. This was the first warm meal she had in 3 days. She felt her suppressed emotions lifting during this time. Suddenly, as she reclined in her chair, a faint vibration in her right hand caught her attention. Upon activating her screen, she saw that Survivor 37 was messaging her. Hey, if we end up on the same island tomorrow, can we team up? An Ling initially considered dismissing the message, thinking it unlikely that they would both end up on the same island among so many people, 10,000 in the channel and only a few hundred on island. However, the next message resonated deeply with her. Brother, I've been frail and sickly since childhood, and I doubt I could handle the island. You've spoken to me the most these past few days, and you've been so kind. An Ling could relate, having once been a boy who struggled in sports, often performing worse than the girls. How can a man say he can't do it? You can surely. If by chance we meet, I will definitely team up with you. She replied. Thank you, brother. Came a response. By the way, what is your name? An Ling inquired. Shenrue, he answered. I'm An Ling, she replied, closing the chat. Even if they did not meet on the island tomorrow, An Ling resolved to assist him within her means in the future. In truth, the issue lay not with him, but rather his crippling self-doubt. He constantly began every endeavor with self-denial and a lack of confidence. An Ling had been the same way in the past. For some reason, since becoming a girl, her mindset seemed to have shifted, and she felt liberated from those previous shortcomings. After this brief interlude, An Ling washed up as best she could under limited conditions. As long as she wasn't particularly dirty, the decline in her cleanliness was rather slow. However, with the passage of days, if bathing remained impossible, that decline would only accelerate. After completing her routine, she finally lay down in bed, ready to sleep. As her thoughts drifted to how the survivors might manage to reach the island, she unknowingly slipped into slumber. Coo, coo, coo. The calls of birds echoed around her, reverberating through the forest, and a drowsy An Ling felt as though she had returned to her original world. It is inconceivable for such a bird to manifest upon the sea. She rubbed her weary eyes, momentarily believing she had awakened from a dream. The sky was shrouded in a dim light, a consequence of the nascent dawn. Surrounding her was a thicket of wild grass, and not far off loomed a foreboding forest, from whence the calls of birds echoed. As she turned her head, An Ling caught sight of her backpack, realizing that everything was indeed real. Unbeknownst to her, she had arrived at this island. The horizon stretched infinitely, rendering it hardly recognizable as an island at all. So, she had truly come. An Ling rose to her feet and stretched her limbs, having anticipated a formal island arrival ceremony from the system, only to be taken aback by the abrupt forced transportation. At that moment, the ring on her right middle finger once again emitted a radiant light. Chapter 14. The Unknown Beasts. Island name. Novice Isle objective. Survive for 10 days. Introduction. The island is rich in mineral resources and various food sources, once ruled by a slave master. In the center lies a grand estate filled with his spoils, though it is said to be locked and abandoned. Its truth remains uncertain. All functions, except for crafting and deconstruction, will be disabled on the island. Countdown 5, 4, 3. This luminous curtain hovered before An Ling, and once the countdown concluded, it vanished. No matter how she manipulated the ring in her hand, there was no response. As the system indicated, it had indeed shut down completely. She could only rely on herself now. The introduction contained a modicum of information, prompting her to ponder. However, as previously stated, every island harbored two types of quests. Could the hidden task be related to the estate? The primary quest was simply to survive for 10 days. Given that this was a novice isle, it should pose little challenge compared to the majority of survivalists. An Ling surveyed her surroundings. Dawn had broken, and she could easily discern directions by the sun's position. Facing the sun, east lay before her, west behind, north to her left, and south to her right. This was a mnemonic she had learned in elementary school, and, as someone notoriously directionally challenged, she had relied on this rhyme throughout her life to navigate. With her backpack secured, she prepared to set forth, rotating her pendant to invoke today's blessing. She hoped for a stroke of good fortune, which would alleviate any concerns. Acquired blessing pendant bonus. Resilient spirit. Though the body may falter, the will shall endure, enhancing various physical attributes. Remaining time, 19 hours, 03 minutes. 21 seconds. An Ling tugged at her hoodie collar and glanced down at the pendant, which bore the image of a golden figure, arms raised in a display of strength. Yet, besides that, she caught sight of some rather inappropriate details. An Ling felt a blush creep on her cheeks, clearing her throat. Calm down, this is my own body. With 19 hours remaining, it was approximately 5 o'clock. Although the system was inoperative, she could still gauge the time by observing the remaining duration of her pendant's blessing. Knowing the time always brought her a sense of inexplicable comfort. With her backpack slung over her shoulder, An Ling set off towards the rising sun. At that moment, she felt as light as a feather, walking with remarkable ease. This blessing was indeed extraordinary. Her foremost task was to ascertain her precise location to navigate accurately towards the island center. She merely hoped that the path ahead did not lead to the shoreline. Choosing not to venture into the nearby, foreboding woods, she continued along the grassy plains beneath her feet towards the east. An hour later, the day had brightened considerably. Yet her line of sight still revealed no end in sight. With the blessing's enhancement, An Ling felt her pace was brisk, indicating that this island was larger than she had anticipated. Yet, there exists another possibility. She is currently advancing toward the island center. Wasn't it said that resources were abundant? An Ling felt somewhat at a loss, for all that surrounded her were trees and grass, devoid of any hint of resources. Nonetheless, she unconsciously quickened her pace. For once noon arrived, discerning her direction would become exceedingly challenging. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted as a flock of birds took flight from the distant woods, scattering in all directions. An Ling froze, sensing that something was amiss. What could it be, human or beast? If it were a beast, her predicament would become perilous, and any hasty movement now might alert it to her presence. After all, the hearing of most wild animals is several times more acute than that of an ordinary human. After standing still for 10 minutes, with no sounds emanating from the woods, An Ling's heartbeat began to steady. Damn, she nearly forgot that she possessed a firearm. The pink Glock in her hand provided her with a sense of reassurance, emboldening her to venture directly into the forest. Since this was supposedly a low-risk novice island, she refused to believe that bears or tigers could lurk here, aside from such formidable creatures who could withstand a handgun's bullets. As she entered the woods, the ground was littered with fallen leaves and dry branches, making silence nearly impossible. Soon, following the direction in which the birds had fled, she discovered bloodstains on the ground, leading her to the vicinity of her destination. There lay a deceased spotted deer. Its body rested beside a tree, its antlers broken in half, presumably from a recent collision with the trunk. Approaching the front, a gaping, blood-soaked wound was revealed before An Ling. The deer's belly bore a massive gash, seemingly inflicted by some ferocious beast, with its entrails hanging grotesquely outside its body, an unsettling sight indeed. Blood continued to flow, indicating that the deer had dragged its injured form here before succumbing to death. An Ling immediately heightened her vigilance, scanning her surroundings. The sky had brightened considerably, affording her unprecedented visibility, Yet the area remained eerily tranquil, devoid of any semblance of danger. Recalling the system's prompt, she approached the carcass of the deer, and indeed, a button indicating it could be dismantled appeared. In an instant, the entire body of the deer was disassembled, transforming into blood-red chunks of meat. Acquired venison 10, sinew 1, hide 1, antlers 2. An Ling opted to collect the other 3 items, deeming them functional resources. As for the venison, disregarding the fact that her backpack lacked preservation capabilities, the mere knowledge that it had been slain by an unknown creature deterred her from taking it. Here, without tools, she had no means to cook. And who could say whether it harbored any viruses? Having gathered these resources, An Ling promptly departed from the scene, returning to the open grassy area and choosing to proceed eastward. However, this time, her right hand remained snugly within the pocket of her sweatshirt, prepared to confront any potential dangers that may arise. Uncertain of how long she had been walking eastward, the sun was nearly overhead, and the blessed An Ling finally began to feel a twinge of fatigue. The gentle breeze that greeted her brought a refreshing coolness, infused with a hint of briny salt. She stood still, realizing that fortune had not favored her this time. An Ling had strayed from her path. Traversing the woods before her, she soon discovered that the coastline lay not far ahead. As she ventured deeper into the forest, the trees grew increasingly sparse, and the earth began to transform into sandy terrain. At this threshold, a grove of bamboo thrived, and through the swaying stalks, she caught sight of several coconut trees dotting the nearby shore. Chapter 15. Encountering Survivors Bamboo. Versatile and can be felled with axe-like tools. An Ling gazed quizzically at the ring adorning her right hand. It appeared that although its primary functionality had been disabled, the initial resource notifications remained intact. Indeed, it resembled the survival crafting game she had previously played, where wood and bamboo necessitated an axe for harvesting. Fortunately, An Ling had prudently equipped herself with both tools. Otherwise, procuring scrap metal on-site to forge one would have posed quite the challenge. Aware of the potential significance of these materials for her future endeavors, she promptly extracted her axe and commenced her task. The process differed from reality, yet it seemed somewhat reliant on her personal strength. Each strike of the axe against the bamboo manifested as a diminishing health bar, with varying reductions corresponding to her exertion. As the health bar dwindled, a bamboo stalk collapsed with a resounding thud, allowing her to easily deconstruct it. Thankfully, her current fortitude was bolstered by a blessing, or else these few bamboo shoots would have thoroughly exhausted her. Resources acquired: bamboo x50, bamboo shoots x4. Splendid, not too much, not too little, exactly a bundle of bamboo. After completing one set, An Ling resolved to divert her attention toward procuring coconuts. As for how to retrieve coconuts from palm trees, the solution was straightforward: simply fell the trees. Bang, bang, bang. After half an hour of labor, she had successfully hewn down 3 coconut trees, yielding a total of 9 coconuts and 12 pieces of timber. With 2 of the felled logs serving as makeshift seats, An Ling settled beneath the shade of the trees and rummaged through her backpack to prepare her midday meal. A steamed bun paired with whole grain bread, accompanied by a bottle of water, sufficed to satiate her hunger. Following this simple repast, An Ling allowed herself a moment of respite. At this juncture, the sun hung high above, and amidst the cacophony of the surroundings, she found herself devoid of any discernible paths, rendering her incapable of retracing her steps. She would have to wait until afternoon to embark on a different route back. Moreover, she needed to contemplate her resting arrangements for the night. Given her current distance, it was evident that she would not reach the estate at the island's center before darkness fell. Spending the first night in the wilderness of this unknown isle was an undoubtedly perilous undertaking. Yet, having strayed from her intended path, she had little choice. After her brief interlude, An Ling resumed her journey, deliberately avoiding retracing her steps to enhance her chances of encountering additional resources along the way. Before long, she returned to the location where she had initially awakened, though it struck her as peculiar that she had not come across any resources during her trek. This was inconsistent with the system's descriptions. This time, she intentionally traversed the higher terrain, quickly ascending a small hill, which, despite its designation, was merely a modest mound. Her view, now level with the distant forest, obscured her line of sight. However, upon closer inspection, An Ling discerned that to delve deeper, she would need to navigate through the dense thicket ahead. Furrowing her brow, she recognized this was not a favorable sign. It was all too easy to become disoriented within such a labyrinthine forest. Yet, it seemed there was no alternative route to the heart of the island. As for detouring, who knows if this forest has completely encircled the manor? Is it possible that all resources are situated at the heart of the island? This seems to be compelling all survivors to venture there. After pondering for a moment, An Ling resolutely decided to set off, carrying all her provisions in her backpack. 10 days would be woefully insufficient. Remaining on the periphery would only lead to a slow demise. As she entered the forest, her senses heightened. The trees towered tall and straight, with lush leaves at their crowns obscuring the sky. An Ling touched the trunk of a tree, and information immediately materialized. Birch tree can be felled with an axe, wood is hard, and possesses excellent water resistance. Birch trees? Is this not a species that thrives in frigid climates? How could it possibly exist on an island? Such inexplicable phenomena seemed to surpass her understanding. However, considering she had already traversed realms, it was hardly surprising. An Ling marked each tree trunk with her axe, a laborious task, but the simplest method to avoid losing her way in the dense woods. The terrain was uneven, proving quite unfriendly to her casual footwear. The ground was overrun with weeds, swarming with mosquitoes, and occasionally she spotted enormous, unidentified insects. Besides the refreshing air, there was little to commend this place. As she pressed on, suddenly her path was obstructed by a steep slope descending rapidly, revealing a small river at its base. Gazing out, it appeared that this river cleaved the forest in two, rendering any attempt to cross futile. An Ling had no choice but to scan the steep banks for a potential detour. If this river trapped her here, it would spell disaster. Soon, she discovered a cave not far across the river, faint glimmers of firelight flickering within. Someone, it must be a fellow survivor. An Ling followed the incline of the opposite bank and indeed found a massive, broken tree trunk that spanned the gap, serving as a bridge. This trunk was remarkably sturdy, requiring at least 3 people to encircle it. Its interior was hollow, having long succumbed to decay, the breakage there for an indeterminate number of years. Traversing the trunk produced creaking sounds, as though it might give way at any moment. Fortunately, nothing untoward occurred, and An Ling successfully reached the other side. At that moment, someone emerged from the cave, possibly drawn by the sound she had just made. It was a middle-aged man with a buzz cut, slightly portly, clad in blue overalls. He waved at An Ling. "Hey, over here." "Indeed, a survivor. How fortuitous." An Ling responded, making her way toward the cave. Initially, she was reluctant to team up with strangers, but this island was undeniably peculiar. If danger truly lurked, it would be difficult for her, as a young woman, to survive alone. "Sir," An Ling said, not particularly skilled in social interactions, yet she approached him politely to express her courtesy. "Little girl, are you trapped here as well?" The elderly man appeared to exhibit considerable excitement, perhaps deriving a sense of security from encountering a kindred spirit in such a desolate place. Indeed, the guidance had consistently urged one to venture towards the heart of the island, yet the periphery offered little in terms of resources, leaving no choice but to risk entering the forest. An Ling briefly recounted her experiences to him, only to be met with a look of perplexity from the old man. "Guidance? What guidance? Are you implying that you intend to go to that manor? I barely managed to escape from there." At this juncture, the old man seemed to recall some harrowing experience, and a flicker of trepidation momentarily crossed his features. Chapter 16. The Peculiar Individual. What do you mean? You awoke near the mansion at the heart of the island? This should be a fortuitous event. Why does the other party appear so terrified? Awaken? What do you mean by awaken? I have been surviving here for 10 days. You are not a survivor. Who are you? As the man spoke, his gaze turned fierce, and he immediately reached out towards An Ling. Fortunately, there was some distance between them, and An Ling had already sensed something amiss from his erratic behavior, remaining vigilant. She swiftly took a step back, creating space between them. You are not a seeker of survival? Who are you? An Ling was equally taken aback. How could someone who appeared utterly normal not be a survivor? This was inconceivable. The atmosphere instantly became tense. The man seemed somewhat deranged, recalling some horrific event, shouting, "This is all your fault. I want you dead." The chilling sound of a gun being cocked echoed, the cold barrel aimed directly at the man's head. He suddenly froze, appearing to regain his composure, yet a hint of resentment lingered in his eyes. "Do you really believe that wielding a toy gun can intimidate me?" He spat vehemently. "You may certainly attempt it, should you possess a second life," An Ling retorted icily, her anger suppressing her fear, rendering her less intimidated. The man stood frozen, momentarily hesitant to act recklessly. "Get out of here!" An Ling's fierce shout startled him, causing him to tremble and quickly flee deeper into the forest. As he disappeared from view, she lowered her weapon, inhaling deeply, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. She lived in a society governed by law, yet found herself in this lawless realm, understanding that in critical moments, she must not display weakness. The fact that he was not a survivor was bewildering. How could this be? An Ling struggled to accept this reality. Indeed, this so-called novice island of the system was rife with abnormalities. Entering a cave, she found the space small, dry, and warm, with a bonfire lit in the center and signs of the man's attempts to create fire nearby. The innermost area was layered with thick branches and leaves, indicating he had not merely arrived there recently. On the other side lay a pile of wood, evidently accumulated for sustaining the flame. Is this his backpack? An Ling pushed aside the leaves to reveal the man's backpack, brown and worn, appearing quite tattered and empty. Nevertheless, she chose to open it. A strong metallic scent of blood assaulting her senses as the interior was marred with dried bloodstains, revealing it contained nothing. An Ling inspected the other compartments of the backpack and surprisingly felt 3 cards. Holding them in her hand, she found all 3 to be silver in hue. And upon flipping them over, each displayed an identical pattern, a square map of grass. These are 3 cornerstone cards. An Ling contemplated the nature of the 3 cards, realizing they could represent any object. However, she never anticipated that they were all cornerstone cards. The only means to acquire cornerstone cards was through the redemption of points. And since she was not a survivor, how could she possibly possess such cards? In frustration, An Ling cast the backpack into the fire and turned away from the cave, resolutely venturing deeper into the unknown. Although this place served as an excellent spot for an overnight stay, there lingered the possibility of an enemy's return, a risk she could not afford to take. Countless questions plagued her mind. The resources on this island were scarcely sufficient, bordering on barren. The presence of unknown beasts and peculiar humans. Could these be linked to the so-called hidden tasks? Or perhaps the truth lay concealed within the manor at the island's heart. As dusk approached, An Ling felt an urgency to find shelter. After an entire day, aside from gathering a few coconuts along the island's edge, she had encountered no food. Tomorrow, she must venture to the manor to uncover its mysteries. However, locating another cave would prove challenging, and the rudimentary tent she had unlocked offered little security. Most troubling, An Ling lacked straw, which was nowhere to be found on the island, rendering her unable to construct a proper shelter. Marking her path, An Ling hastened deeper into the forest. Along the way, she passed a massive rock formation, beneath which lay a sheltered alcove reminiscent of a roof overhang. While it could serve as a temporary refuge, it was clearly not the ideal choice, so she pressed onward in search of a more suitable location. Should she fail to find one before nightfall, she would have no choice but to make do beneath the boulder. Judging by her current progress, she was certain to reach the manor by tomorrow. Her only concern was the uncertainty of her blessings. If fortune favored her, it would hold little significance in this desolate place. The dense birch forest towered into the sky, its floor a tapestry of leaves and dappled light, creating a dappled effect. Yet, not far ahead, an unusual clearing emerged, shrouded in shadow, revealing a barren patch of land. It was indeed peculiar to find such an open space amidst the woods, and in its center stood a dilapidated wooden cabin, appearing fragile enough to be easily demolished. There were no signs of trees having been felled in the vicinity, as if the woods had never flourished here. Upon pushing open the cabin's wooden door, a wave of decay assaulted her senses. confirming her suspicions that this place had long been abandoned. The interior was sparsely furnished, containing only a rudimentary wooden bed and a wooden chest, with no other amenities in sight. An Ling tested the walls of the cabin, discovering they were sturdier than she had anticipated. This would serve as her shelter for the night. Though it bore an unpleasant odor, it was certainly preferable to spending the night exposed beneath the rock. With a quick tidying of the space, An Ling found a modicum of psychological comfort in the cabin, even if it could not offer her substantial protection. Moreover, she did not intend to slumber here as she would on her own island. Vigilance was paramount in this place. Certainly, had she been accompanied by teammates, they could have taken turns to guard the night while resting. However, An Ling was indifferent. There were distinct advantages to being a lone wolf. As twilight approached, An Ling set down her backpack and swiftly gathered an assortment of branches and leaves from the surroundings. She had recently attempted to chop a birch tree, but its hardness proved too taxing, consuming her energy and wasting precious time, likely a fault of the axe. Before long, she had ignited a small campfire within the wooden cabin, illuminating the darkness. If this island harbored any ferocious beasts, she surmised they would surely be intimidated by the flickering flames. Chapter 17. The stalker An Ling sat at the edge of her bed, extracting provisions from her backpack to address her hunger. The last remaining bag of whole wheat bread, accompanied by a packet of cream bread, was complemented by a few strips of beef jerky, which she savored with delight. Fortunately, her backpack had been reinforced, rendering the weight of these supplies negligible, and she had ample fresh water. After finishing her evening meal, An Ling incinerated the food packaging waste while adding more firewood to ensure a prolonged burn time. The night had enveloped the entire forest, plunging her surroundings into an eerie silence, devoid of even the faintest sound of insects or birds. Stepping outside the wooden cabin, An Ling sought to observe if there were any other sources of light on the island, ascertaining the number and locations of potential survivors. After all, the encounter she had experienced that afternoon was exceedingly bizarre, leading her to question whether anyone else inhabited the island besides herself. Yet, disappointment washed over her. The location was deeply nestled within the forest, with dense foliage and towering trees obscuring her view from any other potential flames. Moreover, whether others possessed a means to ignite a fire remained uncertain. Just as An Ling contemplated returning to the cabin, a sudden chill ran down her spine as she turned. Her heart raced, for not far behind her, a flicker of light emerged. Though faint in the enveloping darkness of the night, it shone like a beacon, and she could not have mistaken it. She vividly recalled the path she had taken, where nothing had been present until now. Could it be that someone had returned? Without hesitation, An Ling hurried back to the cabin, extinguished her fire, and gripped her handgun tightly, holding her breath as she meticulously observed her surroundings, daring not to make a sound. It was impossible that it was the same man from before. Someone was indeed trailing her. Time seemed to stretch interminably as An Ling felt as though she had endured an hour of torment, though in actuality, only a mere 10 minutes had passed. The silence persisted, and her heartbeat gradually slowed as she regained her composure, though an undercurrent of anxiety still coursed through her. Peering through the small window of the decaying cabin towards the direction she had come, darkness enveloped everything. There was no sign of the flame. Had the other party extinguished their fire, realizing her presence? Resolutely, An Ling decided to leave the cabin and venture deeper into the woods, but as she took a step, she froze. In this impenetrable darkness, moving forward was nearly impossible, and she risked losing her way. She could not afford to leave the cabin now. Yet if she remained, what if the individual behind her pursued? Should she confront them head-on? An Ling returned to her previous position, curling up in the corner of the wooden bed, her gaze fixated on the doorway and window. At that moment, she even pondered the possibility of a head appearing silently at the window. Unable to leave the cabin, she could only remain alert, every sense heightened, refusing to allow even a moment of relaxation. Tonight, she must not succumb to slumber. Time passed unmeasured, and this aimless waiting was the most effective way to drain one's spirit. Fortunately, An Ling possessed her pendant, which allowed her to gauge the passage of time. Remaining time, 0 hours 0 minutes 32 seconds. As she observed the seconds dwindle, she understood that midnight was imminent. The looming unknown danger rendered her utterly unable to feel drowsy, and she merely wished to endure until dawn. As the countdown reached its conclusion, An Ling promptly rotated the pendant, though the pattern eluded her sight, leaving her to rely solely on the emerging notification. Acquired blessing pendant enhancement. Guaranteed hits for fishing, throwing, ranged attacks, etc. Remaining time, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 54 seconds. It was indeed a guarantee of accuracy, and An Ling exhaled with a semblance of relief. While this blessing was not the optimal choice for her current predicament, it did imbue her with a substantial sense of confidence. At least in this moment, she would not be firing blanks. In comparison to the assurance of guaranteed success and her indomitable spirit, she yearned for sheer fortune. Yet luck was a passive skill, devoid of any direct enhancement to bolster her sense of security. Time, 2:00 a.m. An Ling slightly relaxed her vigilance, suspecting that her adversary, perhaps like herself, chose not to advance recklessly into the night. She resolved to hold out until dawn to uncover the truth. Time, 4:00 a.m. An Ling was on the verge of sleep, having endured a long day of travel. Fatigue weighed heavily upon her, and the sleepless night was pushing her body to its limits. At that moment, she pondered whether this was merely a coincidence, a product of her overactive imagination, and if perhaps there was no real danger at all. Time, 6:00 a.m. An Ling had unknowingly curled up in a corner and fallen asleep, though her breathing remained light, preventing her from entering a deep slumber. The dawn had arrived, but unbeknownst to her, a thick fog had enveloped the forest, obscuring all sense of direction. Crack! The sound of a breaking branch jolted An Ling awake. She instinctively raised her handgun, scanning her surroundings. At the entrance, a spotted deer had pushed open the wooden door, lowering its head to sniff at something. Upon noticing An Ling's awakening, it too was startled and hurriedly fled. Yet, An Ling's gaze was drawn to the deer's side, where a large, irregular scar mirrored the one on the creature she had dissected the day prior. She hastily pursued the deer outside the wooden cabin, only to find that the forest had been shrouded in fog, rendering it impossible to locate the creature, which had vanished into the mist. An Ling halted, estimating that the fog's visibility was less than 15 meters. Leaving the cabin now could easily lead her to become utterly lost within the woods. She returned to the cabin, her stomach grumbling after nearly an entire night of fasting. She needed to replenish her strength. As for the fog, she could only hope it would dissipate once the sun had fully risen. She retrieved 2 European rolls and a sausage from her backpack, swiftly consuming them, and then sipped some mineral water, quietly awaiting the passing of time within the cabin. After nearly an hour, the fog in the forest had noticeably thinned. An Ling glanced at her pendant to confirm the time. It is now a little past 7 in the morning, and she has resolved to no longer squander her time. The visibility outside has improved to 50 meters, and the location of the fire from yesterday lies no more than 200 meters away from her. Along her journey, she has marked her path, ensuring she knows the way back, while also harboring suspicions that her pursuer has been tracking her based on these markings. An Ling hoists her backpack onto her shoulders. As long as her adversary is not some malevolent creature, she is determined to uncover the truth. Often, it is the potential and unknown dangers that prove to be the most terrifying. Chapter 18. Supernatural Phenomena Following the Original Markers. An Ling meticulously confirmed each sign along her return journey, wary of potential deception. However, after half an hour, her expression had grown increasingly grave. Even without the blessings from the previous day, having replenished her energy and restored her stamina, it was reasonable to assume she should have traversed the 200 meters within that time frame. Yet, at this moment, she found no trace of a fire having been lit, leading her to a singular conclusion. Her adversary had departed before her and had concealed their tracks. As this unsettling thought crossed her mind, a wave of dread enveloped her. The trees around her became sparse, revealing a small clearing choked with weeds, upon which stood a dilapidated, decaying wooden cabin. She had followed the markers faithfully. There was no possibility of error, and she had traversed this path just the day prior. There had been no cabin here at all. Cautiously, An Ling approached the structure, striving to remain as silent as the grave. Reaching the side of the cabin, she peered through a window to observe the interior, which was empty. Yet she could not dismiss the possibility of someone lurking in the shadows. Slowly, she made her way to the front, silently arriving at the door. Holding her breath, she inhaled deeply. With a resounding crash, the decrepit door was dislodged from its frame by her forceful kick, flying into the cabin. An Ling immediately aimed her gun inside. No one was present. The tension that had gripped her heart finally eased as she stepped inside, but as her left foot crossed the threshold, she noticed the ashes staining her white shoes, remnants of the firewood burned after the bonfire had extinguished. The layout of this cabin mirrored that of her own, and it was entirely plausible for a fire to have been lit in this very spot. What puzzled her was why this cabin existed here, and where had the individual who had been following her vanished to. However, when her gaze fell upon the makeshift wooden bed, she was struck with shock. An empty plastic water bottle lay there, precisely the same one she had left after breakfast that morning. This was not her adversary's cabin. It was her own. An Ling's mind went blank as she swiftly retreated, inspecting the surrounding woods in both directions. Without a doubt, there were markers she had previously placed on either side. She promptly retraced her steps, and after half an hour, she found herself back at the cabin from which she had departed that morning. Identical in every detail, and astonishingly, the cabin door had also collapsed inside. Continuing onward, she noted that this area had been marked as well. In an instant, she could no longer discern which way was forward and which was back. How could this be? The entire situation was utterly bizarre, far beyond the grasp of her rational mind. An Ling forced herself to regain her composure, pondering where the flaw in her reasoning lay. Suddenly, a story her grandmother had recounted in her childhood came to mind. Could this be a case of the ghost wall? Yet An Ling remained skeptical. This time, she chose to proceed forward, towards the heart of the island. Her heart was laden with trepidation and unease, and indeed, the wooden cabin reappeared before her eyes. Yet this time, it was different. A figure stood beside the cabin. Was this the person who had been following her, or perhaps another survivor? With a sense of doubt, An Ling tucked her pistol into the pocket of her hoodie, gripping the handle firmly as she cautiously approached the stranger. He was a boy who appeared to be of similar age, with an air of bookishness, adorned with round spectacles. He wore a green knitted vest over a light blue autumn shirt, complemented by gray denim jeans. He was even shorter than An Ling, standing at approximately 165 centimeters. Upon noticing An Ling's cold demeanor as she approached, he was taken aback. However, An Ling would not be deceived by his seemingly timid appearance. She maintained a safe distance, halting about 5 meters away from him. The boy's expression was a peculiar blend of concern and fear, and he did not initiate conversation, clearly indicating that he was not a typical survivor. When survivors encountered one another, they should express joy, not exhibit such a reaction. Why are you following me? Are you a survivor? How many days have you been here? An Ling shouted, firing off 3 questions in rapid succession. With her previous experience in mind, she was determined not to reveal her identity as a survivor too easily. I. The boy seemed momentarily flustered by An Ling's barrage of inquiries. At a loss for words. Speak. An Ling glared at him, nearly ready to draw her pistol to threaten him. Yet that was her trump card, and she would not expose it unless absolutely necessary, unless she intended to kill him. Not to mention, the sound of a gunshot would likely alert most of the island's inhabitants. And she was not that impulsive. Please, don't be so fierce, he stammered, instinctively taking a step back, bewildered by the abnormality of encountering such a person after arriving on the island. Spare me the nonsense and speak quickly. Seeing him retreat, An Ling stepped forward, her gaze fixed intently on him. Today, isn't it the 2nd day? I just arrived. I wasn't following you. The boy could not fathom why An Ling would ask such a question about how many days they had been on the island. Was it truly a coincidence? An Ling began to realize that he was indeed a survivor, yet she remained vigilant, for they were trapped in a surreal loop. How did you get in here? I just walked in, he replied, a look of confusion etched on his face. An Ling paused, realizing she might have misjudged him. His demeanor suggested he was rather timid and likely not the one who had been stalking her. Or perhaps the firelight she had seen the previous night had actually originated from her own actions. But then, that would be even more absurd. Was it possible there were 2 An Lings? I apologize for any misunderstanding. I may have misinterpreted the situation. I find myself in a perplexing predicament, and I suspect I'm being followed. Your unexpected presence near the cabin further contributed to my misapprehension. An Ling's tone softened as she expressed remorse for her earlier impulsive behavior. It's quite all right, the other party replied, finally releasing the tension that had gripped him. An Ling observed as he exhaled deeply, a sign of his relief. The phenomenon of being in a state of confusion, often referred to as a ghost wall, occurs when an individual lacks clear reference points in an unfamiliar environment, resulting in a disorienting blend of visual and auditory perceptions. This complex condition can stem from a confluence of physiological and psychological factors. He adjusted his thick glasses with a finger, indicating that this issue typically arises from multiple influences significantly intertwined with one's mental state. An Ling was taken aback by his astute explanation. She had not anticipated his depth of understanding. Are you suggesting that this predicament is of my own making? Chapter 19. Emerging from the illusion, do you believe in ghosts? The other person inquired. An Ling shook her head. Then, that is the most scientific explanation. Do you wish to hear more? No, thank you. An Ling decisively declined, her mind preoccupied with finding a way to escape this cycle, uninterested in the soporific knowledge being presented. If such an explanation were indeed reasonable, then the problem must lie with her. Given that the other person was able to enter, could she not follow him out as well? I may require your assistance. What is your name? An Ling resolved to accompany him in an attempt to break free from this predicament. Chun Rue, as inauspicious. He replied, What did you say your name was? An Ling asked, startled. Could it be mere coincidence? Chun Rue. This question rendered him momentarily insecure. Survivor 37? An Ling preferred to believe it was a case of sharing a name. How do you know? But soon, Chun Rue regained his composure. You. Are you 520? I am An Ling, and I too find it quite coincidental. Chun Rue found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to continue the conversation. He had always assumed she was male, only to discover she was a beauty, and they met in such an unusual manner. Then it is all the better. Let's travel together. An Ling felt relieved, stepping closer to Chun Rue and patting him on the shoulder. Let's go. Oh, all right. Chun Rue quickly followed, his cheeks slightly flushed. What is the matter? Are you shy speaking with me? An Ling chuckled, causing Chun Rue to momentarily lose his train of thought, hastily averting his gaze. I know. You simply don't know how to converse with girls. Do you? An Ling interrupted him, leaving Chun Rue momentarily stunned. To avoid further awkwardness, he swiftly changed the subject. Sister, why are we heading back? An Ling, perceiving his unease, chose not to tease him further. Let us first retrace our steps and see if we can find that wooden cabin. Oh, Chun Rue nodded, silently opting to walk beside her without pressing the matter further. When conversing with girls, it is best to avoid saying, oh. Why? Never mind. Oh, okay. At that moment, the thick fog had completely dissipated, and the entire forest was filled with the fresh air of dawn. An Ling kept estimating the passage of time, and half an hour later, they had indeed not encountered the wooden cabin again. Could it truly be her fault? Yet, she did not feel reassured. Instead, she chose to continue retracing her original path. After nearly an hour, the two had still not come across the cabin. Strange. An Ling halted, unwilling to proceed further. For it would not be long before she would find herself back at that cave. Sister, why have we stopped? Chun Rue asked, perplexed. We are returning. Oh, okay. The two individuals began retracing their steps, realizing that blindly exploring such a forest was a foolish endeavor, devoid of any resources. Soon, they returned to the vicinity of the quaint wooden cabin. Both were of a rather frail constitution, and this back-and-forth journey had exhausted them considerably. An Ling stepped forward to inspect their surroundings, only to find that even the previous markers had vanished, as if everything that had transpired was but a figment of her imagination. Although Chun Rue felt a sense of bewilderment, An Ling chose not to enlighten him. Let us take a moment to rest in the cabin, An Ling suggested, as the time neared noon, necessitating a replenishment of their strength before they could continue their journey. Chun Rue nodded and accompanied her into the small wooden shelter. Indeed, it's not merely my imagination, An Ling murmured, her pupils narrowing at the sight of a long, rectangular key that had mysteriously appeared on the simple wooden bed. She approached and picked it up. It was roughly the length of her fingers. "What is this?" Chen Rui was equally perplexed. Prior to meeting An Ling, he had inspected this cabin and found nothing amiss. Yet, he was inclined to believe that someone had deliberately placed it there. "Perhaps it is a key to a treasure chest," An Ling jested, settling herself on the edge of the bed and beginning to retrieve food from her backpack to address her hunger for lunch. Noticing Chen Rui still standing awkwardly, An Ling patted the bed beside her. "What are you waiting for? Sit down." Reluctantly, he complied, taking a seat beside her. The bed was not spacious, and An Ling avoided positioning herself too close to the edge, lest she soil her clothing. This resulted in a distance between them of merely a fist's width, allowing Chen Rui to catch a whiff of An Ling's subtle fragrance, causing his cheeks to flush deeper. An Ling was preoccupied with contemplating the series of supernatural occurrences she had encountered over the past few days, while also noting that her provisions were dwindling. At the current rate, if they did not reach the island center within 3 days, it seemed that nearly all survivors would face starvation. Yet, the mystery of whether the island's center held any resources or food remained unsolved. This was the so-called Novice Island, as described by the system. For lunch, she had a packet of compressed biscuits, a bag of cream bread, and half a bottle of water from that morning. The food was swiftly consumed, and upon glancing at Chen Rui, she observed him timidly eating his own meal, a bag of buttered toast, chewed at a leisurely pace. An Ling said nothing, instead pondering whether she had any tools at her disposal for crafting, as drawing a gun in the face of danger was not an ideal solution. To her surprise, she discovered she did indeed possess such tools. Deer antler bow, exquisitely crafted, economical and practical. Required materials: deer antlers X2, deer hide X1, deer tendon X1. Points gained X1. This was precisely the material she had acquired from disassembling the Sika deer last time, bringing her a flicker of joy. Although she lacked archery skills, she possessed the uncanny ability to hit her target every time. Upon its completion, the bow, crafted entirely from interwoven deer antlers and enveloped in deer hide, felt weighty in hand, particularly at the midpoint of the bowstring, designed to facilitate a more effective draw. Chen Rui was taken aback when An Ling suddenly produced a bow. "Sister, is this the weapon you acquired from your survival pack?" he inquired. An Ling nodded, affirming his assumption. As for the construction of arrows, there existed various methods. However, the deer antler bow presently supported only the most rudimentary option, wooden arrows. The creation of such arrows necessitated feathers, yet not a single bird feather was to be found in the vicinity. Consequently, An Ling resorted to using a broken makeshift wooden fork as a substitute for an arrow. After a brief attempt, she found it challenging to wield, with a limited range of less than 10 meters due to the excessive weight of the wooden fork. Clearly, acquiring bird feathers was essential for crafting proper arrows. With a sigh, An Ling stowed the deer antler bow into her backpack, and, upon witnessing Chen Rui finish his meal, rose to depart. Chapter 20. The enormous ancient tree by the way. What is your random weapon? An Ling seemed to have never paid attention to this aspect of information. What if everyone had a gun? Nunchaku. Chen Rui replied honestly, this thing would only end up hitting myself. Don't be disheartened. We can still craft other weapons in the future, An Ling said with a hint of schadenfreude, offering a rather perfunctory consolation. She sensed that this fellow was timid to the core and could only awkwardly attempt to lighten the atmosphere. She wondered where he found the courage to venture deeper into the island. 2 hours later, the trees within the forest had grown increasingly lush, and the risk of getting lost loomed ever closer. "Sister, I have a premonition that we are almost out," Chen Rui suddenly blurted out. An Ling nodded in agreement, choosing not to speak. Indeed, since traveling alongside Chen Rui, everything seemed to have become considerably smoother. They had not encountered any bizarre occurrences along the way. Sure enough, in less than half an hour, their gaze pierced through the forest to behold the scenery beyond, a vast grassland. The terrain was remarkably flat, covered in lush green grass that beckoned one to lie down upon it. The two quickened their pace, and before long, they reached the forest's edge. They had finally emerged, An Ling began to suspect that this lad was indeed favored by fortune. However, upon arriving at the forest periphery and glancing to either side, the boundary between the forest and grassland was strikingly even, presenting a perfect arc. It appeared as though this forest had elegantly encircled the grassland before them. Isn't this a deserted island? How could such a boundary form naturally? Chun Rue marveled at the wonders of this place for the first time. Foolish. Didn't the introduction mention that people once lived here? An Ling shot him a glance. Yet the weeds underfoot were uneven, and the forest was strewn with fallen leaves. They had not discovered any signs of habitation along their journey. Even if it were man-made, after such a long time, there should be. All right, enough of that. Let us move forward. An Ling, unsure how to respond, walked towards the grassland, relying on the afternoon sun for direction. Oh, wait for me. Chun Rue hurried to catch up. The grassland was level, stretching endlessly as if boundless. Logically, having traversed the forest, they should have reached the heart of the island by now. Yet there was no sign of any manner. Sister, have we been deceived? Chun Rue implied that there was nothing here, just a deserted island. An Ling was at a loss for words, her brow furrowed, utterly perplexed. Let's keep walking and see. Wasn't it promised that resources were abundant? Where is the manor at the center of the island? Sister, there's a tree over there. I see it. In the distance, amidst the vast grassland, an ancient towering tree had appeared, its species unrecognizable to her. Its drooping branches and leaves, ravaged by time, hung low, and from afar it resembled a colossal green mushroom. At present, their sole direction seems to lead towards the ancient tree. This tree, which abruptly rises above the grassland, appears to be quite distant from the two. However, in a mere moment, they find themselves standing before it. The tree is far larger than An Ling had envisioned. It is no exaggeration to say that the circumference of its trunk surpasses the area of her current island. Such enormity is nothing short of a miracle of the world. Chun Rue seems to feel a flicker of excitement at the sight of this, the largest tree she has encountered thus far. An Ling, on the other hand, approaches the ancient tree with an impassive expression, for she notices a neat circle of treasure chests arranged at the base of the trunk. Indeed, these chests are the same deep brown hue as the trunk, evenly surrounding it in a perfect circle. Sister, there are inscriptions on the trunk. Chun Rue, who had been following closely, reminds her. An Ling shifts her gaze from the treasure chest to the front of the tree where Chun Rue stands. Open any one treasure chest to enter the interior of the ancient tree, and you shall reach the depths of the island. An Ling crouches down to examine the treasure chests on the ground, which are similar in size to the wooden boxes she usually retrieves while fishing. They are the same dark brown as the ancient tree and are level with the surrounding grasses, which is why she only noticed them upon getting closer. Each chest is adorned with an oddly shaped rectangular black lock, with the keyhole on the right, identical to the key she had picked up in the wooden cabin. She attempts to move one of the treasure chests, but it does not budge. Trying several others yields the same result, as if they were firmly anchored to the ground. Consequently, she cannot rely on sound or weight to discern the contents within. Everything now hinges on fortune. Yet, An Ling does not hasten to open the treasure chests. Instead, she takes a roundabout path around the ancient tree first. Sister, what are you doing? Chun Rue inquires, somewhat puzzled. Counting the chests, An Ling replies. They had arrived here at dusk on the second day, effectively wasting 2 full days. Clearly, there have been fortunate individuals who reached this place ahead of them. Indeed, there are a total of 50 treasure chests, 9 of which are already open, indicating that at least 9 people, if not more, have ventured into the depths of the island before them. It seems there are quite a number of fortunate souls, An Ling murmurs, then moves to the front of the ancient tree. Indeed, isn't Chun Rue rather lucky? At least he has not encountered the series of supernatural phenomena that An Ling has faced. As for choosing a treasure chest, An Ling does so without hesitation, selecting one directly in front of her. As the key is inserted into the lock and gently turned, a satisfying click announces the lock's release. Upon opening the chest, the supplies within are precisely what they need most. Food. Ready-to-eat ham, sandwiches 10, bottled water 10, cornerstone cards 5, enhancement cards 2. Physical enhancement card. Strength, granting the power of a bear. Speed, bestowing the swiftness of a cheetah. a single-use item, lasting for 5 minutes. To her astonishment, the blue enhancement card offers the prospect of self-improvement. An Ling was somewhat taken aback, under the impression that enhancement cards were solely intended for the fortification of items. Chun Rue, filled with curiosity, was encountering such a card for the very first time. He handed an enhancement card to An Ling, who then passed it on to Chun Rue. No, sister. You should keep this. I have no use for it. Chun Rue insisted, displaying a modest reluctance, fully aware of his lack of prowess in combat. Naturally, the food was shared equally, and while An Ling wished to offer 2 foundational cards to Chun Rue, in the end, he accepted only one. Upon raising his gaze to the ancient tree once more, he noticed, to his surprise, a door-shaped opening had materialized directly in front of them, adorned with a handle that seemed to beckon them to pull gently and step into that mysterious, uncharted realm. "Let us proceed," An Ling declared boldly, taking the initiative to pull open the concealed wooden door nestled within the trunk. Chapter 21. The manner upon entering, darkness enveloped the space. It was far more expansive than she had anticipated. As Chun Rue followed her inside, the wooden door closed behind them, plunging the surroundings into an abyss of obscurity. In that moment, they found themselves engulfed in an impenetrable blackness, akin to being ensnared in an infinite void, rendering any sense of direction or distance utterly futile. This place bore no resemblance to the interior of an ancient tree. It felt as though they had stepped into an extraordinary realm. Suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared at the far end, a small, white point. Without a moment's hesitation, An Ling discerned it to be the exit and proceeded towards it. As she drew nearer, the light intensified, revealing itself to be a door radiating a blinding white glow. She slowly raised her arm, her fingertips gently brushing against the surface of the door. To her astonishment, there was no sensation. Her fingers passed through effortlessly. Without a second thought, An Ling stepped forward, her form vanishing from Chun Rue's sight. "Wait for me." The dazzling white light flooded their eyes, compelling them to instinctively close them. After a brief moment, An Ling felt the brilliance fade behind her eyelids and gradually opened her eyes. Before her stood a magnificent manor, constructed in a harmonious blend of Eastern and Western architectural styles, sprawling across an immense area. The pristine windows and doors, the meticulously manicured lawn, and the walls as white as freshly fallen snow, all appeared remarkably rejuvenated. This was a stark contrast to the dilapidated estate she had envisioned. She had almost imagined it to be a relic of the 1980s. Yet, her assumptions were entirely misguided. This manor embodied the pinnacle of modern architecture, the kind that even the wealthiest of individuals could scarcely afford. For a fleeting moment, An Ling nearly believed she had returned to reality. "Sister, look behind you." Chun Rue's astonished voice broke the silence, prompting An Ling to turn. Behind her was not a door, but a wall composed of iron bars, beyond which lay a dense forest, shrouded in thick mist that obscured any view of the outside world. To the side, there was a barred gate secured with a new, dark iron lock, entirely different in style from the one on the treasure chest. Now, she was utterly at a loss as to how to return to the ancient tree. Retracing their steps seemed impossible without a path. Let's explore inside first. Embracing the situation, she thought that such a pristine manor must house an abundance of food. If the kitchen or appliances were functional, it would be nothing short of perfection. The manor's grand entrance featured a double opening, intricately carved gray iron door, which appeared quite heavy. To her surprise, it swung open with remarkable ease, requiring no effort at all. The warm, soft light inside cast their shadows against the doorway, while a delightful aroma wafted toward them, uplifting their spirits. In an instant, the inhabitants within were drawn to the sound, casting curious glances toward the entrance. 2 more survivors have arrived, and one of them is a beauty. However, many merely cast a fleeting glance before diverting their attention, losing interest in the 2 individuals. The interior of the mansion boasted a spacious hall, its floor entirely adorned with warm-toned carpets. At the center stood an immense long table, flanked by an array of chairs, numbering at least 30. The table was laden with a sumptuous feast, featuring delicacies such as abalone, lobster, steak, and numerous exotic dishes unfamiliar to An Ling. along with an assortment of beverages. The enticing aromas wafting from the various cuisines caused An Ling to involuntarily swallow. Most of the attendees were engrossed in consuming the food voraciously, displaying little decorum. After all, having arrived at this desolate island with scarce provisions, these survivors had long endured hunger. The hall housed nearly 20 individuals, suggesting that the majority of survivors had come in groups. Chen Rui, seated nearby, could no longer contain himself. Yet An Ling remained still, hesitant to join this unfamiliar crowd. Nearly half of the food on the table had already been devoured, with the survivors' backpacks brimming with provisions. An Ling chose a spot at the table where no one sat beside her and pulled out a chair to sit down. Chen Rui promptly joined her, immediately digging into the feast with fervor. In reality, he had never tasted such exquisite cuisine, let alone on this forsaken island. The knives and forks on the table served merely as decoration, as everyone seized the food with their hands, fearing it would be snatched away in the next moment. An Ling furrowed her brow, gazing at the steak on her plate. She did not partake, but instead looked towards the other survivors, who had arrived first. What was the story behind this food? An Ling abruptly inquired, catching Chen Rui off guard, who turned to her in surprise. The first person to arrive is upstairs. You should ask him yourself. A man across from them replied impatiently. This food was already here when I arrived. It's evidently prepared for us by the light screen. That guy must be out of his mind. He has been here since day one and hasn't touched a single morsel from this plentiful spread. What a fool. As he spoke, the others began to mock the absent individual. An Ling was taken aback. This revelation sparked a thought. The food on the table was all cooked, indicating a short shelf life. How could it remain so fresh upon their arrival? This implied that either a stranger had prepared it in advance, or the food was suspicious. Unable to conceive a third possibility, she resolved to abstain from consuming the food for the time being, confident that her own supplies were sufficient. The objective was to survive for 10 days. She decided to observe for a few days, as everything here remained an enigma. With that thought, she rose to explore other areas of the mansion. However, a bald man abruptly stood in her path, leering at her with an unsettling gaze. Beauty, the night is long. Why not relax with me? Confronted by an unforeseen threat, An Ling took a step back, inadvertently brushing against the edge of the table. Her right hand had stealthily slipped into the pocket of her hoodie. Beside her, Chen Rui was startled, dropping the food from his mouth, his entire body trembling as if he were the one facing the menace. The other survivors, witnessing this scene, remained silent, continuing to eat while occasionally glancing over, as if observing a captivating spectacle. There were no women present. Perhaps they were hoping to partake in the spoils as well. The bald man was notably robust, with a terrifying scar etched across his scalp, coupled with a menacing visage that deterred any ordinary person from provoking him. Chapter 22. A Heroic Rescue? They seldom encountered a beauty of such exquisite allure, and thus their eyes betrayed a glimmer of insatiable greed. To step forward and speak on behalf of An Ling was tantamount to courting death. The imposing figure before them, a bald man, was a notorious killer who had instilled fear in all survivors upon his arrival. Noticing the panic in his opponent, the bald man lunged to seize An Ling, who was already preparing to draw her weapon. Suddenly, Chen Rui shouted, "Stop!" The bald man paused, casting a derisive glance at the frail, trembling youth beside him. What? Do you wish to play the hero? Or perhaps you wish to join in? In an instant, he unleashed a brutal kick that sent Chen Rui flying several meters, shattering chairs along his path. Coughing violently, Chen Rui felt excruciating pain radiating through his body as if it were about to disintegrate. The kick had landed squarely in his abdomen, provoking a fit of coughing that caused him to retch. Beautiful lady, your friend cannot protect you. It seems I must take over. Don't worry, I shall be gentle, the bald man sneered, reaching once more for An Ling's collar. Just as he was about to strike, an arm appeared, gripping his wrist with an ironclad hold, rendering him immobile regardless of his struggles. In the blink of an eye, his wrist was forced onto the assailant's shoulder, and with a swift motion, he was sent crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The sheer force even caused the carpet beneath him to sink, the tiles underneath having shattered from the impact. Before he could regain his bearings, another kick struck his abdomen, sending his nearly 200-pound frame tumbling backwards. An Ling gazed in astonishment at the young man who had intervened. Standing at 6 feet tall, he was clad in a sleek black tracksuit, appearing to be in his 20s, with a sharp crew cut and an expression that was both indifferent and strikingly handsome. If An Ling considered her beauty akin to that of a perfect goddess, this young man was undoubtedly a paragon of masculine perfection. The bald man struggled to rise, his gaze now fierce as he drew a dagger from his pocket, intent on murdering the young man before him. The other survivors watched in terror, hastily distancing themselves from the unfolding confrontation, fearful of attracting the bald man's ire. "You're courting death," he bellowed, lunging at the young man with the dagger. Yet, what seemed an unstoppable charge was fraught with vulnerabilities before the young man. Instead of advancing, he retreated, deftly evading the slashes and maneuvering into the bald man's embrace, seizing his knife-wielding arm and twisting it with force, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. The bald man attempted to grapple with his free hand, but the young man was swifter, delivering a kick that sent him crashing to the floor once more. A gleaming dagger now hovered before the bald man's face, and his pupils constricted in fear. Should there be a next time? The young man began, but before he could finish, he released the bald man, rose, and walked away. The bald man clenched his molars in anger, yet refrained from further confrontation, understanding that his opponent was a skilled fighter and that he stood no chance against him. This was a clear threat from the other party. Meanwhile, An Ling assisted Chun Rui in standing, gently patting his back in an attempt to provide some comfort. The man approached, offering Chun Rui a bottle of water. "Thank you," An Ling remarked, glancing at him. He had descended from the upper floors, likely the first survivor to arrive here. "It was merely a trivial act, especially since you are capable of handling him," the man stated, eliciting puzzled expressions not only from An Ling, but also from Chun Rui, who looked up in confusion. Noticing their bewilderment, the man calmly explained, "It's all in the eyes." Although An Ling's gaze was tinged with fear, it also held a resolute determination. "You notice my eyes?" she questioned, taken aback by his keen observation. "This is an essential lesson for martial artists. Let us ascend. It would be wise to avoid any further entanglements with them." The man turned and headed upstairs, showing no intention of lingering, while the nearby survivors regarded him with expressions of bewilderment. After taking a few steps, he turned back to look at An Ling and Chun Rui, indicating for them to follow, concerned that they might encounter further danger if left behind. An Ling exchanged a glance with Chun Rui and supported him as they made their way upstairs. "By the way, I haven't asked your name." "I'm An Ling," she said as she caught up with him. "Qin Xiao," he replied flatly. "I'm Chun Rui, thank you." Chun Rui surprisingly initiated conversation as well. Commendable courage, but it would be best not to do so next time," Qin Xiao remarked, causing Chun Rui to lower his head in silence. The second floor contained various recreational rooms, while the third to fifth floors featured a series of uniformly arranged bedrooms, totaling 50, which corresponded with the treasure chest surrounding the ancient tree. Continuing past the second floor towards the third, Qin Xiao began to explain, clearly having thoroughly explored the premises. "Is this the standard layout for such estates?" An Ling pondered, realizing that she had never before entered such an expansive manor. "Not quite. This is evidently designed for us survivors." The trio arrived at the grand hall on the fourth floor, each taking a seat on the sofas. An Ling immediately noticed a room in the corner resembling a supermarket, filled with an assortment of packaged foods. No such provisions were available on the third floor, thus explaining his choice to remain on this level. Qin Xiao placed several bottles of cola on the table, opening one for himself and drinking with an ease that suggested he was at home. "Thank you." The two also opened their colas and began to drink. The abundance of supplies within this manor was beyond description. It was only at this moment that An Ling realized that the system's mention of plentiful resources referred solely to this estate. "By the way, did you encounter any supernatural phenomena upon your arrival, such as resurrected deer, ghostly walls, or fellow survivors?" An Ling suddenly inquired of Qin Xiao, who shook his head in puzzlement. "I have encountered survivors, but they seemed somewhat disoriented. Could it be that only I have encountered supernatural phenomena? Perhaps it is related to the number of days," he added. An Ling recalled that it had indeed been mentioned before that the danger level of the island would increase with the passage of time. Yet she immediately cast a peculiar glance at Shenrue. But why had he not experienced anything, given that it was the second day for both of them? It might be a matter of probability. Qin Xiao had limited knowledge on this subject and could only offer some of his speculations. Perhaps I am simply fortunate. Chun Rue, who had remained silent, timidly interjected. An Ling's expression grew even more peculiar. Chapter 23. The Manor's Warning. As the two arrived at the manor, dusk had already settled in, and after their brief interlude, night had fully enveloped the surroundings. The entire manor was ablaze with light as bright as day, creating a stark contrast to the ominous darkness outside, as if it stood as the last sanctuary in a world gone awry, warding off the strange encroachments from the outside. Naturally, the survivors in the grand hall were not inclined to linger there. They too ascended the stairs in search of their resting chambers. Here, despite the absence of internet connectivity, they found nearly all their entertainment needs met. Compared to their island, this place resembled paradise. Most survivors indulged in leisure activities in the gym and billiard room on the second floor, with few returning to their rooms for rest. Of course, An Ling was an exception. As a young woman, she felt the need to safeguard herself. She entered a room reminiscent of a supermarket, preparing to select her provisions. Like Qin Xiao, she harbored some reservations about the food available on the first floor. The shelves were adorned with an array of products that dazzled her senses, filled with sealed packaged foods, beverages, and even snacks, making it akin to a supermarket. The most enticing aspect, however, was that all items could be acquired at no cost. She swiftly chose several of her preferred items and intended to pack them into her storage backpack, even if she did not gather much else on this island. The food's capacity of 16 slots would certainly sustain her for a considerable time. Yet, An Ling had underestimated the system as constraints. Just as she was about to stow the food, a notification appeared. This item cannot be stored in the backpack. Perplexed, An Ling could not comprehend the rationale behind such a frustrating rule. Without the benefit of spatial storage, her backpack would scarcely accommodate much. Nevertheless, it was better than nothing. Just as she filled her backpack and prepared to leave, she noticed another warning affixed to the door. Each time you exit, you may take no more than 5 items, and you're permitted to enter no more than 3 times a day. This was merely a notification. An Ling could easily disregard the warning and take more without consequence. Yet, having experienced a series of supernatural events, she chose to heed the caution. Ultimately, she prudently selected 5 items: 3 cans of mixed fruit, 3 cans of beef, 3 braised chicken legs, 3 boxes of cookies, and 3 bags of toast. She had exhausted her 3 entries for the day and could not consume them immediately. She intended to observe for a few days first. Upon returning to the hall, the 3 of them tacitly adhered to the rules, taking no more than allowed. After a few casual exchanges, they each retreated to their respective rooms. Qin Xiao suggested they choose rooms adjacent to one another, ensuring he could promptly offer protection in times of crisis. An Ling was immensely grateful. Shenrue expressed her thanks repeatedly. Since their arrival at the manor, no new survivors had entered. Some had chosen rooms on the 3rd floor. Yet An Ling had witnessed them ignoring the warnings therein. But what did that have to do with her? Upon entering the room, one is greeted by a plethora of amenities: a private bathroom, a spacious double bed, a desk and chair, and an air conditioning unit, reminiscent of a contemporary hotel, albeit devoid of a television. The door swings inward, prompting An Ling to first inspect the entrance for any ominous warnings, having recalled the previous admonitions encountered in the supermarket. Indeed, she discovers a series of alerts. 1. Refrain from exiting your room between 10 o'clock and dawn. 2. Should a knock be heard, maintain complete silence. 3. All lights outside the room are set to a timer. Do not venture out when they extinguish. 4. If footsteps are detected, promptly extinguish your lights and retire to bed. 5. In the event of a power outage, leave your room immediately. 6. Only one individual may occupy the room. Once confirmed, do not change this arrangement. These 6 warnings exude an unsettling aura, with some even presenting contradictory directives. An Ling glances at her pendant, seeking to ascertain the time. The remaining time is indicated as 2 hours, 10 minutes, and 23 seconds. It is currently 9:50. This implies that after 10 o'clock, The lights outside may extinguish at any moment. With a decisive click, An Ling secures the door and extinguishes all lights. Instantly, the room succumbs to darkness, save for the chandelier above, with no other source of illumination present. Even the air conditioner's familiar blue display is absent. Should warnings 4 and 5 occur simultaneously, how would she discern whether the power has indeed failed? Chen Rui, though timid, is not foolish. They had exchanged reminders before entering the room. Thus she presumed that the warnings within had been duly noted. An Ling harbored an unsettling premonition. Perhaps this estate was entwined with the hidden tasks foretold by the system, and the night would surely prove far from mundane. Not a single warning pertained to actions required after daylight. As she surveyed the opulent surroundings, her heart sank with disquiet. Yet, based on her experience, the initial period typically remains uneventful, a common trope in literature. Having arrived, she resolved to make the most of her surroundings. Her attire had become somewhat soiled, and although she had access to amenities, she lacked a change of clothes. It then dawned upon her that she had neglected to inquire with Qin Xiao. A mansion of this size surely possessed a wardrobe of sorts. Had she known, she would have sought an outfit from there. Stepping into the bathroom, she turned on the faucet. The water flowed forth, steaming delightfully. How splendid it was to discover hot water. Although she could not change her clothes, a shower would suffice to uphold her cleanliness. An Ling promptly shed her sweatshirt, tossing it into the basket, and gazed into the mirror, her complexion flushing a deep crimson. She nearly forgot that she was a girl. Steady, steady. This is my own body. She continually reassured herself, then deftly reached behind to unfasten the buttons on her back, taking quite some time before successfully loosening them. Better a brief pain than a prolonged one. Once she had effortlessly shed her black garment, she prepared to take a shower. Yet, she couldn't resist casting a glance at the mirror above the wash basin. This exquisite figure, skin as delicate as a petal, a slender waist, straight legs reminiscent of a comic heroine, not a trace of excess flesh. Everything was perfectly proportioned. She seemed like a character that could only exist within the pages of a book. Chapter 24. The Victim. An Ling had shed her shyness. After her shower, she stood before the mirror, tilting her head as she dried her hair. Long hair could be a nuisance, taking an eternity to dry. She lifted the hairdryer, her arm growing weary, and couldn't help but utter a complaint. Once her hair was dry, An Ling began to dress, aware that unexpected situations could arise at any moment during the night. It was imperative for her to sleep clothed, allowing for a swift response if necessary. The time was 10:30, and she intended to address her dinner. A can of 8 treasure porridge accompanied by a bag of cream bread sufficed to satiate her hunger. Just as she was about to open a bottle of mineral water for a sip, a heavy footfall echoed from the corridor outside, sending her heart racing into her throat. Without hesitation, An Ling turned off the light and, in the darkness, made her way to the bed, covering herself with the quilt. The room was enveloped in silence and darkness, allowing her to hear the rhythmic beat of her own heart. The footsteps drew closer, and she suspected that the individual was now at her door. However, the sound soon began to fade, as if the person had departed, and An Ling finally breathed a sigh of relief. She wondered if something was amiss with her mind. Why couldn't the person outside be another survivor? Just as Chen Rui had asked her earlier that day, "Do you believe in ghosts?" An Ling did not, yet she felt a sense of reverence. Much like how some people, despite their disbelief in spirits, still burn incense for the god of wealth during the new year. She sat up in bed, contemplating whether to investigate the situation at her door. The corridor was illuminated, and the door to her room was not completely sealed, allowing a sliver of light to seep through from the bottom. Cautiously, she tilted her head to peer, only to see a warm glow emanating from the gap beneath the door, interrupted by 2 dark shapes that divided the beam into 3 segments. An Ling's pupils constricted. Someone was silently standing outside her door. Suddenly, there came a series of knocks. The abrupt sound startled her taut nerves. An Ling immediately held her breath and covered her mouth to suppress any sound, carefully returning to her bed. "Sister, open the door. It's Chen Rui. I've discovered vital information regarding the secrets of this manor. I must tell you immediately." It was Chen Rui. Instinctively, An Ling was about to rise, but then she froze. No, Rui was too timid to be out at this hour. If there was something urgent, she would surely wait until morning to discuss it. She lay back down, closing her eyes and ignoring the voice outside. Sister, please, open the door. Have I done something wrong? Why are you ignoring me? Please let me in. The knocking grew more frantic, the person outside seemingly enraged. An Ling's suspicions solidified. After what felt like an eternity, the voice outside finally faded, suggesting that the person had left. Still, she dared not leave her bed, lying there quietly with her eyes shut. To ascertain whether there had been a power outage outside, one would need to rise from the bed and glance towards the door at the end of the corridor. This, of course, was contingent upon the absence of extinguished lights outside. Today, An Ling lacked the fortitude bestowed by unwavering determination. Her physical stamina was merely that of an ordinary young woman. And after a day of arduous travel, she was utterly fatigued. As she lay upon the soft bed, she succumbed to a deep slumber. Time drifted by, and suddenly, the lights outside the corridor extinguished. At that moment, not only An Ling, but all the survivors succumbed to the embrace of sleep. The entire manor, shrouded in the mist-laden forest, was engulfed in darkness, appearing ominously eerie and exuding an air of the uncanny. A piercing scream shattered the night, reverberating throughout the manor. In an instant, chaos erupted within the estate as An Ling was jolted awake by the dreadful cry. She hastily descended from her bed and peered towards the doorway, only to find the lights had indeed gone out. She pressed a switch, click. The light did not illuminate. The manor was in darkness. An Ling quickly grabbed her backpack in the pitch black and stepped out of her room. The corridor was not entirely devoid of light, despite the power outage. Emergency lights illuminated the corners sufficiently to survey the surroundings. Simultaneously, several other survivors from the third floor also emerged from their rooms, including Rui. They exchanged a glance, silence enveloping them. Yet An Ling could detect a hint of fear reflected in Rui's eyes. However, the warning merely indicated to vacate their rooms after the power failure, without specifying a destination. The third-floor hall was vacant. Evidently, everyone had congregated in the grand lobby on the first floor. An Ling and Rui paid no heed to the others and hurried downstairs, where they indeed found most of the occupants gathered alongside Qin Xiao. What was that sound just now? Has someone been harmed? One inquired. Fortunately, I noticed the warning on the door. What warning? I only heard the commotion and realized there was a power outage following the crowd down here. The surrounding individuals were engaged in a cacophony of discussions. Some, like Rui, bore expressions of sheer terror, while others appeared bewildered, entirely ignorant of the unfolding events. I heard your knock in the night. You are a cautious individual. Surely you saw the warning, which is why I chose not to open the door, Qin Xiao remarked, gazing at the approaching duo with a calm demeanor. An Ling was momentarily taken aback by this statement. Their rooms were adjacent, and she should have also heard any knocking. I only heard his knock, An Ling added, casting a glance at Rui, to which Qin Xiao promptly grasped the implication. It seemed that this knock was audible only to the three of them. As for Rui, he too had heard the knock, but it was solely Qin Xiao's. He had already fallen asleep, and upon being roused, he found himself subjected to a torrent of curses from outside. This was undoubtedly peculiar, thus he refrained from opening the door. The trio speculated that the earlier scream was likely a consequence of someone responding to a knock and opening their door. Before long, half an hour had elapsed, and nearly all the survivors had congregated in this place. Among this assembly, there were few individuals with distinct characteristics. One was a bald behemoth, notorious for his murderous tendencies. Another was the skilled martial artist, Qin Xiao, and the sole woman present, An Ling, along with her companion, Rui, who also drew the attention of the others. Clearly, these individuals were the primary subjects of observation, serving to ascertain who among them had yet to arrive. It was the bald man who was notably absent from this gathering. Chapter 25. The Monster That Followed? An Ling's voice resonated loudly, and coupled with her feminine tone, it effortlessly drew the attention of those around her. Upon hearing her words, the other survivors immediately began to observe their surroundings, forming impromptu alliances in search of their teammates. Indeed, the bald man was not present. The immediate priority was to ascertain the truth of the situation. Qin Xiao faced the crowd, illuminated by the dim emergency lights, scrutinizing the faces of each survivor. Who knows where his room is? His cool, magnetic voice reached everyone's ears. The bald man had no companions. He had ventured into the manor alone. The survivors present were filled with trepidation towards him, having had minimal interaction. He resided in the innermost room on the 5th floor. At that moment, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses responded to Qin Shao. Without uttering a word, Qin Shao turned and ascended the stairs, with An Ling and Chen Rui promptly following. The other survivors, understanding their shared quest for the truth, instinctively trailed behind. It appeared that the one who had just screamed was indeed the bald man. As they reached the staircase corner, An Ling casually removed an emergency light from the wall to use as a flashlight. The 5th floor had one less room than the 3rd and 4th floors, totaling only 16 rooms, and the bald man's room lay at the end of the corridor, with only one other room adjacent, its door standing ajar. As the group gathered outside the room, Qin Shao positioned himself at the forefront, glancing back at An Ling, mentally preparing himself. With a click, the door swung open, light flooding into the room. Qin Shao stepped inside first, with An Ling closely behind. They were immediately engulfed by a pungent scent of blood, causing An Ling's brow to furrow, her heart racing with unease. The bed was disheveled, yet empty. All eyes quickly turned to the isolated bathroom within. Qin Shao pushed the door open, revealing a sight that churned the stomachs of those present. Nearly everyone instinctively covered their mouths. Ugh! At once they all retched. As the assembled crowd consisted of ordinary individuals, none of whom had encountered the dead before, and the gruesome scene before them was utterly unbearable. There lay the bald man, his eyes wide with terror, blood pooling around him. A massive, irregular gash marred his abdomen, exposing his entrails. Qin Shao's expression remained impassive as he glanced at An Ling, noticing her remarkable composure amidst the chaos, contrasting with the reactions of the other survivors. It was rare for anyone to withstand such a horrific sight without succumbing to nausea. Unbeknownst to them, An Ling's lack of reaction stemmed from her astonishment, which overshadowed her physiological responses, instinctively perceiving the bald man's corpse as merely that of an animal. Who would retch at the sight of an animal carcass? An Ling was utterly stunned, for the wound on the bald man's abdomen bore an uncanny resemblance to the injury she had previously encountered on a deer. She was unable to provide an explanation, for she had inquired of Qin Shao, who had not encountered the roe deer. It was that monster. That very creature had infiltrated the manor. An Ling became increasingly convinced that the entity was not merely a ferocious beast, but rather a deranged being with a desire to annihilate all living creatures, possessing a certain degree of intelligence and a penchant for disembowelment. Qin Shao, frowning, entered the restroom, evidently concerned that the blood might stain his shoes. He crouched to examine the wound, unable to discern how it had been inflicted. The victim had been disemboweled, likely for the extraction of their organs. Just as he prepared to investigate further, Chen Rui's voice echoed from behind, declaring that the pancreas was missing. Upon hearing this, Qin Shao conducted a thorough inspection and could not help but regard Chen Rui with newfound respect. It seemed the individual was not merely a timid burden. "Can you ascertain what has caused this wound?" Qin Shao queried, turning his gaze toward Chen Rui, while An Ling cast a look of curiosity in his direction. Chen Rui shook his head, stating, "I cannot say for certain, but it is abundantly clear that such a wound could not have been inflicted by any existing beast." Rising to his feet, Qin Shao concluded that there was little useful information to glean. The three of them led the others back to the grand hall on the 1st floor. Since they could not derive answers from a corpse, they would have to investigate the warnings posted by the door. Did anyone hear knocking last night? Among the trio, Qin Zhao's authoritative presence was most commanding, as he was the strongest in the entire hall, and thus it was only fitting that he posed the inquiry. The crowd fell silent, some immediately displaying expressions of surprise as they began recounting their experiences to Qin Shao. However, a significant number had retired to bed upon entering the house, leaving them uncertain as to whether any knocking had occurred. Consequently, most dismissed the so-called warning with skepticism. They believed that the death of the bald man could not possibly be linked to the words inscribed at the entrance. If there truly are monsters in this manor, it is surely these two who have brought them. muttered a survivor quietly. Yet the others heard him and began to murmur about An Ling and Rue. They dared not speak too loudly, however, given Qin Zhao's imposing presence. Since the arrival of the two, no new survivors had appeared. Previously, there had been quite a number. Rue cast a pleading glance toward An Ling, who remained silent, lost in thought. The deer she had encountered on her first day must have been attacked by a monster. Could it have followed her to the manor? Had she, in some indirect manner, caused this person's demise? Observing An Ling's silence, Qin Zhao pondered whether she might possess some insight, admonishing her to not overthink it. After all, it was merely a murderer, one who deserved death, and had no bearing on her. His words were spoken with unvarnished candor, prompting the crowd to fall silent, afraid to continue their discussions. Indeed, the death of a murderer could only improve their circumstances. Was the warning of any use? They were allowed only 5 types of food each time. Had he not filled a backpack without issue? A survivor, laden with confusion, inquired while setting down his backpack to retrieve some sustenance. However, when he produced the food, he was taken aback. How could this be? The provisions in his grasp had long succumbed to decay, exuding a foul odor and covered in mold, rendering them utterly inedible. In an instant, all the survivors began rummaging through their backpacks, and, as expected, every morsel they extracted was similarly spoiled. An Ling and her companions also examined the food they had from the previous day, and, as she suspected, it remained pristine. Moreover, it was now ready to be stored in her storage pack. "Why is your food still intact?" someone exclaimed, gazing at the provisions in their hands. "Because we heeded the warning." Chapter 26. Selecting weapons and heeding warnings at present. The rationale behind the circumstances appears increasingly plausible. The sealed food available here is the sole source of meat products, which cannot be caught in this island's waters, thereby confirming that they have not been deceived. The survivors who managed to arrive here in the first 2 days, beyond mere fortune, are certainly not foolish. They simply find it difficult to accept these supernatural phenomena. In a moment of clarity, all the survivors comprehended that they must adhere to the warnings that could manifest anywhere within this estate. Otherwise, they might meet a fate akin to that of the burly man. Following this realization, no one dared to return to their rooms. Instead, they congregated in the hall, awaiting the dawn. The presence of many offered a semblance of security. Meanwhile, those unaware of the warnings grew increasingly anxious, questioning those around them, fearful of missing critical information. Standing at the periphery of the crowd, An Ling appeared contemplative. It seemed that the food procured according to regulations was indeed safe for consumption. This was fortunate, as it meant she could bring back more provisions during her remaining days in the estate. "What are your thoughts on the hidden tasks?" Qin Zhao inquired, aware that An Ling possessed information beyond his own knowledge. It seemed that arriving here too early had its drawbacks. "I suspect that the hidden task might involve slaying this monster. As for the fixed task of surviving 10 days, given the threat posed by this creature, that presents a considerable challenge." An Ling analyzed, pondering that if they could eliminate the monster ahead of time, they might escape this island directly. No one wished to keep their lives at the mercy of fate. "Do you recall the zombie deer I mentioned? I witnessed it rise again. The wounds on this spotted deer were identical to those of its victims." An Ling, lacking knowledge in biology and caught off guard at the time, had not examined the organs lost by the deer. Having arrived here, why should we doubt the occurrence of supernatural events? Even the staunch atheist Rue has come to believe in all of this. "Indeed," Qin Zhao replied with a stern gaze, surveying those present. "Even if this monster is not part of a hidden task, it must be confronted. If a creature lurked within this estate, it surely concealed itself among the throng of survivors. Otherwise, it had no refuge." Naturally, suspicion also fell upon An Ling and Rue before him. Whether the danger had escalated on the 3rd day or was exacerbated by their arrival remained a mystery to all. With a creak, the grand doors of the estate swung open, and with a resounding thud, the hall was suddenly illuminated. Power had returned. The sudden brilliance blinded all, leaving the 3 survivors at the entrance bewildered. How could the lights have turned on the moment they opened the door? Was this a welcome gesture? As the group adjusted to the light, they discovered that 3 new survivors had arrived, 2 men and 1 woman, adding another female presence since An Ling's arrival. "Hello, everyone," A girl timidly spoke, her voice barely above a whisper, as she noticed all the survivors in the room staring at them with wary expressions. "What brings you to the manor at this hour?" One of them couldn't contain their curiosity and asked first. The three newcomers looked bewildered, replying, "We simply walked through the ancient trees and found ourselves here." An Ling and the others silently observed, realizing that these three were unrelated to their predicament and would soon become victims themselves. There was no rule against nighttime movement. It was merely a subconscious belief that daylight offered more safety. With the manor illuminated now, sleep was far from anyone's mind as they congregated, free from the fear of monstrous attacks. Qin Shao ignored the crowd and ascended the stairs, prompting An Ling to follow suit immediately. "Where are you headed?" she inquired. "To search for self-defense weapons. Bare hands are no match for these monsters," he replied. "I'll join you," An Ling said, eager to explore the manor as well. Qin Shao offered no verbal response, neither agreeing nor declining, which An Ling interpreted as tacit consent. What she withheld was the fact that she possessed a firearm. Their collaboration would enhance their survival odds should they encounter a creature. "You exhibit remarkable composure. What was your profession before arriving here?" Qin Shao inquired, intrigued by her insistence to accompany him. "I'm a student," An Ling answered candidly. "That hardly reflects the mindset of a typical student," Qin Shao remarked, doubt evident in his tone. "Do you doubt me?" An Ling responded with surprise, unable to disclose that she had once been a boy. "I harbor suspicions toward anyone. Each of you could potentially be the monster," Qin Shao retorted coldly, his words blunt and devoid of sensitivity towards An Ling's feelings as a girl. "You're correct. After all, we are strangers," An Ling conceded, purposefully distancing herself to ease his vigilance. They continued to navigate the second floor, where, despite the absence of livable rooms, a plethora of disordered chambers awaited them. Curiosity piqued. An Ling wondered why they weren't headed to the kitchen for weapons. However, when they entered one room, she was taken aback. The walls were adorned with an array of weapons, tang swords, ninja blades, darts, and more, filling an entire wall, alongside various paintings and antiques. "This must be the original owner-esque collection room," she mused, acknowledging that wealthy individuals indeed had peculiar hobbies. Her initial thought was to fetch a butcher's knife from a kitchen. Qin Shao stepped forward, selecting from the assortment. Clearly skilled in martial arts, he chose a tang sword, for it would be impractical to wield a sakura blade in ancient combat. Their gazes met, a silent exchange occurring. "What are you staring at?" "I wouldn't know how to use that thing," An Ling internally scoffed, thinking that nothing compared to the utility of her own firearm. Yet, she calmly retrieved a short knife for self-defense, knowing well that their intention was to seek weapons. To leave empty-handed would only arouse further suspicion. Such implements demand a high level of skill. Wielded ineffectively, they could inflict harm upon oneself. "What purpose do you have for them?" Qin Shao inquired, watching in astonishment as An Ling proceeded to stow away all the darts and similar weapons from the wall into her backpack. "I possess a reinforcement card," An Ling readily explained, and upon hearing this, her companion's expression transformed into one of realization. Seemingly understanding the source of her confidence when confronting the bald man the previous day. Chapter 27. Infiltrating the survivors above the door to the room. A warning was prominently displayed, and both of them simultaneously noted the crimson inscription. All weapons must not be removed from the estate. It was quite straightforward. These weapons could not be claimed as their own. An Ling followed Qin Shao out of the room, subtly adjusting her pendant behind her. The blessing not only provided her with additional enhancements, but also served as a means to gauge the passage of time. Blessing pendant enhancement acquired. Perfect accuracy, fishing, throwing, and ranged attacks will assuredly hit their mark. Remaining time, 19 hours, 37 minutes, and 54 seconds. Once again, the blessing granted her perfect accuracy. And An Ling was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the pendant selected its blessings based on her current circumstances. Under the constraints of being trapped within the manor, blessings related to gathering held no value for her. Or perhaps it was merely a stroke of luck. Regardless, this current blessing proved most beneficial, as two enhancement cards combined with perfect accuracy temporarily endowed her with formidable combat prowess. It occurred to her that Qin Shao, upon learning of her enhancement cards, displayed no signs of astonishment, leading An Ling to surmise that perhaps the treasure chest surrounding the ancient tree contained several enhancement cards prepared to confront this creature. The time was approximately 4:30, with at least another hour and a half until dawn. By the way, is there a shooting range or something similar around here? An Ling suddenly inquired of Qin Xiao, reasoning that given the comprehensive nature of the rooms, an indoor shooting range would not be out of place. I'm not sure. That would depend on the personal tastes of the estate's owner. Instead of returning downstairs, Qin Xiao turned and began to search the second floor with An Ling. As they explored the expansive upper level, his confusion deepened. How strange it was that a slave owner capable of constructing such a grand estate on a deserted island would lack firearms. Perhaps the system prohibits it, An Ling suggested, and this time he tacitly agreed. As the saying goes, the caliber is the truth, for if any monsters existed, surely a firearm could resolve the matter. Unless they were of a supernatural nature. Perhaps to prevent them from exploiting loopholes, the estate had been purged of guns and ammunition. Sure enough, they stumbled upon an indoor shooting range, albeit modest in size, featuring only 2 composite bows. An Ling inspected the arrows, noting their bamboo shafts and iron tips, which possessed considerable lethality. The target was set at a distance of 10 meters, and she turned to Qin Xiao, asking, "How does one use this?" "You don't know?" Qin Xiao raised an eyebrow, having almost formed the impression that An Ling was an expert archer. "Teach me," An Ling replied without hesitation, eager to learn the art of archery, especially since her backpack contained a deer antler bow. Qin Xiao demonstrated, revealing his considerable knowledge of the weapon. While not a master, he was certainly no novice. With a swift motion, the dark arrow shot forth like a streak of light, piercing the target at 10 meters with a perfect score of 10. The proximity rendered it almost effortless. An Ling also began to learn in earnest, memorizing key points and precautions. And with the advantage of unwavering accuracy, she quickly became adept. Although she missed 8 out of 10 shots, Qin Xiao, observing An Ling's growing proficiency, sensed her remarkable talent. With diligent practice, she would undoubtedly become an expert in archery. As time passed, the sky grew ever brighter. Meanwhile, downstairs, the survivors gathered, enveloped in mutual concern. To alleviate the tense atmosphere, they resorted to conversing with one another, attempting to mask their inner fears. After all, just a few hours earlier, a fellow survivor had met a gruesome end before their eyes, and none could predict who would be next. Chun Rue, timidly seated on a chair, was oblivious to An Ling's whereabouts and wondered why she had not yet returned. He felt utterly out of place among the group. "Hey, why is your backpack so worn?" A nearby survivor struck up a conversation with another. Chun Rue turned his curious gaze toward them. The 2 individuals were among the trio that had recently arrived at the manor, and it appeared they had only formed a temporary alliance in the dead of night. "Who knows? It was like this when it was given to me," the man replied with a chuckle as he rummaged through his backpack. Chun Rue assumed he was searching for food, but in the next moment, the man produced a gleaming dagger, plunging it mercilessly into the neck of the nearby survivor without uttering a word. Blood gushed forth, splattering the girl beside him, whose pupils constricted as her mind went blank. After a brief moment of shock, a piercing scream echoed throughout the hall. The girl, in a frenzy, attempted to flee but stumbled over a chair, crashing to the ground. Chun Rue, too, felt the splatter of blood on his face and lost the ability to think. The remaining survivors were thrown into chaos, staring at the maniac wielding the knife. "You all deserve to die. You brought this upon me," the man raved, stabbing the lifeless body before him repeatedly, blood pooling around him. The girl, horrified by his madness, scrambled to her feet to escape, while none of the other survivors dared to confront the lunatic, all frantically rushing upstairs. The man forcefully shoved the corpse aside and rose, his face smeared with blood, his eyes menacing as he glared at everyone present. In that moment, he resembled a ravenous wolf, while the other survivors were akin to a flock of sheep. Suddenly, he sprinted forward, charging at the nearest survivor, who desperately hurled his heavily laden backpack at him, buying precious seconds to save his own life. Yet the manor was confined, leaving little room for escape. Soon someone, shaken from the earlier shock, realized, "He's alone. Let us kill him together." However, the number of those resolute in their determination was far fewer than he had hoped. Most were preoccupied with the thought of locking themselves away in a room, embracing the mentality of if my dying companions do not perish, neither shall I. The madman will inevitably meet his demise at the hands of another. Alas, you foolish birds! Observing the lack of response, the survivor hesitated to act, opting instead to join the throng rushing upwards. When Qin Xiao and An Ling arrived at the staircase on the second floor, they beheld a scene of frantic escape as everyone fled upwards in a frenzy. They too caught sight of the madman charging from below. An Ling's gaze sharpened. The symptoms displayed were eerily reminiscent of the uncle she had encountered previously. This was indeed a survivor, armed with ancient martial prowess and wielding a tang knife. Qin Xiao felt no fear towards the lunatic below and was poised to strike. Chapter 28. A heart in turmoil, An Ling cast a glance at the compound bow in her hands, contemplating whether to release an arrow to pierce the madman below. Yet she refrained, as such an act would reveal her formidable prowess. She resolved to observe for the time being. Should Qin Xiao prove to be ineffectual against their adversary, her intervention could still come in due course. The 2-meter-wide spiral staircase became increasingly congested as the panicked crowd ascended in a frenzy. Qin Xiao, gripping the handrail with one hand, leaped down from the outer edge, landing with remarkable steadiness. The deranged individual before him was momentarily taken aback by the sight of a man descending the staircase while wielding a tang knife. Though these survivors were indeed mad, they were not devoid of reason. When faced with terror, their instinct was to flee. However, unlike the uncle An Ling had previously encountered, this lunatic did not retreat. Perhaps aware that escape from this estate was altogether impossible, armed with a dagger, he assumed a defensive stance, seemingly prepared to engage Qin Xiao in a fight to the death. The man wielding the tang knife bore an expression of cold indifference, dismissing his opponent entirely, and without uttering a word, he advanced to strike. Yet, the level of madness exhibited by the other seemed to surpass his expectations. Even if it meant enduring Qin Xiao's blade, he was determined to plunge his dagger into the latter's flesh. Bang! Qin Xiao seized the assailant's wrist as the dagger lunged toward him. Then, with a swift rotation of his blade, he struck the man's side with the hilt, sending him sprawling backward with a powerful kick. Clang! The bloody dagger clattered to the ground as Qin Xiao approached his adversary with measured steps. The man, coughing and struggling to rise, cast a look of horror at Qin Xiao, clearly having underestimated his strength. Nevertheless, the madman remained relentless, even without a weapon. He charged at Qin Xiao, though this was a futile endeavor. Qin Xiao effortlessly pinned him to the ground, subduing him. Why murder? The man, lying on the ground, tilted his head in an attempt to gaze at his captor, then broke into a grin, declaring, "You madmen ought to perish." "What do you mean? Explain yourself clearly. We are the mad ones. What relation do you bear to us, trapped here alongside you?" An Ling interjected, stepping forward to confront the man beneath her feet. "It is because of you. Had you not arrived, I could have escaped." His laughter faded, replaced by a malevolent glare directed at An Ling, as if he were poised to kill her. The surrounding survivors, witnessing the lunatic's defeat at the hands of Qin Xiao, ceased their flight and gathered to observe. Why waste time conversing with this madman? Just end him. Indeed, he is no survivor and bears no relevance to us. Besides, his mental state is dubious. His words cannot be trusted. Alas, I regret not being able to eliminate all of you. The man spat defiantly at the onlookers, showing no concern for his impending fate. As An Ling had surmised, these survivors were a facade of normalcy, yet teetering on the brink of madness. Qin Xiao, disinclined to engage in further dialogue, dragged the subdued man toward the estate's exit, the outcome of which was evident to all present. A moment later, Qin Xiao re-emerged from outside, his tang knife still glistening with a hint of blood, rendering the scene particularly chilling. A figure brushed past An Ling, the girl making her way towards Qin Xiao. "Thank you for saving everyone." However, the indifferent Qin Xiao paid her no heed, instead directing his gaze towards An Ling not far away. How do we discern these survivors? The backpacks they carried were quite old, and as the survivor I encountered on the first day mentioned, they had been trapped here for 10 days. As for other methods of identification, An Ling was at a loss. What if a survivor had already slain a fellow survivor before their arrival and donned their gear? In such a case, differentiation would be utterly impossible. The other survivors seemed to have contemplated this dilemma as well, instinctively retreating and creating distance from one another. Erstwhile allies crumbled in an instant. No one could be certain that among their companions lurked a madman. The unknown monsters were already enough to instill fear in everyone. It was thought that gathering together would prevent tragedy, yet hidden among the crowd were these potential lunatics. The safest course of action now was to fend for themselves, adhering to the warnings and retreating to their rooms. At least during the day, the creature might not appear, offering a semblance of safety. This was the task of the novice island, to survive for 10 days. A pall of gloom settled over the heads of the group, and those who were quick to react had already returned to their rooms alone. In this time, the desire to engage with strangers had waned. An Ling disregarded the others and pushed open the great door, stepping outside the manor. She sought to discover whether there was an escape route from this estate. If so, by stockpiling sufficient food, it would be entirely possible to endure the remaining 7 days outside. The manor stood pristine, yet the black iron railings encircling it appeared far from new. There were at least 8 gates surrounding the estate, each adorned with peculiar black locks. These locks were remarkably thick, about the width of a finger, and it seemed unlikely that even a firearm could breach them. Please do not attempt to escape this manor. It is dangerous. A vivid red warning stood out against the railings, and an eerie mist enveloped the grounds, obscuring the dark green treetops that loomed ominously. The entire estate was completely sealed, with no visible exit. Not even the iron gates facing the forest revealed a path. Curious, could the hidden task be to unlock these black locks, to flee the manor? An Ling pondered, beginning to accept these supernatural occurrences. The likelihood of returning to the ancient tree from here seemed minimal. It appeared that all clues were concealed within the estate. Whispering to herself, An Ling turned and re-entered the manor. By now, the hall was sparsely populated, as most had opted to exhaust their 3 shopping opportunities at once and retreated to their rooms. "Why are you still here?" An Ling asked the girl before her, a note of caution in her voice. "You appear to be quite familiar with that handsome gentleman from just now. Might you introduce him?" The girl, adorned with a subtle smile, exuded an adorable charm. An Ling, with her elegantly arched brows, replied, "I am not well acquainted with him. Perhaps you should inquire yourself." With that, she dismissed the conversation and ascended the stairs, her demeanor peculiar, as she seemed disinclined to engage further with the other party. Chapter 29. The special room with the weight of these 2 recent incidents. No one dared to venture outside. An Ling, like the others, opted to utilize her 3 shopping opportunities in one go before retreating to her room. At the very least, it could be assured that the manor remained secure during daylight hours. However, An Ling felt a twinge of regret. Within such a vast estate, there was inexplicably no wardrobe, specifically, no clothing. This posed quite a dilemma. Seated upon her bed, she gazed out at the gloomy skies, lost in her thoughts. There were at least 100 survivors on this island. If the trend continued, with merely 10 individuals perishing over 10 days, the survival rate appeared remarkably high. Yet, for reasons unknown, both the treasure chest beside the ancient trees and the rooms within the manor numbered only 50. Did this signify the survival rate? No, for without entering the manor, there was virtually no sustenance on the island, and few survivors could endure 10 days while contending with unforeseen supernatural occurrences. Moreover, it was uncertain whether all 50 survivors could even reach the manor. This was another variable. Coupled with the presence of the deranged, a smaller number would only increase the likelihood of victimization. This was far from a mere 10 chance of harm. It was rather 20 or even higher. This probability pertained solely to those who had entered the manor. Remaining on the island could potentially elevate the risk to over 80. This was untenable. The odds were excessively high, compelling all survivors to undertake this hidden task. Nevertheless, An Ling felt little trepidation, even if she were to encounter an adversary. She possessed confidence in her ability to overcome them. The resources within the manor were abundant, and she contemplated how to consolidate these valuable assets. Was there truly nothing here beyond food? With this thought in mind, she resolved not to squander the daylight hours. Grabbing her backpack, she opened the door and ventured out, hoping to uncover something useful. Yet, it was possible that other survivors had already come to the same conclusion. She had not arrived early, and perhaps someone had already beaten her to it. An Ling intended merely to test her luck. Having explored the first and second floors, she ascended to the third, which consisted entirely of various rooms and a supermarket, devoid of any other notable features. Proceeding to the fourth floor, she found a layout almost identical to that of the third, with no discernible differences. Upon reaching the fifth floor, she noted that it was somewhat smaller than the third and fourth, lacking one living quarter, and the arrangement was slightly altered. An Ling counted the rooms, still 18, as on the other floors. What purpose did that extra room serve? The number of survivors residing on the fifth floor was minimal. As she tread upon the carpet, she ventured further inside, eager to discover what lay within this peculiar room. The doorplate was blank, offering no indication of the room's function. An Ling attempted to turn the doorknob, only to find it locked. If this room were not superfluous, it likely required a key. With that thought, she turned to leave. At the stairwell of the fifth floor, there was an upward staircase leading to an open-air terrace, which was still secured. After a fruitless search, An Ling returned to the first floor, hoping to uncover some useful clues in the kitchen or study. The kitchen was immaculate, devoid of any grease, as if no meals had ever been prepared there. The array of spices was abundant, each container brimming with potential. Various knives hung neatly on the wall, and in the corner stood a large double-door refrigerator. Upon opening the fridge, a rush of cold air enveloped her, and An Ling's face lit up with delight at the sight within. To her surprise, several unknown bird carcasses, still feathered, were stored inside. She cared not for the identity of the birds. Her interest lay solely in their feathers. Without hesitation, she began to dismantle them. See Eagle Meat 8. Feathers 30. In an instant, the birds transformed into a pile of meat, feathers cascading down. An Ling eagerly bent to gather the fallen feathers, envisioning the many arrows she could craft from them. At that moment, she noticed a small corner of something hidden in the gap at the bottom of the fridge, a silver card camouflaged against the white tiles. The front bore the shape of a key. Item card. Universal key, a disposable item that can unlock any lock. An Ling was taken aback. The manor contained numerous locked areas. She quickly tucked the card away and resumed collecting feathers, soon finishing her task. There were no warnings on the refrigerator. It held only frozen meat, and she pondered whether she could take any with her. With limited space remaining in her backpack, she decided to bring along the recently harvested sea eagle meat for experimentation. This unexpected discovery heightened her attention to detail, compelling her to scrutinize every corner of the room. Unfortunately, it seemed the kitchen had yielded all it could, prompting An Ling to venture into another study on the first floor. "You're here again?" she remarked, standing at the doorway and observing the girl sifting through documents, her brow slightly furrowed. "Oh, what a coincidence! Are you here to find information as well?" The girl replied with a smile. Her demeanor seemed incongruous with that of someone who had just witnessed a companion's demise. One would expect fear after witnessing such madness. "I'm just browsing." An Ling nodded, choosing not to enter the study and instead turning to leave. She suspected the girl might be a survivor in disguise. "What a peculiar person," the girl murmured, watching An Ling depart before resuming her search. Back in her room, An Ling set down her backpack, contemplating which lock to unlock. She knew she needed to think carefully and not rush her decision. Taking advantage of the daylight, she resolved to rest, preparing herself for the dangers that might arise at night. No one wished to meet an untimely end in their sleep. The room was equipped with air conditioning and a hairdryer. Perhaps she could attempt to do some laundry? An Ling mused, and without further ado, she set to work. She swiftly shed her sweatshirt, revealing expanses of porcelain skin and a snug, dark undergarment. Methodically, she opted to wash each item individually, knowing all too well that it would be unwise to wash everything at once. Should an unforeseen circumstance arise, damp clothing would pose a considerable inconvenience. Having completed this task, An Ling could finally remove her garments during the day and indulge in a much-needed slumber. As night fell, time passed swiftly. Just as she had anticipated, the day unfolded without incident, and even the manor remained unaffected by power outages. An Ling stirred from her slumber, her eyes still heavy with sleep, and glanced down at her pendant. It was now past 7 in the evening. It was time for her to rise. Chapter 30. Murder. She touched her hoodie, still slightly damp. The arrival of night did not necessitate stepping out of her room. Rather, it intensified the reliance of the other survivors on their quarters. An Ling, unclothed, sat up, determined to first address her evening meal. She needed to muster all her energy for the night ahead. It was vexing that she had not thought to gather wood before entering the manor. Even with feathers in hand, she was unable to craft arrows. But it was not a grave issue, as she still possessed a compound bow. During the day, while resting, she had faintly heard noises from downstairs, indicating that numerous survivors had arrived throughout the day. However, they had not experienced the prior events and held no reverence for this place. No other survivors offered them warnings. After all, none could be certain whether hidden among them were concealed threats. Outside, the sounds of their chatter echoed, the days of hunger evidently igniting their excitement upon arrival at the manor. They seemed to believe that merely luxuriating for the remaining 7 days would suffice. How naive. With furrowed brows, An Ling munched on her ration biscuits, sipping mineral water, while her peripheral vision occasionally darted toward the door's crack. Nightfall meant that even if it was not yet 10 o'clock, a power outage was still a possibility. Suddenly, An Ling halted her chewing. The surroundings had plunged into complete darkness. She thought she heard a noise outside the door, reminiscent of a mouse scavenging for food. But what mice could exist in the manor? She quickly donned her clothing and cautiously approached the door, peering through the peephole to discover everything appeared normal outside, devoid of anything unusual. Carefully, she twisted the doorknob and leaned out to survey the corridor. Her room was situated slightly inward, and the sound originated from the exterior. Thus, her first point of observation was the staircase. Yet, as her gaze fell upon the staircase, she caught a fleeting glimpse of a retreating figure, causing her pupils to constrict in an instant. The figure was bald. An Ling's heart raced as memories of the deer she had encountered earlier flooded her mind. Could the bald figure have revived like it? But she had barely caught a glimpse before the shadow vanished, leaving her no time for thorough observation. Perhaps there were bald newcomers among the survivors? Besides, how could the dead come back to life? The corpse of the bald man lay on the 5th floor, and the time was only a little past 7. Should she dare venture upstairs for a closer look? An Ling pondered, seemingly deep in thought. As long as she did not violate any warnings, it should be safe. With this thought, she prepared to knock on Qin Zhao's door. Having him accompany her would significantly bolster her sense of security. However, her hand froze mid-knock. They had only known each other for a day and were not familiar enough. Moreover, it was ill-advised to knock at this juncture, especially without absolute trust. He, too, was among her doubts. After a struggle, she ultimately resolved to ascend to the 5th floor on her own, perhaps to encounter other newly arrived survivors, as the dangers they faced would be theirs to confront first. It was only by unraveling this mystery that she could better identify the creature and uncover the truth within. In her left pocket lay 2 enhancement cards, while her right pocket contained the resolve to face any peril. An Ling slipped her hands into her pockets, donning a hat to conceal her hair, and began her ascent. As for her other weapons, they were safely stowed in her backpack, easily accessible due to its spatial storage capabilities. On the 4th floor, she noticed a person in the corridor, but the sound of her ascent went unnoticed. The 5th floor appeared desolate, exuding an eerie stillness, as if few resided there. Keeping her head down, she endeavored to tread lightly. With each step closer to the bald man's room, her heartbeat quickened, every cell in her body tense with anticipation. At last, she stood before the door, which remained ajar from Qin Zhao's previous investigation, and was met with the nauseating stench of blood. The interior was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow seeping from the corridor, as if a monstrous beast lurked within, ready to consume her. With a click, An Ling activated the room's light. Yet her body hesitated at the threshold, unwilling to advance recklessly. After a moment of observation, she stepped inside, intent on checking the bathroom for the bald man's corpse. The acrid odor compelled her to cover her mouth and nose, and just as she approached the bathroom door, a chilling breeze brushed against her cheek. Instinctively, she bent low, and with a resounding thud, A gleaming dagger pierced through the bathroom door. In a panic, An Ling swiftly retreated, casting her gaze upon the assailant lurking at the door, a stranger she had never encountered. Their eyes met. The attacker was equally surprised that this seemingly frail woman had evaded his ambush. He immediately withdrew his dagger and lunged toward her. Without hesitation, An Ling turned and fled. But within mere meters, she pivoted and hurled a throwing knife straight at him. The blade sliced through flesh with a sickening sound, and blood gushed forth, causing him to stagger. Though An Ling's strength was not formidable, the proximity and the razor-sharp knife, coupled with her unerring aim, made it an effortless strike. The man, seething with rage, grimaced as he yanked the knife from his chest and discarded it on the ground. Stealing a glance, he saw that she had already distanced herself. With her hand steady, she drew a compound bow, focusing intently on the sharp arrowhead, which sent a shiver down his spine. He had no doubt that An Ling's aim would be true. In an instant, the arrow flew forth like a streak of light, piercing through his body with overwhelming force, knocking him to the ground. This arrow had been aimed at his lung. Survival was not an option. A man wailed in agony, his dagger slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground, crimson blood oozing forth and swiftly staining the carpet. An Ling dared not gaze upon the horrific scene unfolding before her. When her life was threatened, she would not hesitate to eliminate her adversary, for in this place, there was no arbiter of justice. She turned to leave, only to find that the girl had appeared behind her, staring blankly at the gruesome spectacle. Their eyes met, and the girl's expression transformed into one of sheer terror as she began to scream, "Help! There's a madwoman here. She has slain a survivor." Chapter 31. The lesson. An Ling was startled by the sudden shout, feeling as if she were a mute person suffering in silence, unable to express her distress. To avoid unnecessary complications, she hastily decided to leave. Upon returning to her room, the marks on the door where the dagger had pierced remained vivid in her memory. She then opened the bathroom door, only to find that her initial fears were unfounded. The corpse of the bald man still lay there, the gaping wound in his abdomen now beginning to rot and exude a nauseating odor. It appeared her worries were unwarranted. It was merely a coincidence. An Ling murmured to herself, promptly stepping over the man's body as she made her way toward the staircase. There were few survivors residing on the 5th floor, and the girl's earlier scream had drawn the attention of some individuals from the 4th floor, who cautiously peeked out to assess the situation but lacked the courage to leave their rooms. In this place, self-preservation was the only prudent course. Who would willingly invite trouble? An Ling shot them a glare, prompting the survivors to hastily shut their doors. Meanwhile, the girl who had screamed had vanished without a trace. It was her. She was a concealed lunatic, and An Ling had just witnessed her committing murder. A woman's voice and a flurry of footsteps echoed from the staircase below, indicating that a group was approaching. Without a doubt, those brave enough to wander outside at such a late hour must be the newly arrived survivors from earlier that day. Likely unaware of the significance of the warnings here, An Ling had no intention of engaging with them. Instead, she descended the stairs directly. Coincidentally, the two groups met at the 3rd floor landing. There, she caught sight of the girl who had fled, now timidly hiding behind several men. The onlookers exchanged glances, momentarily entranced by the sight of the white-haired girl. The leader hesitantly turned to ask, "Are you sure she is insane?" The girl met An Ling's gaze, unable to speak, merely nodding vigorously in affirmation. "Then let us capture her first," they proclaimed. Indeed, such a madwoman cannot remain in the manor. She poses a significant threat. Though they spoke with righteous indignation, the sly smiles that crept onto their lips betrayed their true intentions. An Ling acted decisively, sprinting back upstairs, determined to teach these individuals a lesson. With a swift motion, she drew an arrow, knocked it, and released it in one fluid motion. The arrow soared down, piercing a man's palm and pinning it to the wall. A chorus of agonized screams erupted in the stairwell, reminiscent of slaughtered pigs. An Ling had not delivered a fatal blow, but she would not grant them an easy reprieve. She descended slowly, her compound bow now stowed away, surveying the scene before her. Several survivors with their hands impaled against the wall, their faces contorted in agony, blood flowing steadily from their wounds. "You lunatic!" they cried. But An Ling paid them no heed. The girl had long since escaped. She simply returned to her room, closing the door behind her. An Ling could still hear the anguished cries and pleas for help emanating from the staircase. However, time was slipping away, and at this moment, no survivor dared to leave the safety of their rooms. With arrows running low, An Ling felt it prudent to conserve her resources. After all, a retrieval could still be possible. Having had ample sleep during the day, she resolved not to let her guard down tonight. As she contemplated her next course of action, the clock unwittingly struck 10, marking the time for lights out. At this hour, venturing beyond one's room was unthinkable, unless the manor suffered a power outage. Suddenly, a sharp hiss echoed through the air, and before she could extinguish her light, darkness enveloped the room. An Ling's right hand hovered in bewilderment. A power outage? How could it occur so soon? Quickly, she slung her backpack over her shoulders, preparing to leave her quarters, and in the same instant, Qin Xiao and Chun Rue also sprang into action. As they witnessed a flood of survivors pouring from their rooms, An Ling was momentarily taken aback. The third-floor rooms were nearly filled, indicating a significant influx of survivors today. Some were likely oblivious to the situation, while others merely followed the crowd. However, they would soon come to grasp the horrors of this manor. Following the throng of survivors toward the grand hall on the first floor, An Ling cast a glance up the staircase, only to find that the earlier survivors had vanished. She was left wondering whether they had escaped or met their demise. Qin Xiao noticed the arrows above, his gaze sharp as he glanced at An Ling. Upon arriving in the grand hall, the crowd had gathered, including those with injured hands. With the dim light of emergency lanterns, they quickly began to ascertain whether anyone was missing from their ranks. Fortunately, it appeared that this was merely a sudden incident. A collective sigh of relief resonated, for once night fell in the manor, it transformed into a harbinger of death. Only within their rooms could they find a semblance of safety. Yet, An Ling sensed something amiss as she surveyed the gathering survivors, whose numbers had swelled to nearly 40. This meant that with just a few more arrivals, the manor would reach its capacity. But where was that woman? An Ling froze, astonished that no one had noticed her absence among so many survivors. After all, this girl had once faced death firsthand, and being a female, she would likely leave a lasting impression on the crowd. How could her disappearance go unnoticed? The schemes to frame her had yet to be settled. An Ling harbored grave suspicions that the girl was merely masquerading as a survivor. With the influx of newcomers this afternoon, the number of women in the manor had increased. Could this be the reason for the oversight regarding her disappearance? Ying, I need to go to the restroom. I'll accompany you. Startled by this exchange, An Ling turned to see two girls heading toward the restroom. How foolish. Generally, nothing untoward occurs in crowded places, yet they chose to venture alone to the restroom. Was this not an invitation for danger? An Ling subtly shook her head, realizing that foolishness is ubiquitous, regardless of the location. However, the anticipated cries of despair did not materialize. Instead, the two individuals returned safely. Suddenly, a crackling sound of electricity pierced the air, and the lights in the hall illuminated brilliantly. Yet, before the crowd could rejoice, the illumination vanished once more in the blink of an eye. To make matters worse, even the emergency lights extinguished, plunging everyone into an impenetrable darkness. All stood frozen in place, hesitant to make any sudden movements, for the inky blackness concealed any potential threats lurking within. Chapter 32. Resurrected? An enemy. An Ling stood frozen, hesitating to make any sudden movements. Her ears strained to capture the sound around her, whether it was the lurking monster or the surviving humans. An opportune moment had presented itself, and neither would let it slip away. Rustle. It was as if something was drawing closer, breathing in the scent of the ground. The sound echoed in the minds of all present, rendering them momentarily paralyzed, their hearts racing uncontrollably, and every nerve in their bodies taut with tension. An Ling longed to ignite her lighter to discern the nature of the approaching entity, yet her fear kept her motionless. Click! A flicker of orange flame illuminated the vicinity, dispelling a small patch of darkness. Someone had ignited their lighter just a heartbeat before her. However, As they prepared to use it as a torch, a shadow darted past them in an instant. The flame extinguished, plunging the surroundings back into darkness. Yet the air grew thick with the scent of blood, causing all survivors to instinctively cover their mouths in terror. They understood. The individual who had just ignited the lighter was gone, taken silently, without a sound. An Ling perceived that the threat was humanoid, likely concealed among the survivors. It could not possibly be an unknown creature. Rustle. To her right, it lingered. Bang. A thud resonated through the pitch-black night. The creature had failed to attack a survivor, who possessed a strength-enhancing card. The crowd had descended into chaos, relying solely on their hearing to pinpoint the monster's location amidst the cacophony. Yet the surrounding noise was overwhelming, rendering it nearly impossible to discern anything. Snap! A signal flare was abruptly broken and tossed to the ground, flooding the hall with crimson light. It was Qin Xiao who had thrown it. The next moment, a dagger was hurled toward him, but he had anticipated the strike and evaded the ambush. The assailant, cloaked in black, concealed their visage. Upon realizing their attack had failed, they sought to retreat. In quick succession, an arrow whizzed through the air, aimed directly at the figure, but their reflexes were swifter, merely puncturing the fabric of their face, covering without inflicting harm. When An Ling and Qin Xiao beheld the assailant's face, they were both left stunned. Several other survivors who had noticed the commotion were equally bewildered, scarcely believing their eyes. The very individual who had attacked them was none other than the bald man who had perished just the day prior. Yet An Ling had confirmed his demise mere hours ago. In that moment, An Ling was overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions, grappling with the implications. Could a person truly return from the dead? Or was someone manipulating this corpse from behind the scenes? The threat they faced was not a monster, but a corpse? Qin Xiao struggled to accept this reality. Having been in closest proximity to the figure when the mask fell away, revealing a sight that was all too clear. At that instant, he preferred to believe his eyes were deceiving him. Sis, look over there. Chen Rue pointed toward a corner of the hall. An Ling turned her gaze in that direction, moving closer to the unfolding scene. A group of individuals encircled the lifeless body of a girl, a dagger piercing her chest, irrevocably damaging her heart and lungs. It was undoubtedly the work of those lunatics, not the monstrous creature from earlier. Among us lurked another madman. This predicament has escalated. If this continues, it won't be long before we all meet a similar fate. She is the one with the white hair. She has committed murder today and now feigns innocence here. Surely, she must be the true maniac. Within the crowd, a survivor seemed to recognize An Ling and immediately began to cast aspersions. Has no one noticed? The witnesses to her crime have not appeared tonight. Perhaps they have already fallen victim to her. Fear not, everyone. Let us unite to subdue her. Only by eliminating the traitor can we stand together. These survivors had just endured a harrowing ordeal, their mental resilience nearly shattered, and now they sought an outlet for their pent-up emotions, with An Ling becoming the prime target for their ire. Of course, it was only the newcomers, around a dozen, who voiced their accusations, forming a collective intent to apprehend An Ling. Meanwhile, those who had arrived before her, although they trusted her innocence, chose to remain uninvolved. How foolish to turn against one another rather than band together against the true threat. Chen Rue couldn't help but admire the intellect of these individuals. Qin Xiao stepped forward, determined to assist An Ling, recognizing that she was no ordinary person and that forging an alliance with her was imperative. Get lost, he coldly uttered, standing alone against a throng of 10 or so. Who do you think you are? Protecting her? You must be a traitor too. Brothers, bind him as well. The leader of the group shouted, attempting to slander Qin Xiao in the process. Silence. Before his opponent could finish, Qin Xiao launched a swift kick that sent the aggressor sprawling. As the melee erupted, the chaos escalated. An Ling, momentarily at a loss as Qin Xiao defended her, picked up a dagger and shards of glass from the ground, discarding them haphazardly. The leader, just recovering from Qin Xiao's blow, was suddenly pierced by a dagger that had seemingly materialized from nowhere, embedding itself in his shoulder. Ah! He cried, clutching his arm in agony, as he beheld the girl in white approaching him with deliberate grace. If I were truly insane, you would have perished just now. An Ling remarked sweetly to the suffering survivor. "Oh, and don't forget, I want my dagger back," she added, yanking the blade from the man's shoulder, blood gushing forth in a violent spray. The sight of crimson splatters on An Ling's fair, delicate visage sent shockwaves through the crowd, leaving them speechless and filled with dread at the unfolding scene. The wounded man, stripped of the will to resist, curled up on the ground in pain. Without immediate and effective intervention, he was destined to succumb to the loss of blood. Qin Shao subsequently subdued all those individuals, yet unlike An Ling, he merely imparted a lesson. Despite wielding a weapon, he did not inflict any harm upon them. The defeated party departed in a state of dismay, and upon realizing Qin Zhao's formidable prowess, they dared not seek further trouble. As his gaze swept across the crowd, everyone who met his eyes instinctively averted their gaze, rendering it impossible to discern who among them was the concealed survivor. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from the dark staircase, and emerging from the shadows was the very girl who had previously slandered An Ling. "My apologies, everyone. I overslept." Chapter 33. The observer. The sudden appearance of the girl elicited peculiar reactions from everyone. Even Qin Shao and Chen Rue sensed an unusual tension. With a sheepish grin and a hand scratching her head, she claimed to have arrived late, exuding an air of endearing innocence. Most of the survivors, however, overlooked a critical question. Why had she escaped harm? Was it merely a stroke of luck? "Why are you unharmed?" Qin Shao inquired, bewildered at how a girl could remain so composed in the face of such gruesome violence. I don't know. Perhaps it's just good fortune," she replied, descending the stairs without a care for the wary, hostile gazes directed at her. "Why slander me?" spoke An Ling, initially intent on confronting the girl. But she vanished in an instant, only to reappear later that evening. "Ah, it's you, beautiful sister. I recall we exchanged only a single sentence, and I had asked you to introduce me to that fierce, handsome guy. We haven't spoken since, so how could I have slandered you?" The girl wore an innocuous expression, her face a mask of bewilderment and innocence. Even An Ling found it difficult to discern whether this facade was genuine or merely a ruse. Could it be that witnessing such carnage had traumatized her mind? There was a possibility, albeit a slim one. Unless, of course, she had been mentally unstable from the outset. Wait, mentally unstable? A lunatic? In certain contexts, these two conditions might indeed be synonymous. An Ling's demeanor suddenly turned cold. Whether she suffered from schizophrenia or amnesia, one fact was indisputable. She was a potential threat. Why should such a person be allowed to remain? This only heightened her own peril. With these thoughts racing through her mind, An Ling wasted no time, decisively drawing her compound bow, preparing to release the arrow. Qin Shao, hearing the commotion, looked at her in disbelief. Whoosh! The arrow flew from the bowstring, swift as lightning, piercing the girl's chest with tremendous force, causing her to collapse onto the staircase behind her. "Ah!" The girl let out a harrowing scream, curling up in agony on the ground. The arrow had penetrated her heart and lungs. Her demise was inevitable. The surrounding survivors, illuminated by the flare's glow, recognized An Ling's actions and recoiled in shock, hastily distancing themselves from this madwoman. Indeed, at this juncture, An Ling's unprovoked attack had led all the survivors to deem her a lunatic. Why kill her? Qin Zhao's tone was icy. He abhorred taking lives, but equally detested those who did so indiscriminately. "She poses a threat," An Ling retorted succinctly, offering no further explanation. She felt no need to justify herself to anyone. From the moment the girl had sought to tarnish her reputation, she had effectively sealed her own fate. Furrowing his brow, Qin Shao appeared lost in contemplation. From the outset, An Ling's words had consistently proved prophetic. It seemed she had encountered numerous supernatural occurrences, rendering it nearly impossible for Qin Shao to dismiss her claims. "Sister, I have faith in you." Chen Rue stood behind An Ling, then turned to the crowd to elucidate. "Pray tell, who among you can remain at ease and sleep soundly in such a perilous environment?" Not only had she accomplished this feat, but she also appeared remarkably composed. I harbor serious doubts about her mental state. She might very well be a lunatic with a split personality. While Chen Rui's explanation was quite reasonable and moved some survivors, humans by nature, instinctively develop a fear of those who have taken lives. An Ling remained expressionless. She had no need to concern herself with the opinions of others. If, in such dire circumstances, she did not protect herself within her capabilities, would she not be deemed worthless? The signal flare continued to emit a hissing sound as it burned, casting a red glow, yet the crowd fell into silence. "Look, the corpse seems to have moved," one survivor shouted in terror, having seemingly made a startling discovery. The crowd immediately turned their gaze to the girl's lifeless body at the stairway, and a horrifying scene unfolded. The girl stood up in an eerie posture, resembling a zombie from a film. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that no blood flowed from her wounds. Her entire body appeared desiccated. This could perhaps be deemed a monstrosity. "Sister, you've hurt me so much," the girl exclaimed, as she yanked an arrow from her chest, pulling out a mass of dark, organic tissue, which she promptly snapped in two and discarded on the ground. A smile adorned her face, as if she were gazing at each person present. "I misjudged you. My apologies." Qin Xiao, equally astonished by the scene before her, did not forget to apologize to An Ling. "It's all right. I believe we should be contemplating how to handle this creature at this moment." An Ling had already slipped her hands into the pockets of her hoodie, for her composite bow had run out of arrows. What are you?" The survivors cried out in terror, clearly more frightened of the resurrected monster than the one who had taken lives. "Oh, me? Hee. Those of us killed by the island's rules are referred to as observers." The girl cheerfully advanced, her pace quickening. "It would be troublesome if I were discovered, so I kindly ask you all to keep silent forever." Suddenly, she accelerated, sprinting towards the survivors with the intent to slay them all. Her speed was astonishingly unnatural, far beyond that of an ordinary human. The crowd was cornered, overwhelmed with confusion. Some attempted to flee the manor, only to turn back and find the earlier murderer had inexplicably reappeared. It was the bald man who had just departed, now transformed into another resurrected monster. With no escape route, chaos erupted among the throng. Qin Xiao's expression turned grave. Two monsters had manifested simultaneously. If they proved to be immortal, would everyone be doomed? Is it also an observer? An Ling suddenly inquired of the girl not far away. The girl abruptly halted, her hand poised to strike a survivor, then turned to face An Ling. "Not at all. It's merely a puppet." As the girl's arm pierced the survivor's chest, the scalding blood splattered across her face, enhancing her madness. "What are your weaknesses?" she demanded. "Surely, we cannot be left to battle against you monstrous beings?" An Ling posed yet another question, leaving even Qin Xiao beside her in bewilderment. "Sister, that is the enemy. Why would they answer your inquiries?" The girl stood up, pointing to her own head, and replied, "It's the brain. As long as it is damaged, we shall perish." The group was left in shock, yet An Ling grasped the situation. This so-called observer seemed inclined to respond to all her questions. Chapter 34, Fire. What does puppet mean? To confirm her suspicions, An Ling immediately inquired again. The girl, poised to act, suddenly paused and stood up once more to respond. Only those survivors slain by the Dominion become puppets. It was at this moment that Qin Xiao realized this was the opponent's flaw or limitation. She would answer any question posed by the survivors. What then is the Dominion? Indeed, An Ling's questions followed rapidly, and even Qin Xiao found herself admiring her adaptability. However, the puppet behind them evidently lacked such restrictions. Qin Xiao glanced back, then turned to An Ling and said, "I will deal with that puppet. You try to hold it off." Without waiting for a reply, Qin Xiao departed, while An Ling remained, her eyes fixated on the observer before her. "The Dominion is the ruler of this island. We are all his subordinates." The girl appeared somewhat impatient, yet she could not defy the rules. Is the Dominion concealed among the survivors? Is it a hidden task? Seizing the opportunity, An Ling sought to uncover all that intrigued her. "I don't know," the girl replied, a slight smirk forming on her lips as she lunged toward An Ling, intent on eliminating this bothersome individual first. An Ling was momentarily taken aback. She understood that if a question pertained to something the girl knew, she would answer. But if it concerned something unknown, that limitation would evidently be lifted. Watching the girl rush toward her, An Ling's expression remained calm, feeling she had overestimated her opponent. for she would not even need to utilize her enhancement card. A single shot would suffice to vanquish her foe. Bang! A blinding white light flashed within the hall, followed by a resounding noise and a waft of gunpowder. Everyone froze, staring in shock at An Ling. Even the observing girl was momentarily stunned, her mind blank as her body fell to the ground uncontrollably. Though she was not dead, she lost command over her own body. She realized her head had been struck, and she was on the verge of complete demise. She wished to scream, to lament, to weep, yet she found herself utterly powerless. Qin Xiao, equally astonished, turned back, fully aware that the sound originated from firearm discharge. The dark muzzle was aimed directly at her, and behind it, An Ling wore an expression devoid of emotion, cold and impassive. Bang! In the next moment, flames erupted from the gun's muzzle. She had fired. The bullet struck the puppet's head with unerring accuracy, a cascade of red and white spilling forth. Unlike the observer, both were reanimated monsters, yet the former remained a corporeal entity. Qin Xiao stood frozen, turning to find the enemy had been eliminated. Hiss! The danger was averted, and in an instant, the hall's lights flickered back to life, revealing a scene of chaos that left everyone in a state of panic. An Ling slowly returned the gun to her pocket, her expression betraying no joy, for the two adversaries she had just slain were not part of a hidden task. Clearly, this is inextricably linked to the sovereign of the island. Qin Xiao was astonished not only by An Ling's hidden cards, but also by her marksmanship and archery skills, which were beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Chen Rui's expression mirrored both surprise and delight. Indeed, with such prowess, no one would dare to trouble them again. Ignoring the curious gazes of those around her, An Ling approached the corpse of the girl, unceremoniously removing her clothing. The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment, and Qin Xiao quickly began to examine the puppet-like body beside him. As expected, there were no scars. An Ling scrutinized the girl's smooth, delicate abdomen, furrowing her brow. These were two entirely different types of monstrosities. Qin Xiao approached An Ling with a bloodied tang knife in hand. His scars healed, yet his pancreas remained absent. These were not mere hidden tasks. One must locate the sovereign of the island. An Ling generously shared information with Qin Xiao, recognizing the potential value of such a formidable ally in future endeavors. The puppet appeared to possess lower intelligence, or perhaps, as suggested by its name, it was being controlled by someone. Qin Xiao had fought the puppet, finding it no different from a wild beast. Perhaps the creature that had slain, it was indeed the sovereign of the manor. Chen Rui added, having witnessed the girl commit murder, piercing a survivor directly with her arm. This sovereign of the island was not merely the lord of the manor. An Ling corrected him, pondering that the deer she had encountered in the forest must have been slain by this very sovereign. Yet, it seemed this sovereign was not particularly clever. Observers, survivors, and now another puppet resurrected by the sovereign. These beings bore almost no distinction from ordinary people, and the threat was escalating. Was it truly only due to the passing of time? If so, it was inevitable that this sovereign would reveal itself in the coming days. The three engaged in hushed discussion, yielding no significant intelligence, ultimately resigning to the situation. An Ling and Qin Xiao silently reached a consensus. If they could not resolve this hidden task, their chances of surviving to the end would significantly improve by collaborating. The power outage at the manor seemed indeed correlated with the onset of danger. Now that the electricity had returned, it was time to head back to their rooms. The three exchanged glances and ascended the stairs, disregarding the other survivors in the hall. Witnessing the two strongest individuals depart, the remaining survivors hurried to the staircase, eager to retreat to their respective rooms to avoid further peril. The empty hall gradually darkened as all the survivors left, and the bodies of the two monsters appeared to dissolve, ultimately transforming into pools of blood before vanishing entirely. Back in her room, An Ling glanced at her pendant. It was approximately 11:30, still far from dawn. Despite the recent power outage, she remained vigilant, and her instincts proved to be correct. It seems that tomorrow I must find a way to retrieve those arrows. Although the existence of firearms has been revealed, ammunition is, after all, not limitless, so it is essential to conserve it as much as possible. An Ling entered the bathroom to wash her face. seeking to awaken her senses and cleanse herself of the lingering scent of blood. She then removed her shoes and lay down on the bed, preparing to enjoy a well-deserved moment of respite. Of course, she would not choose to sleep. Rather, she aimed to relax her taut nerves. One can only hope that no further complications arise this evening. Chapter 35. The initiation of a hidden task after a night of silence. An Ling endured several hours of torment in her room until the dawn finally broke. Rising from her slumber, she donned her shoes, twisted the pendant around her neck, and took a seat at the table to address her hunger. Bonus from the blessing pendant acquired. Perfect accuracy, ensuring successful fishing, throwing, and ranged attacks. Remaining time, 17 hours, 45 minutes, and 23 seconds. Perfect accuracy once more. An Ling felt a twinge of confusion. It seemed improbable that she could roll the same pattern on the dice 3 consecutive days. Was there danger awaiting her tonight? Indeed, with the passage of days, the threats would only intensify, and today marked the 4th day. A simple breakfast of a sandwich and a bottle of mineral water would suffice, as she had already replenished her energy at midnight. Though fatigue weighed heavily upon her, sleep was a luxury she could not afford just yet. She had to utilize this item card. There were 3 locations secured with locks: an unknown room on the 5th floor, the iron gate outside the manor, and the rooftop. The iron gate outside the manor was quickly dismissed. Not only was there uncertainty about escaping through it, but the warnings inscribed upon it compelled her to forego that option. Without the ability to complete the hidden task, even an escape from the manor would not free her from the island, where survival would pose a significant challenge, potentially inviting the wrath of the island's master, a perilous trade indeed. As for the room and the rooftop, it was evident that the room held more promise of concealed treasures. Thus, the rooftop became her discarded target. Curiously, there was no basement within the expansive manor, a fact that perplexed her the most. Securing her hair, she donned her hoodie and slung her backpack over her shoulder before departing her room. Arriving at the supermarket, she, as per usual, utilized 3 opportunities in one go, acquiring 5 items identical to those from her first day. This was to facilitate easier inventory management and conserve space in her storage pack. Afterward, An Ling made her way to the 5th floor. Throughout her journey, both the 4th and 5th floors remained eerily devoid of any survivors. The corridors enveloped in an unsettling silence. It was apparent that these individuals had grown wise, choosing to rest during the day, the safest time, before an utterly nondescript room. An Ling pressed her ear against the door, confirming the absence of any noise within before producing her universal key item card. The lock clicked open with a satisfying sound. Grasping the doorknob with her left hand and drawing her pistol with her right, she cautiously opened the door, her entire being attuned to vigilance in that moment. Inside, darkness enveloped the room, an overpowering stench of decay and mildew assaulting her senses, thick dust indicating that this place had remained undisturbed for quite some time. A switch by the door beckoned her, and she pressed it, the white light banishing the shadows and illuminating the room's true form. A large, black iron cage stood in the center, rusted and adorned with a hefty chain lying motionless nearby. There were no windows, and the walls bore dried bloodstains that lent an unsettling aura to the space. On either side of the room lay an assortment of clutter, including some instruments of torture she had never before encountered. This space appeared to be a place of torment. An Ling raised her brows in disdain as she stepped inside. The walls were wrinkled and peeling, shedding flakes with the slightest touch. The atmosphere within this room was starkly different from that outside. If the manor's exterior exuded modernity, this chamber seemed reminiscent of an era long past, perhaps 80 years ago. An Ling had no interest in the iron cage or the implements of punishment. She was unwilling to squander a valuable prop card in a room that offered nothing of worth. Her primary objective was the pile of documents, hoping to find any prop cards or useful information among them. Among the records, she discovered the names of several incarcerated individuals. Indoncius Nigo, 24 years old, punished for an affair with the manor's hen for 3 days. Janita Meisu Kuan, punished for secretly raising a black infant born of a slave until the age of 2.5, sentenced to 7 days. Paulinia Newt, inciting a slave rebellion, sentenced to 1 month. As An Ling perused these records, Her incredulity deepened. What nonsense was this? She searched diligently, yet found nothing of value. To her, these documents were no more than worthless scraps of paper. Just as she was about to abandon her search, a yellowed piece of parchment fell to the ground, capturing her attention. This sheet was unlike the others, its aged surface reminiscent of parchment and square in shape. She picked it up, eager to see what secrets it might hold. Trigger hidden quest. Eliminate the slave master to escape the island and obtain the ultimate reward. Hint: the slave master, trapped on the island, has eliminated all intruders through his own means, becoming a ruler. He has transformed into something neither human nor ghost. A monster, yet possesses a peculiar fondness for fresh pancreases. He conceals himself among the survivors, unable to resist the allure of a fresh organ. What a stroke of luck! This was a system notification. An Ling's expression brightened, as she had now discovered a means to vanquish the slave master. Fresh pancreas? It seemed that revealing his true nature would require enticing him with such an organ. She carefully tucked the parchment away and swiftly rummaged through the remaining documents, soon confirming their utter uselessness. Resolute, she exited the room and descended the stairs. To obtain a pancreas, the quickest method would be through murder. Yet An Ling was no monster. She could not bring herself to commit such an act. Her target was the earlier girl, the observer. Her organs remained intact, and although a night had passed, she wondered if they would still be considered fresh. Upon reaching the hall on the first floor, An Ling was taken aback. The space was entirely empty. There was no sign of any bodies. No observer, nor even the puppet's remains, had been left behind. Even the bloodstains on the floor had been thoroughly cleaned. This was troubling. An Ling pushed open the manor's grand door, intending to check outside. Qin Shao had previously dealt with another person. After searching thoroughly, the situation mirrored that of the lobby. There were neither corpses nor any traces of blood. Why did it feel as though the fog outside had thickened? An Ling stood at the doorway, gazing at the mist beyond the iron bars. The once indistinct trees had become increasingly obscured. It was as if the fog were encroaching upon the estate itself. The thought of committing murder filled her with hesitation. She could not bring herself to make such a decision. She merely hoped that another fool would unwittingly provoke her, thus providing her with a legitimate justification. Chapter 36. Another hidden mission. Given that all survivors are aware of her possession of a firearm, only a fool would dare to provoke her. Helpless, An Ling had no choice but to return to her room, as this matter required careful deliberation. Wait a moment. It seems there is no stipulation that it had to be a human pancreas. After all, she had previously slain a deer. With a sigh, she lamented the lack of animals in the manor. Sitting despondently on the edge of her bed, An Ling pondered the possibility of other concealed survivors among the crowd. She must find a way to unearth them. Furthermore, to gather all survivors, whether through her own efforts or those of Qin Shao, seemed beyond their current influence. It was likely that they would only have a chance to convene when the manor experienced a power outage, compelling everyone to congregate in the hall. Yawning, she decided to rest, postponing everything until nightfall. An Ling removed her shoes and socks, performed a brief washing, and then nestled into her bed. It was imperative that she secured ample rest to be adequately prepared for the impending dangers. Soon, her breathing grew heavy, and she gradually drifted into slumber. Outside her room, the door beside An Ling opened silently, and Qin Shao stepped out, closing the door softly behind him as he made his way toward the staircase. His destination was clear, the 5th floor. Upon arriving at the room, he was taken aback to find the door ajar. Cautiously, he pushed the door open, revealing a scene of desolation within. An empty room, yet the thick layer of dust on the floor bore witness to someone having arrived here before him. The shoe size indicated it was An Ling's. Qin Shao raised his gaze to survey other areas, but finding mostly useless documents, he decisively exited the room. Before leaving, he meticulously covered all the footprints. After shutting the door behind him, Qin Shao did not descend to the lower floors. Instead, he ascended directly to the top level, to the locked rooftop entrance. He listened intently, confirming there was no sound from the other side, and retrieved a silver card from his pocket. It was a universal key card. With a click, the black lock disengaged, and Qin Shao cautiously pushed open the rooftop door while wielding his weapon. The rooftop was modest in size. concealed from view beneath the manor. As expected, it too was in ruins, the environment reminiscent of a derelict building abandoned for 30 years, starkly contrasting the manor's opulent decor. Qin Zhao's eyes were drawn to a large water tank, beside which lay numerous gas canisters and steel pipes, resembling a storage area for miscellaneous items. The ground was littered with dried leaves, and above the entrance hung a broken light bulb long past its prime. The atmosphere was rife with decay, dust, mold, and a pungent stench that made Qin Zhao frown slightly. He had not detected any unpleasant odor prior to opening the rooftop door. After surveying the surroundings and confirming the environment, he stepped inside. First, he observed the rear on both sides, which was a blind spot that he could not see while standing inside the door. To his surprise, both sides were entirely empty, and everything he had previously seen was indeed all that the rooftop had to offer. The enormous water tank, at first glance, appeared to be a source of water for the estate. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that the tank was not connected to any source. The closer he approached, the more the foul stench became apparent, and Qin Zhao finally realized that it was the smell of decay. He climbed atop the water tank using a nearby rusted ladder, where a circular switch covered the entire tank. Due to years of rust, the switch was immovable, prompting Qin Zhao to retrieve a pair of pliers from his survival backpack. Indeed, this was the weapon randomly found within his survival kit. With the tool in hand, he easily twisted the circular handle of the water tank, turning it counterclockwise. As the lid of the tank was opened, an overwhelming and nauseating odor assaulted his senses, and upon glimpsing the interior, his pupils contracted in shock. Inside the murky water tank lay a corpse, its skin swollen and pale, covered in edema. However, the state of decomposition was not as severe as Qin Zhao had anticipated. The basic features were still discernible, confirming it was a Caucasian male. He was dressed in a black evening suit, with a nameplate affixed to his chest, seemingly inscribed with his name. Based solely on appearances, Qin Zhao surmised that this individual was the slave owner of the estate. Although he lacked forensic knowledge, he inferred from the body's swelling that it appeared almost intact, with no extensive decay. A chilling thought took root in his mind. The slave owner may have died just a few days prior. Perhaps even on the very first day the survivors arrived. Was he the true master of this estate? Did he rise each night to attack the survivors? Yet, the water tank was completely sealed, making it impossible for him to have opened it from within. Gazing at the corpse inside, Qin Zhao felt no fear. Instead, he furrowed his brow, seemingly deep in thought. In the next moment, he seemed to have made a decision, shedding his clothing to reveal a robust physique, and without hesitation, he leaped into the water tank, determined to retrieve the body. The tank was nearly full, yet there remained a half-arm's distance from the edge, and with the surroundings sealed except for the lid, he had no tools and could only personally enter the water to retrieve the corpse. Soon enough, he had brought the swollen body to the surface and began searching through the clothing for any concealed items. He found a nameplate bearing the name, and a yellowed square piece of paper. Beyond that, there was nothing else. Qin Zhao examined the body. It bore no wounds, and undoubtedly, the cause of death was drowning. He squatted beside the tank, picking up the paper to examine it closely. Trigger hidden task. Identify and eliminate the murderer of the slave owner to escape the island and receive a special reward. Int. The slave owner and his captives are trapped on the island, betrayed by his subordinates. He is mad and cruel, ultimately descending into madness. Yet he harbors an unrelenting hatred for the slave owner. He conceals himself among the survivors. By simply shouting the slave owner's name before him, he will reveal himself. Upon reading this prompt, Qin Zhao's face finally broke into a smile. This task was exceedingly simple, one he could trigger at any moment. However, the sole uncertainty lay in the unknown strength of this creature. The hint did not mention the ruler. Could it be that the hidden task was unrelated to this ruler? Qin Zhao felt a twinge of confusion, having always believed that the hidden task involved the elimination of the ruler, but it now appeared otherwise. Naturally, in everyone's established perceptions, no one would suspect that the so-called hidden task could actually consist of two paths. He glanced again at the name inscribed on the plaque, John Matthews. As night fell, and the manor experienced a power outage, it would be the perfect opportunity to gather all survivors. At that moment, he could call out this name and slay the creature, thus securing his escape from the island. Rising to his feet, Qin Xiao donned his clothes, cast the slave owner's corpse back into the water tank, and secured the lid with a pair of pliers. After meticulously erasing all traces of his presence here, he felt reassured and hastily returned to his room. Chapter 37. The unveiling of the murderer one day passed in silence. That night, An Ling stirred from her slumber. Unaware that Qin Xiao had also received a hidden mission, her mind still preoccupied with devising a means to acquire a pancreas. A glance at the clock revealed it was just past 6. She rose, donned her attire, and engaged in a brief grooming ritual, tying her hair neatly before taking a seat. While she attended to her dinner, she awaited the manor's power outage, seeking an opportunity to fulfill her concealed task. At last, she finished the last pack of unpalatable compressed biscuits and, after consuming a sandwich, contentedly patted her stomach. Despite subsisting on instant meals for several days, her body felt no discomfort. How she longed for the taste of instant noodles. The hours of waiting were excruciatingly dull, and An Ling found herself repeatedly glancing at the pendant around her neck, wishing time would hasten. For hours passed, and as the clock struck 10, it was time for the lights to be extinguished. She turned off the light in her room, observing the sliver of illumination seeping through the gap at the bottom of the doorframe. Tap, tap. Was it the sound of footsteps again? An Ling froze, her gaze fixed intently on the door's edge. Moments later, the footsteps faded away. There was no shadow beneath the doorframe, and she exhaled a sigh of relief. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden sound of knocking in the stillness of the night sent her heart racing. The noise emanated from one side, rapping at the doors of other survivors. It was very close, either from Qin Zhao's or Chun Rui's room. This instance was utterly dissimilar to previous occurrences. Each person perceived different sounds, as if caught in a phantasm. Yet this terrifying knocking resonated throughout the corridor, clearly audible to every survivor present. In the adjacent room, Qin Xiao lay in bed, indifferent to the insistent knocking. He gripped his tang sword tightly, his mind debating whether to call out the name of the master. He was certain that the creature outside was the murderer responsible for the master's death. However, the confines of his room were ill-suited for combat. Should he falter, it could cost him his life. After a moment's contemplation, he abandoned the idea of calling out the master's name. At least in the hall, An Ling remained as a safeguard. Before long, the knocking ceased, replaced by the sound of footsteps as they moved to knock on the doors of other survivors. An hour later, with a sharp hiss, the manor plunged into darkness once more. All the survivors wore expressions of concern, yet An Ling and Qin Xiao appeared somewhat pleased. They understood that the opportunity to escape the island had arrived. One by one, the survivors emerged from their rooms, converging toward the hall on the first floor. An Ling glanced at the time. Only half an hour had elapsed since the knocking had ceased. Now it was 10:30. With an hour and a half remaining until the 5th day, she surmised that the level of danger was unlikely to escalate. This meant she must endeavor to eliminate the master within this hour and a half. Exiting her room, An Ling exchanged a silent glance with Qin Xiao, and without a word, they descended the staircase together. Within the grand hall, a multitude of individuals swiftly gathered, bathed in the eerie glow of emergency lights. The faces of each person were etched with weariness and uncertainty. The psychological toll of recent events had been insufferably heavy upon them. It became evident to all why those who had survived had descended into madness. An Ling remained silent, merely standing in place, which deterred all the survivors from approaching her. As she contemplated taking a head count, she suddenly noticed Qin Xiao also surveying the surroundings. Was he counting as well? The group exchanged glances, considering if there were any survivors yet to descend. The sound of knocking echoed once more, and it was entirely plausible that those who had not yet emerged were merely the monster in disguise. Qin Zhao's indifferent voice reverberated throughout the hall, inciting a wave of panic among the survivors, who began to scrutinize one another. However, they were merely strangers to one another, and the absence of even one or two familiar faces made it difficult to recall anyone amidst the tense atmosphere. Seeing no immediate response from the crowd, Qin Xiao turned to An Ling and requested, "Please keep an eye on them while I check upstairs for any survivors who may be hiding." An Ling nodded in confusion, sensing that his reaction was unusually peculiar, yet she refrained from probing further. Naturally, the other survivors were not inclined to venture off recklessly in such a precarious situation. Being alone in a darkened mansion was exceedingly dangerous. Inside the chaotic first-floor hall, the survivors engaged in hushed conversations to alleviate their anxiety. An Ling thought she heard Qin Xiao calling from upstairs, though the words were indistinct. Moments later, the clarity returned, and she discerned him shouting the name Xios. In less than 10 minutes, he had thoroughly examined all 50 rooms across 3 floors and returned to the first floor. An Ling hesitated to speak, knowing he had likely uncovered some critical information. As he passed by her, she could see his muscles taut, brimming with an underlying ferocity. "Step back, both of you. I have discovered a way to escape the island," he murmured. An Ling and Chun Rue immediately distanced themselves from the throng of survivors. Among the assembly, aside from the 3 of them, there were nearly 30 individuals. Did he truly possess a method to locate the hidden master? An Ling silently observed the scene, eager to discern what Qin Xiao intended to do. He produced a weathered sheet of paper, glancing down at it before addressing the assembly of survivors. "John Matthews," he suddenly bellowed, his voice echoing throughout the hall. In the next moment, the aged paper in his hands ignited, rapidly disintegrating into ashes. An Ling gasped in astonishment. She recognized it for what it was, a hidden mission. Qin Xiao, too, possessed a hidden mission. Enlightenment struck her, revealing that hidden tasks were not singular in nature. As the sound of his voice faded, all the survivors began to exchange bewildered glances, puzzled by Qin Xiao's sudden outcry. An Ling's gaze remained fixed upon the survivors amidst the throng, and she noticed that the eyes of several individuals had turned pitch black, revealing a sinister grin. In the blink of an eye, they charged towards Qin Xiao. Much like the bystanders from the previous day, it became apparent that the assailants were not singular in their menace. Armed with a blade, Qin Xiao advanced, engaging in a fierce confrontation. These individuals differed significantly from the bystanders. They possessed no perverse abilities, with both strength and speed firmly within the realm of the ordinary. For assailants, in truth, bore no distinction from 4 common men, save for the fact that only by severing their heads could one ensure their demise. Clearly, even in collaboration, these 4 were no match for Qin Xiao. Should a typical person encounter such a hidden task, even fortune would lead them to a grim fate. The surrounding survivors hastily distanced themselves from this inexplicable battleground, while An Ling retreated to a safe distance, drawing her pistol and preparing for any eventuality. She discerned that Qin Xiao's hidden task diverged entirely from her own, and these 4 entities were evidently not the rulers of this island. Soon, a flash of sharp steel illuminated the air, and with immense force, one assailant's neck was severed, their body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Destroying the brain posed a challenge, yet decapitating was considerably more manageable. This was not a strength to be possessed by the ordinary. Qin Xiao had employed a special item card. A hint of joy flickered across An Ling's face, realizing that the hidden task of her counterpart did not conflict with her own, and that there was now hope for the pancreas as well. Chapter 38. Slaying the beast with the enhancement of his martial prowess and the aid of his item cards. Qin Xiao effortlessly dispatched the 4 ruthless killers. As he gazed upon the lifeless bodies sprawled in a pool of blood, his expression remained stoic. Yet a flicker of joy and relief surged within him. This ordeal was finally drawing to a close. At that moment, the other survivors began to react, their faces alight with exhilaration. The monsters had been vanquished, the hidden task completed. They could finally escape this island. Qin Xiao stood frozen, quietly awaiting the system's notification. "Congratulations on completing your personal hidden task. You are about to leave the island. Countdown 3, 2, 1. In the next instant, the Tang Dao clattered to the ground, and his figure inexplicably vanished before the eyes of the gathered crowd, leaving them in stunned silence for a full minute. What was happening? Why had they not departed? Wasn't the completion of the hidden task supposed to facilitate their escape from the island? Let us wait a bit longer. Perhaps we will leave shortly. The survivor who uttered these words lacked conviction. An Ling paid no heed to the panicked crowd, as long as they remained calm. She could focus on completing her own hidden task. Chun Rue, could you lend me a hand? She inquired, glancing at Chun Rue, who wore a similar expression of concern. Of course. What do you need me to do? Chun Rue replied without a moment's hesitation. Please help me dismember these 4 corpses and extract their pancreases. An Ling was not being dramatic. Her unfamiliarity with human anatomy left her uncertain of the pancreas's location. Understood. Chun Rue, although gripped by fear, picked up the Tang Dao from the ground and approached the bodies, repeatedly reminding himself that they were not human, but monsters. Meanwhile, An Ling kept a vigilant watch on all the survivors, intent on preventing any sudden attacks. As time passed, many of the survivors turned their gaze toward the duo, curiosity piqued by the unusual task at hand. If any adversaries were concealed among them, they would likely reveal their true nature upon witnessing the pancreas. This was indeed a perilous endeavor. Soon enough, Chun Rue successfully severed the pancreas from the ground, prompting An Ling to signal him to cease and retreat. As far away as possible, confused, he nodded and hurried toward the staircase, keeping a distant eye on the hall's happenings. Without hesitation, An Ling picked up the organ from the ground and cast it into the gathering of survivors. Instinctively, they recoiled, bewildered by the bloody pancreas that lay before them, uncertain of her motives. At that moment, a figure lunged from behind, crashing through the crowd and advancing toward them. What the hell are you doing? One survivor yelled in anger. To their shock, the intruder dropped to the ground and began voraciously devouring the pancreas, sending a wave of horror through the others. His body hunched over, resembling a beast, as strange transformations began to unfold. The fabric of its back was torn, revealing a broad expanse covered in dark fur. Its limbs were transforming into those of a beast, sprouting formidable claws. After devouring the pancreas, it lifted its head once more. This was no longer a semblance of humanity. A face shrouded in black fur, elongated cheekbones adorned with irregular sharp teeth, and crimson eyes emanating an eerie glow. This was a creature never before seen. Run! Someone shouted, and the survivors scattered in a frenzy, while the monster turned towards the sound, immediately lunging at the source. The ruler of the island was, in fact, a mindless beast? An Ling had always assumed it to be a highly intelligent being, akin to an observer. Now, it seemed the survivors had fallen prey to its predation, perhaps adhering to some primal code. Just as the monster was about to maul the nearest survivor, An Ling decisively activated 2 item cards. Feeling a surge of power and explosive energy coursing through her, transcending the limits of humanity, she hurled a dart with all her strength, the force propelling it in a furious spin, like a streak of light, emitting a piercing shriek as it targeted the joints of the monster's forelimbs. Bang! The creature's body was suddenly deflected by this immense force, causing its attack to miss. However, the dart merely penetrated its flesh, failing to sever its limbs. Its bones were remarkably resilient. This only served to enrage the beast further, as it turned its bloodthirsty gaze upon An Ling, viscous, foul-smelling saliva dripping from its maw. It coiled its body, ready to pounce on her. Armed with a Tang Dao, An Ling took off running. Though the creature possessed immense, explosive power, bolstered by her enhancement cards, her speed was not to be underestimated, allowing her to evade its pursuit. Whoosh! Darts flew from her hands, relentlessly aimed at the creature. It was no longer suitable to engage with a composite bow. Thwack! A dart struck true at the monster's wound, another targeting its skull directly. With her unerring accuracy, An Ling could hit her mark with precision. Its skull was surprisingly tough, causing the dart to ricochet off. Undeterred, An Ling quickly shifted her aim to its limbs. If she could restrict its movement, victory was still within reach. They circled each other in the grand hall, with every lunge from the monster. She utilized her speed to evade and counterattack. The creature's limbs were now riddled with darts, yet they remained unbroken, and it seemed impervious to pain, its mobility unaffected. An Ling scanned her surroundings, noting that all the other survivors had fled. She swiftly dodged another of the monster's lunges and ascended to the second floor in a few strides. Turning, she drew her composite bow and released a volley of arrows, each one piercing the creature's body. The 4 arrows embedded deep in its neck severely hindered its head movements. With an expressionless visage, having exhausted her darts and arrows, she calmly retrieved a handgun from her pocket, aiming it at the beast. At this moment, the monstrous creature was charging up the staircase with fervor, intent on tearing apart the foes above. Just as it was about to leap into the air, a sudden flash of fire illuminated the darkness, and a tremendous sound reverberated throughout the hall. The bullet struck the creature's left leg with precision, which was already marred by numerous darts, bearing the scars of battle. With a sickening crack, a portion of its dark limb severed, and the creature, overwhelmed by the force, lost its balance and fell heavily to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, An Ling leapt from the second floor to stand before the beast, gripping her Tang Dao firmly as she thrust it forcefully into its neck. The blade pierced through, embedding itself in the ground like the cutting edge of a pair of scissors. With all her strength, she twisted the weapon to the side, and at last, the creature's neck succumbed, severing with a finality that sent a wave of relief through her. As she gazed into the dimming eyes of the monster, and its limbs ceased their struggle, she exhaled, believing it to be truly dead. Cautiously, she stepped back, handgun at the ready, vigilant against any last-ditch retaliation. For a long moment, the creature lay still. It was indeed lifeless, its body gradually dissolving into a pool of blood. Congratulations! You have completed the Team's hidden mission and cleared the Novice Island. All survivors will depart in 120 seconds. Countdown 118, 117. An Ling's expression brightened. At long last, they could escape this cursed place. The other survivors, who had been hiding upstairs, hurried down to the first floor, and upon witnessing the still figure in the hall, erupted into cheers. Chapter 39. Becoming a supernatural being at last, the prospect of leaving this dreadful place is within reach. To discover 2 hidden quests is utterly astonishing. Is this truly a beginner's island? In this moment, all survivors, like An Ling, received the same notification, instilling in them an unwavering belief that they would indeed depart within 2 minutes. So it is a matter of individual versus team. An Ling mused, realizing that completing the personal hidden quest would allow her to leave the island directly, while fulfilling the team hidden quest would require the collective departure of all. Of course, the difficulty of each task is not on the same level. Chunrui glanced back at the hall's entrance and hurried downstairs. Sister, are you all right? I'm fine. An Ling looked at the pendant hanging on her chest. The remaining time had vanished, indicating that it was now the 5th day. She absent-mindedly twirled the pendant. Acquired blessing pendant enhancement. Fortunate destiny, without a doubt. At this moment, you are the embodiment of luck. Remaining time, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 47 seconds. It was just past midnight, and the blessings had changed today, suggesting that her good fortune was imminent. An Ling smiled as she bent down to retrieve her backpack from the ground, while everyone else fixated on the ticking seconds before them. Suddenly, the grand doors of the manor swung open, and an eerie mist seeped in, corrupting everything around. The walls began to peel away, revealing a blood-stained, yellowed visage, while the ground was strewn with skeletal remains. Even the lavish feast laid upon the long table morphed into maggots, invoking a wave of nausea. Indeed, this was the manor's true form, akin to the storage room on the 5th floor and the rooftop. An Ling had initially intended to seize the opportunity of the 5th day to gather another batch of supplies, but it seemed that time was no longer on her side. These provisions would require a full day to be stored in her backpack. Under the current circumstances, they would surely rot the moment they were grasped. The surrounding survivors felt a surge of panic, yet as the countdown drew nearer, an immense courage began to swell within them. Until we meet again, An Ling said to Chunrui, offering him a sweet smile that momentarily left him flustered. Why yes, until we meet again. Chunrui stammered in response. Countdown 3, 2, 1. The world around An Ling spun as she felt an intimate connection with the ground. In the next instant, she jolted upright from a wooden bed, the dim glow of the iron stove still emanating beside her. Before her lay her table and chairs, along with a storage box, and even her backpack remained in its original position from before she entered the island. I'm back. An Ling exclaimed as she opened the wooden door, the briny air of the ocean invigorating her senses. In that moment, she found herself nostalgic for her solitary island. Suddenly, the light screen on her ring activated, displaying a series of messages. Island name, Novice Island, completion time, 5 days, completion ratings, rewards obtained, profession card X1, points X 100, additional rewards, 20 points for defeating the Overlord, 10 points for defeating the Observer, 5 points for defeating the Puppet. Countdown to next island, 6 days, 23 hours, 57 minutes. An Ling's expression darkened. What did this mean? Another island in 7 days? She shut off the holographic screen and attempted to explore other functionalities, which had all been restored, but An Ling had no time to dwell on these matters. In her hand was a golden card she had never encountered before, with the words Profession Card inscribed on the back and an image of a sword on the front. Item cards, enhancement cards, upgrade cards, construction cards, and now Profession Card. The golden legend spoke for itself. It was undoubtedly extraordinary. Moreover, An Ling surmised that it might grant her unique powers, perhaps something akin to a master fisher or the king of sea fishing. The omnipotent holographic ring immediately scanned the card, prompting a notification to appear. Unique hidden profession card, Swordmaster. By using this profession card, you can transition into a sword master, possessing unparalleled extraordinary abilities. Note: unique refers to the singularity of this profession and does not imply the existence of only one hidden profession. Abilities are categorized into 6 tiers: soldier level, steed level, giant level, chariot level, queen level, and king level, further divided into 5 ranks: blue, purple, gold, white, and black, from lowest to highest. Superpowers? An Ling felt elated. She was well acquainted with the vivid imagery of those superpowered individuals battling in the dark urban realm. She never imagined her dreams would one day materialize. Being a hidden profession, An Ling promptly opted to activate it, reopening the holographic screen, where her profession information was no longer blank. Your current level, blue soldier level. As for any notable changes, An Ling found it challenging to articulate, given that this was her first encounter with such an experience. She merely sensed an invisible energy within her, akin to a part of her being that she could manipulate at will. Attempting to harness this power, she was astonished to see a piece of wood levitate before her. With a forceful gesture, the wood shot away from the island at an astonishing speed. Wood -1, she understood. Her ability resembled a form of telekinesis, hence the title Swordmaster. Yet, a perplexing question arose. Where was her sword? Despite her best efforts, no sword materialized. She resigned herself to the notion that perhaps her level was insufficient for such an item to appear. This ability, while seemingly limited, did possess some utility. She could use it to retrieve resources from a distance. This was the only practical application An Ling could currently conceive. Sitting on the rudimentary wooden bed, though not as warm and comfortable as the double bed in her manor, it bestowed upon her a sense of inexplicable tranquility. As she unzipped her backpack, she found the supplies were indeed intact. The only solace she found was that the sea eagle meat she had previously collected from the refrigerator had not spoiled, allowing her to prepare a warm pot of soup. Within her backpack lay 7 cornerstone cards, and upon utilizing them, the island's area expanded nearly twofold, from a mere 8 square meters to a generous 15. This expansion made her quaint wooden cabin feel somewhat cramped. The remaining supplies were meticulously organized by An Ling, and after spending 5 days on the island, her most significant gain, aside from a few cards, was food. She had acquired 50 bamboo stalks for bamboo shoots, 9 coconuts, 12 pieces of lumber, a deer antler bough, 8 sea eagle meat portions, 30 feathers, 3 sandwiches, 9 assorted fruit cans, 9 cans of beef, 9 braised chicken legs, 9 cookies, and 9 slices of toast. Such a bounty of food would sustain her for quite some time, alleviating her immediate worries about hunger. However, after her experience on this novice island, An Ling truly comprehended the essence of survival as described by the system. Her concerns were not merely about the risk of starvation, but rather whether she could navigate the series of supernatural events and emerge unscathed. She decided to rest, knowing she still had 7 days of survival ahead. Casting aside her chaotic thoughts An Ling freshened up briefly and soon drifted into slumber upon lying down. Chapter 40. Digesting Resources at Dawn. An Ling rose promptly in accordance with her biological clock and glanced at the remaining time displayed on her pendant. Just past 6 o'clock. After a brief ritual of personal care, she retrieved her food supplies to prepare breakfast for the day. While food was not scarce at the moment, essential resources were indeed limited. The island required development, and she aimed to enhance her domain over the next few days. An Ling boiled the fresh water from her filtration device, concocting a bowl of vegetable soup accompanied by a box of cookies. Her simple breakfast was ready. Before returning to her island, both her cleanliness and satiety levels had remained above the alert threshold, and after a day's refresh, her points had increased by 2. Another monotonous day lay ahead. Stepping outside her wooden cabin, An Ling noticed that the expanded area of her island was vastly different from the previous cramped conditions. She could now walk safely around the cabin's perimeter. She picked up her fishing rod, recalling the simple triangular fishing net that hung behind the cabin. At that moment, the net was laden with various supplies, yet not as plentiful as she had anticipated. The state of both the cabin and the surroundings did not reflect her absence of 5 days, an anomaly she had grown accustomed to. Simple fishing net collected supplies: salmon X1, squid X2, cod X2, timber X15, wooden box X1, gauze X2, straw X5, plastic X10. A few fish, how splendid! An Ling felt a surge of joy. With a source of fire and hot water, she could easily prepare fish soup. The only drawback was her lack of storage for food. The significant temperature fluctuations on the island necessitated that she consume these perishable items swiftly to avoid waste. She casually opened the wooden box, which bore no lock. Building card X1, iron nails X10, scrap iron X5. Fortune favored her. As An Ling picked up the building card, showcasing the image of a raft. A raft? Could it be that we might leave this island? She pondered, albeit the raft held no immediate utility for her. The 2 points it offered were enticing and warranted construction. After consuming 20 bamboo, 5 timber, and 4 ropes, she constructed a 4x4 sized raft, the same foundational area as her island. Raft unlocked. Reward: premium underwear X4. The raft may also serve as a survival base. Adrift upon the ocean, where danger and opportunity coexist. Note: the raft bears the same possibilities as the island. Choosing the raft entails relinquishing the island, with all resources transferred simultaneously. An Ling was momentarily taken aback, staring at the 2 prompts that had appeared at the bottom of her screen, feeling somewhat bewildered. This indicated that the raft and the island served identical functions, the sole distinction being that one could be moved while the other remained fixed. However, upon further contemplation, the raft seemed rather insecure. Thus, she decisively opted for refusal. Yet the raft did not vanish. It lingered beside her island, seemingly a contingency for future needs. Following this, a series of equipment was unlocked: oars, iron anchors, fishing rods, and more. However, An Ling, as a novice, possesses a fishing rod by default, which incurs no points for its construction. Thus, she crafted the remaining 2 rods, earning herself 2 points, perfectly sufficient to secure the raft against the currents. As for the system's rewards of daily necessities, such as sanitary napkins, undergarments, and socks, she had long since grown accustomed to them. The creation of wooden arrows requires 1 feather and 1 piece of wood, yielding 10 arrows at a time. Currently, An Ling had not discovered any other uses for feathers, so she decided to utilize all 30 feathers to produce 300 wooden arrows, receiving only 1 point as a first-time reward. Upon completing these tasks, she felt that her bounty from this island expedition had been fully processed, allowing her to focus on gathering resources with a tranquil mind. Although there were still points left unutilized, the island's expanse was ample for her needs, and her intuition suggested that accumulating points would be prudent. As she gathered resources, An Ling opened the chat interface to observe the conversations among the survivors, passing the time. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to a line of small text at the bottom of the chat module. It displayed the channel number and the number of participants, all of which had originally been green. However, the remaining participant count had shifted to a faint yellow, indicating a decrease from the initial 100,000 to a mere 80,000. Thus, the The mortality rate on this novice island had reached a staggering 1/5. The yellow text stood out conspicuously, prompting An Ling to click on it, only to be met with an immediate notification. The number of participants below 50,000 will lead to a channel merge. The significance of a merge was not the primary concern for An Ling. Rather, she perceived it as the system's method of selection. Survivors who endured through the elimination process would inevitably grow stronger. At first glance, this appeared to be good news. Without incompetent teammates, the remaining individuals could collaborate more efficiently to conquer the island. Yet, she felt a persistent unease. It was terrifying. They were trapped in a derelict asylum teeming with zombies, with only 8 out of 50 individuals surviving. Was this truly a novice island? Goodness, how fortunate these brothers were. What is this? We are ensnared in a manner, with a white-haired girl heroically turning the tide. Now that's impressive. Otherwise, we would all be doomed. White-haired. Bro, you must introduce me. Whoosh, I can sing, dance, and rap. I'm an idol. Who can spare me a bottle of water? Useless coward. Why are people like you still alive? Unable to suppress her laughter, An Ling found these individuals rather amusing. However, one peculiar detail struck her. Not a single person had revealed any information about their class cards. This was odd. An Ling did not consider herself the chosen one, and even if luck were on her side, it was improbable that she was the only one to have obtained a class card among so many. It seemed these individuals were quite astute, refraining from indiscriminately disclosing such information. She had initially wished to learn more, but now it appeared that her chances were slim. Chapter 41. Comprehensive upgrade in the span of a single morning. Bolstered by fortuitous circumstances, An Ling meticulously opened each wooden box, her luck exceedingly abundant. Although not every attempt was successful, this act of opening boxes proved far more effective than relying on mere good fortune. This was not mere superstition, but rather a tangible reality. Throughout the morning, she opened 6 wooden boxes, yielding the following treasures: 1 upgrade card, 1 enhancement card, 1 construction card, 2 item cards, 1 key, 10 scrap iron, 8 charcoal, 6 bottles of mineral water, and 5 sausages. Additionally, she salvaged some extra materials aside from the boxes: 20 units of wood, 10 units of plastic, and 5 bundles of thatch. While the quantity may not have been vast, the majority consisted of cards, making the endeavor worthwhile. It seemed that the sea yielded only these resources. Was there truly nothing else to be found, such as ores? An Ling pondered, realizing that if she consistently acquired only these materials, her island would remain in a primitive state for years to come, entirely dependent on cards. With a key in hand, she recalled a locked wooden box in her cabin. Without hesitation, she returned to her abode and unlocked the final box. To her dismay, it was empty save for a lone enhancement card. A sense of being duped washed over her as she organized her materials, gazing at the 6 cards of varying colors. Lost in thought, the item cards were fixed, requiring no deliberation. She promptly utilized them. Navigation locator, capable of pinpointing nearby deserted islands. But first, you must possess a boat. Eternal lamp, completely natural, with no consumption or pollution, and essential for nighttime illumination. A navigation locator? What is this contraption? Embracing the principle of experimentation, An Ling decisively chose to construct it within her cabin. The device was roughly the size of a desktop computer, featuring a square display that resembled a radar, with a needle continuously spinning and scanning for something in the vicinity. Constructed navigation locator, rewarded with 3 sets of JK attire. So this is how the system operates. An Ling sighed, resigning herself to the fact that at least it was clothing better than having nothing to wear. The point shop has updated new merchandise. Hastily, An Ling opened the shop, discovering not only a cornerstone card for 10 points, but also a navigation card available for 30 points. Without hesitation, she purchased it, knowing that the system would not provide further prompts unless she held it. Navigation card, used in conjunction with the navigation locator to detect nearby resource islands, with a certain risk of failure. Tip: the island where the survivor resides is named Construction Island. The island entered on a fixed cycle is Survival Island. The resource island is distinct from both, containing only resources and posing minimal danger. Another low-risk endeavor? I can hardly believe it. An Ling cursed under her breath. She finally understood that the ores and other materials must be retrieved from the resource island. However, the system just indicated that in order to reach the resource island, I must first possess a vessel. An Ling turned her gaze towards the nearby anchored wooden raft, pondering whether this contraption would suffice. Glancing at the remaining 4 cards in her hand, she let out a cold chuckle and promptly utilized a red upgrade card on the raft. In an instant, the entire raft underwent a remarkable transformation. Railings emerged around it, reshaping it into an elongated oval form with pointed ends. It even boasted a rudimentary wooden shelter, effectively upgrading the raft into a wooden boat, complete with several compartments for storage. This upgrade card proved advantageous. An Ling felt a surge of joy, realizing that the wooden boat, like her wooden house, could continue to evolve and upgrade indefinitely, one serving as her domicile, the other as an essential tool for her excursions. With her newfound knowledge of the 3 types of islands, this travel apparatus became particularly crucial. Next, she retrieved her soul building card, examining its face, which depicted an indoor scene, leaving her puzzled about its significance. Building card, wooden decor, capable of transforming any interior into a pure wooden aesthetic with flooring. Subsequent expansions of the house can be easily managed by adding wood, making it an essential for renovations and extremely convenient. Points earned, 2. This card seemed to guarantee a splendid enhancement. Upon realizing the potential of this building card, An Ling knew precisely how to employ her reinforcement card. Reinforce the wooden house. As the card vanished from her grasp, her modest abode suddenly expanded, transforming from a mere 4 square meters into a spacious 10, with enhanced amenities. A designated spot for a stove and chimney was included, while the wooden walls were fortified and the windows enlarged, allowing for ample natural light. The only drawback was that she still stood upon the island's damp and chaotic ground. Subsequently, utilizing the building card, she consumed a total of 50 pieces of wood, instantly revitalizing the interior. The floor morphed into a wooden surface adorned with beautiful grain, reminiscent of freshly waxed finishes, while the walls became smooth and even, presenting an exquisite sight. In light of these improvements, her simple wooden bed appeared somewhat inadequate. The final card she held was yet another reinforcement card, and An Ling contemplated whether to enhance her bed or the ore. To be frank, there were far too many items on the island in need of fortification. Even if she could pinpoint the resource island and possessed a vessel, navigating with the ore would be a laborious endeavor. The bed, on the other hand, was still bearable. Thus, she decided to reinforce the ore. Approaching her wooden boat, she watched as the last card disappeared from her hand, completing the enhancement of the ore. Hand power propeller can be installed on the wooden boat, energy efficient and time-saving, enhancing efficiency tenfold. Remarkably convenient, consuming only 2 buns for 100 kilometers. I initially expected a motorized version. It seems I truly overestimated its capabilities. An Ling clicked to install, positioning the propeller at the rear of the wooden boat. Without a sail, it meant she would have to row continuously. Perhaps it will be necessary to reinforce or upgrade next time for the sail to appear. This contraption is quite similar to the amusement boats she once rode in scenic areas, operating on principles akin to those of a bicycle. After finishing the wooden boat, An Ling returned to her wooden cabin, which is now expanded to an area of 10 square meters, while the island measures only 15 square meters, appearing somewhat cramped. She then utilized 50 points to further enlarge the island to 20 square meters, finally feeling satisfied. Subsequently, she turned her attention to reorganizing the expanded wooden cabin. After spending half an hour tidying up, she was at last ready to indulge in her lunch. She lit a fire and boiled water, as An Ling intended to enjoy a steaming bowl of fish soup for a midday meal. She took a wooden arrow, using it as a skewer to pierce the squid, placing it by the iron stove, for squid is undeniably best when grilled. Before long, a pot of fragrant fish soup was ready, accompanied by delicious grilled squid, which An Ling relished with great delight. The only drawback was the lack of seasonings. However, she added a pinch of sea salt from her seawater filtration device, believing that a little would not cause any harm. Ah, how delightful it smells! The cabin now boasts a perpetual light, while not exceedingly bright. It is certainly superior to a torch, especially since it requires no fuel. The light is encased in a wooden box, which, when covered, effectively extinguishes it, proving to be exceedingly convenient. Remarkably, in just one day, her quality of life has undergone a remarkable transformation. Chapter 42. The Maiden Voyage. After finishing her lunch, An Ling took a brief moment to rest, observing the transformations within her abode, and her satisfaction grew immensely. It would have been even better to have a companion. She contemplated this notion, for humans are inherently social creatures, and prolonged solitude inevitably breeds a sense of loneliness. However, this was merely a minor concern for An Ling. Influenced by her surroundings, who would still dwell on such matters, she inserted the positioning card she had just exchanged into the nearby machine, akin to placing it into an ATM, and the card was promptly swallowed, vanishing from sight. At that moment, the navigation locator began to emit beeping sounds, with the green pointer spinning rapidly. An Ling fixated her gaze upon the screen before her. With the auspicious fortune on her side, she could hardly believe she would encounter a failure in locating her destination. Positioning successful, coordinates of Supply Island 2135. The screen displayed a small dot, indicating that the location was not far from her current position. Although An Ling was uncertain of the significance of these coordinates, the directional indication assured her that she would successfully locate the Supply Island. She planned to explore this island in the afternoon, hoping to uncover some treasures. Equipped with all necessary tools and blessed by fortune, it was indeed the perfect opportunity for a maritime adventure. Her only concern was the distance to the island, which remained unclear to her. Nonetheless, the system surely would not lead her to a dead end, having discovered the Supply Island with a mere raft. She speculated that reaching it again would be equally feasible. Without further delay, An Ling resolved to embark immediately, confident that the Supply Island shared commonalities with her survival island, such as not permitting prolonged stays. However, as she approached the ship, she was taken aback by the emptiness of the deck. How would she discern direction amidst the vast ocean? How could she ensure her safe return to her island? Did the ship lack something essential? An Ling pondered. Surely a compass would suffice. Wait a moment. Could the navigation locator be placed aboard the ship? With determination, she employed the construction module to rearrange the furnishings and discovered that indeed, it could be situated on the vessel. Well, An Ling conceded her previous oversight. The ship now appeared much more agreeable to her eyes. Cautiously, she hoisted her backpack and climbed aboard, the gentle swaying of the waves causing her to momentarily lose her sense of security. She could not swim. Should she fall overboard, it would mean starting anew. After securing the anchor, An Ling steadied her nerves and gently activated the propeller to set sail. As she sailed further away, she cast a glance back at the island, which gradually diminished in her field of vision. After inspecting the light screen ring and confirming that all was in order, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thus, An Ling's inaugural maritime journey commenced. The navigation locator displayed 3 points. One represented her construction island with a green dot. Another indicated the Supply Island with a green triangle, and the center marked her current position. Before long, the distant isle vanished from An Ling's sight. However, she did not perceive her progress as particularly swift. It seemed that surviving aboard the vessel was indeed a commendable choice. An Ling discovered that the small boat possessed functionalities akin to those of the island, with the potential for limitless expansion, and perhaps, in the future, it could even be upgraded to an aircraft carrier. Moreover, without the aid of a navigation system, drifting along the currents might still present opportunities to encounter resource islands, including the convenience of fishing for provisions from the sea surface. At that moment, An Ling suddenly noticed a gray triangular flag swiftly drifting towards her. Its upright position piqued her curiosity. Yet, as it drew nearer, she realized something was amiss. Goodness, it was a shark. An Ling gasped, instantly recalling the warning from the holographic display. Venturing into the sea recklessly was perilous. She had presumed that possessing a boat exempted her from such dangers. An Ling did not hasten to flee, for she understood that she could not outpace the shark. Instead, she promptly retrieved her antler bow from her backpack and nocked an arrow, aiming it at the approaching predator. Whoosh! The arrow fell into the water, creating a mere ripple, and she knew she had missed. Without hesitation, she followed with a second arrow. As the shark neared, it appeared larger, and although her aim was not flawless, the distance was now sufficient. Thwack! This time, her arrow successfully pierced the shark's back, instantly staining the surrounding waters of vivid crimson. However, rather than deterring the creature, the wound seemed to incite its ferocity, compelling An Ling to resume her assault. She released 5 or 6 more arrows, striking the shark several times, just as she contemplated drawing her pistol for a decisive strike. The shark retreated, slinking away in defeat. "Consider yourself fortunate," An Ling scoffed. "There's nothing a bullet cannot resolve. If one fails, then 2 shall suffice." Yet, she mused, was the damage from her antler bow truly so minimal? Inspecting her bow and arrows with a frown, she ultimately resigned herself to stow them back in her backpack. Following this brief interlude, time had slipped away, and she pressed forward with renewed urgency. Casting a glance at the pendant indicating her remaining time, she realized she had squandered half an hour, totaling nearly an hour, while her journey was still less than halfway complete. An Ling felt a twinge of recklessness. If she had but one day, she would be at a significant disadvantage. The blazing sun hung overhead, and even sheltered beneath the wooden awning, she felt the oppressive heat. Beads of perspiration forming on her back, rendering her sticky and uncomfortable. The already sweltering weather, compounded by her physical exertion, intensified her discomfort, prompting her to roll up the sleeves of her hoodie to facilitate some heat dissipation. It seemed to her that the weather had grown considerably warmer since her return from the island. An Ling raised an eyebrow as the sunlight reflecting off the water compelled her to squint. "Initially, I had intended to casually salvage some supplies during the journey. However, upon reflection, I realized it would not only waste time, but also expend unnecessary energy. Even if I managed to retrieve a crate, I would have no place to stow it, rendering the endeavor overly cumbersome. Thus, I ultimately opted to forego the idea. Indeed, I am now an extraordinary being." An Ling lightly tapped her forehead, suddenly coming to this realization, and promptly attempted to harness her abilities to manipulate the propeller. Success! An Ling was elated. Now she could liberate her hands. She immediately took out a bottle of water and drank heartily, then reclined in the wooden shed to rest. Before long, the journey had progressed significantly, and during this time, she frequently rose to check her coordinates to ensure she remained on course. The voyage was remarkably smooth, devoid of any perilous encounters with sharks or similar threats. In the distance, a small island gradually came into view. Chapter 43. Diverse professionals. As An Ling reveled in her excitement for the impending arrival on the island, a familiar acquaintance sent her a private message. "Survivor 533. Qin Xiao." A hint of confusion washed over her. They had exchanged their identifiers while on the island. Although uncertain if they were on the same channel, An Ling was aware that each survivor's number was distinct. "Qin Xiao, I heard you completed the hidden mission and led all survivors to victory?" An Ling, indeed, there are 2 types of hidden missions, categorized as individual and team endeavors. "Qin Xiao, did you receive any special rewards?" An Ling paused, pondering if the other party had also acquired a professional card and become an extraordinary being. While she contemplated whether to share this news, an impatient Qin Xiao sent another message. "Qin Xiao, apologies for my abruptness. I receive a rating upon completing the hidden mission, along with a professional card as a reward." So it was true. If the other had received a professional card for completing an individual task, it seemed rather unreasonable that she, having completed a team task, had not received a similar reward. However, An Ling was unaware of the current array of professions and could not divulge to Qin Xiao that she possessed a rare hidden profession. After a moment of contemplation, she opted to inquire further. "An Ling, I also received a professional card. My evaluation is the same as yours. However, I have a penchant for collecting, and I intended to gather information about the professions, but I have yet to do so." "What is your profession?" "Qin Xiao, I am a beast tamer, with a golden professional card. The name should indicate its capabilities." "Beast tamer? What kind of beast could exist here?" "Sea beasts." An Ling glanced at her wooden boat, bewildered. Did that mean these professional survivors could simply ride sea beasts to the supply island? What kind of treatment was this? The heavens were unfair. She still had to toil away, rowing the boat. "An Ling, wait." You mentioned a golden professional card. Are there other colors? To her knowledge, each card's color was fixed and did not possess any gradation. For instance, item cards were silver, building cards were purple, upgrade cards were red, and enhancement cards were blue, among others. Beyond this, An Ling had not encountered any other colors associated with the cards. Qin Xiao. No, as far as I know, standard professional cards are generally golden. But there exists a special type of professional card that is black. An Ling. Black? What distinguishes the two? Qin Xiao. Golden professional cards, once utilized, start at the level of a blue soldier and must be leveled up incrementally. You can think of them as cultivators. In contrast, black professional cards are quite the opposite. They cannot be upgraded and begin at a fixed level, but they are not confined to the soldier rank. An Ling. So, if I were to acquire a black professional card, I might start as a high-level extraordinary being. Qin Xiao. Indeed, this entity known as the Awakener. Whether it can be upgraded remains uncertain. I had assumed that upon completing a high-difficulty hidden quest, you would receive a black profession card. An Ling. I too hope for that. Yet it is difficult to ascertain which of the two is superior. It can merely be stated that the black profession card possesses significant advantages in the early stages. Qin Xiao. I share your sentiment. The golden profession card already boasts a mere 1% probability. The likelihood of obtaining a black profession card may be even lower. An Ling. The names Awakener and Practitioner are quite appealing. Qin Xiao. Aside from Beastmasters, there are several other professions, such as Transcendent and Evolver, among others. An Ling. I did not expect you to have such an extensive network. Qin Xiao. The future landscape is ever-changing, and as we both possess abilities, long-term collaboration could prove beneficial. What are your thoughts? An Ling. That sounds agreeable. I appreciate your trust. Qin Xiao is inherently not a bad person, and An Ling finds no aversion to him. In this vast, oceanic world, having an additional friend is undoubtedly a wise choice. Moreover, he has unconditionally shared a wealth of information without probing into An Ling's profession. Gazing at the resource island before her, An Ling understood that further conversation was unwarranted. She politely responded, I must disembark onto the island now. Let us converse when time permits. Qin Xiao. You have begun searching for a resource island so swiftly. Qin Xiao appeared quite astonished, even questioning whether An Ling might also be a beastmaster or had abandoned her own island. An Ling smiled gently, choosing not to reply further. Instead, she rose and exited the wooden shelter, preparing to anchor her vessel. The island before her was not particularly large, allowing her to see its farthest reaches at a glance. The air was filled with the melodious songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers, creating an exceptionally beautiful environment, akin to a paradise untouched by time. This is indeed a resource island. As An Ling set foot on the island, the expected prompt materialized. Resource Island Number 0032. Exploration Time 1 day. Description: the island is rich in mineral resources, fresh water, fruits, vegetables, and a plethora of wild delicacies. You may even discover treasures within. Note: each resource island will submerge beneath the sea with the setting sun, and its coordinates will be refreshed. Should you wish to avoid a watery grave, please depart the island before nightfall. Only 1 day? An Ling furrowed her brow. No. She realized she had less than half a day remaining. It would have been wiser to arrive in the morning. Just as she murmured this to herself, the prompt reappeared, revealing 3 additional notifications. You are the first survivor to set foot on the resource island across all channels. You are rewarded with a complete set of toiletries. You are the first survivor to set foot on the resource island across the entire server. You are rewarded with a solar-powered automatic shower cabin. Upon first stepping onto the resource island, you are granted 3 days of exploration time. The island will not submerge at night, and its coordinates will not refresh. An Ling suddenly felt a surge of excitement. The last 3 items were rewards bestowed by the system. She immediately glanced at the wooden boat beside her and felt relieved. The rewards had not manifested directly in her vicinity, which indicated that they had been allocated to her island instead. Moreover, she now had 3 days to explore, allowing her the luxury of time to meticulously investigate the island. Fortunately, her foresight had prompted her to bring along some provisions. With her backpack slung over her shoulder, An Ling set off towards the island. However, the alert from the resource island also informed her of a 30-point positioning card, which not only carried the risk of misdirection, but also limited her exploration time to merely 1 day. By the following day, the coordinates would vanish, necessitating another expenditure of points to seek it out anew. As for whether she would be able to rediscover this island, that remained uncertain. Chapter 44. A bountiful harvest. An Ling strolled upon the pristine grassy expanse of the island, where the sunlight radiated with extraordinary brilliance. The entire resource island exuded a sensation utterly distinct from that of the survival island, devoid of any ominous aura. It felt as if she had arrived at a perfectly ordinary isle. Along the sandy shore, a few coconut trees stood tall, yet An Ling found herself disinterested in them, instead venturing deeper into the heart of the island. Before long, her gaze fell upon a grove of banana trees. Due to their natural growth, the trees were arranged irregularly, yet the plump bananas hung in splendid abundance. Observing the golden fruits, An Ling felt a surge of excitement. Though harvesting would undoubtedly be a laborious task, she recognized her limitations and refrained from the folly of chopping down the trees. Surely, there must be thousands of bananas here. With 3 days to explore, An Ling could not afford to overlook any resources. Despite her physical strength being somewhat limited as a woman, she was an extraordinary being endowed with special abilities. Moreover, the banana trees, though named trees, were not woody plants and would not yield timber upon decomposition. She retrieved a simple axe from her backpack and, utilizing her powers, directed the axe toward the base of the bananas. With a satisfying crack, a bunch of bananas fell to the ground. An Ling approached to collect them, breaking them down to fit into her backpack. Each bunch contained approximately 20 bananas. She peeled one and tasted it, delighting in its sweetness. Meanwhile, her other hand deftly maneuvered the axe, sending bunch after bunch tumbling to the earth. To her surprise, her abilities proved to be no less impressive than those of a beast master, perfectly suited for her as a young woman, allowing her to labor with ease. After an hour of diligent work, the small grove was entirely stripped of its fruit, all the bananas now scattered on the ground. An Ling felt a slight ache in her head, perhaps a consequence of overexerting her powers. She continued to busy herself among the fallen bananas, breaking them down further. Half an hour later, she completed her task, yet the sheer quantity of bananas was overwhelming. Her backpack contained only 16 compartments, each capable of holding 50 bananas. Even if she emptied it, she could only carry 800. Moreover, numerous bananas remained on the ground, and she could not dedicate her entire backpack to them. The compartments of her wooden boat lacked storage capabilities, and she could not pile all the bananas aboard. She had not anticipated such a bounty, especially since these fruits could not be preserved for long and would rot rapidly. Yet, being resourceful, An Ling had no intention of taking all the bananas back with her. Opening a holographic interface, she selected the chat option and sent a bunch of bananas, 20 for each, to Qin Xiao and Chun Rue. Qin Xiao, it seems the island is abundant in resources. Thank you. An Ling, you are welcome. Chun Rue. Thank you, sister. You are truly kind. An Ling, eat well. It will aid digestion and detoxification. Chun Rue. At this moment, she has relied on her extraordinary abilities to achieve all this. If a mere survivor were to attempt it, merely gathering these bananas would consume half a day, let alone the exploration of other resources on the island. While conversing with the other party, An Ling continued to munch on bananas, having consumed 2 more, to the point where the mere sight of them now made her feel nauseated. In this era, individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities are exceedingly rare, and the chances of encountering survivors on the resource island are even slimmer. None at all. She intended to directly exchange these bananas with the survivors, executing a strategic maneuver to capitalize on her advantage and amass wealth quietly. Unfortunately, the current survivors possess only a limited amount of basic resources, lacking any intriguing items. Everything must await their arrival on the resource island for variety to flourish. The difficulty of timber harvesting is virtually non-existent, and a single banana, though valuable, remains unsought after. A rate of 110 is excessively exploitative, given its minimal satiation, resulting in slow sales. Surely, a rate of 1.5 would be acceptable. An Ling promptly listed 100 bananas. The sole advantage of the trading platform is the delayed receipt option, allowing up to 3 days, which conveniently assists her in managing the surplus resources on the island. It also benefits other survivors. Truly, I am a good person. An Ling cheerfully continued to list her goods. Thatched grass at 1. 5, 100 units. Scrap iron at 1, 300 units. Charcoal at 1, 4, 100 units. Iron nails at 1, 4, 100 units. Plastic at 1, 2, 100 units. Wooden box keys at 10, 100 units. Excellent. All the bananas are accounted for. An Ling clapped her hands, stowed her axe, and stood up, stretching lazily. Now, she was on the verge of substantial wealth. One could surmise that even the storage box on the island would be insufficient to contain it all. Although the trading module is anonymous, most survivors are not Na'vi. Who could possibly amass such a quantity of bananas? It is undoubtedly the work of a single individual. At this moment, the chat module was abuzz with excitement among the survivors, yet the purchasing pace did not wane. After all, many had not tasted even a morsel of fruit during their prolonged stay on the island. Who would hesitate over a mere 5 pieces of wood? As for the pricing of other resources, it was fundamentally reasonable, and Ling was not a blatant profiteer. She merely sought to swiftly convert these bananas into the materials she required. The prospect of sudden wealth elevated her spirits immensely, prompting her to delve deeper into the exploration of this island. Her current focus shifted to mineral resources. Only by unlocking these could she subsequently craft more advanced tools and structures. In this survival game, she was exceedingly familiar with the mechanics. The side of the resource island she entered appeared to yield a greater abundance of fruit. Shortly thereafter, she spotted several watermelon vines adorned with 4 ripe melons. Unlike bananas, she had no intention of selling these and promptly collected them into her backpack. Before long, she departed from the sparse vegetation surrounding her, having also discovered some animal droppings, indicating the presence of wildlife on the island. Could such a diminutive island truly constitute its own ecological system? An Ling pondered, realizing that conventional reasoning could not suffice. If that were the case, would not the materials on the island have vanished into the depths of the sea upon its submersion at night? Ascending a small earthen mound, she reached its apex, where the island revealed a sparse canopy of trees and an expansive vista. At the core of the island, she discerned a rock formation reminiscent of an artificial mountain, beneath which lay an entrance to a cave. Ahead, the vegetation thinned, revealing a plethora of stones, leading her to surmise that this might indeed be the location of mineral resources. Could this entrance possibly be the fabled treasure? Chapter 45. Skill card. An Ling set forth towards her objective. The island was rather modest in size, and a leisurely exploration would not consume half a day. The only time-consuming endeavor was the extraction and collection of resources. One might ponder how long it would take other survivors, lacking abilities or spatial backpacks, to gather these materials. Given the current circumstances, it seems that, apart from a select few endowed with powers, no one else could access the existence of a resource island. Ahead lay a stream cascading from a height, its gentle babbling enticing An Ling to approach. This was the downstream area. She knelt by the water's edge to wash her face, instantly feeling rejuvenated. The stream was crystal clear, revealing small fish and shrimp darting about. She cupped her hands to scoop up a handful of water, savoring its cool, sweet taste. It was indeed pure mountain spring water. Regrettably, she lacked a container to collect fresh water for trade. Although An Ling possessed the intellect to devise a method, it seemed unnecessary and overly complicated. The bananas she had for trading were already sufficient to alleviate her concerns regarding basic supplies. There was no need to squander time here. Following the stream upstream, she soon spotted the small hill at the island's center, from which the stream emerged, stemming from a spring at the summit. Yet, An Ling was more intrigued by the potential treasures within the cave. She hastened her pace, soon arriving before the hill. From her previous observation atop a knoll, the hill appeared diminutive. However, upon closer inspection, its peculiarities became evident. It resembled an artificially constructed rock formation. An Ling gazed up at the rugged, craggy terrain, searching for the cave entrance she had previously noted. Before long, the entrance, a semicircular aperture over 2 meters high, came into view. The sea breeze collided with the mountainside, swirling through the crevices, producing a haunting sound. A cool gust emanated from the dark opening, sending shivers down her spine. An Ling gathered some reeds and timber nearby, crafting a rudimentary torch, as the entrance was not too expansive and would not take long to navigate. Before venturing inside, she tossed a stone into the cave. With a sudden flurry, a swarm of dark bats erupted from within. The absence of any subterranean river and the modest dimensions of the cave became apparent. Holding the torch, An Ling stepped inside. The feeble flame illuminated only a small radius around her. To discern what lay beyond, she would need to search diligently. Coal mine detected. Can be mined with a simple pickaxe. Extraction efficiency 0.5. Looking down, she noticed the ground was engulfed in darkness, and upon lifting her foot, she discovered the soles of her shoes had been stained black. It was indeed pitch dark. An Ling furrowed her brow, realizing that her extraordinary abilities would require some time to recuperate. At present, she had no choice but to resort to manual extraction. However, wielding a pickaxe with one hand proved impractical, especially as she needed to hold a torch. What a nuisance! An Ling ventured outside the cave once more, swiftly gathering some timber, which she brought back into the cavern to ignite a small campfire. She resolved that regardless of how much she could excavate, she would cease her efforts once the flames began to flicker and dim, even if there were still remnants left to extract. Clang! Clang! The sound of the pickaxe striking the coal soon resonated within the cave. Much like chopping wood, the ore possessed a health bar, everything rendered in data. After half an hour, An Ling had managed to procure only 10 coal blocks, having squandered considerable energy in the process. As she observed the fire dwindling, she contemplated giving up. Her initial intention for entering this cave was to search for treasures. Who would be foolish enough to mine in such a dark and dreary place? Reaching for a torch she had prepared earlier, An Ling resumed her exploration. The efficiency of the rudimentary pickaxe was dismally low, registering only 0.5. She did not seek a doubling of productivity, but at least a pickaxe with a standard efficiency of 1.0 would suffice. With a tinge of melancholy, An Ling glanced at the pendant that displayed the time. Dusk was approaching, and she needed to hasten her pace. Though the system assured her that the island would not sink, one could never be too careful. Before nightfall, she had to return to her ship and await further developments. What was that? An Ling, drawn by the flickering light, spotted a reflective object deep within the cave. Approaching cautiously, she discovered a treasure chest, smaller than a typical wooden box, resembling one specifically designed to hold jewels. Surely, it contained something of value. To her astonishment, there really was a treasure chest. An Ling hurried to its front, eager to open it, convinced that the chests on the resource island must surely be superior to the drifting wooden boxes found in the sea. Bang! 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 The chest remained unmoved. Peering down, she was taken aback to find it was locked. Very well, so this was the game, was it? Even on a resource island, they insisted on presenting her with a puzzle to solve? An Ling scrutinized the lock. It was small, delicate, and a rather ordinary little padlock. In a world where everything was data-driven and infused with superpowers, yet still adhered to common sense. She drew her pistol, aiming it at the tiny lock, positioning her body to the side of the chest. Bang! The resounding gunshot echoed through the cavern, a waft of gunpowder filling the air as the lock shattered in response. Who in their right mind would seek a key? The chest opened, and An Ling shone her torch down into its depths. Inside lay a green card and nothing else. Confused, she picked it up. The green card was unlike anything she had ever seen before. A skill card, illuminated by the firelight. She read the 3 words inscribed on the back, whispering them unconsciously. The front bore design composed of 2 interlocking diamonds, its meaning elusive. Universal skill card. Allows the selection of any foundational skill from the following options. Each acquisition grants 1 to all attribute points. Skills available for learning: martial arts, swordsmanship, knife techniques, archery, marksmanship, firearms proficiency, and mechanical engineering. Note: each survivor may choose to learn only one of these skills. Thereafter, every time a universal skill card is obtained, it will automatically convert into a fixed skill card. Indeed, this appears to be a specialized version of enhancement cards designed for survivors. Each learning session augments all attributes. Yet only one skill can be acquired, warranting careful consideration. Logically, as a sword master, I should be inclined to study swordsmanship. However, the pressing issue is that I do not possess a sword. Chapter 46. Return to the island. An Ling displayed a hint of perplexity. The latter two skills appear to be auxiliary in nature. Furthermore, aside from her own fortuitous luck, who could possibly acquire a firearm in the early stages? This mastery of firearms, it seemed, would be pursued only by fools. As for archery, she already possessed the remarkable ability to hit her target every time. Was further study truly necessary? Of course, she could simply choose to store the skill cards for future consideration regarding which skills to pursue. However, upon reflection, An Ling realized that most skills were not particularly suited to her. Since she was a sword master, regardless of the circumstances, it was unequivocally wise to adopt a straightforward approach to swordsmanship. Without hesitation, she decisively chose to learn swordsmanship. Learning successful, all attribute points 1. Current skill level. Beginner swordsmanship LV1. An Ling felt as though she had suddenly grasped the fundamentals of swordplay. If she had a weapon in hand, she even believed she could perform a demonstration right then and there. In addition, her physical attributes were enhanced at that very moment. Her strength, speed, and endurance, among others, were all slightly improved. The only lamentable aspect was her low baseline. Being a girl, she couldn't compare to someone like Qin Xiao, whose foundational attributes were undoubtedly superior. Perhaps, no, it was certain that her enhanced physical capabilities still fell short of those seasoned practitioners. With a torch in hand, An Ling resumed her search of the cave for any additional treasures. As expected, aside from some coal deposits and the earlier treasure chest, nothing else of note remained in the modest cave. The skill cards were of a type she had never encountered before. An Ling surmised that such cards would only appear on the resource island, much like how profession cards would exclusively be found on Survival Island. Exiting the cave, the western sky had already been painted a vibrant orange-red, with the colossal sun nearing the horizon. Darkness would soon envelop the land. An Ling decided to abandon further exploration and prepare to return to her vessel. Perhaps due to her enhanced physical state, she unconsciously quickened her pace. What would typically take an hour was completed in just 40 minutes, and she soon reached her wooden boat by the shore. Upon boarding her craft, An Ling immediately turned her attention to the navigation device, which still displayed its coordinates. She intended to wait until nightfall to ascertain whether the island would indeed submerge beneath the waves and whether the coordinates would vanish. Neither on the island nor aboard the ship offered a conducive resting place. Should the coordinates remain, she would prefer to return to her own island for a respite. After all, in merely half a day's time, she had already explored about a third of the island. The 3 days provided by the system would be more than sufficient. Soon, the horizon consumed the setting sun, and darkness enveloped the world entirely. The resource island had not vanished. Rather, under the veil of night, it exuded an unsettling aura, devoid of the vibrant life that flourished during the day. Without illumination, nighttime exploration of the island would prove to be quite cumbersome, especially since An Ling needed to rest. The good news was that the coordinates on the navigation device had not disappeared either. It appears that this coordinate is tied to the existence of the island. The coordinates will only vanish when the island refreshes or when she reinserts a positioning card. Regardless, An Ling will be able to explore this island thoroughly by tomorrow. With that in mind, she decides to return to her construction island for the time being. She retracts the anchor, slings her backpack over her shoulder, and gently pivots the wooden boat with the oars as the endless darkness gradually engulfs her small vessel. During the day, the vast ocean induces an inexplicable fear, and in the pitch-black night, where one cannot see their own hand, it becomes impossible to discern any direction. A faint green glow illuminates An Ling's face. Her gaze remains fixed on the screen of the navigator, her hands instinctively moving with increasing urgency. An Ling is merely an ordinary person. It is impossible to feel no fear in such an environment. Fortunately, she has begun to adapt to this world. As long as the coordinates pose no issue, Both day and night hold no distinction for her. The survival manual merely stated that supplies would vanish while drifting at sea at night and advised against entering the water without caution, failing to mention any other potential dangers. Of course, it is also possible that she has been blessed with good fortune, as she has encountered no dangers along the way, not even a shark. 2 hours later, An Ling safely arrives at her construction island. After securing her boat, she steps onto her little island, momentarily overwhelmed by a sense of returning home. I'm finally back. She enters the wooden house, ignites the perpetual lamp, and then lights the iron stove, filling it with charcoal. Grabbing a burning log as a torch, she ventures back outside. The night brings a slight chill, and An Ling feels an increasing disparity between the day and night temperatures. The days are growing hotter, while the nights are beginning to cool down. Outside the wooden house, a 4-square-meter shower stall stands quietly, a reward bestowed upon her by the system today. As for the toiletries, they are thoughtfully provided within the shower stall. The shower room, though modest in size, is complete with a bathtub and shower head. Even at the entrance, there is a wash basin adorned with a mirror, truly considerate. Gazing at the glass walls on all sides, An Ling experiences an indescribable sensation. Wait, whose shower stall is transparent? Looking up, she notices a square tank at the top that requires her to add water. In the center hangs a square lampshade. Curious, An Ling presses the switch, and the lights illuminate instantly, casting reflections onto the surrounding island. Next to the switch, there are 2 buttons. She presses one, and the walls are enveloped in a white mist, obscuring visibility. So there are 2 modes. One is a one-way mirror, allowing her to see outside while remaining unseen from the outside, and the other is a fully obscured mode. How intriguing. This allows me to bathe while gazing at the sea. A peculiar smile graces An Ling's face. Stepping outside, one notices the upper exterior of the shower chamber, adorned with 2 solar panels placed in opposition, leaving no corner untouched, dedicated to heating the water supply and providing power. This contraption may well be the most advanced technology on the island of An Ling. At last, one can look forward to enjoying a shower at any time and in any place, although the initial process of filling the tank may prove somewhat cumbersome. An Ling returned to the wooden cabin, preparing to boil water while simultaneously starting to prepare her evening meal. Chapter 47. The Hauler of Nature While Waiting. She did not neglect to check her trade orders. The abundance of supplies was nearly overwhelming. An Ling seriously doubted that extracting all these materials would not collapse her quaint wooden cabin. Fortunately, the capacity of her storage box was quite generous, accommodating 32 slots, with each slot able to hold a maximum of 100 items. An Ling temporarily withdrew the more scarce supplies from the box to prevent them from occupying valuable space, and then began to collect the materials obtained from her trades. Trade acquired: timber 560, scrap iron 318, straw 528, iron nails 488, plastic 220, charcoal 422. These were the goods exchanged for the nearly 1,000 bananas from the banana grove, a truly formidable haul. At least for the foreseeable future, An Ling would no longer have to worry about her supplies. After organizing her materials, the water was just about boiling. An Ling filleted a cod and tossed it into the pot, subsequently opening a packet of instant vegetable soup to add to the mix. This soup came with its own spices and included dehydrated vegetables, proving to be quite satisfactory. Just in time, she had 1 squid left, which she decided to grill as well. On this chillingly dark night, An Ling savored her cod and vegetable soup while relishing the grilled squid, warmed by the flickering fire. Once she finished her dinner, she continued boiling water, intending to add some to the shower chamber. Freshwater resources remained woefully scarce. Boiling seawater for drinking or bathing was out of the question, and distillation was too cumbersome. An Ling pondered. It seemed that a shower was not in her immediate future. If the freshwater was solely for drinking, it would suffice, but for daily living, it was critically deficient unless she received an upgrade card to enhance the seawater filtration system. As she regarded the mineral water bottles before her, An Ling contemplated that the amount of water they contained seemed insufficient. Merely 2 bottles yielded a scant liter. A backpack could hold 50 bottles, providing only 25 liters of water. Moreover, trading for a substantial quantity of mineral water bottles posed its own set of complications. She accessed the construction module to see if there were additional tools available for water storage. Plastic bucket for storing rice, flour, and water. A versatile vessel. Requires materials. Plastic 5. Crafting yields points 1. Indeed, there was. An Ling promptly crafted a simple yet functional red plastic bucket, which was nearly the size she had envisioned. The typical capacity of such a bucket ranged from 15 to 20 liters, nearly equating to the volume of 50 mineral water bottles. Now, An Ling sought to test whether a filled plastic bucket could be stacked within her space backpack. If successful, she could collect a significant amount of freshwater resources upon her return to the island the following day. Filled plastic bucket of seawater 1. An Ling crafted another bucket, filled it with seawater, and discovered they could indeed be stacked. What a relief! She would no longer have to fret over her freshwater supply. Through her experiments, she learned that as long as the buckets contained the same type of liquid, they could be stacked. However, buckets filled with seawater and those filled with freshwater could not be combined, nor could empty buckets be stacked similarly. An Ling meticulously crafted 30 plastic barrels. Do not inquire why she did not produce 50, for the plastic supply was insufficient. These reservoirs of fresh water were more than adequate to fill the shower chamber's tank. With a surplus to spare, she stored these 30 barrels in her backpack, preparing for a second expedition to the island the following day. Approaching the edge of the isle, she examined her fishing net, only to discover it had yielded not a single fish. Disheartened, she left the net dangling, uninterested in the meager supplies it might offer, save for a wooden crate. This indicates that An Ling's good fortune, though seemingly boundless, had its limits. At least her absence from the island had not adversely affected the net, for it was improbable to catch no fish at all. Given her inability to bathe, she decided against changing her clothes. After tidying up, she commenced a simple washing routine. Gazing at the rudimentary wooden bed, she contemplated how she would cope should the weather turn cold. She had no blankets, not even a mere throw. After washing her socks and hanging them by the stove, she boiled a pot of water and seemingly discovered yet another sophisticated use for the plastic barrels. Indeed, foot soaking. There was nothing more delightful than this simple pleasure. What? You wonder if the barrels should still be used for water? Please. An Ling was not afflicted by athlete's foot, nor susceptible to fungal infections. After a long evening of toil, her fatigue dissipated, and she prepared to retire for the night. The current developments were reaching a peak, leaving An Ling no time to engage in conversation with other survivors. The night passed in silence. On the following day, at the break of dawn, An Ling rose. The charcoal in the stove still glowed, though it was nearly extinguished. She quickly washed up and devoured a sandwich. Having finished her breakfast, she pushed open the wooden door, and a brisk gust of wind sent a shiver down her spine. The weather seemed to grow increasingly frigid. With practiced ease, she twirled the pendant around her neck, and the pale golden cube began to spin rapidly. Glancing down at the design above the ravine, she beheld the image of a rooster's head, a brand new blessing. Blessing pendant effect acquired. Great fortune, hand of God, collection probability trigger 1-10x drop. Remaining time, 18 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. Indeed, what one desires shall come. An Ling felt a surge of excitement. It appeared that not only would the freshwater resources be abundant today, but mineral resources would also flourish. With her backpack secured, she boarded the wooden boat. The coordinates on her navigator remained unchanged, and after retrieving the anchor, she decisively chose to set sail. It was merely 6 in the morning. Time was still on her side, and An Ling aimed to thoroughly explore the entire resource island within the day. The journey proceeded smoothly, and 2 hours later, An Ling arrived once more at the island. Due to the necessity of collecting fresh water, she opted not to dock the boat on the opposite side, but chose to remain at the same spot as the previous day. Soon, An Ling found herself once again at the stream's edge, retrieving all the plastic barrels to begin the process of filling them one by one. I do not produce water. I merely serve as nature's courier. In a mere 20 minutes, utilizing her extraordinary abilities, she successfully collected 30 barrels of water, stowing them away in her backpack. This water must amount to at least 500 liters, more than sufficient even for the most indulgent bath. Task accomplished. An Ling shouldered her backpack and set forth towards the other side of the island. The spatial backpack proved to be remarkably useful. Otherwise, there would have been no feasible way to transport such a volume of water. Chapter 48. The Slaughter of Cattle. A bounty of meat, An Ling soon returned to the cave she had previously visited, casually picking up a stone from the ground and tossing it inside. To her surprise, no swarms of bats emerged this time. Their whereabouts remained a mystery. As she navigated around the small hill and continued onward, the surrounding vegetation began to thin, and the terrain underfoot started to resemble a desolate wasteland. Despite the diminutive size of the island, its topographical features were remarkably varied. During her journey, An Ling encountered several small creatures, squirrels flitting through the trees, rabbits darting across the grass, and birds soaring above. Alas, these animals were too diminutive in stature, and lacking any hunting skills. She found that as soon as she spotted them, they had already scurried away in fright. Attempting to hunt these small creatures with her bow and arrows would prove exceedingly challenging. She would need to cultivate her patience. Moreover, she could not be bothered with them, for without proper preservation methods, acquiring such meat would be of little utility, especially when her own supply was still ample. An Ling's desire was to encounter a larger prey, which would be both simpler and less labor-intensive. Just as she thought she was about to enter a barren landscape, the surrounding flora unexpectedly thickened once again, a curious phenomenon. The ground beneath her feet transformed from a hardened mix of sand and stone to a somewhat soft, dry mud. Given the island's daytime temperatures, it seemed illogical for the soil to be so moist. As her gaze swept across the distance, she was astonished to spot a black bull grazing on the vegetation below. Her heart raced with excitement as she retrieved her antler bow from her back and discreetly placed her handgun into the pocket of her sweatshirt. To her delight, she had indeed discovered a substantial creature. If she could successfully hunt this bull, her supply of meat would flourish. Although preservation would be a challenge, she could always trade the excess rather than let it spoil. With utmost caution, An Ling approached, wary of making any noise that might startle her quarry. Estimating the range of her bow, she felt confident that she was now in a suitable position to strike. The bull remained blissfully unaware of the stealthy hunter drawing near. Engrossed in its meal, with determination, An Ling knocked her arrow and drew back the bowstring in one fluid motion. Closing one eye, she tilted her head to carefully aim at the beast. She was not yet the sharpshooter she aspired to be. Should her first arrow miss, it would undoubtedly frighten the creature away. If it were a docile bull, it might simply flee, but the imposing horns adorning the black bull's head suggested that it was no easy adversary. With a swift release, the wooden arrow flew forth in a straight line, piercing the bull's hide. However, the combination of distance and the wooden arrowhead diminished its effectiveness against the beast's tough exterior. An Ling observed that the arrow had only penetrated a few centimeters into the bull's body. She was far from inflicting a fatal blow. Moo! The black bull let out a furious roar, lifting its head to confront the assailant in the distance. With its crimson eyes blazing, it became utterly frenzied, much like a Spanish bull confronted with a red cloth. The heavy sound of its nostrils flaring filled the air as it pawed the ground with its front hooves. And in the next moment, it charged toward An Ling. The terrain around her was flat, leaving no place for concealment. However, An Ling had no intention of fleeing. After enduring a series of supernatural events, she was unperturbed by those bizarre creatures. So how could she fear a mere wild bull? With composure, An Ling notched another arrow, the target drawing near, her accuracy sharpening with each moment. In a brief span, 3 arrows struck the bull's body. Agonized, the creature grew even more frenzied. Observing that her dear antler bow was causing little harm, An Ling furrowed her brow. Did she truly need to expend a bullet on this bull? She was reluctant to waste ammunition on such a creature. Wait, why am I using a bow? An Ling swiftly stowed the deer antler bow and withdrew 2 wooden arrows from her backpack. With a flick of her fingers, the arrows levitated, and with a decisive motion, she propelled them forward. The sound of arrows piercing flesh echoed, and simultaneously, she darted aside, narrowly evading the bull's charge. Under her control of the supernatural ability, it was as if she wielded her own hands, proving to be remarkably effective and precise. She understood her ability was only at a basic level, lacking significant power. Even though the arrows pierced the bull as effectively as the deer antler bow, the heightened precision allowed her to target the bull's most vulnerable point, its eyes. With its vision impaired, the threat the bull posed to An Ling was significantly diminished. At that moment, it was at her mercy. After considerable effort, An Ling finally subdued the bull. Her experimentation revealed that the deer antler bow possessed greater power than her direct use of the ability. However, she pondered whether her future endeavors would render her accuracy moot as her abilities advanced. But now was not the time for such thoughts. She first needed to dismember the wild bull. Obtained 50 units of beef, 1 tendon, 10 bones, 1 hide, 2 horns. The bull was swiftly dismantled, blood and entrails spilling onto the ground. Although the organs did not display information, they could still be collected. Assessing the weight of the fresh meat, she estimated it to be several kilograms. An adult could hardly consume such a portion in one sitting, and if preserved, it could sustain her for an extended period. An Ling had little appetite for organs, so she packed the disassembled materials into her backpack, discarding the rest. After a brief respite, she shouldered her pack and continued on her journey. Upon arriving at the location where the wild buffalo had recently grazed, she gazed at the foliage with a sense of familiarity. Upon noticing the fractured potatoes nearby, An Ling experienced a moment of revelation. To her astonishment, there were indeed potatoes here. This marked her first encounter with fresh vegetables since her arrival in the oceanic world, aside from the packaged foods, meats, and fish. How delightful it would be to enjoy a balanced diet henceforth. As a girl who cherished cleanliness, how could she possibly dig up these potatoes with her bare hands? It was indeed the perfect opportunity to employ her extraordinary abilities. Yet, why was she referring to herself as a girl? An Ling felt her thoughts taking a peculiar turn as she began to subjectively identify as a female. This was not a favorable development. Chapter 49. Absurd mining efficiency. After half an hour of diligent effort, An Ling had procured a total of 35 potatoes. She surmised that there might be other vegetables nearby and promptly began to gather her findings in preparation for further exploration. Presently, fresh vegetables and meats commanded the highest prices, yet it was likely that few survivors possessed the skills to prepare them. Nonetheless, these commodities were undeniably in high demand, ensuring a ready market. The surrounding trees were predominantly large hardwoods, lacking any fruit-bearing varieties, and as An Ling was not in need of timber, felling them held little value. Following the area where she had discovered the potatoes, An Ling commenced her wandering. Soon, she stumbled upon a patch of seedlings laden with vibrant red peppers, which could serve as a seasoning. Naturally, she could not overlook this opportunity and ultimately harvested 20 peppers. Beyond this, An Ling found no additional crops, perhaps indicating a scarcity on the island. However, she remained undeterred. Her bounty for the day had been substantial. Continuing her journey, she prepared to begin mining for ore. As she walked, her foot caught on a protruding clump of earth, nearly causing her to stumble. Discover a mound of loess can be collected with a pickaxe. The loess held significant utility. Although An Ling was not yet equipped to utilize it, she knew she must not let this chance slip away. Collection multiplier triggered. 4. Obtained 2 loess. Collection multiplier triggered. 6. Obtained 3 loess. Collection multiplier triggered. 8. Obtained 4 loess. With each strike of her pickaxe, a series of notifications emerged, and An Ling finally grasped the potential of her new blessing. Though the blessing was formidable, she cast a forlorn glance at her pickaxe. It was woefully inadequate, possessing an efficiency of merely 0. 5, which meant the resources mined would be halved even after the multiplier. She resolved that before her next venture to the resource island, she would certainly enhance her laminable pickaxe. Ultimately, she amassed 34 loess before departing from the site to continue her expedition. Time swiftly passed, and noon arrived, with the scorching sun beating down upon her head, its fierce ultraviolet rays assailing her skin. An Ling was drenched in perspiration. At this hour, the midday heat was unbearable, compelling her to seek refuge beneath the shade of a tree to rest. In such oppressive weather, she feared that not only would she fail to mine sufficient ore, but she might also succumb to heat exhaustion. Though the earlier temperatures had been high, they paled in comparison to the current sweltering conditions. which she estimated had climbed to around 37 or 38 degrees Celsius. The chocolate in her bag had melted, fusing with its wrapper, and, after taking a few bites, she discarded it. She then retrieved 2 sealed packages of marinated chicken legs, which constituted her lunch for the day. She planned to savor a simple meal on the island. But upon returning to her construction island in the evening, she intended to indulge in a more substantial feast. After finishing the chicken legs, An Ling took out a bottle of sugar-free cola, a treat she had preserved since before her arrival on the survival island. With improved conditions, it was only fitting that she partake in some enjoyment. The bubbles within her mouth tantalized her taste buds, and after just a few sips, she paused. Indeed, it seemed she still had an aversion to sugar-free beverages. Having quickly resolved her lunch, An Ling took a moment to rest before continuing her journey. In the distance, she could already catch a glimpse of the ocean, indicating that she was nearing the expanse of the desert. Once she excavated these ores, she planned to explore the island further, thereby concluding her exploration of the resource island and commencing her return. Iron ore discovered can be mined with a pickaxe. Upon seeing the system's notification, An Ling glanced down at the dark stone beneath her feet. Only a small portion was exposed, with the majority presumably buried underground. This, it appeared, was iron ore. She immediately employed her supernatural abilities to commence mining, but after striking once, she was left bewildered. HP 1. The visible health of the iron ore had only diminished slightly. Without keen observation, one could hardly notice the change. Who knew how much health this iron ore possessed, or how many resources it might yield upon completion of the mining? The situation with ores was entirely different from that of the yellow earth. The latter dropped resources immediately upon extraction, while the former would only release its bounty once its health was nearly depleted. This meant that as long as the iron ore's health remained intact, An Ling would not receive a single piece of iron ore. How frustrating! An Ling raised an eyebrow, sensing that her current level of development was perhaps not suited for such advanced resources. Nonetheless, she had come this far and felt compelled to mine this iron ore. Clink, clink. After an hour of relentless strikes, the health of the iron ore finally reached its limit. With a resounding crack, the iron ore beneath her feet shattered at last. Collection multiplier activated. 5. Obtained iron ore 25. An iron ore normally yielded only 10 pieces of ore. An Ling was clearly dissatisfied with the outcome. After toiling for an hour, it seemed a mere 5 pieces would have been her lot without a stroke of luck. She could not afford to persist stubbornly. An Ling promptly abandoned the iron ore. Her current technology was insufficient for efficient extraction. She could only hope to find other ores in the vicinity. As expected, An Ling soon discovered coal deposits nearby. This time, not in the depths of a pitch-black cave. Her mining efficiency significantly improved. Coal was essential for warmth. With the day being so hot and the nights so cold, who knew what tricks the system might play next? In any case, she was determined to gather every resource available. After 2 hours of mining, the surrounding coal was entirely depleted. Compared to iron ore, its extraction was remarkably swifter. Coupled with the random blessings of the multiplier, she amassed a total of coal blocks 90. During this period, An Ling also encountered additional ores, copper ore. To her dismay, her simple pickaxe inflicted no damage upon it, which left her exasperated. Clearly, iron ore should be harder than copper ore. Yet here, copper was evidently the rarer mineral, rendering her realization of its hardness somewhat reasonable. Beyond this, there were no other ores to be found. Never mind, after all, it is the first supply island encountered, and limited resources are quite understandable. An Ling stepped out of the arid desert region and began to further explore the island. Before long, she traversed the small island and arrived at the opposite coastline, where the beach was adorned with numerous smooth stones, a stark contrast to the area where she had landed. Curiously, An Ling approached the shore and picked up a stone from the ground, observing its palm-sized, oval shape reminiscent of a pebble. Flint, a material that can be utilized to craft some initial equipment, typically found along the seaside. Could this truly be a resource? Chapter 50. Return to the construction island. An Ling was somewhat taken aback, as she had not anticipated that an ordinary stone could serve as a material. Her gaze swept across the coastline, where she discovered a considerable number of flint stones. Without hesitation, she began to collect them along the shore. Approximately every few meters, she encountered a flint stone, some nestled within the sand, while others lay beneath the waves, all effortlessly gathered by her powers. After 2 hours of intermittent collecting, An Ling had amassed a total of 65 flint stones. Subsequently, the likelihood of finding more of these stones dwindled, and she decided not to squander any further time. Instead, she meandered around the vicinity of the island, hoping to procure some other useful supplies. After another hour of wandering, during which she managed to catch a few birds with her bow and arrows, she found no additional valuable resources. An Ling stowed the 20 feathers she had acquired in her backpack, while the meager amount of bird meat was promptly listed at the trading post for exchange. Some survivors might not have a particular interest in the feathers, as the meat of the birds was far more enticing. Casting a glance at the time, she noted it was past 4 in the afternoon, and it was nearly time to return to her island, especially since the journey would take another 2 hours. She had no desire to navigate back in the darkness. She was eager to see what new devices her recent haul of supplies might unlock. With her backpack in tow, she made her way to her wooden boat, contemplating that perhaps this time, her island's technology would undergo a much-needed upgrade. Upon reaching the boat, she deftly stowed the anchor and utilized her powers to row back towards her construction island. Remarkably, despite her prolonged use of her abilities, there had been no signs of advancement. Logically, one would expect that increased proficiency and frequent usage would lead to upgrades. If they could not evolve, then what purpose did such levels serve? Moreover, at this stage, her powers only aided her in daily life. Relying solely on them for combat, she mused, was inferior to the reliability of a well-placed blessing or enhancement card. 2 hours later, as the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a golden hue upon the sea, her small wooden boat gently drifted back to the modest island. An Ling swiftly dropped anchor, securing her boat, and then leaped onto the shore. Her immediate task was to sort through the supplies in her backpack, starting with replenishing the freshwater tank in the rainwater collection system. As expected, there remained 8 barrels, which she promptly stored in the storage box, as leaving them outside was impractical. In fact, she considered making another trip the following day to refill these freshwater reserves. An Ling stroked her chin, gazing at the empty plastic barrels and muttering to herself. She then entered her dwelling, categorizing and processing all the supplies she had gathered. Upon accessing the construction module, she was pleasantly surprised to find numerous new buildings available for creation. Flint axe, cutting efficiency 0. 6, slightly stronger than the scrap iron axe. Require materials: flint 2, wood 1, rope 1, earn points 1. Flint spear, an essential tool for hunting, lethality dependent on the user's strength, with average penetration power. Construction requirements: wood 1, flint 1. Earn points 1. Flint pickaxe. Earn 1 point. Horn bow. Earn 1 point. In addition, there are flower beds, flower pots, ordinary iron axes, ordinary iron pickaxes, and ordinary iron swords, bows, shields, guns, knives among the array of special equipment unlocked this time. The former can be directly crafted at the workbench, while the latter, whether it be loam or iron or requires processing. As of now, An Ling does not possess the necessary building for such processing. Based on her gaming experience, it is highly likely that this building is a furnace, which typically requires blueprints or building cards for unlocking. As for acquiring these building cards, perhaps one day fortune will smile upon her, and she might find success in opening chests. Although many items have been unlocked, those that can be crafted directly are quite limited. An Ling found herself in a quandary, contemplating crafting the items she could make, considering it a means to accumulate points. The horn bow, when tested, proved to be no more powerful than the antler bow she had previously created, rendering it somewhat redundant. It could gather dust in her house, or she might sell it if necessary. Next, she examined the 3 flint tools with an efficiency of 0. 6. It was clear they were superior to her previous rudimentary pickaxe and axe, so she decided to replace them. It appeared that another visit to the island would be necessary tomorrow. The flint pickaxe should offer greater power, making mining less cumbersome, while also allowing for a replenishment of fresh water. An Ling meticulously arranged her plans, intending to sell the surplus equipment and complete her set of plastic barrels to 50. Having accomplished all this, dusk began to settle. She lit the stove, and commenced preparations for her evening meal. Cooking was straightforward, yet An Ling found herself lacking both spices and staples. She opened the trading module and searched for a time, but found no one selling spices, which posed a challenge. In truth, she preferred to consume the perishable food first, although her chest contained self-heating rice and canned goods. Such items could be stored long-term and would serve as a backup in case of emergencies. With so many people around, she found it hard to believe that no one had spices. It was merely a matter of supply. An Ling opened the chat module and called out, "Who has spices and staples? I will trade fresh beef." After all, she had an abundance of beef, and given her appetite, it would take her a month to finish it all. If left, it would inevitably spoil. At this moment, it was a tantalizing offer for all survivors. "Beef? Where did you get that? I'm still surviving on compressed biscuits. You have so much beef, and you want to sell it?" People can be infuriating. The heavens are unfair. "Great one, I worship you. Please, grant me a steak. I adore it rare. I'm an idol. I can sing, dance, and rap. Can I have some beef? I'm on the verge of starvation. Get lost, you pathetic wretch." At this moment, An Ling was inundated with private messages from a multitude of unfamiliar survivors. Undoubtedly, there were the individuals who possessed the staple food and seasonings. In contrast to those who had spices but lacked the essential ingredients, these survivors yearned for a straightforward yet indulgent meal of roasted beef. Naturally, a single portion of beef weighed approximately 3 kilograms, and even when combining all their seasonings, it would not suffice to barter for a full cut of meat. Therefore, An Ling resolved to slice the beef into portions for sale. Lacking a knife was a minor inconvenience. The flint axe she had just crafted was untouched and pristine, so she intended to utilize it for the cutting process. Chapter 51. A sumptuous dinner after being scanned by the holographic ring. A portion of beef was determined to weigh precisely 3 kilograms, equivalent to 6 pounds. An Ling managed to exchange just a single portion of beef for an array of condiments and staple foods. 15 kilograms of rice, 20 cloves of garlic, 5 units of salt, 1 bottle of soy sauce, 5 green onions, 1 liter of cooking oil, and 3 pieces of ginger. With these ingredients at her disposal, she could finally prepare a meal. The only unfortunate aspect was that she possessed but a single stove, which meant she could not cook rice and vegetables simultaneously. Nevertheless, she remained confident that her living conditions would improve in the future. An Ling busied herself in the kitchen, while also remembering to activate the shower chamber to heat the fresh water within. After enjoying her meal, she planned to indulge in a long-awaited bath. Since her return from the survival island, she had not had a chance to wash, and although only 2 days had passed, the sweltering heat during the day had caused her to perspire profusely. This left her feeling quite uncomfortable, and her cleanliness had diminished rapidly. An hour later, a delectable dinner was ready: potato and beef stew, pan-seared cod, stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat, and eagle soup, accompanied by a steaming bowl of rice. Naturally, canned fruits and soda were also included. With 3 dishes and a soup, along with fruits and beverages, An Ling sat down at the table, ready to enjoy her meal. This was the most lavish dinner she had ever experienced. Fortunately, having become independent at an early age, she had mastered essential life skills such as cooking and laundry. Otherwise, not knowing how to cook would have posed a considerable inconvenience. Was this what happiness felt like? Finally, she could enjoy a meal without resorting to fast food. She savored 2 bowls of rice before patting her full belly, leaning back in her chair with a look of satisfaction. Oh, how full! Taking advantage of the moment of respite, she idly perused the conversations among the survivors. It was undeniable that the scanning feature of the holographic ring greatly satisfied the vanity of many survivors. An Ling decided to scan her remaining food, discovering the message: steaming potato and beef stew. Instantly, information appeared in the chat box. With a mere click, others could see it, complete with an accompanying image. However, An Ling had no intention of flaunting her meal to the other survivors. Her sole purpose in observing the chat module was to ensure her progress was not lagging behind that of others. From her observations, not only was she not falling behind, but she was actually ahead of nearly all the other survivors. Seeing this outcome brought her a sense of relief. Thankfully, she was not the least among them. After allowing her meal to settle, she resolved to head to the outdoor shower chamber for a bath, thus concluding her day as agenda. The sea breeze outside the wooden cabin made her feel a bit chilly, and it was too late in the evening to wash her hair. Her waist-length white hair would not dry quickly. Indeed, even washing one's hair proved to be quite a hassle for women. She turned on the indoor lights. Adjusting the mode to opaque, she did not have the habit of bathing while gazing at the sea, as it provided no sense of security. Moreover, what was there to see in the dead of night? As the bathtub filled with water, she began to freshen up nearby. Her garments gracefully slid down her smooth skin, pooling at her feet, while her fair, slender legs, devoid of any excess flesh, stepped delicately into the bath. The temperature of the water was just right. An Ling slowly settled into the tub, reclining back with ease. The rising steam enveloped the small shower enclosure, soon obscuring the glass walls with a misty veil. She stirred the warm water, letting it cascade over her skin, droplets gliding down her smooth shoulders. An Ling lay quietly in the bathtub, her eyes closed, as if this moment belonged solely to her, a rare gift of time. After her bath, she washed her clothes as well, including her shoes and socks. The garments she had previously received as a reward were a complete set, absurdly including shoes that were her least favorite, what she referred to as pig waist shoes. Indeed, there were 3 distinct pairs, 2 of which were proper black leather shoes. Once she completed this task, An Ling picked up the 3 outfits, contemplating which one to wear. The weather was pleasant during the day, but she feared it might become a tad chilly by night. The first ensemble consisted of a white shirt, a blue and white checked pleated skirt, knee-high white socks, and of course those pig waist shoes. The second was entirely khaki, adorned with a hint of dark brown stripes, paired with white stockings. The third was even more outrageous, featuring a black ensemble complemented by a small jacket. This outfit was undoubtedly the warmest, though it included black stockings. Preferences varied, and while An Ling had a slight inclination toward black, she could not speak for others. Despite her inner excitement, the thought of wearing such attire as a male felt somewhat shameful, even though she was, in reality, a girl. Thus, without hesitation, An Ling opted for the first outfit, feeling it was the most normal for her. She changed into it completely, and to her surprise, the shoes she once deemed unattractive turned out to be quite comfortable. The skirt was rather short, reaching only her knees, which made her uneasy. As she stepped out of the shower enclosure, she felt the sea breeze brushing beneath her skirt, leaving her with an unsettling sense of vulnerability. Although the pleated skirt appeared to be just that, it had slits inside, functioning somewhat like shorts for added security. Nevertheless, it was still a skirt, and for An Ling, who was donning one for the first time, it was mortifying. Hastily returning to her wooden cabin, she prepared for sleep. Noting that time was slipping away. There was still a considerable amount of cowhide left from her earlier crafting of a horn bow, which she decided to use as bedding, enhancing the modest wooden bed's comfort slightly. Lying on the bed, An Ling glanced at her points, which stood at 74. Only 4 days remained before she would enter Survival Island. If her prayers over the next 2 days did not bring her fortune, she would be unable to explore the resource island again. Unless this simple wooden boat can undergo another wave of upgrades during this period, one must devise a means to absorb these resources and subsequently transform them into beneficial items or equipment. After all, the first survival island, known as the Novice Island, is fraught with dangers. An Ling cannot fathom how arduous the subsequent survival islands may prove to be. It is not every time that assistance can be encountered, and should one encounter a nefarious survivor, it would certainly pose a significant dilemma. An Ling's thoughts began to wander, and her eyelids grew progressively heavier, ultimately leading her gently into the realm of dreams. In the stillness of the night, the cold sea breeze continued to sweep across the surface of the water. Chapter 52. A storm approaches. On the following morning, An Ling arose early. As she turned the pendant hanging from her neck, the delicate golden cube began to spin rapidly. Blessing pendant bonus acquired. Great fortune. God's right hand triggers a 1-10x drop probability. Remaining time, 18 hours 3 minutes 21 seconds. Indeed, this pendant was not random. It provided the optimal solution based on my current needs. An Ling had discerned its patterns. She could even use her daily prayers to anticipate the events of the day. For instance, Resilient Spirit indicated that there would be actions related to stamina, while perfect aim likely pertained to combat. For breakfast, An Ling prepared herself a sandwich and brewed a packet of instant coffee in a wooden bowl. After this simple meal, she began to gather her belongings in preparation for another expedition to the island. With the aid of tools this time, she was certain to harvest a substantial amount of ore. Additionally, she would replenish her freshwater resources entirely. While other survivors were still fretting over their water supply, An Ling had already begun to indulge in baths using fresh water. The task was straightforward, likely to be completed within half a day. However, as a precaution, she decided to pack a lunch. Today marked the final day of the Resource Island exploration rewards, and it was best to avoid waste whenever possible. An Ling stowed away the anchor and once again set off toward the Resource Island in her small wooden boat. Upon returning to this familiar island, she docked her vessel on the side where the ore units were located, thus saving time. After securing her boat, An Ling disembarked and commenced mining. To test the efficacy of her flint pickaxe, she first sought out the copper mine she had discovered the previous day. With a resounding clang, the heavy strike landed, and indeed, the copper ore began to deplete. However, the rate of depletion was comparable to that of the iron ore when struck with a scrap iron pickaxe. This indicated that even with her flint pickaxe, extracting copper ore would take at least an hour. Never mind, I shall defer this for now. I may not need it immediately. After a moment of contemplation, An Ling chose to abandon the copper mining endeavor. She had not yet upgraded her iron mining equipment, so her primary objective remained the iron ore. If she gathered a sufficient quantity of iron ore on this final day, she would disregard the copper entirely. Should time allow after the extraction, she might then attempt to mine some copper. The distribution of these ores was quite uneven, scattered about, necessitating careful searching. To her eye, An Ling could not ascertain the exact amount of iron ore present or whether she could complete her task within the span of a morning. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was noon. The blazing sun overhead remained relentless, compelling An Ling to pause for a moment's rest. Fortunately, her attire today was relatively cool, unlike yesterday, when she had sweated profusely. In 4 hours, she had nearly exhausted the nearby iron ore. Perhaps a few remain undiscovered, but she decided to leave them be. In total, she acquired 175 iron ore and 66 loam. The harvest was deemed satisfactory, primarily reliant on prayers. Otherwise, after 4 hours of laboring, she had only managed to collect fewer than 50 iron ores, and during that time, she had also unearthed 2 pieces of loamy soil. Beneath the shade of a tree, An Ling set her backpack on the ground and sat upon it to prevent her clothes from getting dirty. She took out the provisions she had prepared in advance and commenced her lunch. Initially, she had intended to complete her tasks on this resource island within the morning. Although she had succeeded, she yearned to utilize the afternoon to gather some copper ore. She felt it would be remiss to squander the 30 points spent to pinpoint this resource island. After finishing a sandwich and a sausage, An Ling used some tissue to wipe her mouth and stood up, ready to resume her work. She gazed up at the sky, but the glaring sunlight made it difficult to open her eyes. The sun seemed to hang motionless in the sky. Time could not be wasted. The island would submerge by evening. Without hesitation, An Ling resumed her labor under the scorching sun. Naturally, she was not foolish enough to let the sun scorch her fair skin. What if she tanned? Fashioning a hat from leaves and vines, she secured it atop her head, while several wooden planks floated above, forming a square shade that shielded her from the direct rays of the sun. As for mining, she decided to dig with her hands, utilizing her abilities to control the floating wooden planks above her. As anticipated, she struck copper ore once an hour. Collection multiplier triggered, 10 copper ore 60. What a surprise! Despite having mined for so long, this was the first time she triggered a 10-fold drop. Previously, the highest she had achieved was 8-fold. How delightful! Just from that one copper ore, she received 60 pieces, making that hour well worth it. First major fortune, special reward, a random item card. Oh, An Ling almost forgot that her prayers also had an achievement system. The familiar silver-white card caught her attention. On the front was a pair of white shark slippers, looking rather adorable. Slippers, how lovely! Just what I needed. An Ling tucked the card away for later. Each accumulation method of blessings differs. It seems that the condition for the achievement of great fortune is triggering the maximum multiplier. Currently, An Ling was aware that perfect aim and double blessings were the simplest to achieve through mere count increments. However, resilient spirit and fortune's favor had yet to be triggered, and their specific conditions remained elusive. The pale golden cube pendant possessed 6 faces, indicating 6 types of blessings. Thus far, only 5 had appeared, leaving 1 unknown. Since it was a blessing pendant, it should carry no debuffs. With this thought, An Ling felt reassured and continued her mining. Collection multiplier triggered. 1, copper, or 6. So this is how it's going to be. An Ling found herself both amused and exasperated. Just as she experienced the highest multiplier, she was immediately met with the lowest, rendering that hour entirely fruitless. At that moment, a gust of sea breeze swept by, bringing a refreshing chill to An Ling. She lifted her gaze towards the ocean and was suddenly struck motionless. The sky had darkened ominously. Swiftly, she removed the wooden board sheltering her head, only to discover that the blazing sun, which had just moments ago hung above her, had vanished entirely, obscured by an encroaching mass of dark clouds. Was this the harbinger of an impending storm? An Ling discarded the wooden board and hastily packed her belongings, preparing to fetch fresh water from the creek. Once she secured the water, she intended to depart from Supply Island without delay. The storm was approaching, and remaining there was no longer an option. Otherwise, whether she could safely return to Construction Island aboard her fragile wooden vessel remained a pressing concern. She had no desire to be ensnared by the tempest, sinking alongside Supply Island into the depths of the sea. Chapter 53. Soaked to the bone, it is often said that the weather over the sea is capricious, and I have come to believe this wholeheartedly. An Ling hurriedly made her way to the stream, intent on filling these 42 plastic barrels with water as swiftly as possible. The sea breeze intensified, carrying with it a chill reminiscent of late autumn, sending shivers down her spine. With one hand clutching her backpack and the other extracting an empty plastic barrel, she employed her extraordinary abilities to fill the barrels with water before stowing them back in her pack, repeating this process diligently. Within mere minutes, An Ling had filled all the barrels to the brim. She had initially planned to use the afternoon to excavate some copper, but it seemed that time was no longer on her side. From now on, she would need to be more vigilant and check the weather before venturing out to resource islands. With her backpack secured, An Ling pressed on towards her small wooden boat without a moment's pause. After half an hour, she finally returned to her vessel, promptly weighing anchor and departing from the resource island. Throughout her journey, she dared not pause for even a moment, fearing that a torrential downpour might strike at any moment. The winds over the sea had begun to pick up, transforming the once tranquil waters into a tumultuous expanse. The waves surged, and An Ling's little boat felt like a solitary leaf adrift, on the verge of being swallowed by the monstrous waves. The sky darkened ominously, and the water surrounding her took on a murky hue, a consequence of light failing to reach the depths below due to refraction. The ocean here was unfathomably deep, and for the first time, An Ling experienced the sensation of deep-sea anxiety. On clear days, this sensation had been less pronounced, or perhaps she had simply not taken the time to observe it closely. She quickened her rowing, sensing that a storm was imminent. Plop, 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 plop. The sound of large raindrops striking the wooden canopy resonated sharply, quickly escalating into a torrential downpour. Having already traversed more than half the distance, she was nearing Construction Island. Though her greatest concern was the towering waves that could capsize her small boat at any moment, An Ling was determined not to find herself plunged into the depths of the ocean at such a critical time. Logically, her powers should allow her to exert some control over her own body, but experiments had proven unsuccessful, likely due to the inadequacy of her abilities. For now, she had no choice but to row faster and pray for divine protection. She certainly did not wish to become the first survivor to drown. Alas, the rain fell in torrents, and the water within the boat began to accumulate alarmingly. An Ling focused solely on rowing faster, only to realize that the rainwater had begun to rise within the vessel. Swiftly, she retrieved a plastic barrel filled with fresh water from her backpack, pouring its contents into the sea and then using it to scoop out the accumulating rainwater from inside the boat. Her powers continued to maintain the boat's forward momentum, Yet the fierce winds and waves hindered her progress and posed a constant threat of veering off course. An Ling had to keep a vigilant eye on the coordinates displayed on her navigation device. Standing at the bow, she soon found her clothes drenched by the relentless rain. Her white shirt clinging to her form, becoming almost translucent and revealing her alluring silhouette. She hurriedly continued to bail out the seawater, and after a short while, she had nearly cleared the boat, seeking refuge under the wooden canopy. Fortunately, her boat was equipped with a wooden canopy that somewhat mitigated the influx of rainwater and provided a shield against the downpour. Had it been an ordinary small wooden vessel facing the tumultuous sea, she could scarcely bear to imagine the consequences. Even this situation was enough to instill a profound sense of trepidation within her. Thankfully, fate was kind, sparing her from becoming the first survivor to succumb to drowning. The surrounding winds and waves were fierce, yet no colossal surge rose to capsize her boat. In the distance, the outline of the construction island emerged. Victory was within reach. She hastened her pace and ultimately returned to her island. Given the circumstances, anchoring her small boat in the sea was no longer an option. Should the water in the cabin accumulate, the vessel would surely sink. Standing on the island, drenched by the rain and aided by her extraordinary abilities, she exerted tremendous effort to pull the majority of the boat ashore. With the anchor secured, she ensured it would not plunge into the depths of the sea. After completing this arduous task, she hurried back to her wooden cabin. Glancing at the roof, she felt relieved to see that the cabin, having been reinforced previously, showed no signs of leakage. The chimney's small canopy was also a thoughtful addition to prevent rainwater from entering. Otherwise, even if the cabin remained dry, a waterlogged chimney would pose significant trouble. Soaked to the skin, she cast her backpack onto the floor, ignited the stove, and after adding firewood, she stripped off all her clothing. Standing nude within the cabin, she activated the flip-flop card, and surprisingly, perhaps due to her recent drenching, she felt no chill. She intended to take a shower and wash her clothes. The shower stall was just a few steps from the cabin. At this moment, fully drenched, she paid no heed to modesty and entered the shower stall in her birthday suit. After a quick rinse and washing her clothes, she stood before the mirror, drying her hair with a towel. Suddenly, she realized she had forgotten how to return to the cabin without getting soaked again after her shower. Peering through the glass at the sea outside, she noted that the rain had intensified, showing no signs of abating. Yet, the waves surrounding the island appeared remarkably calm. Moments ago, she had worried that the surging waters might sweep across her small island. Clearly, this was no mere matter of luck, but rather the system deliberately safeguarding the survivors on the construction island. Otherwise, in such foul weather, who knew how many survivors could be washed away from the island they had worked so hard to establish? She hoped this torrential rain would not persist for long. With a sigh, she pondered another thought. Since her ability allowed her to manipulate objects akin to controlling air or intent, could she use it to shield herself from the rain? Approaching the entrance of the shower stall, she employed her extraordinary power, and in the next moment, the raindrops above her head eerily suspended in midair. It truly was possible. A glimmer of surprise crossed her face, though the area was small. It was sufficient to shield her entire body. Emerging from the shower, she was suddenly enveloped by a chill. Swiftly returning to the wooden cabin, she hurried to the warmth of the fireplace, determined to avoid a cold. Retrieving garments from the wardrobe, this time An Ling opted for the black ensemble, feeling indifferent to her choice. At least this outfit would provide some warmth. Today, or rather in the days to come, she would not be departing from her island. Let the chill come, it mattered little here, for she was alone, and she held no fear. Chapter 54. The clothes rack. There was an unmistakable sense that this garment had been designed not for oneself, but rather for the gaze of certain onlookers. An Ling raised her eyebrows slightly as she donned her attire. With both hands gripping the stockings, she gradually slid one foot into them. The sensation was exceptionally smooth. Contrary to her expectations, they were not as constricting, perhaps due to the slenderness of her legs. Once dressed, An Ling indulged in a moment of self-admiration, though regrettably. The mirror was situated within the shower enclosure. Her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, revealing her evident shyness. She was not one to revel in perversion. Yet at this moment, The fabric against her skin evoked an inexplicable sensation, rather peculiar. In an effort to divert her attention, she hastily began hanging her clothes by the fireplace. The outfit she washed yesterday remained damp, and today she had another load to dry. With too many garments for a single wooden board to accommodate, she resolved to craft a clothes rack within the confines of the cabin. Armed with timber and nails, she set to work, skillfully shaping several pieces of wood into rods with her axe, securing them with iron nails, and constructing a sturdy base before assembling it all. Thus, a simple yet effective clothes rack came to fruition. After completing the task of hanging her laundry, An Ling glanced at the time. It was just past 5 o'clock. Although darkness was still some time away, the overcast sky rendered the outside world nearly indistinguishable from night. A torrential downpour enveloped the landscape, making it impossible to scavenge for supplies. She could only huddle within her modest wooden abode. Opening the chat module, she sought to discover whether other survivors were also experiencing the rain. Naturally, this would also serve to alleviate the tedium of her current predicament. Fortune is fickle, and calamity can strike without warning. My tent was reinforced, yet it still leaks. How absurd! Why has the rain come so suddenly? Wise one, why not inquire with the heavens? Upon witnessing the shared plight of others, she felt a sense of reassurance. As a navigator, I can attest that this tempest will likely persist until tomorrow evening. Goodness, is that true? Don't frighten me. My food supplies are dwindling. With the rain, we can collect fresh water. This is a fortuitous circumstance indeed. I am an idol. I can sing, dance, and rap. Is there anyone who can spare some food? I am quite famished. Curse it. An Ling found herself at a loss for words. Why did this idol always resort to begging in the chat channel? Did he lack the ability to fend for himself? The chat module offered only channel conversations and private messages, devoid of any global chat. It was evident that the entire channel was besieged by rain. Perhaps the channel's delineated regions? An Ling pondered this notion. To converse with friends from other channels, one needed to possess their identification number. However, within a channel bustling with individuals, the numbers were not arranged in any discernible order, but rather randomly assigned. Thus, to locate a survivor from another channel necessitated a stroke of luck. Yet, An Ling had her own means to verify such matters. Given that Qin Xiao was not in the same channel as her, she promptly initiated a private message to him. An Ling, is it raining over there? Qin Xiao, rain? I understand now. It seems that the different channels we occupy lead to varying weather conditions. An Ling, conversing with an intelligent person is indeed refreshing. Qin Xiao, thank you for the compliment. An Ling, I'm not merely complimenting you. I genuinely admire your intellect. Qin Xiao, to express my gratitude for the food from last time, I have a gift for you. With that, he directly traded an item, which An Ling curiously retrieved from the light screen. It was a small compass, slightly larger than a bottle cap. This was a splendid item, even somewhat valuable. An Ling, thank you. Qin Xiao, you're welcome. It is only right for allies to assist one another. You're quite a good person. An Ling stowed the compass in her backpack, ensuring that next time she ventured onto Survival Island, she would not need to constantly track the sun's movement. It seemed that Qin Xiao was also progressing swiftly. He must have his own connections, likely a product of a wealthy upbringing. Based on his responses, she felt increasingly confident in her assumptions. If this oceanic world were spherical, then these designated channels must represent distinct regions. It was only logical for the same region to experience the same weather. After some time had passed, the sky outside had completely darkened. An Ling glanced at the time. It was merely 6 o'clock. Ordinarily, the sun would not have set at this hour. My fishing net. She recalled that she had discovered a new application for her abilities, allowing her to utilize it as an umbrella. Stepping outside the wooden cabin, An Ling navigated in the dark to the back. Although she could not discern what lay upon the fishing net, she opted to collect it with a single command. Acquired resources, wood 6, plastic 4, rope 7, thatch 3, locked wooden box 1, E-star grouper 1, king crab 2. The haul was quite satisfactory, particularly the presence of a king crab. An Ling nearly considered steaming it for a sumptuous seafood feast, but after recalling the leftovers from the previous evening, she decided to finish those first to avoid wasting food. Upon returning to the cabin, as An Ling delved deeper into her abilities, her understanding of them grew. At this stage, she could not simultaneously employ her powers for two different tasks. For instance, while using her abilities to shield herself from the rain, she could not engage in other activities. Controlling several wooden planks at once, however, was still manageable. After organizing these matters, it was time for the exhilarating box opening segment. Previously, An Ling had collected 10 keys for wooden boxes, and to date, not a single one had been used. Now, she had finally acquired another lockbox. If it were to rain tomorrow, relying on the fishing net to gather more resources would be a practical approach. She retrieved a key from her possession and unlocked the box. Another card, a purple building card, adorned with an image of a box on the front. A storage box? An Ling pondered. Having two storage boxes would indeed be advantageous, allowing her to store even more resources. Food storage box construction card, capable of accommodating a vast array of fresh produce, offering an eternal shelf life. Required materials for construction: wood 20, iron nails 16, scrap metal 6, plastic 2. Earn points 3. Is this not akin to a refrigerator with the added benefit of everlasting preservation? Upon its construction, it became evident that this contraption bore no distinction from her storage box. The dimensions were identical, as were the compartments and capacity. The sole difference lies in the versatility of the storage box, which can contain a multitude of items, while the food box is exclusively designated for perishables. Thus, An Ling need no longer fret about the spoilage of her fresh provisions. Chapter 55. The Stagnation of the Storm Joyfully. An Ling promptly transferred all the provisions into her food storage box, which stood side by side with her storage chest, nestled against the bedside. She conducted a brief experiment, discovering that the cooked food could be stored in the box as well. This contraption bore no distinction from a refrigerator, perhaps even surpassing its utility 100-fold. Having organized these supplies, An Ling felt it was high time for dinner. Listening to the patter of rain as she drifted off to sleep was, after all, a rather pleasant affair. She heated oil in a pan, preparing to indulge in the remnants of yesterday's meal, which, though not spoiled, was nearing its expiration. A quick reheat would suffice. Her appetite was modest, and she had certainly not finished all the dishes from the previous day. She carefully combined the remaining potato and beef brisket onto a bowl of rice, thus crafting a humble yet satisfying rice bowl. Swiftly concluding her dinner, An Ling leaned back in her chair and opened a can of mixed fruit, savoring its contents. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, she engaged with the luminous screen to pass the time before bedtime. 2 hours later, An Ling rechecked the remaining burn time of the stove, adding a few logs to ensure the fire stayed alight, before finally feeling at ease to retire for the night. The night passed without incident. The strong winds of the island swept through the wooden cabin's windows, creating a cacophony as they rattled. Despite the wooden eaves of the roof, it could not withstand the ferocity of the sea breeze. Soon, the interior began to welcome sporadic droplets of rain. Fortunately, An Ling had added firewood the previous evening, keeping the iron stove's flames alive. Even though a chill lingered outside, it could not extinguish the warmth within. Rather than directly resting upon the wooden bed, An Ling lay on a woolen blanket, covered with leather. She worried about catching a cold upon awakening, especially after being drenched the day prior. Thankfully, her body's resilience proved robust, for upon rising in the morning, she felt no discomfort. Dressing promptly, An Ling turned to close the rattling wooden window, guarding against further splashes of rain. Outside, the heavy rain persisted, mirroring the previous day, with the wind even stronger than before. From the island, one could witness the tumultuous waves crashing against the shore. Could it truly be, as the sailor had foretold, that this rain would last an entire day? An Ling felt a twinge of worry. Her time on Survival Island was slipping away, yet she was beset by such inclement weather. This would waste yet another precious day. The waves relentlessly battered the island's edges, causing tides to surge and render the ground outside a quagmire. The modest 20-square-meter island appeared as an insignificant ant amidst the vast ocean, perpetually on the brink of submersion. Time was of the essence, with merely 3 days remaining. She could no longer afford to head towards the supply island, rendering her accumulated points practically meaningless. An Ling, feeling uneasy, resolved at that moment to expend all her points. dedicating them entirely to expanding the island's area. Upon ascending to the survival island, the fate of life or death remains an enigma. Acquiring points, there is merely a matter of ease. With a wooden cabin spanning 10 square meters and a shower stall occupying 4 square meters, the total area reaches 14 square meters, which feels rather cramped on an island of merely 20 square meters. Currently, with 78 points remaining, An Ling directly exchanged 7 cornerstone cards, utilizing them all. Amidst the tempestuous dawn, the island's area expanded to 27 square meters. Observing the enlarged island brought her an inexplicable sense of security. After completing these tasks, while preparing breakfast, An Ling once again twirled the blessing pendant around her neck. Blessing pendant bonus acquired. Good fortune in pairs. All obtained resources will be doubled. Remaining time, 16 hours, 25 minutes, 34 seconds. It was the first day's blessing, indicating that no significant changes would occur today. An Ling then realized she had risen later than intended. It was already 7:30. Her breakfast consisted of a packet of cookies, a chocolate bar, and a sachet of instant coffee. Given the dreadful weather, would she truly be confined to the wooden cabin for an entire day? Although the waves surrounding the island were not tumultuous, the wind was peculiarly strong, making fishing impossible. Standing by the window, An Ling gazed outside, hoping the waves would wash ashore additional resources, thus yielding some semblance of reward. Today's blessing, bestowing good fortune in pairs, would partially compensate for the losses incurred by the storm. While everyone else was unable to progress, she could a distinct advantage. If only the entire oceanic realm were shrouded in rain. Resigned to her misfortune, An Ling settled into a chair, idly watching the screen. As midday approached, the rain showed no signs of abating. An Ling then chose to surrender to the circumstances. Since she could not develop, she would simply remain within the wooden cabin. For lunch, she prepared the final bucket of instant noodles, accompanied by vegetable soup and sausage. These were the last of her supplies, and she decided to consume them to save box space. However, under normal circumstances, who would opt to soak them? She chose to boil them instead. At this juncture, some might argue that instant noodles lack soul when not soaked. Incorrect. Boiling them enhances their flavor. After finishing lunch, An Ling inadvertently turned her head and was astonished to discover a box washed ashore on the island. This was a momentous stroke of luck. She casually discarded her trash into the furnace to incinerate it, then stood at the door to test her abilities, finding she could easily reach several meters. Thus, she effortlessly brought the wooden box into the cabin. Regrettably, luck does not always favor the fortunate. The box was unlatched. Upon opening it, she found no cards inside, only some basic supplies. For pieces of wood, 3 ropes, and 2 pieces of gauze. That was all. Disappointed by the false hope, An Ling dismantled the box, tossing all the wood into the furnace. Indeed, how foolish of me. An Ling suddenly struck her forehead, realizing that although she could not procure the contents of the locked chest from the sea, she could exchange with other survivors. The locked wooden chest resembled S.C. Char, Dinger's cat, with everyone wagering on the possibility of uncovering valuable treasures within. Concurrently, those survivors without keys were eager to make a trade. In truth, the keys to these wooden chests are even rarer than the chests themselves, though it must be noted that the chests are not particularly inexpensive either. Resolutely, An Ling activated the holographic screen and commenced her busy endeavors. Chapter 56. The final blessing for an entire afternoon. Her gaze was fixated solely upon the trading module. Currently, there were 9 keys remaining. An Ling's objective was to acquire at least 9 locked wooden boxes. Naturally, possessing more would be advantageous, for even if they could not be opened, they could still be retained. Outside the wooden cabin, the storm continued to rage fiercely, but as twilight approached, the downpour began to wane. By 6 in the evening, the rain ceased. Dense clouds in the horizon were pierced by rays of sunlight, creating openings that expanded, culminating in the appearance of a magnificent rainbow. An Ling arrived on the island, treading upon the damp ground as she gazed towards the distant sunset, inhaling the fresh air deeply. This island, surrounded on all sides by the sea, already exuded an oppressive atmosphere, and the prolonged rain had further dampened her spirits. Now, with the skies finally clearing, she felt a sense of relief. However, it was too late to gather supplies. She would have to wait until tomorrow. Most of the afternoon was spent in repose, and An Ling managed to exchange for 12 locked wooden boxes at the cost of food. Here, food was the only true currency. Having just endured a heavy rain, the survivors would not be lacking fresh water for the time being. With no air pollution in this pristine environment, relying solely on the sea's evaporation, the rainwater should be quite clean. Was this a case of good fortune or a double blessing? An Ling sat within the wooden cabin, contemplating whether to open all the boxes at this moment. While good fortune could indeed bring luck, a double blessing might allow for the doubling of any acquired cards. Given the pros and cons of each option, An Ling decided to open half of the boxes, especially since there were still 2 days left and she might not necessarily receive the blessing of good fortune. With 9 keys in hand, she opted to open 4 boxes. Acquired item cards. 1-2 for each of the following. Enhancement cards, building cards, mineral water 3-2. Home sausages 3-2. Gauss 5-2. Plastic 5-2. Ropes 6-2. An Ling felt a surge of joy as she hastily collected these cards. But her expression suddenly stiffened upon realizing the repetitive patterns. She had forgotten that these cards were predetermined. Had they all been upgrade or enhancement cards, it would have been acceptable, but crucially, the item and building cards were fixed from the moment the boxes were opened. Warning flag item card. The greater the storm, the louder the bell. It allows for advanced weather predictions. Great. She now possessed 2 of these, rendering the extra one entirely redundant. Greenhouse building card. A specialist in cultivation. It enables the island's land to be farmed, consuming similar building cards to expand the area with an initial area of 4-4. Materials required for construction, 40 yellow soil. Points earned, 3. Thus, in layman's terms, this is merely a miniature version of a greenhouse. An Ling surveyed the dimensions of her island, noting that the wooden cabin and shower stall were situated at the very center, rendering it impossible to accommodate this greenhouse. The area was simply too small. While these 2 cards were undoubtedly useful, she was unable to construct anything at this moment and would have to temporarily store them in a box. As for the enhancement card, it was versatile, applicable in numerous situations. After utilizing a prop card, a modest black, triangular flag materialized within the confines of the wooden cabin. It bore no insignia, its length matching the width of the wooden door, with a flagpole approximately 2 meters high, for which a rope was tied that held a bell. This object appeared utterly mundane to An Ling, lacking any discernible uniqueness, and given its size, it was impractical to carry about. After some contemplation, she discovered that it could be integrated with her wooden cabin, the flag fluttering atop while the bell dangled inside. This arrangement could serve as a rudimentary early warning system, though she remained uncertain about the duration of the advance notice it would provide. With this in mind, wouldn't 2 be perfectly adequate? An Ling ventured outside her cabin, attempting to combine the flag with her wooden boat, and indeed, it was successful once more, as the boat shared the same functionality as the island. Now, the boat possessed a warning capability, alleviating her concerns of being caught off guard by inclement weather during her explorations of the resource island. Fortune favored her this time, as both identical cards proved to be beneficial. She had even contemplated how to trade the cards earlier. Upon returning to her cabin, she began to prepare dinner. With the 5th day approaching, she knew she had to expedite her development. Tonight, she opted for something simple, as the food storage box now allowed for the permanent preservation of provisions. An Ling rummaged through the box, having altered her previous mindset. Now, she could indulge in whatever she desired. Sealed food was equally crucial, as it was essential when landing on the island. For dinner, she selected canned beef, a marinated chicken leg, and a box of self-heating rice. After satisfying her hunger, she took a brief respite before preparing for bed. Regarding the 2 enhancement cards, she had yet to decide on their application. With her imminent arrival on the island, careful consideration was imperative. Enhancing the handgun had crossed her mind. It would not augment its ammunition capacity. Given its current power, it was entirely sufficient, and using the card for this purpose would be wasteful. Should she be able to replenish the bullets, enhancement would only be considered after exhausting her supply. As for the wooden bed, paddles, wooden boat, and even tools like the pickaxe and axe, these too required enhancement. It was somewhat cumbersome, and she resolved to delay any enhancements until absolutely necessary. opting to retain the cards for the time being. The night passed in silence. The following day, the rising sun painted the sea in golden hues. A warm ray of sunlight streaming into the wooden cabin. An Ling, groggy, opened her eyes and began to rise. Today, her points naturally increased by 2, bringing her total to 10 when combined with the previous 8. The area of the island expanded by another square meter, now totaling 28 square meters. This was equivalent to a standard bedroom, yet An Ling had to meticulously arrange all her necessities within this limited space. In the morning, she savored a cup of coffee alongside a slice of toast. After finishing breakfast, she glanced down at her pendant, reaching out to turn it. Commencing her prayers for the day, a golden hammer design appeared. This is the final prayer. An Ling quickly checks the information. Acquired blessing pendant enhancement. Fortune abounds. Construction probability triggers random upgrades. The golden legend is yours to possess. Remaining time, 18 hours, 23 minutes, and 45 seconds construction. Does it mean that the items I create will receive random quality upgrades? This concept is not difficult for An Ling to grasp. However, everything she currently encounters is of the most basic white quality. Where could she possibly seek an upgrade? Perhaps she should craft a flint pickaxe to test the waters? Chapter 57. The Dawn of Technological Progress. Never mind. I shall discuss it later this evening. Today, I must hasten to fish for crates, as I am to embark on that accursed survival island again the day after tomorrow. The blessing lasts for a day, and by nightfall, I shall have ample time to delve into it. She took out her fishing rod, exited the wooden cabin, and commenced her fishing endeavors for the day. After a tedious 6 hours, she managed to catch merely 3 crates. Whether due to ill fortune or the crates obstinately refusing to drift towards the island, An Ling found herself at a loss. The blessing yielded no tangible aid in her crate fishing, and her morning haul was rather pedestrian. Upon returning to the cabin, she simply cooked the East Star grouper, pairing it with rice for a midday meal. Given the constraints of daylight, she typically refrained from engaging in elaborate culinary endeavors, as it proved too time-consuming. However, with her impending return to the island, she resolved to conserve her stock of sealed food. After a brief respite of half an hour, estimating that the crates would soon reappear, An Ling stepped out once more to continue fishing in the afternoon. Compared to the morning, the afternoon proved significantly more fruitful, yielding 4 crates, 2 of which were locked. She also collected a fishing net from the island's periphery, and thus the day concluded in this monotonous routine of crate fishing. Morning haul: 3 wooden crates, providing 23 wood, 16 plastic, and 2 ropes. Afternoon haul: 4 wooden crates, including 2 locked ones, yielding 5 thatch, 12 bandages, and 30 wood. Fishing net yield: 10 wood, 5 thatch, 2 ribbon fish, and 1 grouper. An Ling stored all these provisions in her storage box, and then commenced the day's unboxing segment. The 5 wooden crates yielded 3 bottles of mineral water, 2 cans of 8 treasure porridge, 2 buns, and 3 keys no cards. And the remainder consisted merely of basic supplies and food. The only noteworthy acquisition was the 3 newly obtained keys. These items hardly sufficed to propel her development forward. An Ling sighed. Was the resource island truly her ultimate destination? To return to the resource island, she would have to wait until her next return from the survival island. After dismantling all the wooden crates, An Ling, gazing at the 3 keys in her hand, in a fit of frustration, decided to use them immediately. After all, she still had 5 keys remaining, and she could not rely on mere luck for her next favorable turn. The first crate was rather ordinary, a locked food crate, from which she procured a modest assortment of snacks: 2 bags of chips, 2 spicy strips, 1 strawberry cake, 2 pieces of dried mango, and 2 mixed nuts. Rather than a food crate, it was more aptly described as a snack box. While this discovery brought her joy, she yearned to expedite her development. Snacks were inconsequential. The second wooden crate was heavy. Shaking it produced a somewhat jarring sound. Upon opening it, she was astonished to find it filled entirely with rectangular glass panes. These transparent sheets were neatly stacked within the crate, totaling 20 pieces. This marked An Ling's first encounter with materials beyond the basic ones within this realm. She hurriedly examined the construction modules and workbench displayed on the luminous screen, and indeed, she discovered a newly unlocked item: glass window. Perfect for illumination. An essential for house construction. Require materials: glass 4, wood 4, iron nails 16. Points awarded: 3. An Ling glanced at her wooden window and then at the glass window depicted in the image. Construction. The drawbacks of the wooden window were glaringly apparent. It provided no light, necessitating the opening of the window during the day. This modest rectangular cabin boasted 3 windows, positioned on either side of the wooden door and at the rear. Upon replacing all the wooden windows with glass ones, the interior instantly brightened significantly. Although these rudimentary sliding glass windows were basic, they could be closed when not needed. Constructing the glass window rewards 2 sets of bedding. To her astonishment, there was a system reward. How delightful! Moreover, the bedding set was not merely sheets or mattress covers, but rather blankets and pillows. 2 sets, to be precise. Although An Ling already possessed 1 pillow, acquiring 2 additional ones was certainly welcome. Finally, she would no longer have to sleep under a cowhide at night. Her spirits lifted considerably. Despite no technological advancements, her living conditions had improved, signifying that her efforts today had not been in vain. An Ling's gaze shifted to the final chest, which rattled lightly, revealing its emptiness as she discerned no sound of objects colliding within. A card. She swiftly opened this last chest to unveil a solitary purple card. Upon picking it up, she noted the front depicted a peculiar furnace. Wait, could this be? Furnace building card. No need for elaboration. Require materials: scrap iron 100, enhancement card 1. Points awarded: 5. Goodness. An Ling nearly thought she was mistaken. A building card requiring an enhancement card? Her assessment could be summarized in a single word: impressive. Furthermore, acquiring 100 scrap iron was no small feat for an ordinary individual. Was this extravagant requirement due to the card representing a revolutionary design? At this juncture, construction was inevitable. An Ling felt fortunate to have saved an enhancement card in advance. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss. After completing the construction of the furnace and placing it outside the cabin, the system's voice rang out once more as expected. Congratulations to the survivor for constructing a furnace for the first time, rewarding a skill card 1. Unbelievable. Even the system had deviated from its usual pattern, opting to bestow a card. Previously, rewards had included mundane items such as sanitary pads, JK uniforms, and toilet paper. This time, it was quite generous. Upon claiming the skill card, she noticed an illustration of a sword on its front. The moment this card was granted to her, it transformed into a swordsmanship skill card. An Ling immediately utilized it, boosting her overall attributes once again and elevating her level 1 basic swordsmanship to level 2. She felt an exhilarating surge of strength coursing through her. The thrill of this unexpected gain was truly delightful. She cast her gaze once more towards the furnace outside the wooden cabin. This contraption occupied a modest area, slightly over 1 square meter, nestled snugly against the cabin's edge, closely bordering the sea. Its overall appearance was a blend of white and gray hues, towering over 2 meters. The lower half was square, while the upper half was circular, resembling a small tower crafted from stone. The furnace boasted 3 openings at the front, back, and side, designated for fuel input or addition and the output of the smelted ore, respectively. An Ling conducted a test, discovering that the burning duration was identical to that of the stove, with straw igniting the quickest and coal lasting the longest. Chapter 58. The Golden Legend. An Ling returned to the cabin and retrieved the iron ore, adding it to the furnace. The displayed information was clear and concise. The furnace could accommodate a maximum of 50 ores, and it would take half an hour to smelt a single piece, amounting to a total of 25 hours. To fully process this batch of iron ore, it would require more than a day, and during this time, the fuel could not be allowed to run out. It seemed that ore smelting was indeed a monumental endeavor, and one could only hope that the coal would not be exhausted before the ore was fully processed. After adding 25 pieces of coal to the furnace, An Ling decided to leave it be. After a good night's rest, she anticipated a considerable yield. However, she realized that today she was blessed with a fortune-enhancing prayer bonus. It was currently 6 o'clock. Before midnight, she could smelt approximately 12 pieces of iron ore. She needed to forge a weapon before then to test the effects of this prayer. If tomorrow did not grant her the same fortune, she would incur a significant loss. Returning to the cabin, An Ling was in no rush to begin cooking. After all, she planned to stay up a bit late tonight, so a delayed meal was of no consequence. Approaching the workbench, she surveyed the equipment unlocked by the iron ore. They included a helmet, chest armor, leg armor, and a cloak. This ensemble represented a formidable set of iron armor, and crafting all of it would yield 2 points. The depicted armor appeared far from cumbersome. Worn, it resembled a fully armed soldier from ancient times. But what was the significance of this armor? An Ling understood that it was likely intended for ordinary individuals. Not everyone could become a wielder of extraordinary powers. The system had provided a lifeline for the common folk, allowing them to forge armor from ore. In terms of weaponry, the options were even more comprehensive. Swords, knives, hammers, shields, bows, and spears. There was even a two-handed sword. The weapons crafted from iron appeared vastly superior to those made from flint, antlers, or scrap metal. Furthermore, tools were not overlooked. Picks and axes were also available, though it was uncertain how much more efficient they would be compared to flint. Completing this entire set would yield nearly 30 points, requiring hundreds of pieces of iron, or certainly not a task to be accomplished in a short time. However, An Ling had no intention of producing these superfluous items. Only 3 tools held value for her: a pick, an axe, and a sword. Indeed, she aimed to forge a sword with the remaining time to serve as her weapon. She could not waste her swordsmanship training, nor allow her profession to become mere decoration. This was also a perfect opportunity to test the new prayer. As for the other 2 tools, there was no time to waste, and they could wait until her next return to the survival island. Gazing at the newly unlocked tools, An Ling remembered that now she possessed a furnace, and it seemed that the clay also had a potential use. Yet, to her dismay, the furnace could not accommodate clay. To fire it, she would require additional structures. Well, that could be addressed another time. An Ling returned to the cabin and began preparing her dinner. As the evening hours were plentiful, allowing her to indulge in a more sumptuous meal. The grouper soup, accompanied by fried ribbon fish segments and steamed buns paired with spicy sauce, culminated in a sumptuous dinner prepared in under an hour. She savored each bite, marveling at the peculiar marine fish, which seemed to embody freedom in their form. As someone hailing from an inland city, who had never beheld the ocean, she was uncertain how to appreciate these fish, thus opting to stew them instead. After finishing her meal and washing the dishes, she resumed observing the survivors' chat to pass the time. Before she knew it, the clock struck 11:30 in the evening. An Ling closed the chat window and stepped outside the wooden cabin to inspect the forging situation at the furnace. 11 iron ingots lay quietly on the grassy expanse of the island, each square and resembling bricks, their surfaces smooth and unblemished. With 10 ingots required to forge an iron sword, she had ample materials at hand. Approaching the workbench, she activated the iron sword module. Iron sword, a tool for exorcising evil, exceptionally sharp, the quintessential choice for cutting. Required materials: iron ingots 10, rope 5, cloth 1. Earn points 2. Though the materials were sufficient, the option remained grayed out. What could be the reason? Upon clicking it, a prompt appeared. Crafting an iron sword requires a forging table. Forging table, workbench 1, enhancement card 1. An Ling sighed. All right, I see how it is. Not a single card left for me. Resigned. She opted to enhance the workbench first. As it was enhancement, she did not earn points this time. Only then did the construction button illuminate, and as her finger pressed upon it, a cascade of notifications ensued. Received the blessing of fortuitous fortune, upgrading the ordinary iron sword to an excellent iron sword. Damage increased. Received the blessing of fortuitous fortune, upgrading the excellent iron sword to a fine iron sword. Cuts through iron like mud. Received the blessing of fortuitous fortune, upgrading the fine iron sword to an epic iron sword. Additional attributes gained. Received the blessing of fortuitous fortune, upgrading the epic iron sword to a legendary iron sword. Additional attributes increased. Lo and behold, a gleaming golden sword materialized before An Ling. The sword radiated a chilling brilliance, its blade approximately 1 meter long. Adorned with exquisite patterns, and the hilt wrapped in spirals of rope, presenting a striking aesthetic. The sword was indeed beautiful, embodying the ancient Chinese style that An Ling favored. Unlike the Western one-handed swords, the only drawback was its lack of a sheath. Its three attributes included sharpness, bleeding, and slaying evil. The sharpness was extraordinary, effortlessly slicing through hair and iron alike. An exaggeration it was not. Even An Ling was astounded, having never encountered such a keen blade before. In her memory, only the butcher's cleaver could evoke such a sensation. As for the bleeding attribute, it likely meant that wounds would not heal. She was not foolish enough to experiment on herself. The last attribute presumably pertained to dealing with monsters, though its specific effect remained unknown. Nonetheless, as a golden legend, this sword was undoubtedly the pinnacle of iron weaponry. Upon the first activation of the ultimate fortune, a random item card was bestowed. The golden legend triggered the pendant achievement system, and An Ling received yet another reward. Upon inspection, she discovered it to be a pajama item card. After utilizing it, a delightful ensemble of pink rabbit pajamas materialized before her, complete with a hood adorned with two fluffy, oversized ears, exuding an undeniable charm. Quite splendid indeed. She nodded appreciatively, setting the attire upon the bed, and grasped the iron sword to gauge its weight. The blade felt remarkably light, and as soon as she held it, an inexplicable familiarity enveloped her, despite having never wielded a sword before. With a few elegant flourishes, An Ling manipulated the sword with her psychic abilities. The sensation was indescribably effortless. The iron sword danced around her in perfect harmony with her will, far surpassing her control over any other object with her powers. No wonder they were referred to as sword masters. Chapter 59. The final day. At the moment she wielded the sword, An Ling felt an unprecedented surge of power and speed, distinctly different from the sensation of manipulating wooden boards or pickaxes. After several minutes of experimentation, she fully adapted to her abilities, ultimately commanding the iron sword to fall into her grasp. Setting it upon the table, she noted that the hour was growing late. It was time to complete her preparations and retire for the night. She filled the iron furnace and the smelter with fuel, replenishing her stock of iron ore, ensuring she could work uninterrupted through the night. Once these tasks were accomplished, the clock struck midnight. An Ling performed a quick wash and spread out her bedding, finally able to indulge in a restful slumber. The night passed in silence. On the following day, her internal clock roused her promptly. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she sat up. The soft bedding was infinitely more comfortable than cowhide cover, and despite the simplicity of her wooden bed, it scarcely affected her sleep quality. Twisting the pendant, she focused her gaze upon it, revealing a target pattern. Indeed, today would not be marked by fortuitous fortune. Acquired blessing pendant bonus. Perfect aim, guaranteeing hits for fishing, throwing, and ranged attacks. Remaining time, 18 hours, 11 minutes, 11 seconds. Regrettably, she had yet to randomly draw the great fortune blessing. Now that the 6 blessings of the pendant were clearly defined, An Ling realized the necessity of meticulous planning during non-essential instances to maximize her benefits. For instance, when acquiring the great fortune blessing, it would be wise to use it for opening chests. When blessed with fortuitous luck, it should be devoted to crafting equipment, and under the great prosperity blessing, it should be reserved for gathering on resource islands, among other strategies. Slipping into her slippers, An Ling began to prepare her breakfast, a simple meal of toast with a sausage and a bowl of 8 treasure porridge. After a modest repast, she embarked on a day filled with activity. The points she had earned yesterday had reset, and the area of her island had expanded to 29 square units, a slight increase from before. An Ling distinctly recalled that today marked the 7th day since her return from the Novice Island, meaning that tomorrow, she and her fellow survivors would embark on another island expedition. She could not predict the system's rules, nor foresee the dangers that awaited on the next island. The only course of action available to her was to prepare as thoroughly as possible. This time, she vowed not to face a scarcity of food. She would bring enough provisions to last 10 days. Even if the rules mirrored those of the Novice Island, she would be able to navigate through safely. As the day swiftly passed, the sun in the west radiated a warm orange hue, its light filtering through the oddly shaped clouds, painting them in vivid colors. The fiery clouds heralded a promising day ahead. An Ling marveled at the sunset, observing how the floating resources upon the sea dwindled, soon to vanish. Ceasing her fishing, she began to tally the day as spoils, having successfully caught 10 boxes throughout the day, 3 of which were locked. Other supplies were certainly available, yet they comprised only basic necessities, which An Ling regarded with indifference. Among the 7 unremarkable wooden boxes, her sole anticipation lay in the prospect of uncovering some unique items. At the very least, food would suffice. Acquired supplies: enhancement card X1, construction card X1, item card X1, key X2, whole wheat bread X4, milk 240 milliliters X2, compressed biscuits X4. The remainder consisted solely of basic provisions, which An Ling could hardly be bothered to acknowledge. Nevertheless, to extract 3 cards and 2 keys from 7 boxes was quite fortunate indeed. She decided to reserve the enhancement card, while the images on the construction and item cards depicted a wardrobe and a knife, respectively. Wardrobe construction card: a household essential. Materials required for construction: bamboo X30, plastic X10, wood X20, iron nails X50. Points earned: X3. Kitchen knife item card: no matter how skilled one is, a kitchen knife is still formidable. Of course, it can also be used for slicing fruits, albeit with a hint of garlic and ginger flavor. An Ling utilized both cards without hesitation. The kitchen knife was an unadorned, rectangular type commonly found in households. As for the wardrobe, it was square and unremarkable, its appearance easily deduced from the materials required, its only merit being its natural, formaldehyde-free composition. It seemed the wooden house required reinforcement. As the furniture increased, it had begun to feel increasingly cramped, causing An Ling to frown slightly. Initially, she had assumed that the upgrade and enhancement cards were on par. However, it became evident that the former was considerably rarer than the latter. After organizing her belongings and adding the necessary materials to the furnace, she returned indoors to pack her luggage in preparation for the impending island expedition. This time, not only An Ling, but nearly everyone had made preparations in advance. She planned to forego sleep tonight, for the vivid memory of her previous appearance on the novice island lingered in her mind. She had no recollection of how she arrived there. She only remembered lying in bed and drifting off to sleep, only to awaken and find herself departing from the construction island. It was utterly bewildering. Should danger arise before she was fully awakened, it could prove fatal. As before, An Ling meticulously packed her supplies into her backpack, placing it beside her bed. This time, her backpack was filled to the brim, unlike the last occasion when it had ample empty space. An Ling understood that the supplies on Survival Island were entirely distinct. Once everything was prepared, she began to concoct her dinner, a simple yet wholesome meal of scallion beef served with a bowl of rice. At that moment, the system notification reappeared. At dawn, all survivors shall once again set foot on the island. Wishing everyone good luck. This notification emerged from the luminous screen and featured an automatic broadcast function. At this hour, most survivors were still awake, making it nearly impossible to overlook the announcement. With the emergence of this message, the survivors felt a renewed sense of urgency, fully aware that starting tomorrow, they would once again confront life and death perils. No one desires death. The survivors, some complaining, others cursing, and even a few exhibiting a sense of excitement, are fervently flooding the chat module with their messages. An Ling, naturally, has no time to attend to them. After tidying up the dishes, she retrieves the substantial remainder of beef from the box, slicing off a small portion to place upon the table. Having completed these tasks, she settles on her bed, quietly awaiting the arrival of dawn. Rather than fearing a restless night, she is far more apprehensive about remaining forever ensnared in an unfamiliar realm. Chapter 60. Ascending to Survival Island. As midnight approached, An Ling twisted the prayer pendant around her neck, initiating today's supplication. The pendant bore the image of a golden figurine. Acquired blessing pendant bonus. Resilience in adversity. Though the body may perish, the spirit shall endure, enhancing various physical attributes. Remaining time, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 50 seconds. Upon seeing this blessing, An Ling furrowed her brow. It appeared that tomorrow's ascent to the island would be equally daunting. However, this time, She sensed that the blessing's enhancement had amplified, likely connected to her previously elevated attribute points. It seemed that resilience in adversity was a percentage-based increase. The higher her own attributes, the greater the enhancement received. The ocean lay silent, devoid of sound, save for the soft glow emanating from a small wooden cabin on the desolate island, surrounded by encroaching darkness. An Ling leaned against her bed, her consciousness growing hazy, as aimless waiting proved to be the most tedious and sleep-inducing of endeavors. After an indeterminate passage of time, she suddenly shook her head, jolting her awareness, and glanced outside. Daylight had yet to break, thank goodness. A quick look at the pendant confirmed the time. 5:30 in the morning. The dawn would soon arrive. This marine world was peculiar. During the day, it was swelteringly hot, suggesting it should be summer, yet both sunrise and sunset seemed to adhere to a fixed schedule. Otherwise, at 5 in the morning during summer, the sky should have welcomed the dawn. An Ling rose from her bed, having not even removed her shoes throughout the night. After a brief wash to refresh herself, she tied her hair back and awaited the arrival of dawn in silence. At this moment, the messages from fellow survivors in the chat module had dwindled, likely because most were still lost in slumber. As the sun gradually ascended in the east, An Ling observed the darkness over the sea being dispelled, and her heartbeat began to quicken involuntarily. Time. 6 o'clock a.m. Blinding light suddenly filled An Ling's vision, causing her to instinctively shut her eyes, yet it had no effect. The brilliance persisted. In an instant, she was enveloped in this radiant glow, her mind disoriented, and she felt a searing, vaporous energy surrounding her. When she opened her eyes once more, she found herself in the midst of a vast desert. With no time to survey her surroundings, a notification appeared before her, its message more urgent than the need to observe her environment. An Ling quickly focused her attention on the information. Island name, Death Desert. Objective, survive with 25 teams. Description, an island known as the Desert of Death. It is littered with abandoned towns, the fates of their inhabitants a mystery, perhaps due to the terrifying sandstorms that sweep through at intervals. Int. Teams consist of 2 survivors. 2 random survivors will appear at the same location, and meeting the objective will allow for departure from the island. All functions except crafting and decomposition will be disabled on the island. Countdown begins. 5, 4, 3. The notification screen vanished as the countdown concluded, leaving An Ling in stunned contemplation, processing the information displayed before her. A soft, delicate voice broke the silence. It's so hot. An Ling turned around immediately, only to discover a girl of similar age lying behind her. The girl slowly opened her eyes, propping herself up as her holographic screen began to provide her with prompts. This was the ally An Ling had been randomly assigned. Moments later, their gazes met, and the girl smiled first, introducing herself. "Hello, my teammate, I am Suyu." "I am An Ling," she replied, observing her counterpart quietly. Suyu's eyes sparkled with clarity, and she was clad in a clean gray tracksuit, standing at just under 5 feet tall. "Your name is beautiful, and you are quite lovely," Suyu remarked with a chuckle as she noticed An Ling's unwavering gaze. "Don't worry, I can hold my own against the boys." An Ling raised an eyebrow in curiosity, but nodded in agreement. This was her teammate, and she needed to devise a way for them to survive together. Turning her attention to their surroundings, she noted the vast expanse of the ocean behind them. They were at the edge of an island, while directly ahead lay an endless stretch of desert. Towering mountains and massive boulders dotted the landscape, and in some areas, remnants of buildings could be seen. This was not merely a desolate sandy isle. There are 25 teams, and there is no survival time, An Ling noted, realizing that if they wished to escape the island swiftly, their options were limited. Suyu appeared innocent, yet her reactions were swift. "Indeed, the system is compelling us to kill." An Ling furrowed her brow, taken aback by the brutality of this survival challenge right after the novice island phase. "We could choose not to kill and instead hide, allowing others to fight among themselves," Suyu suggested. "That may not be feasible. Look over there." An Ling pointed toward the sea, where the horizon had begun to take on a yellowish hue, signaling a terrifying storm approaching the island. This matched the ominous sandstorm described in the system's introduction. Have you ever played a battle royale game? This sandstorm will likely continue to refresh, forcing all survivors toward the center of the island, An Ling stated. And as soon as she finished speaking, both their holographic screens activated simultaneously. Survivor 3060 has killed Survivor 1020. They exchanged glances and then looked at the remaining team count, which still stood at 100. This indicated that someone had slain their teammate. Indeed, resources are scarce on this deserted island. Survival necessitates combat, and where do these resources come from? Naturally, they must be commandeered from one as companions. If one person's supplies can last 5 days, 2 would double that. With this revelation, the atmosphere between the two became subtly tense, though neither displayed their unease. Each was apprehensive that the other might turn against her. Although the rules mandated pairs, there was no stipulation against individuals forming separate teams. Consequently, of the 25 teams, a maximum of 50 participants could exist, but at least 25 must survive. The quicker one kills, the sooner one escapes. Let us move. We should head toward the center of the island in advance, as we have no clear understanding of its size, An Ling called, retrieving the compass from her backpack to ascertain their direction. Suyu felt her taut nerves begin to relax, and her grip loosened slightly. What if we encounter someone? An Ling discerned the underlying sentiment and acknowledged the necessity of reaching a consensus before their departure, to not flee. These two simple words conveyed her stance, prompting a smile from Suyu, mirroring her own thoughts. If their primary instinct upon encountering others was to escape, their resources would inevitably dwindle. This time, the system had anticipated the actions of all survivors. While everyone believed the goal was to survive for 10 days, having prepared their provisions accordingly, the system unexpectedly imposed an indefinite timeline, leaving all in a state of panic. Chapter 61. The desolate town. The two individuals proceeded deeper into the island. Guided by the compass, An Ling observed Suyu throughout the journey, engaging in conversation and discovering that this person possessed a surprisingly innocent nature, not malevolent in the least. Moreover, based on the confidence displayed by Suyu, An Ling suspected that she might also be an ability user. However, this pertained to Suyu's privacy, and their relationship had yet to reach such intimacy, so An Ling refrained from probing further. If An Ling's conjecture proved correct, it was likely that there were numerous ability users on this island. As the sun ascended higher, the scorching rays beat down upon the earth, causing temperatures to rise rapidly. The sandy ground beneath their feet seemed to turn to muck, rendering each step laborious. The intense heat enveloped them, and after several hours of arduous trekking, they were already drenched in sweat. An Ling, I can't go on any longer. Let's take a break, Suyu said, wiping the sweat from her brow. Her breath coming in short gasps. There's a large rock ahead. Let us rest there. An Ling pointed to the massive stone nearby, where a patch of shadow provided a temporary refuge from the heat. Soon, they arrived at the base of the boulder. Suyu leaned against the wall, crouching down as she retrieved a bottle of water from her backpack. An Ling, lost in thought, gazed at the faint outline of a town in the distance. If such towns were scarce on this island, they would certainly attract a considerable number of survivors. Yet, they could not afford to spend the night in this desolate expanse. After trekking for nearly half a day, the surroundings had transformed into an endless wasteland, with only the wind-driven tumbleweeds illustrating the desolation of the area. Why do you look completely unfazed, An Ling? Suyu asked, glancing at the lost-in-thought An Ling. I'm all right. I enjoy exercising regularly, and besides, I'm dressed for the heat. She casually offered as an explanation. Of course, any woman capable of walking for hours in such oppressive heat and harsh conditions had already surpassed the average in physical endurance. However, today, An Ling had the blessing of unwavering spirit to bolster her resolve. Currently, we are uncertain of our exact location on the island, and we cannot continue wandering aimlessly. Perhaps it would be wise to seek refuge in that nearby town, An Ling suggested, glancing at Suyu. I have no objections. We are not hunting other survivors. We should wait until the sandstorm's reach diminishes to ascertain a safe zone. Suyu agreed with her proposal. This island was vast, and the likelihood of encountering other teams at this moment was minimal. The best course of action was to locate a resting place and wait patiently. The two replenished their hydration, and as the sun climbed to its zenith, the shadow of the boulder diminished, signaling that it was time to resume their journey. This town, standing resolutely in the desert, was eerily quiet, predominantly consisting of two-story buildings with open doors and no windows, their interiors stripped bare, save for a few weathered wooden furnishings. Ravaged by time, the spacious streets have long been buried under a blanket of yellow sand, leaving no trace behind. As the scorching breeze stirs, it raises clouds of dust. At the highest point of a modest building in the town center, two men gaze toward the entrance of the town, where they observe two girls hastily making their way inside. One of the men lowers his binoculars and hands them to his companion, remarking, "What do you think of these two beauties?" The other man takes the binoculars and looks through them, a lewd smile creeping across his lips. "I've never encountered such exquisite creatures before. Ha ha ha. They've entered the building. It seems they intend to settle there. Shall we proceed directly?" The man with the binoculars casts an eager glance at his companion, clearly unable to contain his anticipation. "Not so fast. First, remember their location. We'll act under the cover of night. There may be other survivors in this town, so we must exercise caution. We cannot afford to lose our lives over two women," he counters, opting for a more strategic approach under the advantageous cloak of darkness. "Understood. The early hours of 4 or 5 are when people are most drowsy. We could take action then," the man replies, continuing to observe as if his gaze could penetrate through the walls to reveal the scene within. Meanwhile, An Ling and Suyu have arrived on the second floor of a building. Here, they find a room that is fully enclosed, with only a single open wooden door, which offers a degree of safety. This is the result of their careful selection. Some rooms are either vacant with empty windows or possess balconies, while others resemble abandoned constructions. Being on the second floor poses little challenge for agile individuals, especially with the presence of those with supernatural abilities. They have considered the tallest building in the town center, but quickly dismissed it. It would be too conspicuous and attract the attention of other survivors. Inside the room, Suyu watches as An Ling props a table against the door, her expression indicating she has something to say but hesitates. Once An Ling finishes her task, she sits down, observing a few chimney-like openings above that lead outside, allowing sunlight to illuminate the otherwise windowless room, dispelling some of its darkness. These openings are too small for a person to pass through. This room must have once served a special purpose for the town's inhabitants. An Ling looks at Suyu, mistaking her silence for concern, and begins to explain. "Suyu, I can't shake the feeling that someone is watching us from that building." Finally voicing her unease, Suyu replies, "You mean the tall building in the center?" An Ling, puzzled, recalls her earlier observation, which revealed nothing amiss. "Yes, that one. Ever since we entered the town, I felt as though someone has been keeping an eye on us," Suyu says, a hint of worry crossing her face. "It might just be a figment of your imagination. However, it is certainly possible that other survivors are hiding here. After all, we did not arrive early," An Ling reassures her. "What of it? They are here, and we are here. Should we truly fear them?" Indeed, my sixth sense has always been remarkably accurate. As Suyu observed An Ling's indifference, a sense of urgency began to swell within her. Even if they were not to depart, preparations ought to be made. A soft chuckle escaped An Ling's lips as she regarded her companion, her gaze imbued with a profound depth. "What you possess is not merely a sixth sense, Suyu. You must be an extraordinary individual." Suyu was momentarily taken aback by the revelation. Chapter 62. The unexpected intruder. Noticing Suyu's silence, An Ling's heart received its answer. It was of no consequence, for this was a matter of personal privacy, and she would not pry further. Suyu, coming to her senses, cast a surprised glance at An Ling. Since the latter was aware of the profession card, it was highly probable that she too was an ability user. An Ling smiled quietly, choosing not to speak. She set down her backpack and retrieved some food. It was now midday, and after settling in, it was time for a well-deserved rest. "Let us eat first," she called to Suyu, who then joined her, unpacking her own provisions. The two began to eat and chat. An Ling's meal consisted of a self-heating rice box, prepared with mineral water, which left Suyu momentarily stunned. She glanced at the bread in her hand and then back at An Ling. "Your luck is extraordinary," she remarked. "Oh, why are you eating bread? Do you not enjoy self-heating rice?" An Ling asked, her expression one of curiosity. In her mind, having endured so many days, one would expect to have some variety in food. One could hardly subsist solely on compressed biscuits and bread. I suspect you are mocking me. Suyu sighed, observing An Ling's gaze. This is all I brought, and I've never encountered such a thing before. Is that so? I thought you were fond of bread. An Ling chuckled lightly. Come on, you're doing this on purpose. Suyu huffed, her cheeks puffed in annoyance. Once they finished their lunch, the two found themselves with idle time, engaging in light conversation while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. This situation was somewhat unexpected during their first survival island experience. The primary concern was food, whereas now, in the desert with its extreme temperature fluctuations between day and night, the survivors were more apprehensive about how to safely endure the night. An Ling surveyed the barren room, where a thick layer of yellow sand covered the floor, rendering rest impossible. I should have brought a mat or a tent. At least that would provide some comfort. Indeed, there is nothing in this desert. We lack the materials even to construct a tent, Suyu lamented before a thought struck her. What shall we do at night? We cannot start a fire here. Can we? Let us assess the situation first. There must be more than just this small town on the island. The population here cannot be vast. You mentioned we are being watched, correct? I suggest we take the initiative, and Ling replied, a glint of cold determination in her eyes. In this place, apart from her teammates, all other survivors were foes, and she had no need for compassion. Suyu exclaimed, taken aback by An Ling's decisiveness. However, upon reflection, she agreed, in times of chaos, one must act decisively. Let us proceed with that plan. An Ling surmised that Suyu's ability was likely one of perception, akin to a tangible sixth sense. The tall building was situated at the heart of the town, and its desolate streets were wide, straightforward, and easy to navigate. With her abilities as an ability user, coupled with a firearm, An Ling felt no fear of the average survivor. Rather than passively waiting, it is far more prudent to take the initiative. The opposing party is undoubtedly unaware that we have already uncovered their presence. Daylight is not conducive to action. They are unlikely to act recklessly, so there is no cause for concern. An Ling has long understood this principle. Should they roam freely during the day, they risk being discovered by other hidden survivors, which would pose an even greater danger. No one will be foolish enough to act during daylight hours. That being said, we can seize the opportunity to rest well before nightfall and conserve our energy, Suyu suggested. Indeed, An Ling had scarcely rested throughout the night and was utterly fatigued. However, she could not fully trust her companion and dared not expose herself too readily. Nonetheless, she replied, very well, we shall take turns standing guard, observing the movements outside, and set out as soon as darkness falls. Then you should rest first, An Ling, Suyu offered politely. Not wanting to decline, An Ling nodded. That works perfectly. I've been awake all night and am utterly exhausted. She placed her backpack on the ground, settled down beside it, and leaned against the wall to quietly rejuvenate her spirit. In truth, An Ling did not intend to sleep. She was merely testing her companion. If Suyu harbored ulterior motives, she would likely strike before it was An Ling's turn to stand watch. Suyu sat quietly nearby. The room lacked windows, leaving her to stare vacantly at the ceiling. Passing the time, an hour passed, and An Ling awoke, noting that no commotion had occurred outside. Perhaps no other survivors had arrived in this town during that time. An Ling, you're awake, Suyu exclaimed, standing up. Yes, you should take a moment to rest as well. I will take over guard duty, An Ling replied, nodding and stretching her body. All right, Suyu said, taking a few sips of water before leaning against the wall to rest. Time slipped by, and An Ling discreetly observed the pendant to keep track of the passing moments. After approximately half an hour, she glanced at Suyu, noticing that her breathing had steadied, indicating she had fallen asleep. Just then, An Ling suddenly heard sounds emerging from the street outside. There are survivors nearby. One absurd place, not a soul in sight. Isn't it perfect? Our food supply is limited. These survivors had better pray they don't cross paths with me. A male voice, deep and robust, accompanied by a woman's voice that seemed somewhat delicate. An Ling remained utterly silent, attentively listening to the noises outside. Before long, the sounds faded, and soon after, footsteps echoed as they approached the building. An Ling held her breath, cautiously moving to Suyu's side, gently rousing her and signaling her to be quiet. After a moment, Suyu, alerted by the commotion, reacted immediately. Suddenly, a loud banging resonated as someone attempted to push the door open, but a cabinet blocked the entrance, preventing them from gaining entry. Longu, this door won't budge. The woman's voice drifted in from outside, and at that moment, she and An Ling were separated by merely a door, so close yet so distant. Suyu, feeling a wave of anxiety, pressed her hand to her mouth, daring not to make a sound, while An Ling remained poised, ready to act at any moment. Enough with the chatter. Come here, I can hardly wait. The man's voice resonated from outside. On the far left, the second floor housed 4 rooms in total. Between 2 of the rooms, a door led to the exterior, opening onto a small balcony. Thus, the man's room was not adjacent to the women. Oh dear, how vexing. Why the rush? The sound of footsteps faded away as the woman departed, heading towards the man's room. Chapter 63. Preemptive strike before long. The floor was filled with indescribable sounds, accompanied by a round of applause. An Ling and Suyu found themselves blushing, unaccustomed to such occurrences. They exchanged glances, both recognizing the awkwardness reflected in each other's eyes. Suyu gestured to An Ling, inquiring silently, "What now?" An Ling raised her eyebrows, shifting left and right, her gaze darting about, ultimately mimicking a slicing motion across her throat. She approached the cabinet beside the door and signaled for Suyu to come over. Understanding immediately, Suyu joined her, and together they cautiously lifted the cabinet to shift it backward. Once there was enough space to open the door, An Ling gently pushed the wooden door, which creaked painfully, causing both to hold their breath and cease their movements. However, the sounds of revelry emanating from within were far louder than the creaking door, completely overshadowing An Ling's actions. They both exhaled in relief and stepped outside, heading towards their respective rooms. An Ling retrieved her deer antler bow from her backpack and nocked an arrow. Though she couldn't guarantee a perfect shot, she could use her unique abilities to correct her aim, making it an ideal strategy for concealing her powers. At this close range, she had no doubt she would hit her target. Suyu also drew her weapon, and An Ling was taken aback to see it was a crossbow, modern, and evidently not handcrafted, implying it was randomly generated from her survival pack. It was the only weapon she had encountered that could rival her own pistol. She pointed her finger at Suyu and gestured a 1, then indicated herself with another one. 1 for each of them to take down. An Ling approached the door first, while Suyu, still somewhat apprehensive, naturally followed her lead. With a decisive kick, she thrust open the door, instantly startling the 2 individuals inside, the man deflating in shock. The scene resembled a sudden raid on an illicit transaction. "Ah!" the woman screamed. Before they could react, 2 arrows were loosed with remarkable speed. The metallic tips pierced flesh, and Ling's arrow struck the man in the neck, blood gushing forth as he clutched his throat. His eyes wide with disbelief and terror. His trachea and carotid arteries severed, he collapsed to the ground, powerless to resist. The woman beneath him was even more dramatically affected, the crossbow bolt having pierced through her chest with astonishing force. An Ling even heard the metallic clang as it struck the floor. Both stared wide-eyed, unable to close their eyes in death. Instantly, a notification flashed before them. Survivor 520 has killed Survivor 8768. Survivor 333 has killed Survivor 30,089. An Ling, initially intent on delivering a finishing blow, lowered her bow, sighing in relief. Mission accomplished. As they gazed upon the lifeless forms of the 2 individuals, the luminous rings on their hands shattered at that very moment, disintegrating into dust. Noticing Suyu's silence, An Ling turned to her with concern, inquiring softly, "Are you all right? Do not bear any psychological burden. If you do not slay them, they shall surely slay you." "Yes, I understand," Suyu replied, her grip on the crossbow trembling slightly, revealing a flicker of trepidation within her. Nevertheless, she did not succumb to nausea. Being a seasoned practitioner, she had likely grown accustomed to the sight of death on the novice island. Approaching the woman's corpse, she extracted her bolt, which could be reclaimed for future use, offering advantages that, in some respects, outweighed those of a handgun. One must simply adjust. It's a world governed by the survival of the fittest, An Ling remarked, patting her shoulder before also approaching the 2 bodies. Ignoring certain exposed areas, she seized their survival backpacks. Both packs were heavy, comprising the most ordinary of designs, presumably filled with various supplies. Yet, the capacity of the backpacks was limited, and their contents could not exceed a certain threshold. Handing the woman's backpack to Su Yu, they returned to their quarters, this time without barricading the door with a wooden cabinet. Let us organize our supplies and see what we have gained. Nightfall approaches, and we cannot linger here, An Ling suggested, glancing back at Su Yu. Indeed, the dangers on this island cannot solely stem from the survivors, Su Yu agreed, her demeanor suggesting she was beginning to acclimate. The two commenced inspecting each other's backpacks. An Ling was unaware of Su Yu's situation, but the man's provisions appeared rather meager to her. Suddenly, An Ling spotted a cylindrical object within the man's bag and promptly retrieved it. The top featured a circular solar panel, flanked by a movable handle for easy lifting. The cylinder was extendable and contained rows of light bulbs, indeed, a solar lantern. The base of the lantern also possessed a direct illumination function, serving as a flashlight. This was a valuable find, and An Ling felt a surge of joy. In addition, there were some food items including a wooden fork, a fishing rod, and a rusty pickaxe, among other tools. These items held little utility for An Ling. Carrying them would only encroach upon her limited backpack space, rendering them a waste. Why would he bring a fishing rod? Su Yu pondered, eyeing the retractable fishing rod that An Ling had discarded, a hint of confusion in her expression. Perhaps he intended to fish by the seaside when food was scarce. An Ling mused, marveling at the peculiar thought process of her counterpart. The supplies of the man and woman were roughly equal, which might explain how they had come together after merely a few hours of acquaintance. The woman's weapon was a fruit knife, while An Ling found no trace of the man's survival weapon in his pack. Although this item had been randomly included in the novice gift pack, the system had classified it as a weapon, indicating it could not simply be a flashlight. The only plausible explanation was that the man's weapon was utterly useless. He had not brought one at all. The two discarded their excess supplies and settled into silence within the room, awaiting the passage of time. As darkness enveloped the world outside, nightfall descended entirely. The sky was enveloped in an impenetrable darkness. Not a single star graced the heavens, and even the moon was absent, rendering the surroundings utterly obscured. Within the confines of the room, An Ling could scarcely discern Su Yu across from her, relying solely on the faint glow emitted by the luminous ring to catch a glimpse of Su Yu's face, illuminated in a ghostly green light. Let us venture into other rooms to assess the situation outside, An Ling whispered to Su Yu. The exterior was not merely shrouded in darkness, but also steeped in an eerie silence, devoid of any sound. Oldait, Su Yu replied obediently, understanding that her caution paled in comparison to An Ling's, and she trusted her guidance implicitly. Chapter 64. Enemies of the Abilities. The two arrived at another room with windows, through which they gazed upon the small town outside. In an instant, their attention was captivated by a distant flicker of flame. In the pitch-black night, that flame shone like a beacon, making it nearly impossible to go unnoticed. A gentle breeze swept through, bringing with it a chill. The temperature variance between day and night here was stark, and to sleep directly under such conditions could easily lead to a cold the following day. It was no wonder that these survivors risked detection just to kindle a fire. Of course, there was another possibility. The fire could be a lure, enticing other survivors into a trap for ambush. However, this at least indicated that this town harbored more survivors than just those hidden in the tall building. Let's go, An Ling murmured, her gaze sharp and resolute, with Su Yu promptly following behind. Although the path was obscured, the streets of the town were broad and guided by memory. The two made their way toward the tallest building at the heart of the town. Their footprints marred the ground, but were soon concealed by the shifting sands. The building loomed large, 7 stories high, with numerous rooms on each floor. At that moment, 2 men were kindling a fire for warmth in a lounge located on the topmost floor. This lounge, situated at the center, boasted no windows, ensuring that even with a fire lit, they would remain undetected. "This damned weather is freezing," one man complained. "What time is it? It's barely dark. Why the rush?" The other man chuckled lightly. "I just checked. This town conceals at least 3 other groups of survivors besides us." "Ha ha. Then once we finish with these 2 girls, we can take care of the other survivors as well." Our supply worries will be over, the man grinned wickedly. However, unbeknownst to them, An Ling had already brought Su Yu to the base of the building. Though they had tread cautiously, An Ling discovered a new application for her powers, scouting. Much like sonar, whenever she unleashed her abilities and made contact with an object, she received feedback, allowing her to navigate effectively even in the absence of sight. The only drawback was the limited range, rendering long-distance attacks impractical. This was the reason they could reach the building's base so swiftly in the darkness. Let's go. An Ling grasped Su Yu's hand, her voice soft to prevent them from getting separated in the pitch-black night. Along the way, Su Yu felt puzzled. An Ling's movements were remarkably swift, as if she possessed night vision. In a moment, she found the entrance to the building and pulled Su Yu inside. Be careful of the stairs ahead, An Ling cautioned, ensuring Su Yu wouldn't trip and make noise. Can you sense where they are? I don't know. I can only feel the gaze upon me, Su Yu replied. An Ling's expression turned contemplative. It seemed her abilities were not as straightforward as she had imagined. Regardless, their priority was to reach the top floor. If Su Yu had initially been certain that her opponent was positioned on the top floor, it was highly probable that there had been no change in position. The two ascended the staircase with utmost caution, soon reaching the corridor between the 6th and 7th floors. A faint glow of fire emanated from above, confirming that their target was indeed there. Upon identifying their objective, they swiftly drew their weapons, readying themselves for combat. However, just as An Ling and Su Yu stepped onto the topmost staircase, An Ling sensed an object hurtling towards them at great speed. Clang! The metallic sound echoed as sparks flew, and An Ling brandished her iron sword to deflect the flying dagger aimed at Su Yu. To their surprise, someone dared to confront them head-on. A male voice called out, and the two approached the staircase with torches in hand. They discarded their torches in the middle, the dim light illuminating the room, allowing the four of them to see each other's faces clearly. Indeed, through arduous search, they had fortuitously stumbled upon their quarry. When the two men recognized the beautiful women before them, one of them, driven by primal instincts, charged towards them. The other remained behind, launching several more daggers in an instant. Just as An Ling prepared to intercept, whoosh, 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 3 crossbow bolts flew forth, accurately striking and disarming the incoming daggers. An Ling was taken aback. Such speed, combined with the dim environment, was beyond her capability to achieve, even with perfect aim. It seemed this was Su Yu's expertise. Be cautious, they're also ability users. The man behind shouted a warning. I'll handle the lecherous one. The dagger thrower is yours. With that, An Ling, sword in hand, confronted the man before her. Clang! A dazzling spark erupted as swords clashed, producing a piercing sound. The man's strength was surprisingly formidable. His weapon was a straight sword. Well, ability users. The man appeared confident in his prowess, his blade striking fiercely at An Ling. As their weapons clashed rapidly, An Ling found herself retreating continuously, overwhelmed by his strength. Despite her enhancements, she still could not match him. She detected no unique abilities from the man, suspecting he relied solely on his combat skills. Were it not for her own enhancements, she would have been no match for him. Whoosh! An arrow flew towards them, but the man swung his sword to deflect it, only to be pushed back by the sheer force. He cast a surprised glance at Su Yu, realizing the power behind her arrows was no ordinary crossbow. At that moment, the dagger thrower had been forced back by Su Yu, retreating to an unknown location. Faced with such an insurmountable assault, he dared not engage directly, choosing instead to selectively evade Su Yu's arrows, granting her the opportunity to assist An Ling. In the next moment, An Ling noticed the burning torch on the ground and devised a plan. With a loud whoosh, the torch extinguished, plunging the surroundings into darkness. The iron sword slipped from his grasp, soaring into the air and, in an instant, transforming into a streak of light that pierced through the chest of the man before him, emerging from his back and returning to An Ling's hand. He was utterly oblivious to what had transpired. With a resounding clang, the blade fell to the ground, and his body hit the floor with a heavy thud. Had he possessed visibility, he could have undoubtedly thwarted An Ling's assault. However, the surrounding darkness enveloped him, and the sword's movement was devoid of sound, leaving him completely unaware. Perhaps it was only in the moment of his demise that he comprehended the chasm between those endowed with extraordinary abilities and ordinary individuals. Dead? So you could perceive nothing. Only turning to An Ling beside her to inquire, now nearly certain that the latter possessed night vision. Dead, An Ling replied succinctly. Chapter 65. The Onslaught of the Sandstorm. An Ling, without exchanging many words with Su Yu, ventured forth into the darkness, relying solely on her extraordinary abilities to pursue. In such an opaque environment, her advantages could be fully realized. The nature of the opponent's powers remained ambiguous, perhaps akin to the flying daggers just witnessed. Yet one could achieve similar feats with adequate training. Upon sensing a wooden door ahead, An Ling forcefully kicked it open, revealing a flickering bonfire that cast an orange-red glow upon her face, instilling a sense of warmth. The man who had just fled stood on the opposite side of the fire. He set down his backpack and retrieved a pitch-black baton. With a crackling sound, a surge of electricity erupted, accompanied by menacing white arcs of lightning, an electrified baton. He glared fiercely at An Ling, realizing that this building possessed only a single staircase. Despite the multitude of rooms, he found himself with no escape route. At this moment, the man dared not underestimate the two girls before him. Confronting two individuals with supernatural abilities had caused beads of cold sweat to form in his palms. As a man, his dignity forbade him from pleading for mercy from a woman, and the uncertainty of life and death loomed ominously. In the next instant, the man's daggers flew forth, and he charged forward, baton in hand. An Ling's reflexes matched his. With a resounding crash, the bonfire extinguished, engulfing the room in smoke and the acrid scent of charred wood. Clang, clang, clang. She deflected every dagger, and in a heartbeat, her iron sword was propelled forth, piercing straight toward the man's chest. With a sickening sound, the sharp blade penetrated his flesh, and his pupils constricted in disbelief within the inky darkness of the room. He finally comprehended how his comrade had met his demise. But alas, it was far too late. Perhaps, in the daylight, victory would have been his. Minutes elapsed before An Ling sensed the stillness of her opponent. He had succumbed to death. Only then did she retrieve her lighter to rekindle the bonfire, its warm glow dispelling the shadows. Su Yu, following the light, arrived at the scene. Wow, An Ling, you are incredible. What is your profession? She exclaimed, her tension easing as her entire being relaxed, only to quickly realize the inappropriateness of her unsolicited admiration. No, I didn't mean anything by that. What about you, Su Yu? What is your profession? An Ling smiled and posed a question, clearly skeptical that Su Yu could achieve such precision solely through her own strength. If An Ling's perfect aim relied on her vision, then Su Yu's accuracy must stem from her so-called intuition, a manifestation of her own supernatural abilities. My ability is called sharpshooter. It is a hidden profession. Su Yu began, but was promptly interrupted by An Ling. Stop. If it is a hidden profession, then there is no need to elaborate further. I, too, belong to a hidden profession. An Ling's initial intention was to glean more information about various professions, but if it pertained to a hidden one, it would serve little purpose. Furthermore, prying into another's privacy was deemed impolite. Most importantly, she wished to keep her own profession concealed. Little did she expect that the seemingly delicate teammate she had been randomly assigned was, in fact, also a bearer of a hidden profession. Let us rest here tonight. An Ling proposed. The surroundings are secure, and the flicker of flames cannot be seen from outside. Su Yu nodded in agreement. The two began to scour the spoils of the two individuals. In comparison to the previous pair, the resources of these two were significantly superior. An Ling picked up the electric baton from the ground, switched it off, and noted that it was not solar-powered and had only a single charge left, rendering it useless for her. It's nearly out of power. Do you want it? She tossed the baton to Su Yu and resumed searching for other supplies. The provisions consisted primarily of food and tools. Having given the electric baton to Su Yu, naturally, the other man's binoculars fell into An Ling's possession. After collecting these resources, she realized that her food supply could sustain her for almost half a month. Once she organized her backpack, An Ling turned her gaze to the man she had just slain, inspecting his body but finding no throwing knives. Strange, could he have run out? She mused, standing up to retrieve the knives he had previously discarded only to discover none were to be found. It seemed that the ability to conjure and wield throwing knives was indeed his unique power. An Ling then searched several other rooms, salvaging a few pieces of dilapidated wooden furniture to toss into the campfire. Meanwhile, Suyu was busy recovering her crossbow bolts. After their tasks were completed, the two settled around the campfire for warmth and to partake in their evening meal. An Ling enjoyed self-heating rice with canned beef, which made Suyu's mouth water. She had opted for a bag of ham sandwiches, scavenged from the survivors' backpacks, instead of bread. "Let's take turns keeping watch tonight. The night is perilous," An Ling remarked, observing Suyu's fair cheeks as she nibbled on her sandwich. "You should rest first," she added with a nod. "All right, but I must make some preparations before resting," An Ling replied, swiftly finishing her meal before approaching the staircase. She tore the hard plastic packaging of her rice into small pieces and scattered them at the stairway. Any footsteps would create a sound. Additionally, she placed the two corpses atop the stairs. In the absence of light, anyone approaching would surely stumble and make noise. Having completed these arrangements, An Ling returned to the living room, leaving the door ajar to promptly detect any movements from the staircase. "I shall rest first," she declared, finding a comfortable spot to lean against the wall and close her eyes. Suyu turned her back to An Ling, her gaze fixed on the crack of the door. In truth, the likelihood of anyone entering this building was minimal. Specifically, the chance of reaching the top floor was slim unless someone had already entered during the day. No one would dare venture into this dark, complex environment without reason, making the other two-story buildings in the town far more suitable for concealment. They took turns resting for approximately 2 hours each, and soon, their first night in the desolate expanse had passed safely. As An Ling had surmised, the small town was scarcely populated, and no one would willingly venture into its confines. After a modest breakfast, the two ascended to the window to observe the entirety of the town. Situated on the 7th floor, their vantage point offered a splendid panorama, extending far beyond the town itself. To the north, everything appeared normal. However, to the south, they beheld the ominous shadow of a dust storm. The raging yellow sandstorm was gradually encroaching upon the town, mercilessly ravaging everything in its path. Chapter 66. Modes of transportation. It seems that fortune has not favored us. "This is far from a safe zone," An Ling remarked, furrowing her brow as she set down the binoculars. The sandstorm loomed ominously, obscuring the horizon, its velocity comparable to a leisurely stroll of an adult. An Ling and Suyu had only been in this desolate town for a day, and in less than half that time, the storm could obliterate the barren settlement. "We must depart from here," Suyu sighed, disheartened by the abrupt need to set forth again after just settling in. The temperature outside was sweltering, with the scorching sun's ultraviolet rays inflicting a prickling sensation upon their skin. Yet, in such harsh conditions, they had no choice but to leave. If they did not leave promptly, the distance to the next town remained an uncertain and daunting journey. An Ling retracted her binoculars and discreetly twisted the pendant around her neck. Moments later, a pattern emerged. Indeed, it was the figure of a little person. Blessing pendant bonus acquired. Indomitable spirit. Though the body may perish, the will shall endure. Enhancing various physical attributes. Remaining time, 16 hours, 30 minutes, 30 seconds. "Let us go," An Ling called to Suyu. Both were action-oriented, as none wished to race against that terrifying sandstorm. Before their departure, at her suggestion, they stripped 2 men of their outer garments, utilizing their last remnants of utility. The town remained eerily tranquil, with yellow sands drifting with the gentle breeze, burying the streets. Amidst the desert, a solitary tumbleweed continued its journey. The site of yesterday's fiery display had regained its calm, and apart from the towering buildings and the pair of survivors, no other souls were seen in the town. Perhaps the others had left in advance. Glancing at the ring, An Ling noted that there were still 92 teams remaining, meaning that at most, 16 individuals had perished within a day, leaving a considerable distance to their objective of 25 teams. The 2 young women, draped in men's clothing for protection against the sun, embarked on their journey once more. Uncertain of how long they had been walking, they were drenched in sweat, and the town had long vanished from sight, leaving only the relentless yellow sandstorm pursuing them from the horizon. Just as they contemplated taking a respite, A straight line unexpectedly appeared amidst the undulating dunes in the distance. Is that a road? Suyu questioned, her uncertainty evident as she gazed ahead, while An Ling swiftly retrieved her binoculars for a closer look. It was a gray road, crafted from cement, stretching straight ahead, its destination unknown. Looking further down, the road disappeared after a certain distance, completely engulfed by the sands, likely leading back to the town they had just vacated. After all, the streets of that town were on the verge of being wholly buried. It is a road. Let's go, An Ling urged, quickening her pace. If we follow the road, we are certain to reach the next town. Suyu, encouraged by her words, felt a surge of relief. Traversing the cement surface would require far less effort than trudging through the sands, while also circumventing the peril of quicksand. Soon, the two arrived at the road, which stretched endlessly before them, surrounded by an expanse of yellow sand, devoid of any shadow to seek refuge. As noon approached, they found themselves compelled to pause despite the blazing sun overhead. Each replenished their fluids and had a modest lunch. The sweltering heat had severely diminished their hydration, leaving them with little appetite. An Ling consumed merely a can of 8 treasure porridge and a can of fruit, feeling disinclined to eat further. Her satiety barely maintaining the standard threshold. Suyu's situation was no better. Lacking An Ling's indomitable spirit, her constitution was considerably weaker. This island seemed rather vast. She wiped the sweat from her brow, forcibly stuffed a piece of bread into her mouth, and took a few gulps of water before finally swallowing. It was not just vast, it was barren. An Ling raised an eyebrow, finally grasping why this place was dubbed the Desert of Death. In such a harsh environment, the island bore no resources, and more terrifying was the scarcity of fresh water, akin to gold in the desert. What to do in the absence of supplies? They could only resort to plundering from other survivors, as the system appeared to have offered little chance for survival from the outset. After their brief lunch, they rested for barely 10 minutes before setting off again. Standing still would only expose them further to the sun's rays. They continued along the road. Yet the sight of the town remained elusive. At that moment, they noticed something by the roadside in the distance. Before Suyu could inquire, An Ling swiftly raised her binoculars for a closer look. When she finally discerned the object, she was taken aback, and Suyu, too, was puzzled. What could it be? Impossible. It was a car. A car. Suyu, possessing sharper eyesight than An Ling, squinted into the distance, where the vehicle appeared no larger than a mung bean. Initially, it seemed like a car, yet disbelief lingered. The two exchanged glances, their astonishment mirrored in each other's eyes. How could there be a car in this desolate, uninhabited desert island? Moreover, based on their observations of the town, the living conditions of the indigenous people seemed primitive. Devoid of any electrical appliances, how could such a contraption exist here? Unconsciously, An Ling and Suyu quickened their pace towards the vehicle at the horizon. If the car could start, their travel time would be significantly reduced. Before long, they stood before the car, a yellow American muscle convertible, somewhat weathered in appearance. An Ling immediately approached the driver's seat and noticed a key inserted beneath the steering wheel. Remarkably, there was a key. It seemed the system had deliberately arranged this mode of transport for the survivors. It was easy to understand. If anything existed here that contradicted the island's technology, it must be at the system's behest. How splendid. Finally, they need not walk any longer. Suyu wiped the sweat from her forehead, letting out a sigh of relief. By the way, can you drive? An Ling turned to her companion, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Have I just turned 18 this year? Suyu said somewhat bashfully that she had not yet had the opportunity to obtain her driver's license. I possess one, but have never driven, she added. Let me give it a try. An Ling approached the driver's seat, opened the door, and settled in. The inferior quality of the seat had become somewhat heated under the sun's relentless rays, yet she persevered and attempted to start the vehicle. With a sudden hum, the car roared to life, filling An Ling with immense joy. It appeared the car was in perfect working order. Suyu, hurry up and join me. Let us be on our way. Chapter 67. Exploring the town, it was indeed a car, and it could even be started. How astonishing. Suyu settled into the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. This was not particularly good news. An Ling wore a frown, for this indicated that the island was absurdly vast. Otherwise, there would be no means of transportation. Well, Suyu sighed, at least our luck seems to be holding. This suggested that the two were the first to arrive from the town. Otherwise, the vehicle would have been taken by others. Let me think, An Ling said, examining the car. She pressed the clutch and brake, released the handbrake, and shifted gears. It should be correct. Fortunately, she had previously learned to drive a manual transmission. Otherwise, she would truly be at a loss with this vehicle. With a jolt, the car lurched forward and stalled. An Ling scratched her head awkwardly. What a surprise. Virum. She turned the key again, and this time, without incident, she pressed the accelerator and the car surged forward, smoothly shifting gears as she drove towards the end of the road. Thankfully, the road was straight and unobstructed, perfect for a novice like An Ling. Meanwhile, Suyu gripped the armrest tightly, her face a canvas of worry. The car raced down the road, and An Ling quickly adapted to the speed. Traveling at 70 to 80 miles per hour, they drove for half an hour until they finally connected with a town at the road's end. This town was even larger than the one they had departed from, featuring numerous tall buildings, including some unfinished structures. There were also various peculiar warehouses, the contents of which remained a mystery. The main street was exposed, free from the encroaching sands. Should we stop ahead? Suyu shouted over the rushing wind. Suddenly, An Ling slammed on the brakes. Suyu felt as though a fire-breathing dragon was surging in her stomach, and she promptly leaned against the window to vomit. An Ling parked the car and gently patted her back, asking, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, just a bit." "Car sick," Suyu replied, rinsing her mouth with bottled water. Her lunch had been rendered futile, expelled entirely. An Ling felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, she was a novice. Turning her gaze toward the nearby town, she pondered. The dust storm behind them had vanished, and remaining in this town truly seemed to be the wisest choice. We can't drive the car into the town. It would attract attention from hidden survivors. But we can't abandon the vehicle either. We must find a way to conceal it. An Ling scanned the surroundings in search of a suitable hiding spot. At that moment, Suyu regained her composure and joined An Ling in surveying the nearby town. "Look over there. That house has a garage on the first floor. What if we park the car there?" she suggested. It was a house situated on the outskirts of the town, and the noise from the vehicle would be inaudible within. The only drawback was that the garage faced the road, making it easy for any survivors approaching from their direction to discover it. "Sounds good," An Ling nodded. At this point, they had little reason to fear typical survivors. It would be best if they kept their distance from the pair. She restarted the vehicle, shifted into first gear, and gradually made her way towards the house, finally parking it perfectly. The second floor featured only one room and a balcony, surrounded by windows, while the garage on the first floor was rather well concealed. An Ling and Suyu exited the car in succession. An Ling intended to remove the key, but discovered that it would not budge, no matter how hard she tried. "It's possible the system is preventing us from doing so," she mused. Suyu, equally perplexed, remarked that it was improbable for such an old-fashioned mechanical key to be stuck. The only explanation could indeed be the system. "Let us not go upstairs. We should stay here instead. If someone attempts to steal the car from the second floor at midnight, we would be powerless to intervene," An Ling proposed. "Agreed." Suyu nodded in assent. However, before that, it was prudent to conduct a thorough inspection. An Ling retrieved her iron sword and ascended the stairs step by step, while Suyu remained by the vehicle, wary of any hidden threats on the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, she found the layout simple: a desk, a chair, a wooden cabinet, and a bed, each piece weathered and on the verge of decay, easily shatterable with a mere punch. With a deft stroke of her sword, An Ling dismantled them all, only to discover 2 silver cards spilling from the broken cabinet. She immediately picked them up with delight. They were cornerstone cards. The presence of cards indicated that this town's residences contained additional resources. After inspecting the balcony, which revealed nothing but emptiness, An Ling hurried back downstairs to share the news with Suyu. There might be cards in these houses. Suyu was momentarily taken aback. Any card would be immensely beneficial for their island-esque development. "How about one of us stays to guard the vehicle while the other explores this small town?" An Ling quickly devised a plan. "Each of us can take half a day, aiming to leave before the sandstorm arrives. We have half a day left today, which means 2 hours for each of us." "Sound good," Suyu agreed. Exploring alone offered 2 advantages: the ability to conceal any acquired items and the opportunity to monitor the vehicle. The sole drawback was the potential danger of their duo being separated. I'll leave a sword mark at the door of each house I explore, and you can make a crossbow mark to differentiate, An Ling suggested, demonstrating by marking the garage door with her sword. That works. Let us hope the sandstorm takes its time. Perhaps we are indeed at the heart of a safe zone, Suyu added as she created a mark with her crossbow on the wall by the door. An Ling, since you propose a plan, you should go first, she graciously offered. An Ling, seeing this, did not argue. With her pendant, she could accurately keep track of time. I want to be polite, then. Just be extra cautious, An Ling advised before hastily departing the garage, heading deeper into the town. Previously, Suyu had been unaware of the watchful gaze upon them, indicating that, for the moment, they had not been detected by other survivors. An Ling's silhouette glided between the various houses, deliberately avoiding a direct appearance on the streets. She harbored a premonition that the large warehouses contained treasures of significant value. Thus, she set her sights on them as her primary target. The three imposing warehouses stood side by side, each towering at least 5 meters high and extending over 10 meters in length, with 2 rusted iron doors at the base, one to the left and one to the right. Upon arriving at the entrance, An Ling felt a wave of relief. The iron doors were not locked. Positioned a few meters away, she gently employed her extraordinary abilities to ease open the creaking, rust-laden doors. Chapter 68. A bountiful harvest. The interior of the vast warehouse was shrouded in darkness, permeated by a pungent odor of mildew. An Ling furrowed her brow slightly and advanced a few steps towards the entrance, her abilities revealing no immediate presence nearby. Drawing a lantern from her backpack, she stepped inside. The white light dispelled the shadows, illuminating the scene before her. Rows of massive wooden planks were stacked haphazardly, their surfaces coated in a thick layer of mold, occupying half the warehouse's expanse. In a corner, a few red toolboxes stood, possibly containing treasures within. An Ling first examined one of them, only to find it empty. She opened another, and again, it was devoid of contents. How peculiar, she murmured, as she meticulously inspected each toolbox, discovering them all to be equally barren. Her gaze began to traverse the remaining areas of the warehouse, scrutinizing even the crevices between the planks. It seemed that this large storage space was intended for construction materials. But after years of weathering, nothing remained salvageable. Both the wooden planks and the abandoned, rusted pipes were beyond decomposition, rendering them useless for resource acquisition. Suddenly, An Ling noticed footprints upon the ground, leading towards another iron door, evidence of prior visitors. This could spell trouble, as it suggested that others might have already explored this town. Yet, the footprints appeared somewhat unusual. While they bore the imprint of an ordinary shoe, one foot tilted inward, and the depth of impression was notably shallower than the other. This peculiar sight evoked thoughts of a zombie from a certain game. After all, even a crippled person wouldn't walk in such a manner. Departing from the large warehouse, An Ling made her way to an adjacent storage area, where the stored goods had transformed. No longer were there massive planks and discarded building materials. Instead, she encountered a multitude of stacked wooden crates. The contents of these boxes were unknown, but given the state of decay on their surfaces, it was evident they had been placed there more recently than the planks. There were easily over 100. An Ling shone her flashlight upon the towering stacks, revealing that the warehouse was left with only a narrow passageway. Strangely, there were no footprints on the ground, and in this space filled solely with wooden crates, each one was astonishingly intact, indicating that no one had ventured here. Suddenly, a noise erupted from within one of the crates, just as An Ling directed her beam towards it. Something was thrashing violently inside. The sudden sound in the otherwise quiet environment startled her, but she quickly regained her composure and commanded her flying sword to pierce through the crate. With a resounding crash, the wooden box splintered apart, and a creature erupted from within. It was shrouded in darkness, resembling a severely decayed corpse, charred and grotesque. Its hollow eye sockets were devoid of eyeballs, and its emaciated fingers revealed ghastly white bones. Thud! It tumbled heavily from the top of the crate, and before it could emit a howl or rise, a swift flash of sword light severed its head from its body in an instant. The monster lay still, undoubtedly sharing the same vulnerability as the creatures on the Novice Island. Their heads, An Ling had no time to ponder the putrid corpse. Her gaze shifted to the shattered chest, where a silver card lay quietly. Yet, before she could retrieve it, an unexpected tremor surged through all the chests. Alarmed, An Ling realized that every wooden box contained these monsters. She stepped back, positioning herself at the entrance of the warehouse, glancing at the silver card, and decided to take a chance. Boom! One by one, the wooden boxes erupted, revealing the very monsters she had anticipated. However, An Ling remained unfazed. In fact, she felt a surge of delight, for beneath each monster's feet lay a silver card. This was precisely her reason for experimentation. The monsters tumbled heavily to the ground, one atop another, and upon spotting An Ling, they surged forward like frenzied hounds eager to attack her. At that moment, the legendary iron sword danced through the air like a streak of light, swiftly targeting the advancing horde. Heads rolled like errant balls, their bodies lost momentum, collapsing and becoming obstacles for those that followed. Lacking intelligence, the monsters charged blindly, and An Ling found it effortless to handle them from her vantage point at the door. While she commanded the flying sword, she deftly retrieved her bow and arrows from her backpack, initiating her assault. Yet, the arrows lacked sufficient power, failing to pierce the monster's skulls or sever their necks. Striking other parts proved futile, yielding minimal results. The antler bow was on the verge of obsolescence. While it was suitable for humans, it was utterly ineffective against these creatures. Its only merit lay in the slight impact it could deliver, barely slowing the monster's charge. With a whoosh, heads flew, rolling across the ground. An Ling kicked aside a monster, causing it to collide with those behind, toppling them in a heap, then swiftly commanded the flying sword to deliver the finishing blows. Thankfully, these monsters possessed no blood, resembling desiccated corpses. Otherwise, her garments would have been soiled. The slain bodies accumulated near the entrance, creating a safe zone, making An Ling's task of dispatching them increasingly manageable. In less than 10 minutes, she eradicated all 100 monsters, having not so much as grazed her clothing, though her overuse of abilities left her slightly dizzy. With the iron sword back in hand, An Ling stepped over the monstrous remains and approached the shattered chest to collect the cards strewn across the ground. A multitude of silver cards filled her palms, and excitement surged within her. When had she ever encountered such an abundance? This was a significant windfall, a total of 100 cards, all foundational cards. Indeed, to expand the island's construction, one must rely on the survival island. These cards were nearly equivalent to 2 decks of playing cards, prompting An Ling to hastily gather them. As for the scene around her, she could hardly be bothered, intent on departing directly. Upon reaching the doorway, An Ling inadvertently kicked the head of a creature, which rolled outside like a ball. To her astonishment, sparks instantly erupted from the skull, igniting spontaneously and soon reducing it to mere dust. An Ling was taken aback. Could it be that these monsters harbored a fear of sunlight? Chapter 69. The deserted map in pursuit of more precise information. An Ling retrieved her lighter, resolved to conduct an experiment. Observing that the flickering flame failed to ignite the corpses effortlessly, she deduced that these creatures harbored no fear of fire. She recalled that the perils of Survival Island escalated with the passage of days. These monstrosities could very well be the products of the subsequent day. Moreover, within such a vast town and warehouse, hundreds of these beasts lurked, leaving one to ponder how many more resided in other locales. An Ling was merely benefiting from her profession. Without it, annihilating the adversary would have been a formidable task. One must ask, which survivor could so decisively sever their heads and obliterate their brains? So you could, but she lacked sufficient arrows. Others might manage, yet in close combat. How much stamina could one truly muster? Without further contemplation, she turned away from the warehouse, making her way towards the final, expansive storage facility. Upon opening the iron door, a pungent and acrid scent assaulted her nostrils, causing her brow to furrow. It was the unmistakable odor of pesticides. Covering her nose, she stepped inside, only to hear a crackling beneath her feet. Curiosity compelled her to look down, and she was instantly overwhelmed. Countless insect corpses lay densely piled upon the floor, forming a thick layer. Fortunately, these insects were all deceased. Otherwise, An Ling feared she would have succumbed to madness. These insects varied in shape, comprising unidentified flying insects, crawling creatures, palm-sized scorpions, and centipedes, among others. Undoubtedly, they had succumbed to the insecticide stored within the warehouse, their bodies having desiccated like brittle biscuits, crumbling at the slightest touch. She speculated that these insects were likely intended for medicinal purposes, hence their storage within the warehouse. No, perhaps this served as a warning. Monsters may not be the only threat. These insects could swarm as well. An Ling sensed that this was a portent of something greater. The situation was far from straightforward. The contents of this warehouse were scant, largely vacant. A mere sweep of her flashlight revealed its entirety. Unlike the previous two warehouses, this one possessed only a single iron door, signifying but one exit. Just as she wrestled with the decision to step upon the revolting insect remains, a thought struck her. What if these insects suddenly revived? Such a scenario would be more daunting than confronting those monsters, and with only one exit, it was too perilous to proceed recklessly. Crouching down, An Ling attempted to ignite the insect corpses with her lighter. Remarkably, perhaps due to pesticide residue, they ignited instantly, flames rapidly spreading across the bodies, engulfing the entire warehouse. The roaring fire dispelled the darkness within the room, and the searing heat wafted towards her from the entrance. Estimating that it would require several minutes to burn, she resolved not to wait, closing the iron door behind her and opting to explore the other buildings first, intending to return to inspect this large warehouse later. Thus, after a span of over an hour, each house's entrance bore the marks of her blade. She meticulously scoured the nearby single-story homes and two-story buildings alike. However, An Ling did not acquire any resources, akin to her previous stroke of fortune in discovering the cornerstone card in the garage. Yet, one could not say she left empty-handed. Within the restroom of a two-story building, she stumbled upon the corpse of a survivor. A middle-aged woman. Her death was tragic, her attire disheveled, starkly exposed before An Ling. It was evident what horrors she had endured. Her backpack was missing, and she possessed no other belongings. An Ling felt little emotion, for in this realm, the fate of the weak was invariably grim. At the very least, the sight of the woman's body conveyed a vital piece of information. There must be hidden survivors within this town. Whether there existed observers and survivors akin to those on the Novice Island remained uncertain. The solitary corpse, coupled with the minimal signs of resistance from the woman, suggested she was likely ambushed and slain by her own comrades. Caution was warranted. An Ling's abilities unfurled like a perceptive field, rendering her unconcerned about survivors lurking behind walls. Poised to strike. After departing from the house, she attributed the absence of cards to mere bad luck, harboring no significant disappointment. As time was of the essence, she began her return towards the warehouse. Upon opening the iron gate, a vast plume of black smoke surged forth. The acrid scent of char mingling with the odor of pesticides filled the air. In that moment, An Ling was untroubled by the prospect of being discovered by concealed survivors, for she was still a considerable distance from her garage. The black smoke billowed upwards from the doorway, slowly ascending into the sky, conspicuous in the daylight. After a full 10 minutes, the pervasive smoke gradually dissipated, allowing An Ling to discern the ground strewn with black powder. She ventured within, surveying the entirety of the warehouse. If there were cards, they would not have succumbed to the flames, a fact she had previously validated through experimentation. As she swept aside the ash, no traces of cards emerged. Instead, a vast map revealed itself, rendering An Ling momentarily speechless. The red ink had etched the map onto the warehouse floor, obscured by the dim light and the thick layer of insect carcasses, which had concealed it from her sight. An Ling swiftly cleared the debris, and a sprawling red map, occupying the entirety of the warehouse floor, came into view. Drawing upon her memory, she began to examine it closely and soon recognized the town they had departed from. This was a map of the entire island. By tracing the routes, she quickly identified the current town, realizing it was remarkably distant from the island center. It was no wonder vehicles were present along the road. Otherwise, traversing to the island's heart solely by foot would have been a formidable challenge. Surrounding her were several other towns, each marked conspicuously with a large red cross. Did this signify uninhabited zones? An Ling was enveloped in contemplation. her gaze fixed upon the central location, which revealed a town of considerable magnitude. No, it was more accurately described as a city. Surrounding the city, the nearby towns bore no markers of disapproval. They were, in fact, situated at the very heart of the island, a fact that could not be dismissed lightly. The outermost regions had already succumbed to the relentless assault of sandstorms, rendering it unnecessary for me to memorize the locations of other towns on the map. My sole focus was to ascertain the route to the central city. An Ling studied the map intently, and it became evident that the safe zone was likely refreshed at fixed intervals. Whosoever could discover the map in advance would surely gain the upper hand, enabling them to hasten toward the city and seize the initiative. Chapter 70. The upgrade of abilities. The safety zone refreshes at fixed intervals, yet the routes are anything but direct. An Ling silently memorizes these paths. Should one foolishly traverse the desert in a straight line, they would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. The distance is vast, and even with a vehicle, traversing the desert proves to be an arduous task, underscoring the significance of the map. Countless survivors have likely been consumed by the sandstorms due to this very factor. However, she cannot depart immediately due to her prior agreement with Su Yu. She must allow Su Yu the opportunity to explore the town as well. After all, it is merely the following day, and given the long journey ahead, along with their vehicle and map, An Ling is confident that they will be among the first survivors to arrive. She glances at the time and prepares to return to the garage to reunite with Su Yu. Retracing her original route, she is aware that she may have attracted the attention of others, yet An Ling remains unperturbed. Moments later, she arrives back at their residence, where Su Yu greets her in the garage with a concerned inquiry. How did it go? I made some progress. Most importantly, I discovered the map of this island. An Ling promptly shares her findings with Su Yu. Su Yu nods in agreement, acknowledging the validity of An Ling's insights. This is not a game, and one cannot judge situations solely based on the rules of a game. The sandstorm might be shrinking at a fixed rate, and as days pass, its speed could increase, compelling all survivors toward the central city. Beyond the perils of conflict among survivors, there are undoubtedly other threats lurking in the surroundings. Danger and opportunity coexist eternally. Should we depart now? Su Yu expresses her desire to evade the relentless pursuit of the sandstorm and settle in the island's center as soon as possible. There's no rush. With our vehicle and map, I estimate we can reach the city in less than half a day. There is no need for concern, and Ling reassures her. Su Yu, I will keep watch here while you explore the town. If fortune smiles upon you, you might encounter the cornerstone card. All right, I shall go take a look. Su Yu nods, understanding that An Ling wishes to prevent her from suffering any disadvantage. The map is located in the last of the 3 large warehouses. You may wish to check it out. Be cautious along the way. There may still be other survivors around, An Ling advises, watching as Su Yu prepares to leave. I'll be careful, she replies, shouldering her backpack and departing the garage. An Ling sits on the steps within the garage, lost in contemplation. As time swiftly passes into the evening, the golden rays of the setting sun cast a brilliant glow upon the sands. The interior of the house grows increasingly dim, and Su Yu returns to the garage, her demeanor appearing quite cheerful, suggesting she has made some noteworthy discoveries. An Ling refrains from probing further. They have an understanding. Rising to her feet, she gazes at Su Yu. There may be dangers tonight. Let's set out early tomorrow morning. Agreed. Su Yu nodded, refraining from questioning the rationale behind An Ling's decision. She trusted that An Ling had her reasons, especially since nighttime was indeed ill-suited for action. In truth, An Ling harbored concerns about encountering zombie-like creatures, for it was already the second day, and the dangers would inevitably escalate. Should they encounter such entities while driving in the wilderness, the damage to the vehicle would be one issue, while the obstruction of the road and the increased risk of exposure would be another, relying solely on their physical endurance. Reaching the city at the island's center was an impossible feat as the twilight lingered. An Ling and Su Yu hastily resolved their dinner. By the time they finished, the night had enveloped them completely, plunging the surroundings into darkness once more. To keep watch over their vehicle, they decided to spend the night on the first floor, using the clothing of previous survivors to ward off the chill. At dawn, we shall depart. An Ling retrieved a lantern from her backpack. and the white light instantly dispelled the surrounding gloom. Turning to Suyu, she said, "Let us go." "All right." Suyu nodded in agreement, but was abruptly startled by the cacophony of low growls emanating from outside. Both women instinctively turned their attention to the garage door, and An Ling's heart sank. Indeed, the monsters had emerged on just the second night. "What is that?" Suyu exclaimed, yet swiftly retrieved a crossbow from her backpack, preparing for battle. "Let us use this first. There may be many monsters." An Ling handed her the deer antler bow along with nearly 300 wooden arrows. Given that Suyu's profession was sharpshooter, she would surely possess an advantage with such weaponry. "And what about you?" An Ling's choice raised concerns for Suyu, who noticed her companion dismissively wave her hand and draw forth an iron sword. "I will manage with my sword." With that, An Ling boldly approached the garage door, prompting Suyu to silently grasp her bow and arrows. They both understood the urgency of the situation, and she was determined to provide cover for An Ling. At that moment, the number of monsters outside was not overwhelming. After all, it was still only the second day, and the survivors could handle them with relative ease. Observing this, An Ling exhaled a sigh of relief. She had feared an encirclement of zombies, only to find the enemy comprised merely of these creatures. "If it's only these, I can easily manage." Before she could finish her thought, 3 arrows suddenly whizzed past her, propelled by a fierce gust of wind, causing her white hair to flutter. Thud! The dull sound echoed as the 3 creatures before her were swiftly pierced through the skull, collapsing to the ground. "An Ling? Are you kidding me?" Those were wooden arrows. Her astonishment deepened. Ah, this must be the power of a hidden profession. Even wooden arrows possess such might. With the lantern in her left hand and her right fingers poised together, An Ling raised her iron sword, launching herself towards the approaching monsters. A wooden arrow lodged itself into the concrete wall above her head, hanging there ominously. "An Ling, hang the lantern up there." The voice of Suyu echoed behind her, and the oppressive darkness of the environment hindered her ability to demonstrate her true prowess. An Ling promptly complied, illuminating the entrance of the garage, revealing the horde of monsters rushing towards them. They were identical to the creatures she had encountered earlier in the warehouse. However, for the 2 of them, both possessing concealed professions, these adversaries posed no challenge whatsoever. They effortlessly dispatched the monsters. Even a mere wooden arrow wielded by Suyu unleashed tremendous power, complemented by An Ling's levitating flying sword, preventing the creatures from approaching the garage even a single step. "Congratulations! Your experience has been fully accumulated, and your ability level has been elevated to the rank of Purple Soldier." Chapter 71. Night Operations. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the luminous screen, An Ling was momentarily taken aback before comprehending the situation. It appeared that the enhancement of her abilities necessitated the extermination of these monstrous entities to accrue experience points, rather than relying solely on her own utilization and development. Instantly, An Ling felt a profound fortification in her powers, as the flying swords in the air became increasingly agile and responsive. The previous sense of mental fatigue was swept away. The upgrade brought not only an amplification of her abilities, but also an enhancement of her physical attributes in various aspects. However, the precise extent of this increase was not specified. Yet, drawing upon her prior experience with skill cards, she surmised that this level of elevation undoubtedly surpassed a mere increment in attribute values, likely exceeding 5-fold and possibly nearing 10-fold. Should she encounter the knife-wielding survivor from the previous town again, An Ling was confident that, even without the advantage of nighttime, she could effortlessly triumph over him. At this moment, facing these monsters had transformed into a task as simple as slicing through vegetables. The flying swords traced elegant arcs in the air, gliding through the monsters like beams of light. With a series of resounding thuds, each monster met its demise as their necks were swiftly severed, their heads tumbling to the ground. Within mere seconds, the dozen or so monsters closest to the garage were dispatched with ease by An Ling. Behind her, Suyu watched in astonishment, attributing An Ling's prowess to her seemingly extraordinary hidden profession, oblivious to the fact that her abilities had just experienced a sudden upgrade. The small size of the luminous screen, combined with the lantern's illumination and An Ling's position turned away from her, rendered Suyu unaware of this crucial detail. In just a few minutes, all the monsters outside had been eradicated, dozens of them, without a single one daring to step into the garage. The low growls faded away, and the night outside returned to a profound silence. "Is it over?" Suyu asked uncertainly, approaching with her bow in hand. At that moment, An Ling was also retracting her weapon, and it appeared that indeed it was concluded. The only regret for Suyu was that these monsters, unlike those she had encountered in the large warehouse contained within wooden crates, dropped nothing, no cards whatsoever. Nonetheless, the prospect of gaining experience points from these monsters to enhance her abilities made it worthwhile. However, on Survival Island, personal information could not be checked, leaving her unaware of the extent of her accumulated experience. An Ling, listen, there are faint sounds of combat in the town. It seems there are survivors hidden among them, Suyu suddenly remarked. Hearing this, An Ling remained silent, focusing intently. Indeed, she discerned the sounds, albeit faint but unmistakable. This also led to an analysis of Suyu's archer profession, characterized by exceptional hearing and vision, complemented by a certain sixth sense and enhanced capabilities with ranged weapons. It was evident that she possessed a formidable hidden profession, and her character was not lacking. She was capable of independent thought without being overly altruistic. Her acquisition of a profession card was surely due to a combination of luck and her inherent skill. Suyu was indeed someone worth befriending. An Ling was deep in thought, while Suyu beside her assumed she was merely listening to the sound around them. After a considerable pause of several seconds, she finally spoke up. "Should we go over?" Suyu believed An Ling was contemplating whether to take action. Sensing the sound emanating from the depths of the town, An Ling realized they had not ventured far into the area, and their unfamiliarity with the surroundings, combined with the cover of night, posed a significant risk. However, slaying monsters promised experience points, and the potential rewards were proportional to the inherent dangers. "Let us ascend to the second floor and observe the situation," An Ling declared, removing a lantern from her arrow and proceeding with Suyu towards the upper level. Upon reaching the balcony, she switched on her flashlight, directing a beam of light into the heart of the town. Suyu, perplexed, questioned the wisdom of revealing their position. Yet, in the next moment, she felt two pairs of eyes fixate upon her, leading to a sudden realization. "Were they?" An Ling inquired, utilizing Suyu's unique abilities to locate individuals in the pitch-black town with remarkable ease. "May I borrow your flashlight?" she asked, briefly waving it over a 3-story building, pinpointing the source of the gaze on its rooftop. "Got it. I shall proceed," Suyu responded. An Ling intended for Suyu to remain behind, not out of selfishness, but because her profession lacked close combat capabilities. Recklessly entering a situation surrounded by monsters could prove perilous. "I can assist you from here." Suyu's voice rang out as An Ling was about to descend the stairs. An Ling paused, turning back in surprise. "Can you strike from such a distance?" "Yes. I have tested it before. Several hundred meters is well within my effective range," Suyu confirmed with a nod. Indeed, hidden professions were never simplistic. This was merely the most rudimentary aspect of her abilities. "In that case, I will create light for you when the time comes," An Ling replied, swiftly departing downstairs with the flashlight in hand. These were all opportunities for experience points, and with this knowledge, An Ling could hardly remain passive. It was only through such actions, during the early stages of information dominance, that she could swiftly distance herself from other survivors and enhance her chances of survival. Though fraught with risk, she would rather err than remain idle. Once outside the garage, An Ling extinguished the flashlight and utilized her abilities for detection, stealthily making her way toward the target building. After leveling up, the range of her powers had expanded, allowing her to perceive greater distances, even in the inky darkness, as if it were daylight. Meanwhile, 2 survivors on the rooftop were valiantly resisting the monsters below, oblivious to the grim Reaper stealthily approaching them. "Hang in there, buddy." The 2 men braced themselves against the door of the terrace, straining against the onslaught of creatures attempting to break through. There was light over there. There must be other survivors. One exclaimed. "What does that matter? Right now, we need to focus on surviving." Another man gritted his teeth, his face contorted in a fierce grimace. "Let us blow them up." Another man spoke fiercely, but was immediately met with refusal. "No, we cannot use it now. This is our ultimate weapon for survival until the very end. How can we expend it at this moment? At this juncture, An Ling had already arrived before the building, having followed her previous route. The monsters encountered along the way were few and far between, but here, within the confines of the interior, a considerable number of creatures crowded the space, blocking the stairwell completely. Through her innate abilities, she discerned the locations of two survivors upstairs. Without hesitation, the iron sword in her hand soared into the air. Chapter 72, Mutuelle Destruction. Thuds resounded ominously as the monstrous entities remained oblivious to the newcomer behind them, their heads effortlessly severed by a whirling sword. Their lifeless bodies collapsed to the stairway, obstructing An Ling's ascent. She promptly ignited her lantern, its radiance dispelling the surrounding darkness, while her supernatural abilities cleared the corpses from the staircase. Gradually, she made her way upwards. On the rooftop, two men heard the commotion from below, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment. Someone was approaching from downstairs. Yet, before the other could respond, the incessant clamor at the rooftop door abruptly ceased. What had transpired within? The monsters had halted their assault on the door, plunging the surroundings into a profound silence. The two men held their breath, a sense of tension enveloping them. Suddenly, the stillness of the night was pierced by the sound of footsteps. The men observed a sliver of white light streaming through the crack of the door, its brilliance striking against the nocturnal backdrop. Though the darkness obscured their faces, a silent understanding passed between them. The nature of the enemy within was uncertain. They dared not take risks and resolved to barricade the door first. Through the rooftop door, they could still communicate, determining their respective positions before devising further plans. With a crack, 3 slashes appeared on the door, forming a Z shape, and it shattered open. The barrier had failed to impede the intruder for a single second. The two men swiftly retreated, their gazes fixed upon the white-haired girl advancing with her lantern. A girl, and she was alone. Yet, the sword levitating beside her signaled that she was a survivor endowed with extraordinary powers, not someone to be trifled with. "Hand over your supplies, and I shall spare your lives," An Ling declared coldly, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded the two men before her. "Damn it, I loathe being threatened by a woman." One of the men, impulsive and enraged, charged forward, while the other realized too late that he could not intervene. Swish! The flying sword pierced through the man's chest in an instant, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at her, still standing firm, unable to close the distance. At that moment, a distinct sound echoed, a pin being pulled, which An Ling keenly detected. Blood gushed from the man as he collapsed, and she caught sight of what he held, a grenade. His face contorted in rage. He had already removed the safety pin. "Then we shall perish together," he shouted as he hurled the grenade towards her. An Ling was taken aback, unprepared for such a weapon. Despite her initial shock, she maintained her composure. The grenade hovered in midair not far from her, suspended by her powers. With a swift sidekick, she sent the grenade flying away, aiming to cast it down the stairs. However, who could have foreseen that the adversary had already succumbed to madness? With a sudden, fierce lunge, he attempted to intercept the grenade, for if he succeeded, it would mean mutual destruction. The flying sword darted towards the man like a streak of light, while An Ling swiftly retreated, preparing for the worst. At that moment, a shrill arrow unexpectedly shot forth, striking the grenade midair. With a resounding bang, the grenade was propelled far away by the force of the arrow, and, simultaneously, the iron sword pierced the adversary's chest. An Ling quickly crouched down, covering her ears, as a deafening explosion erupted, illuminating the dark night with a blinding white light, followed by a violent detonation. The entire town seemed to tremble slightly at that instant, with dust cascading down from the walls. The building beneath An Ling was the closest to the blast, and she felt its impact vividly, hearing the sound of shards raining down upon the walls like a torrential downpour. These were the fragments resulting from the grenade's explosion. After a moment, a strong scent of gunpowder wafted through the air, and silence enveloped the surroundings, marking the end of the chaos. She hastily grabbed the 2 backpacks and made her way back towards the garage. Upon seeing the light fade, Su Yu, who had been on alert on the second floor, put away her crossbow, and descended to the ground floor. Moments later, she spotted An Ling returning with the 2 backpacks. "Are you all right?" she inquired with concern, for the grenade had taken her by surprise as well. "I'm fine." Thankfully, the adversary wasn't an ability user, or it could have been troublesome, An Ling replied, indicating that she was unscathed as she set down the backpacks. Although the encounter had been perilous, it remained within her control. Even if the adversary had managed to deflect the grenade, she could have opted to leap from the building to avoid harm. This exemplified the distinction between ability users and ordinary individuals. "That arrow was quite impressive," she added with a smile. Acknowledging that Suyu had been attentively observing her side and had calculated various factors to achieve such precise accuracy from a distance, striking such a small target. "Thank you. It was the least I could do," Suyu responded with a smile of her own, while An Ling marveled at Suyu's prowess. She could not help but be astonished by the strength of her companion as well. The likelihood of 2 professionals teaming up under such fortuitous circumstances was already slim, let alone being 2 hidden classes. Thus, their powerful alliance significantly increased their chances of success. The supplies in the 2 backpacks were shared equally, and An Ling chose to discard the basic tools, retaining only the food. Notably, she discovered 2 cornerstone cards in her companion's backpack, which was an unexpected gain. This experience served as a lesson. It seemed wiser to avoid unnecessary risks in the future, especially with survivors capable of wielding grenades as such formidable weapons. One could only wonder what else they might encounter next. Consequently, An Ling and Suyu altered their strategy, deciding to prioritize caution, as the rewards at the end of the island expedition hardly justified the risks taken. "It's all right. This time was more of a scare than a danger. Tomorrow, once we reach the central city, we can simply wait until it concludes," Suyu reassured An Ling, urging her not to worry excessively. The number of professionals on this island is undoubtedly a rare occurrence, unless one encounters an awakened. 2 individuals uniting in such a manner would essentially find themselves in an invincible position. "Well, let us conclude tonight's endeavors here." An Ling rose and positioned herself in the corner, leaning against the wall. "It was getting late, so let us take advantage of the time to rest. We shall depart at dawn tomorrow." "No objections." Suyu nodded in agreement, understanding that the resources in the central city would be far more abundant, necessitating a proactive approach. This time, the 2 did not ignite a fire, but instead draped themselves in 2 garments, enduring the second day on Survival Island in this manner. Chapter 73. The central city at the break of dawn the following day, as the sun began to rise in the east. It heralded the arrival of a new day on this desolate island. The 2 were partaking in breakfast, while An Ling discreetly twirled the pendant around her neck. Acquired blessing pendant bonus. Perfect accuracy. Guarantees successful catches, throws, and ranged attacks. Remaining time, 19 hours, 30 minutes, and 25 seconds. To her astonishment, today's blessing had changed. An Ling took note of this detail and continued to eat her meal, pondering that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they were likely to encounter venomous creatures in the coming days. Venomous creatures? Suyu looked up, puzzled by An Ling's remark. Creatures like centipedes, scorpions, and hornets, An Ling clarified, referencing the information obtained from the warehouse. How terrifying! Suyu shuddered at the mere thought, for she harbored a deep-seated fear of insects. It might be somewhat troublesome for us to deal with these creatures. We must prepare fire-starting materials in advance, An Ling concluded, considering this the best course of action. Insects were known to fear flames. She placed the empty canister of 8 treasure porridge into her backpack instead of discarding it. "Let us not delay any further. We should set off," An Ling declared, organizing her belongings. Donning her jacket and climbing into the vehicle. The accumulated monster corpses outside had disintegrated into dust, merging with the yellow sands under the sun's light. The desolate little town had returned to its usual state. With a low roar, the engine ignited successfully, and An Ling sped through the town with Suyu beside her, their boldness resonating like a wild beast's roar. "An Ling, there are still 3 people in the town," Suyu shouted over the rushing wind, her voice barely audible. "Forget about them. By the time the sandstorm arrives, it will be too late for them. They're doomed." An Ling pressed the accelerator, the force of speed propelling them forward as they swiftly departed from that perilous place, venturing into the seemingly endless desert. As for the survivors concealed within the town, the more that perished, the better it was for them. Only through such losses could their rankings improve, allowing them to escape this desolate desert island more swiftly. As the sun ascended higher, the surrounding temperature began to soar. The landscape stretched endlessly, a vast desert punctuated only by a solitary, straight concrete road leading into the unknown. This island possessed an extremely harsh environment, a wasteland where life was virtually non-existent. In this place, fresh water was far more scarce than food. There were no oases to speak of, not even a blade of grass. Survivors would greedily eye every fellow survivor they encountered, driven by the instinct to survive. This was merely the beginning. Perhaps some had yet to grasp the urgency of their predicament. In a few days, relationships among survivors would resemble those of sworn enemies, and the number of those who would betray their companions would only increase. After nearly 2 hours of frenzied driving and traversing 5 intersections, An Ling's eyes finally beheld the city at the heart of the island. However, upon sighting the city, both were taken aback. The style of this city is strikingly distinct from that of other towns, and it bears a significant divergence from modern urban landscapes as well. How can one encapsulate this? The city resembles a fantastical realm, akin to something that might only exist within the confines of a video game. It stands vividly before the two of them in all its reality. An Ling brought the vehicle to a halt at the city's edge, not out of reluctance to venture further, but because she found herself confronted by an immense spherical light barrier that enveloped the entire city, much like a protective shield. Su Yu was rendered momentarily speechless. The scene before her was profoundly awe-inspiring, surpassing the limits of her imagination, akin to a vision of futuristic technology. As they drew nearer, An Ling was finally able to discern the true visage of the city. Towering skyscrapers loomed overhead, some merely skeletal structures, reminiscent of unfinished buildings, while others were adorned with lengthy external cables connecting to their rooftops. Yet, without exception, these edifices were interconnected by platforms atop them. Surrounding this core were rectangular bungalows, each featuring an expansive transparent side door, resembling a garage, with enormous capsule-like structures arranged outside, their contents a mystery. Moreover, the ground of the city gleamed with a smooth, silvery surface, the material indiscernible to the naked eye. Verdant flora thrived within, creating an environment of exquisite beauty. Yet, much like the other towns, this stunning city appeared devoid of any human presence. Perhaps some existed, but they had long since concealed themselves. Strangely, there was an absence of sand. Could this be a consequence of the light barrier? Su Yu noted an anomaly. The city was unnaturally pristine, evoking the sensation that it had simply materialized in this location. An Ling refrained from providing extensive explanations, suspecting that this city was akin to the novice island's manner, potentially trapping anyone who entered, resembling a final dungeon. However, each individual's experience on the novice island was unique, and she intended to conduct her own experiment rather than elaborate further. If her suspicions were correct, it would inevitably trigger a system notification. Surveying her surroundings, An Ling observed that apart from this abruptly appearing city, the area was engulfed by an endless expanse of desert. Unlike the single road leading from the town, this city was connected by 5 distinct pathways, each leading to the 5 largest neighboring towns. She exited the vehicle, approaching the grand protective barrier encasing the city. Employing a wooden arrow, she conducted a preliminary experiment, allowing the arrow to levitate under her psychic control as it soared forward. Upon making contact with the barrier, the arrow shattered upon impact, falling to the ground, despite An Ling's force being insufficient to break it. Could this barrier exert a counterforce? She retrieved another arrow, gently pressing it against the surface, and this time, it remained intact. Understanding dawned upon her, and she promptly advanced to place her palm against the circular light barrier. The final realm, Dominion City. Introduction: a conceptual city designed by an anonymous scholar. It amalgamates cutting-edge technology. However, for reasons unknown, the construction was abruptly abandoned halfway, and the inhabitants mysteriously vanished overnight, leaving Dominion City a desolate ghost town. Would you like to enter Dominion City? Upon reading this prompt, An Ling felt no surprise. Rather, it was Su Yu, who hurriedly approached from behind to examine the information together. Only a simple explanation was provided, devoid of any further guidance. Chapter 74. The City of Domination. An Ling spoke with a tone of gravity. While the initial manner did not explicitly state that one could not exit after entering, it at least provided some hints. Yet this city, before them, offered nothing at all. "Shall we proceed inside now?" Suyu inquired beside her. An Ling immediately stepped back 2 paces, causing the prompt before her to vanish. "No, let's not rush." She turned towards the car, opened a fuel tank, and retrieved a can of 8 treasure porridge from her backpack. "What are you doing with that little fuel?" Suyu asked, puzzled by An Ling's intentions. "Just in case. This should be the final destination. The car is no longer of use to us, and we cannot leave it for others, especially as a precaution against those insects." An Ling explained, then summoned her powers to make the gasoline rise and pour into the porridge can. From a moment they discovered the vehicle, she had conceived this plan. Though the tank contained only half its capacity, there were still several liters remaining. Having consumed all her porridge over the past few days, she had kept the canisters ready. Any remaining gasoline in the car could not be wasted and would be transferred into empty water bottles. The vehicle must not be destroyed should they need to depart. They would still require fuel. "Let's go." Having completed her preparations, An Ling resolved to enter the city with Suyu. Why was this place named the City of Domination? She could not believe it bore no connection to the dominators of Survival Island. Since they had arrived, they might as well accept their fate. An Ling did not believe they would encounter the Dominator on the 3rd day. Approaching the protective barrier, the two made a resolute decision to enter the City of Domination without hesitation. There must be some restrictions within, or else the prompt inviting them to enter would be superfluous. As An Ling's palm made contact with the luminous barrier, she confirmed her entry, and due to inertia, her hand passed through the shield. In that instant, she understood and stepped fully into the city. However, as her foot touched the silvery ground, she felt an odd sensation. "There is no wind here?" "Sujuedi mar, passive." Indeed, there is no wind. Just moments ago, outside, a warm breeze greeted us, yet now it is entirely absent. An Ling glanced back. The barrier remained still, unchanged, with the external scene vividly clear. Just as her hand approached the luminous barrier again, another prompt suddenly appeared. "Would you like to leave the City of Domination? You have only one opportunity to enter." Upon reading the message, An Ling instinctively withdrew her hand, realizing that exiting would mean they could not return. "Let us proceed into the city." Together, they walked along the road toward the heart of the city, where an eerie silence prevailed. The surroundings appeared as if arranged by a predetermined program, everything in its fixed place, untouched by even a whisper of wind. Only upon entering the interior did the two truly grasp the awe of this city. It was unequivocally a metropolis of the future, with elements that were utterly unfamiliar to them. The experience was simply beyond belief. Suyu gazed around in wonder, her curiosity about the city palpable. Seeing her in such a state, An Ling felt reassured, for it indicated that they were not under anyone's scrutiny, thus ensuring their absolute safety at that moment. An Ling and Suyu arrived at the colossal capsule container they had previously encountered outside the city, adjacent to a white structure resembling a garage. The container was immense, almost coffin-like in shape, yet elliptical, crafted from an unknown white material, with several seams pulsating with a gradient glow. At its center, a diamond-shaped button epitomized futuristic technology. An Ling pressed the button, and with a hissing sound, the capsule's door gradually opened. Inside lay 2 technologically advanced compound crossbows, each equipped with a scope, yet devoid of strings and arrows. Weapons. Both women were taken aback, gazing in disbelief at the sight before them. They each picked up a crossbow, and their rings immediately displayed information. Charged crossbow utilizes energy from a power cell without the need for arrows. Note, for use solely within the Dominion City, with each individual permitted to possess only one weapon. At that moment, An Ling noticed a circular indentation on the charged crossbow, alongside a power gauge that glowed faintly in red, indicating it was devoid of energy. They exchanged knowing glances and immediately began searching the vicinity. The presence of vehicles suggested the island was vast, and the provision of weapons to survivors indicated that this city harbored significant dangers. Everything was far from the simplicity it appeared to be. As An Ling passed by the rectangular building, a transparent door on the side unexpectedly opened, revealing a cylindrical object radiating green energy, undoubtedly the power cell. She promptly entered, picked it up, and combined it with the charged crossbow, causing its energy to surge by a third, transforming the emitted green glow to red. Discarding the depleted cell, An Ling began to scavenge for additional supplies, a sensation akin to playing a video game enveloping her. Soon, both women had fully charged their crossbows and discovered another hidden weapon within the single-story building, the charged bow. Similar to the crossbow, the charged bow required no arrows. A gentle tension of the string would suffice to launch projectiles. However, compared to the crossbow, the bow appeared significantly less formidable, and they were unable to wield two weapons simultaneously. Thus, they disregarded it. Recognizing it as a weapon, the system intended to forcibly allocate to other survivors. To avoid becoming separated, they conducted a brief search in the immediate area, aiming to collect as many power cells as possible. An Ling, I've reached my limit, Suyu called out from a distance as she exited the building. At this moment, she had just picked up a charging battery when a notification promptly appeared. Each individual is limited to collecting only 10 charging batteries. Exceeding this limit will result in an explosion. I had reached my limit as well. With a furrowed brow, An Ling decided to abandon her search for additional batteries after collecting this one. Suyu approached her with a light jog, inquiring about their next course of action. We should have ample time to open those capsules. Perhaps we might discover other weapons and equipment, An Ling suggested, casting her gaze towards the distant bungalows. Chapter 75. The skyscraper. Not every bungalow is accompanied by these capsule containers. Rather, their presence is quite rare. To discover these capsules, one must traverse the outskirts of the city. As for the towering skyscrapers located in the heart of the metropolis, the two have no immediate plans to venture there. If any peril lurks within this city, it is highly likely to be found in that vicinity. However, An Ling harbors a lingering suspicion that this city, designed with a singular opportunity for entry, may conceal additional traps. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, they strive to remain within the confines of the sovereign city. This urban expanse is far more vast than it appears from the outside, rendering it nearly impossible for the two to explore it in its entirety. An Ling and Suyu have been diligently searching for these capsule containers, hoping to uncover other weaponry within. The periphery of the city, aside from these rectangular garages, features a number of two-story suspended houses, including some transparent semicircular warehouses and various unidentified factories. While the skyscrapers of the city center are predominantly constructed of black materials, the buildings on the outskirts are mostly white or silvery, adorned with brownish frames and complemented by fully transparent automatic glass doors, all contributing to a remarkably minimalist aesthetic. An Ling, look over there, Suyu suddenly halted, pointing towards a distant circular opening, which revealed a staircase leading downward, presumably into the underground. They had just opened a capsule containing a charged crossbow, leading An Ling to question whether the city harbored only two types of weaponry, bows and crossbows. Let us descend and investigate. It's nearly noon, and it would be a perfect refuge from the sun. Moreover, we might encounter something valuable inside. The slanted staircase extended downward, with the walls above emanating a dim glow that allowed them to easily observe the surroundings. The room was modest in size, with only the staircase as an exit, devoid of doors, and surrounded by silvery walls. Inside, there were 3 capsule containers, entirely different from those they had previously encountered. These 3 capsules were blue and white, somewhat larger than the earlier ones, and the buttons featured a circular design. There must be something unusual within these. Without Suyu's prompting, An Ling discerned the distinctiveness of these capsules. Upon opening one, a hissing sound emanated as the hatch sprang open, revealing 2 identical items within, resembling gauntlets. An Ling picked one up, preparing to examine its information and usage. Charged grappling hook, capable of launching a recoverable grappling hook with a range of 100 meters. Note, for use exclusively within Sovereign City, and each individual may equip only one. Functional equipment. She donned it on her right arm, where a button awaited her touch. Upon pressing it, the device conformed tightly to her arm. Similar to the charged crossbow, it required the consumption of 3 charge batteries upon completion. With 2 in total, it appeared to be tailored for the number of team members, perfectly suited for each. After presenting the grappling hook to Suyu, she too equipped it on her right arm. This object is remarkably lightweight, exerting no hindrance on the mobility of the arms while offering a modicum of assistance. Now that they find themselves within the dominion of the ruler's city, it is evident that these pieces of equipment have been meticulously crafted for a significant purpose. The 2 individuals opened another capsule container, revealing yet another gauntlet. Just as An Ling presumed it to be an identical item, the information that materialized was strikingly different. Charged shield, capable of deploying an energy barrier to withstand attacks. The stronger the assault, the more rapidly the energy is expended. This time, An Ling and Suyu exchange but a brief glance, each refraining from uttering a word, silently donning their respective shields upon their left arms, simultaneously completing their charging. Approaching the final capsule container, they opened it to discover 2 singular, eyeglass-like devices, albeit with a single lens designed to rest behind the ears. Charged glasses, equipped with night vision, range finding, and alert functionalities. Night vision capabilities? An Ling felt a twinge of uncertainty. The peculiarities unveiled hinted at imminent dangers that would manifest under the cloak of night. Do you think those skyscraper rooftops might serve as refuge for us? Suyu recalled the steel cables dangling from the exteriors of the buildings, evidently contemplating the potential hazards that awaited them after dusk. It's certainly plausible. Once we've replenished the batteries, we should investigate those skyscrapers. An Ling suggested as she donned the glasses from a capsule, which now imparted a futuristic allure. Quite stylish, Suyu remarked with a smile as she, too, adorned her own eyewear. For them, these pieces of equipment and weaponry were indeed a perfect match. In the pitch-black night, the glasses' night vision capabilities compensated for any shortcomings. Fortunately, An Ling and Suyu had persevered to this point. Otherwise, she could scarcely fathom the extent of advantage that their adversary, the sharpshooter, might wield in this environment. Let us first partake in a meal. As the inaugural team of survivors to arrive in Ruler's City, we must not squander our advantage, An Ling declared, seating herself and retrieving her provisions from her backpack. She consumed canned beef while Suyu opted for bread. After swiftly addressing their lunch, the duo rested for a mere 2 minutes before departing from the unshielded basement. After dedicating some time to replenish their batteries, they encountered other basements, discovering, without exception, that the supplies were identical. Thus, they discerned the distribution of resources around the city's periphery. Batteries and charge bows were abundant, followed by charged crossbows. While functional gear was the rarest of all, it was likely that the entire outer city harbored fewer than 20 such items, securing the advantage for the pair. An Ling and Suyu resolved against further exploration of the outskirts, instead directing their steps toward the blackened skyscrapers at the heart of the city. These towering edifices, towering at least several dozen stories high, reached several hundred meters into the sky, leaving one to ponder the purpose of the platforms atop, should one plummet. No profession could escape a fatal demise. Of course, this might be related to the perils encountered during the night. Regardless, their objective remained clear: to reach the city center in search of a relatively secure location to take refuge temporarily. As the days progressed, not only did the number of survivors increase, but the dangers also escalated significantly. The later one arrived, the more likely they were to become a target. The 2 individuals walked for nearly an hour, and the surrounding supplies dwindled. The towering black skyscrapers loomed ever closer. However, when they finally stood before one of these skyscrapers, they were taken aback. There was no entrance to be found. All 4 sides were sealed off. An Ling drew her sword and slashed at the surface. The black paint instantly cracked, revealing a silvery hue beneath. The material was the same as that of the ground, remarkably sturdy, rendering any forceful entry impossible. Surely, this structure was not solid all the way through. Chapter 76. The Hidden Crisis. How could the skyscrapers in a city be mere illusions? An Ling pondered this as they turned their attention to other buildings. After walking a short distance, Suyu also gazed up at the towering structure they had just observed. Suddenly, it seemed she had made a discovery. An Ling, look at the 5th floor. She immediately turned back, her eyes following the direction indicated by Suyu. The walls appeared indistinguishable from those of the surrounding structures, yet upon closer inspection, a square gap became evident. That was the entrance to the building, and beneath it, a staggering 10 meters of solid foundation loomed. Who would construct such a high base for a building, especially with materials so robust? This was clearly a precaution against something decidedly unusual. Let us explore other buildings to verify if this one is an anomaly, An Ling suggested, eager to confirm her suspicions. All right, so you nodded in agreement. And the two promptly made their way toward the other skyscrapers. With plenty of daylight remaining, understanding their surroundings was imperative, but they needed to settle everything before nightfall. After inspecting the nearby skyscrapers, they found that aside from a few abandoned constructions, all completed black towers had elevated foundations leading directly to their rooftops. Soon, they navigated through these towering edifices and arrived at the heart of the city, a vast square encircled by buildings in a meticulous arrangement. The ground retained its smooth, silvery surface, but a layer of transparent glass created an illusion akin to crystal, shimmering with clarity. In the square, 5 evenly spaced structures resembling telephone booths stood out, exuding an air of peculiarity. An Ling approached one, discovering it bore no unique features aside from solitary red light glowing within. As she drew nearer, the light shifted to green. 5 team members required to activate the Dominator Arena. The prompt caught her attention. She realized that beneath her feet lay a void, devoid of the silvery flooring, supported only by transparent glass material. The abyss below was unfathomably deep, engulfed in darkness, obscuring any view of what lay beneath. The Dominator Arena? The ruler of the Death Desert? She murmured, and Suyu, noticing the anomaly, approached her. What is the Dominator? The sovereign of this survival island is likely an extraordinarily powerful creature, An Ling replied. No longer lingering, she resolved to ascend the skyscraper. The objective of this island was to incite conflict among survivors. It required 5 distrustful teams to collaborate in unlocking this arena, a daunting prospect. Moreover, the question of whether they could even defeat this Dominator loomed large. Given the presence of supernatural abilities and weaponry, the Dominator's strength would undoubtedly surpass that of the Novice Islands. With hidden mission rewards at stake, one must carefully assess their own capabilities to obtain them. Let us use grappling hooks to ascend and explore the possibility of entering the building, she suggested. An Ling stood at the base of a towering edifice, glancing at Suyu before directing her gaze towards the doorway on the 5th floor. Their consensus was clear. Remaining on the ground posed undeniable peril, while the rooftop platform surely served a purpose. She raised her right arm, carefully aiming at the gap on the 5th floor. With a decisive press of a button, the grappling hook released with a resounding bang, a 3-pronged metallic claw soaring upward, tethered to an unknown material rope. Bang! The immense force shattered the grand entrance of the 5th floor, penetrating deep within, as the hook automatically disengaged, securing its hold firmly. An Ling tugged at it forcefully, confirming its stability, and nodded at Suyu. I will ascend and scout ahead. With that, she activated the button on her arm, and a tremendous pulling force enveloped her, propelling her towards the 5th floor of the building. The grappling hook retracted with a piercing sound, and in mere moments, she was poised for an intimate encounter with the ominous black door. An Ling was determined not to collide with it recklessly. With a swift motion, she released her iron sword, which sliced through the door at remarkable speed, her momentum carrying her into the interior of the building. From the outside, the structure appeared opulent, yet within lay bare concrete walls and floors, exuding a heavy scent of dust. The exterior black facade was composed of a glass-like material, functioning as a single-sided mirror that refracted sunlight, casting a dim ambience inside. At that moment, within the floor, a group was seated, partaking in their meal, when the abrupt sound of the shattering door startled them. Turning their heads, they beheld An Ling, who was regaining her balance after the sudden entrance. A survivor, they exclaimed, astonished by her rapid arrival, their expressions morphing into menacing scowls. Without hesitation, they seized the energy crossbows from the ground and pulled the triggers. Violet laser arrows shot forth, aimed directly at An Ling, who reacted swiftly by crouching and activating the energy shield on her left arm. With a resonant hum, green energy surged forth, forming a wall akin to a laser barrier that shielded her completely. The arrows clattered against the shield. Yet whether due to the shield's efficacy or the arrow's inadequacy, An Ling felt no impact. Had it not been for this protective barrier, she might have been forcefully ejected from the doorway, plummeting from the 5th floor. Some arrows missed her shield entirely, flying out of the building through the doorway. As she activated the shield, she also adjusted her glasses, and in the dim surroundings, the visibility was akin to that of daylight. With her alabaster arm gripping the energy crossbow, she extended it beyond the shield, launching her counterattack without the need for meticulous aim. Several laser arrows were unleashed, striking true and hitting every adversary. Through the shield, An Ling observed the arrows piercing through her opponents, impacting the wall behind them, leaving behind finger-sized holes in their bodies. Had she not aimed for vital points, it would have been uncertain whether she could incapacitate them in a single blow. However, fortune favored An Ling today, as her aim was unfailingly precise. The crowd writhed in agony upon the ground, engaging in their final struggles before death. Upon hearing the commotion, a new wave of individuals descended from above, each one harboring animosity towards the survivors. They were not monstrous creatures. They were merely the survivors. With a swift motion, a grappling hook secured itself above the grand entrance. Su Yu, sensing the situation, soared upwards, yet remained suspended in mid-air, not yet having entered the building. With determination, she raised her crossbow and pulled the trigger. Beams of laser light erupted forth, instantly dispatching those at the stairway, and she gracefully descended, landing beside An Ling with the momentum. Chapter 77. The survivors' gathering place. Are you all right? I heard movement upstairs and didn't expect anyone to be inside. Su Yu inquired with concern, glancing at An Ling beside her. There's nothing to worry about, just a group of survivors, and surprisingly, there are quite a few of them. An Ling replied, shutting her shield and rising to her feet. We should be able to reach the rooftop directly from here. Let's proceed with caution. Both activated their night vision. The dim surroundings posed no hindrance to them. Upon approaching the corpses of several individuals, they noted that the clothing was tattered, as if worn for many years. The backpacks were faded, and their faces were obscured by unkempt beards and disheveled hair. Undoubtedly, they had been living in this place for quite some time. How disgusting, Su Yu exclaimed, quickly distancing herself from their makeshift dining area. The utensils were rudimentary, merely a collection of jars, yet the food within was a dark, unappetizing mass, with parts of insects visible upon closer inspection. It was evident that the survivors had been consuming the very insects An Ling had previously burned in the warehouse. Picking up a backpack from the ground, the two began to examine their supplies. The possessions of these survivors were markedly poorer than those of the Seekers. After all, what could those who could barely afford food possess of value? After rummaging through the meager offerings, An Ling lost interest. Let us go. There is nothing here on this floor. Let us check the upper levels. I've never seen so many survivors at once, Su Yu remarked cautiously. Yet, upon reflection, she pondered the distinction between Seekers and survivors on this island. No, survivors band together to attack Seekers, while Seekers are self-centered. The multitude of survivors in this city might far exceed their expectations, and their hiding in the buildings was telling. From now on, vigilance was imperative. An Ling took the lead, reminding her companion of her combat skills, which would serve them well against any unforeseen dangers. The upper floor mirrored the first, lacking any discernible differences. Even the layout seemed a mere replica. At the original stairwell, remnants of belongings and supplies belonging to the survivors they had encountered previously lay scattered, belonging to those Su Yu had just dispatched. They paused, opting not to ascend to the 3rd floor, but instead to investigate the 2nd floor as supplies. Food, backpacks. Everything was identical. The only variation seemed to be the appearance of the Seekers themselves. Strange, since we arrived, we haven't seen any insects at all. Where did these individuals procure their food? An Ling mused, finding the situation rather unusual, perhaps a warning to them. Perhaps the insects only emerge at night, Su Yu speculated. Let us not dwell on this. We should head to the top floor. An Ling had devised a plan, if all else failed. They could simply leave the city of domination. However, as they reached the midpoint of the stairs to the 3rd floor, they spotted a figure standing at the stairwell. It's a Seeker, the man immediately shouted, and shortly after, several survivors reappeared at the entrance of the third floor, while the sound of numerous footsteps echoed from above. Whoosh! The two acted decisively, launching an assault as they deployed their barrier, unleashing a barrage from their charged crossbows. The survivors at the forefront were swiftly struck at their vital points, falling lifelessly to the ground, their bodies rolling down the staircase, blood pooling around them. An Ling and Su Yu, emboldened by their superior equipment, had no intention of retreating. One survivor after another fell victim to their relentless onslaught. The commotion was deafening, and more survivors began to surge from the upper floors. They now realized that every level above was likely manned by survivors who, having learned of the situation, rushed down recklessly. What should we do? It feels like there are more and more of them, Su Yu asked anxiously, taken aback by the unexpected danger posed by their own frantic kind. At this moment, the two had reached the 7th floor, having dispatched more than a dozen survivors along the way. Yet an unending tide continued to flow towards them. Their gazes were insatiable, eyes glinting with a ravenous hunger, as they regarded the two as if they were a delectable feast. The bodies piling up in the stairwell were nearly obstructing their path, the air thick with the stench of blood mingled with dust. An Ling recalled the settlement announcement from the last novice island. Killing survivors yielded no rewards. The relentless stream of enemies would only deplete their weapons' energy. Another peril loomed. This incessant killing would harden their hearts, eroding any reverence for life. If their resolve faltered, they could easily become as mad as their adversaries. At this moment, An Ling and Su Yu had retreated into the interior of the floor, one hand wielding a shield while the other continuously countered with their charged crossbows. Glancing out the window, An Ling noted the proximity of 2 skyscrapers. She resolved to make her way to the other building, no longer willing to engage with these lunatics. The higher they ascended, the more survivors there were, and with the skyscraper boasting dozens of floors, the total count approached 1,000. Even if they depleted their energy, they could never vanquish them all. Suddenly, 2 survivors slid down a rope from outside the building, suspended in midair, aiming their charged crossbows at the 2 within. Su Yu swiftly sensed their gaze. An Ling, be careful outside. Whoosh! 2 beams of light shot through the external walls of the building, hurtling towards them. The moment An Ling heard the warning, she reacted instinctively, sidestepping and tilting her crossbow to fire. 2 purple beams shot forth, colliding directly with the adversary's attack in midair. With a resounding bang, a cloud of smoke erupted, successfully thwarting the ambush. Su Yu, astonished, had not anticipated the adversary's marksmanship to be so formidable. Are you the sharpshooter, or am I? Yet, after a brief moment of surprise, she quickly resumed her assault, easily dispatching the 2 survivors outside. They screamed as they plummeted down, unnoticed by anyone else. Su Yu, let us proceed to the building across from us. There is no need to waste time with them, An Ling stated in a somber tone. It is a complete waste to eliminate so many survivors here. All right, I will cover you from the back, Su Yu nodded, aware that without the ability to break through windows, she would become an easy target if she could not swiftly enter the building opposite. An Ling said no more and immediately sprang to her feet, unleashing a series of attacks that struck the vital points of the survivors with unwavering precision. Chapter 78. Rooftop of the building. In that fleeting moment, an opening emerged amidst the adversary's assault. She immediately pivoted and shot towards the black glass exterior wall behind her. With a series of piercing sounds, several holes appeared, and An Ling raised her shield as 2 fierce slashes intersected to shatter the wall completely. With a swift leap, her body surged out of the building, plummeting from a height of 7 stories. In that instant of descent, she decisively activated the grappling hook on her right arm. Whoosh! The hook shot forth like a bolt of lightning, effortlessly piercing the glass and anchoring itself securely. In that moment, propelled by inertia, An Ling swung towards the opposite building. She promptly pressed the switch, her body accelerating upwards at a remarkable speed. The adjacent building had 9 floors, and she employed the same technique to breach its exterior wall. After a graceful roll, she landed smoothly and swiftly raised her charged crossbow, aiming towards the stairwell. The space was devoid of life, a layer of dust settling like a delicate film over the ground. There were no signs of habitation. No one. An Ling stood up, quickly scanning her surroundings with caution before returning to the window to gaze at the opposite building. At that moment, Suyu also leaped out, her body hurtling towards them with great speed. An Ling instinctively fired to provide cover, eliminating all survivors clinging to the wall's edge. Once Suyu landed safely, the two turned their attention to the shattered exterior of the opposite building, where the survivors stood, coldly observing them, seemingly having abandoned their assault. After a brief pause, they gradually retreated, vanishing from view. Wonderful, we have finally shaken them off, Suyu exhaled in relief, glancing back at the empty floors and feeling her previously anxious heart finally settle. It was not that they feared their adversaries, but rather that slaying them held no significance, especially given the potential hidden dangers that lurked within the city. Creating too much commotion would only prove disadvantageous for them. Their equipment was depleting, and An Ling wondered if they might find batteries within these buildings. Looking at her 3 pieces of gear, she noted that the energy levels were nearly exhausted. Without hesitation, she retrieved a charging battery from her backpack to replenish her supplies, discarding the empty shells out of the window. Once the two had restored their energy, they prepared to ascend once more. However, this time, the interior of the building felt considerably calmer. Unlike the previous layout, each floor now featured 3 stairwells leading upwards, providing 2 additional escape routes. It was astonishing that such a high-tech structure in the city center lacked elevators. An Ling frowned. Her hopes for the day were to achieve perfect accuracy, and her physical abilities were merely slightly superior to Suyu's due to the enhancement of her powers. The continuous ascent had left them both breathless and fatigued. Outside, the sky gradually darkened, and the interior grew increasingly dim. The two rested on the staircase steps, sharing a meal as night began to envelop the world around them. In this enclosed environment, coupled with the sweltering heat of the day, the atmosphere inside was unbearably stifling, only to become somewhat more temperate as night approached. It will soon be dark. Surely no monstrous creature will suddenly appear? Suyu voiced her concerns. Uncertain of their circumstances, she noted that the building appeared to stretch at least 40 stories high, with no indication of how long it would take to ascend. And Ling pondered whether to press on or to establish a temporary refuge here. Climbing the stairs would demand considerable stamina, yet she was equally apprehensive about potential dangers lurking ahead. The haunting gazes of the survivors lingered in her mind. If her conjecture was correct, those individuals must have accessed the building through a platform above. However, the absence of any human presence, including those survivors, struck her as peculiar. As darkness descends, let us conserve our strength in case of unforeseen circumstances. An Ling ultimately resolved to refrain from climbing for the time being, deeming this building even more enigmatic than the last. The two departed from the staircase and positioned themselves against the outer wall of the floor, ensuring an escape route should an emergency arise. Soon, the sky was completely shrouded in darkness, and they kept their energy glasses activated, remaining vigilant. An hour passed without incident. 2 hours went by, yet the building remained eerily uneventful. Strange, could it be that the structure is safe? Suyu mused, perplexed by the stark contrast to their expectations. Since we have yet to encounter any danger and the hour is late, let us rest here, An Ling suggested, recognizing their need for respite before attempting to climb further in the uncertain night. Very well, it must be so, Suyu acquiesced, fatigue weighing heavily upon her after a day devoid of proper rest and the exertion of considerable energy. They took turns keeping watch, and the night passed without a single anomaly within the building. As dawn broke, the sun's orange-red rays gradually ascended from the east, illuminating the dark exterior of the edifice and casting a deep violet hue within. After their customary breakfast, the two resumed their ascent. Regardless of the secrets this city might conceal, they remained convinced that the passages atop the building would unveil some revelation. As An Ling climbed, she deliberately lowered herself a notch, rotating the pendant around her neck. Moments later, she scrutinized the pattern, which, as anticipated, was still the target design. Acquired blessing pendant bonus. Perfect accuracy, fishing, throwing, and ranged attacks will invariably hit. Remaining time, 17 hours, 22 minutes, 22 seconds after an entire morning of climbing. They finally reached the last floor, where a door awaited at the end of the corridor. Beyond it lay the rooftop terrace. At last, we have arrived. I'm utterly exhausted, Suyu exclaimed, leaning against her knees, breathless. Yet, An Ling noticed that the door to the terrace was secured with a lock. Without hesitation, she summoned her sword, severing the lock with a swift strike. The sound of its metallic clatter echoed through the corridor. She stepped forward and pushed open the door to the rooftop, a refreshing breeze rushing out to greet them. Before their eyes lay an expansive platform atop the building, devoid of any protective measures, its surface pristine and orderly, crafted from an unknown material that starkly contrasted with the interior of the edifice. The connection between buildings was not a proper passage, but rather a flimsy layer resembling a mere sheet of paper, seemingly fragile enough to shatter at any moment. Can this truly support a person's weight? Suyu voiced her doubt. Chapter 79. Crisis emerges, gazing at the paper-like material connecting the rooftops of several skyscrapers. An Ling harbored a sense of skepticism. The surrounding buildings formed a circular enclosure around the arena below, their platforms interconnected, resembling a colossal sunshade from the ground. Each edifice converged towards the center, creating an expansive platform that completely overshadowed the arena beneath. The uniform height of these structures was astonishing. An Ling scrutinized the scene before her, feeling the cool breeze sweep past, her brow furrowed in contemplation. A casual glance revealed the towering 50 floors, allowing her to overlook the entire city, even catching sight of an island engulfed by the desert. A sandstorm was already visible on the horizon. The sky in that direction was thick with yellow dust, rendering it murky and apocalyptic. These ravenous natural disasters were rapidly contracting, converging towards the heart of the island. An Ling moved closer to the edge of the rooftop, retrieving her binoculars for a closer look. Without any reference points, she could not ascertain the precise speed of the sandstorm, but her instincts suggested it was accelerating. Suyu, I have a nagging feeling that the sandstorm is gathering speed, she suddenly remarked, scanning the perimeter of the swirling tempest in search of something. Upon hearing this, Suyu shifted her gaze from the building to the distant sandstorm. However, her vision, no matter how keen, could not match the clarity of the binoculars, making the change in speed less apparent to her. She simply chose to trust An Ling's observation. I see it. It has indeed quickened, An Ling exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she spotted a group of survivors racing across the desert in a vehicle not far from the storm. It was a jeep, traversing the sands rather than the road. Although it possessed some off-road capabilities, its speed was significantly reduced in the desert. The edge of the sandstorm loomed just 1 or 2 kilometers behind them, moving at an alarming pace, nearly catching up with the jeep. The velocity was simply astounding. Fortunately, the jeep was gradually increasing the distance from the storm, as if its occupants were aware of the terrain, driving straight towards the Dominator city. Beyond this sighting, no other survivors were discernible, as the distance was too great for anything to be made out clearly, and Ling could only rely on speculation. I believe this is connected to our early entry into Dominator City, she said, lowering her binoculars and glancing at Suyu. Perhaps after today, the sandstorm will force all survivors to flee the city. This building is not without its perils, though perhaps the time has not yet come. Should we lie in wait at the exit to ambush them? Suyu proposed, leaving An Ling momentarily taken aback. Suyu, you have taken too many lives. You need to calm down and regain your composure, she replied, patting her companion's shoulder with a serious tone. Noticing An Ling's resolute gaze, Suyu quickly realized her folly. Oh, how could I have suggested such a thing? She exclaimed, shaking her head vigorously. These are the potential issues faced by the survivors. Perhaps those who have taken too many lives may become just like them. An Ling pondered for a moment, recognizing that the tactic of waiting in ambush was futile. The city of domination does not possess a singular exit, thus risking exposure was unnecessary. It would be wiser to conceal themselves and allow the others to turn against one another. Their provisions would last for a month, leaving no cause for concern. Indeed, An Ling, you are correct. Suyu activated her luminous ring, discovering that over 70 teams, totaling more than 140 individuals, remained. It appeared that in the wilderness town, as long as they did not encounter their own kind, survivors generally managed to reach the city of domination safely. provided their food supplies were adequate. The energy crossbow could strike directly from the rooftops to the ground and was equipped with a scope, should the need arise. They could engage in a surprise attack. An Ling contemplated that this might indeed enhance her final assessment score. So you queried, perplexed. What about this suspected hidden mission arena? Her class card had been obtained through a hidden mission, making such a seemingly concealed quest immensely enticing for informed survivors. We shall assess the situation. If it is indeed the island dominator, at least 5 teams must comprise individuals with special abilities, otherwise entering would be tantamount to suicide. An Ling directed her gaze toward the center. Such a mission required careful consideration of their capabilities. The rooftop was not an ideal position, as survivors from adjacent buildings could take notice, prompting An Ling to lead Su Yu to the ground floor. They shattered the glass on all sides of the building, deciding to temporarily establish their base there. Observations confirmed that the location of the City of Domination aligned precisely with An Ling's initial conjectures. It was situated at the very center, while the sandstorm contracted uniformly. This phenomenon would inevitably draw all survivors toward the City of Domination, culminating in fierce conflicts among survivors, monsters, and a myriad of unknown factors, persisting until the conditions for victory were met. Based on the speed of the sandstorm, it could take 2 more days to reach the City of Domination. They would remain hidden here for the time being. An Ling set down her backpack and sat down, to which Su Yu nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, outside the City of Domination, 2 men arrived by car. One appeared to be in his 20s, dressed in a black short-sleeved shirt and long pants, sporting a buzz cut and a subtle smile, wielding a long knife. The other was a middle-aged man, impeccably attired in a black suit and gold-rimmed glasses, exuding the air of a successful individual. However, one should not be deceived by their appearances. They were not from the same team, but had fortuitously crossed paths after eliminating their own companions, forming an alliance out of necessity. Observing the orange muscle car parked before them, the buzz-cut man dismounted, a grin spreading across his face, seemingly amused that someone had arrived before them. The other man approached to inspect the vehicle after extinguishing the engine. Fong Lingjia. It appears the fuel has been siphoned. They seem rather clever. Yang Zongliang has departed. Fong Lingjia called out, and, lost in his own thoughts, made his way towards the barrier of the Dominator's city, intent on eliminating them. I am curious to see who can arrive faster than I can, he chuckled ominously. As the 2 completed their maneuver, their figures successfully infiltrated the city. Simultaneously, individuals from various locations continued to make their way towards the Dominator's city. None among them were fools, for the fools had long perished along the way. Wishing everyone a happy new year. Chapter 80. Imminent as night approached, An Ling and Su Yu had been observing from the heights of the skyscraper, utilizing their telescope to spot numerous survivors arriving at the location. The colossal, orange-red sun was slowly descending, having already been devoured by the vast ocean at the horizon. At this moment, the environment within the city was becoming increasingly dim. The surroundings grew eerie, as Su Yu aptly described. She not only possessed a keen awareness of the gazes directed at her, but also harbored a slight premonition of the impending danger. Uncertain whether it was her innate ability or merely a sixth sense, she conveyed her unease to An Ling. Consequently, the 2 of them, mindful of the encroaching darkness, hastily concluded their dinner. The situation had drastically changed since the morning. Other survivors had infiltrated the city, necessitating constant vigilance. An Ling, look! Su Yu pointed toward a location below, where an arena was encircled by 5 skyscrapers. An Ling observed 2 men slowly approaching that area. After inspecting the ground of the arena and exchanging a few words, they ascended the nearest skyscraper using a grappling hook attached to their right arms. An Ling furrowed her brow slightly. The 2 men were equipped with 3 items each and shared the same intentions as the duo. The building they entered was the very one they had fled from during the day. They had ventured into the survivors' tower. Su Yu turned to An Ling, seeking her opinion. Eliminating those survivors would be effortless with their 3 pieces of equipment. However, the men had entered the very structure where they had previously encountered a plethora of corpses, and upon discovering the gaping hole on the 9th floor, they would surely realize that An Ling and Su Yu were situated in the adjacent building. Their movements would inevitably be exposed. Let us hide behind the wall and try not to be seen. Nightfall is imminent, which complicates our actions. Even if they do catch sight of us, they may not dare to approach. Besides, we have no reason to fear them. Though An Ling recognized that the two men were likely capable of abilities as well, she remained unperturbed. All right, let us observe their demeanor. Suyu agreed, nodding. She had long harbored thoughts of a hidden mission. If the two men exhibited a friendly attitude, they might even collaborate to seize the reward together. The energy glasses also featured a thermal imaging function, making it exceedingly easy to detect survivors in the darkness. Albeit this feature consumed a significant amount of energy and was not activated lightly. Nevertheless, to be on the safe side, they concealed themselves behind the wall, preferring to avoid direct contact unless absolutely necessary. As night enveloped the city, an eerie silence prevailed. The darkness, thick and impenetrable, added an unsettling aura to the atmosphere. Both were equipped with aids, and the pitch-black night posed little challenge to them, although the nights were typically quiet. Both Suyu and An Ling sensed an unusual aura permeating this particular evening. Although an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, an intangible aura of decay seemed to permeate the city, perhaps heralding the gradual approach of calamity. It struck Suyu as odd. Such tranquility was uncharacteristic. She glanced around, murmuring to An Ling beside her, her own confusion palpable. Logically, the monsters that were expected to emerge the following night should not be absent from the Dominion City. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Decisively, she seized a pair of binoculars and moved to the opposite side of the building, a direction entirely divergent from the adjacent edifice. Ensuring they would not be detected, An Ling placed the binoculars over her power glasses, and with the geographical advantage of the skyscraper, she easily glimpsed the periphery of Dominion City. As she had surmised, the reality was even more horrifying than she had imagined. The edges of the city were teeming with a multitude of monsters, scrambling over the corpses of their comrades in a frantic bid to ascend, pushing relentlessly forward. As far as the eye could see, these creatures were everywhere, their numbers at least several hundred times greater than those they had encountered previously in the small town. The mere sight evoked memories of apocalyptic cinema in An Ling's mind, a city besieged by zombies. Thankfully, the protective shield of Dominion City was formidable enough to repel these creatures' incursions. Had they managed to breach the city, the consequences would have been dire. She finally understood the rationale behind the elevated foundations of these skyscrapers. A mere 5 stories, or 10 meters, would scarcely deter such monstrosities. Her gaze wandered into the distance, where the once golden desert had transformed predominantly into an ominous black. Initially, An Ling suspected her powered glasses' night vision capabilities were distorting her perception, but she soon realized the truth. It was not sand, but a relentless swarm of insects inundating the landscape and advancing towards Dominion City. The monsters and the insects were converging upon the city, accompanied by a looming dust storm in the distance, as if these beings were driven forth by an unseen force, suggesting that only within the confines of Dominion City could they evade the storm's onslaught. The solitary glimmer of good news amidst this grim tableau was that these overwhelming hordes of terrifying insects lacked the ability to fly. However, An Ling's brow furrowed deeply. The situation appeared to be deteriorating rapidly. Fortunately, Dominion City's protective shield provided a barrier against the imminent threat, and during the daylight hours, the danger was mitigated. Otherwise, they might be slaughtered by these monsters before they could even engage in battle. What's wrong? Suyu approached, and upon receiving the binoculars, she too cast her gaze out the window. After a prolonged silence, her tone turned grave. An Ling, it seems the energy of Dominion City's shield is waning furthermore. The dust storm was contracting at an accelerated pace. If this trend continued, the shield would not endure much longer. An Ling stood beside her, staring into the distance. Tomorrow, even more survivors would arrive at Dominion City, or they might perish amidst the tempest. Perhaps this is a deliberate arrangement by the system. When a number of individuals governing the city reaches a certain threshold, the protective barrier may be lifted autonomously. There is no need to overthink this. It is unlikely that anything will transpire tonight. We shall take turns keeping watch, so let us seize this opportunity to rest. An Ling chose to disregard these concerns. The current situation was as it was, and frowning would yield no benefits. Nevertheless, We shall undoubtedly prevail. Suyu returned the telescope to An Ling, and the two of them approached the wall by the window, prepared to break the glass and escape should an emergency arise. Good night. Good night. Chapter 81. The awakened night passed in silence, and the dawn arrived as anticipated. The two survivors in the opposite building remained oblivious to the presence of An Ling and Suyu. The commotion from that night had indeed been considerable. It was highly probable that those survivors had been entirely dealt with. They had chosen not to temporarily evade these threats, from which An Ling and Suyu could deduce that their counterparts were not benevolent souls. The current situation was not yet dire. The two took turns keeping watch, though their rest periods were insufficient. At this moment, Suyu leaned against the wall, her eyes half closed, while An Ling retrieved her backpack and settled beside her. She spun the pendant around her neck, causing the cube to whirl rapidly, ultimately revealing a golden target pattern before her eyes. Acquired blessing pendant bonus, perfect accuracy, fishing, throwing, and ranged attacks will surely hit. Remaining time, 18 hours, 00 minutes, 24 seconds. It seemed the day ahead would still be fraught with peril. She murmured softly. Under the influence of the equipment from Dominator City, the perfect accuracy indeed yielded the highest benefits for her. An Ling then took out her binoculars, directing her gaze through the wall towards the distant golden desert. The speed of the sandstorm's advance was alarmingly swift, bringing it closer to Dominator City. The only difference was the absence of the monsters, their whereabouts unknown. She settled down, extracting some food from her backpack to address her breakfast needs. As Suyu gradually stirred awake beside her, noon approached quickly, and the external situation began to grow increasingly complex. The two opted to remain concealed on the top floor of the building. Currently, the team numbered 50, with nearly 100 survivors, all of whom were likely making their way to this peculiar city. An Ling envisioned the eventual scenario within these walls, where all would be compelled to engage in a decisive battle due to the threat of the sandstorm. Of course, some would adopt a desperate stance, choosing to hide away, resigned to the notion of perishing together if it came to that. It appeared that survival had become nearly impossible. This island would yield only two outcomes: mission completion and departure, or total annihilation. "What are you pondering, An Ling?" Suyu inquired, casting a questioning glance at the girl lost in thought. "We should take advantage of these days to rest well. I have a foreboding sense that the final conflict is imminent." A look of concern crossed her face as she noted the increasing speed of the sandstorm. At this rate, the survivors would face the second island challenges even more swiftly than the first, potentially concluding their ordeal in less than 10 days. "We must gather our strength and remain vigilant," while also observing the two individuals in the opposite building. Suyu nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, if the sandstorm continues to shrink at a constant rate, those 5 skyscrapers will serve as the heart of Dominator City, leaving them with nowhere to hide," An Ling remarked, her gaze fixed on the vast platform atop the building, pondering it might very well be the arena for their ultimate showdown. An Ling looked downstairs. Suyu's sudden exclamation swiftly redirected her attention. At this moment, on the deserted street, an elderly man with white hair strolled nonchalantly, his hands tucked into his pockets, displaying no hint of trepidation. However, this was not the most astonishing aspect. Due to her keen eyesight, Suyu had sensed something amiss from the very beginning. With each step the man took, a layer of frost lingered beneath his soles, forming enduring footprints, as if he tread upon a path of ice. It is crucial to remember that this is a desert, where daytime temperatures soar close to 40 degrees. How could there be ice? Undoubtedly, this individual possessed extraordinary powers. Such audacity could stem from only two possibilities. Either he was a fool blinded by arrogance, or someone with absolute confidence in his capabilities. "I sincerely hope he belongs to the former category," An Ling remarked solemnly. Clearly, the City of Dominance harbored hidden talents. The ability to manipulate elements must surely indicate a clandestine profession. In a city rife with undercurrents, with countless eyes lurking in the shadows, could he truly be so fearless? To arrive here and obtain a profession card on the Novice Island, could he truly be a fool? Suddenly, An Ling froze, struck by a realization. "What is it?" Suyu inquired, puzzled. "An awakened one." They gasped in unison, hoping fervently that his level was not excessively high and that they would avoid confrontation unless absolutely necessary. This man had not even ventured to the outer city to scavenge for equipment. He was boldly making his way directly to the city center. Keep a close watch on him. If he approaches our building, we must relocate immediately. Meanwhile, Feng Lingjie and Yang Zongliang also took note of the white-haired man. Positioned high within the skyscraper, they had swiftly dealt with all the survivors throughout the night. It was merely a trivial expenditure of time for them. He is likely an awakened one, capable of manifesting powers unconsciously. He must be formidable, Feng Lingjie assessed as he observed the man at the base of the building. Should we collaborate with him to conquer the dominance arena? Our time is running short, Yang Zongliang suggested earnestly, adjusting the gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. There's no rush. A raid that requires 5 teams cannot be accomplished by him alone. Let us allow the other survivors to test the waters first. If this arena is merely a one-time event, then we shall consider ourselves unfortunate, Feng Lingjie replied quietly, gripping his katana with renewed intensity. He yearned to eliminate the man, to gauge the disparity in their strengths, for the previous awakened ones he had encountered were exceedingly weak, considering the uniqueness of his own profession. Feng Lingjie had always believed that his vocation surpassed all others, even that of Yang Zongliang, whose profession he deemed merely commendable. Simultaneously, other survivors concealed within the skyscraper began to take notice of the white-haired man as he stood brazenly in the center of 5 towering edifices, making it impossible to remain inconspicuous. At the bottom arena, the anticipated scene soon unfolded. A group of survivors approached, encountering the man head-on. At this moment, he was intently gazing at the arena's prompts, lost in contemplation. 5 teams are required? What a ridiculous rule. He wondered if he could even wait here. Resting his chin on one hand, he muttered to himself, entirely oblivious to the 2 individuals behind him. These 2, as his companions, were no ordinary allies. Their journey to this point had been fraught with peril. They were unaware of any clandestine missions. All they knew was that any encounter with other survivors necessitated a swift execution, for everyone outside their team was deemed an adversary. The more they eliminated, the quicker they could escape this cursed place. Moreover, their opponent was but a solitary figure. Chapter 82. Forced encounter. Before the 2 individuals behind him could raise their charged bows to ambush the man, he turned his back to them and flashed a wicked smile. A mouse will always be a mouse, he taunted disdainfully. In an instant, 2 ice spikes, each approximately 1 meter long, materialized in the air and, before they could react, pierced through their chests. The 2 stared in disbelief at the scene before them, feeling the bone-chilling cold seeping into their chests, mingled with the warmth of their own blood. Yet, the ice spears did not melt. Instead, the coldness spread, and within moments, they were completely encased in ice. As mere ordinary beings, they stood no chance against an awakened one, left only with the fate of being swiftly eliminated. The white-haired man slowly turned around, no longer concerning himself with the arena, and made his way toward the lifeless bodies. He extended his arms, and as his fingertips gently touched the 2 frozen statues, they shattered into countless ice fragments. With the control of his power dissipating, all that remained on the ground was a pool of blood and scattered shards, gradually evaporating under the rising temperature. The man surveyed the surrounding buildings, pinpointing a direction, and proceeded towards one of the towers. The recent battle, in which he had effortlessly dispatched the 2, had been witnessed by a group of survivors hidden within the building, causing their hearts to race with trepidation. An Ling and Suyu wore expressions of distress, having failed to comprehend how swiftly he had dealt with their opponents. It is evident that he is an awakened one, An Ling declared with unwavering conviction. Even she could not have dispatched 2 adversaries so decisively while facing them simultaneously. At the very least, her controlled flying sword required orientation toward the target and some distance to travel, thus consuming precious time. While her sword could indeed eliminate the foe, their counterattack would surely follow, and without the use of a charged shield, her own safety would be compromised. However, this man had been quick enough to eliminate them before they could even release their arrows. His speed was astonishing and utterly unpredictable. An Ling. He is heading towards the survivor building. Suyu exclaimed, observing the man's approach. An Ling hastily redirected her gaze, eager to see how he would ascend to the interior of the building without the aid of grappling hooks, given its height of 5 stories. But soon, an astonishing spectacle unfolded before them, leaving the two in awe, as well as the other survivors present. The man stood at the base of the tower, and the cold emanating from his feet rapidly expanded to form an irregular, circular ice surface. In the next moment, a colossal ice pillar, thicker than a human, began to rise upwards, lifting him ever higher. The walls of the building began to corrode under the chill, and slender ice columns sprouted from the surface, connecting with the massive pillar beneath him, providing structural support. The scene left all present utterly astounded. In no time, the height reached several meters, and the man leisurely stepped forward, slowly entering the building's ground floor, while the ice behind him began to melt and dissipate. Is this still human? Suyu gazed at the unfolding spectacle, momentarily at a loss for words to express her thoughts on the individual before her. Beside her, An Ling fixed her gaze upon the melting ice column, and in that fleeting moment, she even contemplated intervening to disrupt the column and thwart the man's entrance into the building. However, she deemed such a rudimentary tactic ineffective against a potent awakened one. It could merely incite resentment from him, prompting her to refrain from acting. This is the essence of an awakened one. She too was profoundly astonished, for the power he wielded was simply extraordinary. If faced with anyone, would it not inevitably result in a swift demise? Fortunately, he had entered the opposing building, where he would likely clash with those two individuals just as well. Suyu exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that he had not directly approached their edifice. Yet, before the man could enter the building for a mere few seconds, both she and An Ling remained ensnared in their astonishment regarding his strength when they beheld 2 men from the upper floors of the opposing building shatter the windows and use grappling hooks to soar into their own structure. Suyu was left speechless, retracting her earlier sentiments. This was trouble. An Ling also rose to her feet, recognizing that the 2 adversaries were not fools and would certainly opt for a strategic retreat rather than confront an awakened one head-on. It was wise to flee, yet their building was the nearest, leaving them no choice but to intrude upon it. Presently, the 2 teams posing the greatest threat to An Ling and Suyu within the city were indeed those 2. A direct confrontation now seemed unavoidable. An Ling, should we flee? Suyu's expression reflected her concern. To where? Another building? She retorted, we cannot ascertain the capabilities of the survivors in those locations, and besides, there is no need for us to fear them. Her implication was clear. Rather than recklessly entering an unfamiliar environment, it would be wiser to confront these 2 directly. Having never fought, the outcome remained uncertain. The opponents occupied a few floors below them, thus the distance was manageable, and escaping through the broken window would only heighten their risk of exposure. Moreover, a clever adversary might not choose to engage them. Yet all of this hinged upon the actions of the awakened one. I understand, Suyu responded, shouldering her backpack and retrieving her weapon, her gaze firmly fixed on the stairwell. An Ling stood resolutely with her sword, her eyes also directed towards the opposing building. The awakened one had yet to come into her line of sight, seemingly indifferent to the fleeing duo. Her demeanor remained steady, betraying no sign of anxiety at the prospect of facing an adversary of equal strength. In contrast, Suyu, as a ranged combatant, gradually retreated, her heart racing with apprehension. Just as An Ling had anticipated, the 2 below made their choice. They would not descend but rather ascend toward the top floor. For it was there, when confronted with a formidable awakened one, that a glimmer of escape might be possible, for he lacked any supportive gear. As time passed, faint footsteps echoed from downstairs. The voices of the 2 were soft, yet they offered no concealment in the face of Suyu's profession. An Ling, they're coming up, she whispered urgently to her companion. An Ling, equally vigilant, had heightened her abilities, rendering her senses exceptionally keen at this moment. She drew forth her energy crossbow, resolutely aiming towards the stairway. The 2 of them held their breath, and, judging by their cautious demeanor, it seemed their intentions diverged from An Ling's own. Given this, confrontation became inevitable. Chapter 83. Conceal professions of all? At the very moment when the two ascended the staircase and turned the corner, 4 pairs of eyes met. And An Ling and Suyu decisively launched their attack. Whoosh! 2 crimson beams of laser shot forth. However, their adversaries were well prepared, being fellow practitioners of extraordinary abilities. They would not fall victim to the energy weapons dominating the city. Yang Zongliang let out a cold laugh, and in an instant, his figure vanished from the staircase. Meanwhile, Fong Lingjie drew his long blade, effortlessly shattering the oncoming energy crossbow attack. What a clever lad! A smile crept across his face as the blade's tip scraped the ground, igniting a dazzling spark, and he surged towards An Ling with explosive force. Yet at that moment, Yang Zongliang reappeared behind Suyu, barehanded, reaching out towards her. Whoosh! A red arrow flew forth, and once again, his figure disappeared from sight. Suyu immediately heightened her vigilance, scanning her surroundings. This individual's ability appeared to be teleportation. While inherently not a direct threat, the synergy with the energy weapon rendered them nearly impossible to defend against. An Ling retracted her crossbow and swiftly drew her sword to confront the man opposite her. Clang! The clash of blades resonated, the glint of cold steel flashing as their weapons met. In mere moments, they exchanged blows 7 or 8 times. An Ling sensed a slight numbness in her hands. The man before her was weaker than the previous survivor she had faced with a blade, falling within her capacity to contend. Their skills were evenly matched, yet the disparity in physical prowess was evident. Fong Lingjie, slightly taken aback, soon grew exhilarated. Interesting. Zongliang, focus on that one. I'll handle this. Clang clang. The sound of metal striking metal echoed sharply, and An Ling's expression remained icy. She was certain that her opponent possessed extraordinary abilities, though the specifics remained unknown. Perhaps he, like her, concealed a talent for sword mastery? At that moment, An Ling suddenly paused. After fending off another attack, she sensed something amiss. Swiftly executing a horizontal sweep to push her opponent back while retreating rapidly. Fong Lingjie merely flicked his blade, maintaining his smile, showing no urgency to pursue. They stood in a standoff, as if taking a momentary respite in a well-rehearsed duet. An Ling glanced at her iron sword, relieved to find no cracks on its blade. She could no longer conceal her strength. Had she known earlier, she would have crafted 2 swords. Her opponent's profession seemed to possess a hidden trait akin to passive skills, reminiscent of resonance and precision strikes. This was merely her conjecture, as during their recent skirmish, every strike from him had landed on the same spot of her sword. If this continued, her blade would surely shatter. The knife in her opponent's hand was composed of an unknown, remarkably durable material. An Ling extended her palm, and the iron sword levitated into the air, causing Fong Lingjie to falter momentarily, clearly surprised by the disparity between his assumptions and reality. As An Ling's fingers descended, the sword transformed into a streak of flowing light, rushing forth to strike. Fong Lingjie remained unfazed, gripping his blade with intent to strike the iron sword away. With a resounding clang, he staggered back 2 steps, a look of astonishment crossing his face. The force had inexplicably intensified. Even at this moment, his hands throbbed with pain from the impact. Yet, before he could fully comprehend the situation, the flying sword in the sky lunged at him once more. With a clink, he clumsily parried the assault. The opponent, astute and perceptive, had discerned the secret of his resonance, deliberately avoiding his previous position with each attack. Gritting his teeth, Fong Lingjie recognized this adversary as the most formidable survivor he had encountered thus far, aside from that awakened one. The opponent's profession was distinctly unique. He glanced at An Ling, his right hand firmly clutching the hilt of his blade. He knew he would undoubtedly lose in a battle of strength. His only hope for victory lay in a close-quarters assassination. Although her prowess in melee combat was commendable, wielding no sword rendered it moot. In the next moment, Fong Lingjie surged toward An Ling. Whoosh. A flurry of crimson arrows rained down, accompanied by a resonant hum as a massive energy shield unfurled, completely absorbing the onslaught. At this juncture, both were compelled to utilize their charged equipment in the fight. Meanwhile, Suyu's profession enhanced her 6 senses, a significant advantage against an opponent capable of teleportation. No matter from which direction he emerged, she would instantly be aware, leaving no room for stealthy ambush. As time progressed, the intervals of his teleportation lengthened, while the distances diminished. The disparity in their extraordinary abilities was palpable. Suyu struggled to fathom how they had managed to coordinate their efforts thus far. At this moment, Yang Zongliang was growing increasingly frustrated. Despite his attempts, he found it impossible to approach his opponent. His primary objective was to stall, yet without closing the distance, fatigue began to set in, and he felt he was running out of options. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. His figure appeared in the distance as he unleashed a barrage of attacks with his charged crossbow. The opponent's movements were sluggish, forcing her to resort to defense. Suyu found herself cornered, using her charged shield to fend off the torrential assault. Within a minute, both their weapon energies dwindled to critical levels. The bow had a greater charge than the shield, leaving Yang Zongliang with a slight reserve, while Suyu's shield was completely depleted. Whoosh! The attack surged forward again, yet she remained unperturbed, as her crossbow was still fully charged. In an instant, the room was suffused with a dazzling crimson glow, intercepting all incoming arrows. However, as the red light faded, the silhouette of her opponent had vanished. At that moment, Suyu sensed an intense gaze from her flank. Without hesitation, she thrust the metallic arrowhead in that direction. Bang! Fragments of the wall erupted as she struck nothing but air. At that instant, she felt a gentle touch on her shoulder, a hand lightly brushing against her. Instinctively, she retaliated towards the rear, but the man had already disappeared, his form reappearing in the distance. With a look of confusion, Suyu immediately began to examine her own body, discovering no abnormalities. The opponent's close combat skills were equally subpar, even inferior to her own as an archer. In the distance, Yang Zongliang displayed a hint of astonishment as he sensed the shift in his own power. Realizing he was confronting a hidden class, unperturbed, he commenced charging his crossbow, yet Suyu would not wait for him to complete his preparations. In an instant, several beams of laser surged forth once more, leading to a shocking scene where the opponent raised a hand and accurately obliterated all of her attacks. How could this be possible? Chapter 84. Mastering the arena from the recent confrontation, it was evident that the opponent had previously lacked archery skills. So how had their proficiency soared to such heights? They possessed the uncanny ability to replicate the powers of others. An Ling suddenly exclaimed, alerting her companions, and Suyu immediately grasped the situation, preparing to launch an assault. The pressing question now was whether the two distinct abilities could be combined. Otherwise, they would be in a precarious position, as the synergy of an archer's precision and teleportation would be exceedingly troublesome. Swish, swish, swish. The two engaged in a fierce exchange. The archer unleashed a barrage of attacks, enveloping the entire floor in a maelstrom of laser arrows colliding, resulting in violent explosions. At that moment, even An Ling and Fang Lingjie found it necessary to momentarily evade the onslaught. It was then that she realized for the first time that the enhancement of arrows in this profession encompassed not only power, but also quantity. Radiant crimson light pierced through the black glass walls, refracting outward, instantly drawing the gaze of several onlookers. This unusual edifice naturally caught the attention of the awakened individual endowed with ice abilities. The opponent's replication was not a flawless imitation. Its potency was merely half that of Suyu's, yet as a ranged class, it was more than sufficient to stall the adversary in the short term. After utilizing Suyu's abilities, the opponent's teleportation vanished, suggesting they could only replicate one ability at a time. Thus, this profession was not overly formidable. Exchanging glances, An Ling and Fang Lingjie resolved to press the attack once more. But at that moment, she abruptly noticed a massive ice pillar piercing through the wall of the building, with a white-haired man poised atop it, gliding slowly toward them. The awakened one was approaching. Her exclamation caused the other three to abandon their combat intentions immediately. Turning to gaze out the window, Suyu ceased her entanglement with Yang Zongliang, decisively joining An Ling's side as they cautiously retreated, having already resolved to vacate the building. Fang Lingjie and Yang Zongliang mirrored their actions, drawing together. Fong Lingjie glanced at his long blade, and then at the white-haired girl nearby, a sly grin spreading across his face. Shall we set aside our grievances and collaborate to eliminate this awakened one? Both Su Yu and Yang Zongliang were taken aback by Fong Lingjie's proposition, while An Ling pondered thoughtfully. This was indeed worth considering. The ensuing chaos rendered the current situation unpredictable, and it was undoubtedly an opportune moment for the four hidden classes to confront the foe, should they disperse in an attempt to flee. Their chances of survival upon encountering the adversary again would be grim. Very well. An Ling decisively nodded in agreement, though her confidence stemmed not solely from their combined strength. Have you both lost your minds? Yang Zongliang furrowed his brow, casting a skeptical glance at the two enthusiasts. Before they could delve further into discussion, the glass of the building shattered with a resounding crack as the enormous ice pillar, exuding a chilling aura, breached the interior. The white-haired man leisurely stepped inside, his gaze fixed on the four, who were now visibly tense. The four of you are the largest rodents I have encountered thus far. Yet I am not a bloodthirsty individual. There is no need for you to be anxious. How about we combine our efforts to seize the rewards that govern the arena? Upon entering, the man made his intentions clear, leaving the four in astonishment. Was he not there to engage in combat? It was evident that he exuded confidence. Yet the hidden quest requiring 5 teams compelled him to seek collaboration with other survivors. Very well, but we still require 2 more teams. An Ling and Fong Lingjie exchanged glances, subtly aligning themselves to form an invisible alliance. I'm not part of a single team, but rather 2 teams. We are still short of 1. Yang Zongliang adjusted his glasses and stepped forward to elucidate. We can casually recruit a pair later. Since that is the case, before we depart, let us each disclose our respective professions and levels for smoother cooperation. The silver-haired man smiled, showing little concern for the clandestine alliance among the four, viewing it merely as a survival tactic of the weak. To demonstrate my sincerity, I shall go first. Bai Lin, Black Steed level, profession elementalist. His casual declaration left the four in utter shock. He was on the brink of ascending to the giant elephant level. Fortunately, Awakeners cannot level up. Yang Zongliang, Blue Soldier level, profession extraordinaire. He calmly stated his profession, though its name was somewhat vague, failing to convey the extent of his abilities. Su Yu, Blue Soldier level, profession archer. She softly spoke from behind An Ling. Fong Lingjie smirked, undaunted by the Awakener, confidently asserting, Fong Lingjie, Purple Soldier level, profession anomaly breaker. An Ling was the last to speak. At this juncture, there was no need for her to conceal her identity. After all, no one knew this was a uniquely hidden profession. Ultimately, it was merely speculation. It seemed that Yang Zongliang and Bai Lin's professions were likely among the ordinary ones, while only the roguish Fong Lingjie possessed a hidden profession. It appears everyone is quite forthright. Let us proceed. Bai Lin strolled toward the exit, but after a few steps, he turned and smiled, asking by the way, "Would you care for a ride?" "No, thank you." The four decisively declined, for only a fool would agree to such an offer, at a height of 100 meters. It was akin to being at the mercy of another. Bai Lin moved ahead, while the four planned to use grappling hooks to descend swiftly. However, at that moment, they all stood still. "It seems that this enchanting beauty, An Ling, shares my thoughts," Fong Lingjie remarked with a knowing smile. The possibility of him being untrustworthy after the hidden quest concluded cannot be dismissed. It appears our collaboration must endure until we have conquered this island. An Ling's thoughts mirrored those of the other 3. Once the hidden quest concluded, they would undoubtedly unite. Even if they chose not to take the risk of eliminating this Awakener, they could not allow themselves to be reckoned with by him. No problem. Fong Lingjie and Yang Zongliang concurred with the proposal regarding the allocation of the quota for Team 25. Now, with the formidable alliance of 4, they have effectively neutralized the greatest threat posed by the Awakened Ones, securing their victory. The 4 individuals simultaneously utilized their grappling hooks to seize the iron chains outside the building, swiftly descending to the ground below. Moments later, they landed in the central arena of the 5 towering edifices, closely trailing behind Bai Lin. "How astonishingly swift!" Su Yu exclaimed, for in the mere span of their descent, Bai Lin had managed to procure a survivor to serve as a tool. Open the switch obediently, and I may consider sparing your life, Bai Lin remarked with a cold smirk, issuing his threat before turning his gaze back to the four. Now, everyone, take your positions. Chapter 85. The initiation of the instance. 5 teams, comprising a total of 6 individuals, approached 5 devices resembling telephone booths. Shortly thereafter, a prompt from the system appeared, prompting the group to exchange glances, acutely aware that there were no alternative choices left. Hidden within the building, other survivors furtively observed, and in that fleeting moment, Su Yu and Yang Zongliang felt the weight of dozens of gazes fixed upon them. Shall we commence the Dominator Arena? Without a moment's hesitation, the 5 decisively opted to initiate the challenge. In the next instant, a brilliant light erupted from the arena, engulfing them entirely. When the radiance subsided, the 6 individuals had vanished from the square. Meanwhile, An Ling, having just acclimatized to the intense illumination, managed to open her eyes, only to discover they were now situated within a vast coliseum. The arena was circular, surrounded by towering stands several meters high, and beyond them lay crumbling silver walls. Gazing upward, a massive membrane enveloped the entire arena, exuding an aura of science fiction. The 5 teams positioned themselves at the various points of the arena, with a colossal cube composed of 4 immense light screens at the center, designated for broadcasting information. Current level, first level, remaining time, 99 seconds. The group collectively registered this information, momentarily taken aback. What is this, a tower defense game? Fong Lingjie scoffed, his expression rife with disdain. Wasn't this supposed to be a joint effort against the Dominator? An Ling, too, found herself perplexed. The term first level was laden with ambiguity. Who could fathom how many layers lay above? Moreover, the environment was entirely sealed, rendering any attempt to flee utterly futile. They gravitated toward the center, recognizing the boy's insight. This likely resembled a tower defense scenario, wherein monsters could not materialize out of thin air. Only the surrounding walls remained. An Ling cautioned Su Yu, her gaze vigilant of their surroundings. Nodding in agreement, Su Yu began to navigate toward the open space. At that moment, the countdown reached its conclusion, and the silver walls fractured, releasing the very monsters they had once encountered, creatures that shunned sunlight, charging toward them in a frenzy. Their numbers were few and their strength feeble, allowing for a swift resolution. Current level, second level. Remaining time, 89 seconds. Few, if these are mere ordinary monsters. We should manage just fine. Su Yu exhaled, her demeanor easing slightly. The respite is dwindling, and Ling murmured to herself. Surely not. Upon hearing this, Su Yu instantly tensed. This indicated that the subsequent monsters would grow increasingly formidable, perhaps to the point where there would be no time to rest at all. On the opposite side of the square, Bai Lin remained unfazed, seemingly unperturbed by the looming threat. Once again, the timer reset to 0, and this time, a swarm of venomous insects surged forth. They cascaded from the walls in a dense layer, presenting a significant challenge for the 4, who found themselves ill-equipped to contend with such a pestilence. An Ling swiftly retrieved the gasoline she had previously stored in her backpack. Under the command of her extraordinary abilities, the entire bottle was instantaneously crushed, transforming the gasoline within into a fine mist. As the venomous insects crawled beneath her feet, she employed the same tactic once more. Snap. This time, however, a flickering orange flame erupted from the lighter in her hand. With a resounding boom, the misty gasoline ignited, enveloping the area in a sea of flames. The surrounding insects, engulfed in the fiery embrace, crackled and hissed as they burned. An Ling deftly controlled the gasoline with her powers, ensuring it remained within a safe perimeter, encircling herself and her companion, preventing the insects from advancing even a step. Meanwhile, Fong Lingjie, witnessing the moment the 2 women unleashed the gasoline, finally understood that they were the ones who had arrived at the domination city before him. Employing a similar strategy, the 2 created twin infernos that deterred the insects, redirecting their focus onto Balan and the hapless survivor. At this moment, the survivor, having endured the relentless bites of the venomous creatures, was on the brink of collapse. In stark contrast, Balan's abilities proved exceedingly effective against the swarm. Anything that dared approach him was instantly frozen, transforming into a mere ice sculpture. The second layer concluded swiftly, and An Ling glanced at the remaining time displayed on the luminous screen, which had diminished by another 10 seconds. Shortly thereafter, the monstrous entities of the third layer emerged. Unlike the previous two encounters, these creatures possessed elongated limbs and exhibited a grotesque crawling posture, reminiscent of characters from certain horror films. What on earth are those? Su Yu and An Ling shuddered at the sight of the repulsive creatures, their bodies oozing with green ichor. Bang! 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 The monsters suddenly charged with ferocity, leaping from the audience seats and pouncing toward the 5 individuals in the center of the arena. In an instant, a multitude of these creatures loomed overhead, their jagged teeth bared, their circular mouths seemingly capable of devouring a human head whole. Whoosh! A barrage of lasers shot forth, effortlessly piercing the bodies of the creatures. However, the wounds were too minuscule to inflict fatal damage, allowing them to continue their descent with reckless abandon. So you step back. I'll handle this. An Ling stepped forward, her iron sword transforming into a streak of light that sliced through the air. In a flash, several airborne creatures were reduced to mere fragments, showering the ground with green rain. The ichor sizzled as it struck the surface, even corroding the resilient silver material beneath. An Ling skillfully deflected the dripping ichor with her powers, swiftly grasping Su Yu's hand to evade the oncoming onslaught of the monsters. Their weakness lies beneath the crystalline protrusion at the base of their necks. As they dodged, the two women alerted one another to the creature's vulnerabilities, a detail An Ling had uncovered when she had dispatched them moments earlier. Whoosh! Another assailant was cleaved in two, and An Ling's mind raced, recognizing that the crawling nature of these creatures made it exceedingly challenging to strike at their weak points. On the other hand, Feng Lingjie found himself struggling. Although he could effortlessly slay the monsters, he was also tasked with evading the splattering ichor that accompanied each kill. As the crowd cast their gaze upon the luminous screen, they noticed that the countdown had commenced. This indicated that if they could not resolve the situation before the conclusion of the third tier, it was highly probable that the challenges would accumulate into the next round. At that point, the fusion of monsters across the two layers would only intensify, inevitably leading to their demise. To the stands. An Ling Sujue, as her grappling hook shot forth with precision, propelling both of them to the spectator section nearly 10 meters high. The monsters, perceiving their targets behind them, leaped decisively once more. This was their opportunity. As the creatures soared above the stands, the two swiftly unleashed their attack using the charged crossbow. Chapter 86. The Ruler in an instant. Several monstrous entities suspended in mid-air detonated as if triggered by an unseen mechanism, erupting into a cascade of dark green fireworks. The number of these creatures was limited, and the third level was swiftly resolved. Hardly had they taken a moment to catch their breath when the monsters of the fourth level began to emerge in quick succession, yet the group still felt quite capable of handling the situation. This new wave consisted of peculiar creatures adorned with strange tentacles, moving sluggishly, their black appendages bristling with spikes, reminiscent of some form of slime. Undoubtedly, the monsters of the fourth level were significantly stronger than those of the third. An Ling, accompanied by Su Yu, decisively leaped from the viewing platform, distancing themselves from the impending danger. In contrast to the creatures from the previous level, these beings posed little threat due to their slow movements. Aside from Bai Lin, who could easily dispatch them using his abilities, the remaining four began to feel a slight strain. As An Ling felled the last of the tentacled monsters in the arena, their battle on the fourth level came to a close. Congratulations, your experience points have been fully accumulated. Your ability level has been upgraded to Gold Soldier. A warm sensation flooded her body, an unusual feeling of comfort washed over her, and her previous fatigue vanished completely. She had leveled up once again. This advancement provided a greater assurance for the forthcoming battles. At this moment, only 30 seconds remained for rest. In a mere span of half a minute, before anyone could catch their breath, the monsters of the fifth level launched their assault. Bang! Bang! A colossal creature wielding an exaggerated battle axe began to stride forward from the audience seats. Unlike the previous 4 levels, this one presented no minor foes. Only this imposing boss. Was this the ruler of the endless desert? The four were momentarily taken aback by the immense presence radiating from the creature. Yet they dared not act rashly. Adorned with a rusted helmet, the creature's massive battle axe was entwined with a chain as thick as a human arm. Its stature was formidable, towering at least 3 meters, each step reverberating through the earth. With a thunderous crash, its gigantic form plummeted from nearly 10 meters above the platform. And before the group could regain their composure, the chain tugged at the great axe, sweeping towards them with a fierce whistle. The monster's movements were swift. However, An Ling felt no trepidation, for the first to confront this onslaught was Bai Lin, positioned at the center. The sweeping axe carried tremendous force, and none among the group dared to withstand it head-on. They all prepared to evade the attack using their grappling hooks. Only Bai Lin, remarkably, stepped forward alone. With a whoosh, an icy chill enveloped the entire arena, causing the temperature to plummet. Frost rapidly spread across the ground, engulfing everything in its path. And even the creature could not escape its effects, its body gradually stiffening and succumbing to the freeze. The cold extended to the chain, swiftly reaching the battle axe, producing a series of cracking sounds. Yet, the incoming assault showed no signs of abating. The gigantic axe continued its relentless trajectory towards Bai Lin's head. Just then, a red laser surged forth, striking precisely against the frozen chain. With a sharp crack, the chains encased in ice unexpectedly shattered, causing the colossal axe to veer towards Bai Lin's side, allowing him to deftly evade the attack. The fierce wind howled, tousling his white hair as he maintained an impassive expression, exhibiting remarkable composure even in the face of danger. Utterly unnecessary, Bai Lin scoffed, disregarding Su Yu, who had intervened to save him, as he directly harnessed his abilities to charge at the now sluggish creature. Stripped of its weapon, the beast relied solely on brute strength. Meanwhile, Fong Lingjie, Yang Zongliang, and An Ling simultaneously launched their assaults, for this creature, suspected to be a dominator, promised substantial rewards for its defeat. However, An Ling refrained from rushing in, opting for ranged attacks with her crossbow instead. The creature's primary strength was already being neutralized by Bai Lin. Any overt aggression on her part could incite its wrath. Yet, Fong Lingjie and his companion were oblivious to such nuances, driven solely by the prospect of escaping the Death Desert Island should they slay the Dominator. A flurry of laser arrows swiftly descended upon the creature, which, hindered by its sluggish movements, could not evade them. Its massive form was punctured, sustaining several finger-width wounds, yet it did not succumb. Instead, it erupted in fury. With a thunderous crash, it hammered its fists into the ground, effortlessly breaking free from the icy constraints and forcing Bai Lin back. Realizing its strike had missed, the creature abandoned its pursuit and surged towards its weapon. In an instant, a gleaming blade sliced through the air, and the creature's considerable bulk toppled to the ground. One of its legs severed by Fong Lingjie's decisive strike. Before anyone could react, a swift thrust pierced the creature's skull. The four stood, momentarily stunned, astounded that the foe had been dispatched so effortlessly, and dismayed that the kill had been snatched away. Fong Lingjie, however, wore a jubilant expression, already preparing to make his escape from the island. Bai Lin, seething with rage, spat, "You seek death." As the cold air surged around him, he charged towards Fong Lingjie. Yet, at that moment, Fong Lingjie was truly panicked. The system had not indicated the completion of any hidden tasks, leaving him stranded on the island. What is happening? How can this be? As Bai Lin bore down upon him, Yang Zongliang stood frozen, unsure of what to do, while An Ling and Su Yu decided to observe. Everyone had assumed Fong Lingjie was poised to leave the island, but his anxious demeanor suggested otherwise. An Ling was the first to perceive the truth, quickly directing her gaze to the central screen. Remaining time, 3, 2, 1, 0. At the instant the countdown reached 0, the level above transformed into the 6th tier, yet no new monsters emerged. This signified, stay away from the creature's corpse. An Ling shouted, urging the others to retreat swiftly alongside her and Su Yu. Suddenly, the monster opened its eyes, and a surge of energy emanated from its body. Its blackened flesh cracked and peeled away, instantly enveloping it in a layer of obsidian armor. Revived, Fong Lingjie swiftly evaded, while Bai Lin managed to temper his inner fury. The team, which had nearly fallen apart moments ago, now found an unexpected harmony in their collaboration. Strengthened, we are likely to face this continuously reviving and enhancing creature through the subsequent layers, until it ultimately becomes the sovereign of the endless wasteland. An Ling's expression grew solemn. The battles ahead would be arduous, and the five of them would need to unite their efforts to prevail. Chapter 87. The mirror awakened. This creature was not overwhelmingly powerful. Compared to earlier encounters, it could still be easily vanquished by shattering its armor. At this moment, the contributions of Su Yu and Yang Zongliang had become negligible, their attacks failing to affect the monstrous entity before them. Only An Ling, Fong Lingjie, and Bai Lin were engaged in the primary confrontation. Before long, the creature fell once more, and the battle ascended to the 7th level. The battlefield was eerily quiet, punctuated only by the heavy sounds of breathing and the rapid thumping of hearts. The 5 warriors formed a protective circle, their eyes warily fixed upon the luminous screen at the center of the arena. The red numbers flickering on the screen served as a grim reminder that this was the final and most perilous level. Once again, the creature stirred, and this time, the aura it exuded was far more terrifying than before. Beneath its helmet glowed a pair of crimson eyes, while bony spikes sprouted from its limbs and back, as if to declare its formidable and merciless nature. The expressions of the 4 hardened, and even Bai Lin could not suppress a gasp, feeling an unprecedented weight of pressure. They understood that this was a battle for survival, and they had to give their all. With resolute gazes, the 5 prepared to confront the creature's onslaught. It roared ferociously, wielding a massive axe as it charged toward them. With a resounding crash, the colossal blade struck the ground, unleashing tremendous destruction as the robust silver surface crumbled and dust billowed into the air. A fierce struggle ensued, marked by glinting blades and bursts of fire. Countless laser arrows flew through the arena, each of Su Yu's strikes hitting the creature with uncanny precision at the same spot. Yang Zongliang noted this as well, and together, they utilized charged crossbows from a distance to relentlessly wear the creature down. The creature's assaults were ferocious. Bai Lin employed his extraordinary abilities to withstand its attacks head-on, while Fong Lingjie darted around like an assassin, seeking opportunities. An Ling wisely refrained from engaging in close combat, instead employing her swordsmanship to inflict damage from a distance. The battle raged intensely, transforming the arena into a scene of chaos. Just then, a red laser arrow finally pierced the creature's armor, and An Ling seized the moment, directing her flying sword straight into its flesh. The creature howled in pain, attempting to retaliate, but its frozen feet caused it to collapse to the ground with a heavy thud. Now, Fong Lingjie shouted, and the 5 surged forward, with Bai Lin instantly encasing the creature in ice. Their blades followed in swift succession, striking through the gaps in its armor and causing green ichor to spurt forth. Yet, despite their valiant efforts, the damage inflicted was minimal. Without Bai Lin's intervention, it would have been exceedingly difficult for the 4 to defeat this colossal beast. An Ling scrutinized the creature's form, pondering whether it harbored a weakness akin to other monsters. If not, the groups combined might would hardly suffice to bring it down, merely restraining it at best. However, such an outcome would not fulfill their mission. The exterior armor is remarkably resilient. Even the laser from a charged crossbow requires relentless, continuous strikes to penetrate it. Suddenly, Su Yu, standing nearby, seemed to have made a discovery, signaling An Ling with her gaze. However, this moment did not escape the keen eyes of Fong Lingjie. Without hesitation, he leaped onto the monster's body, aiming his blade at the slightly larger red mark on its abdomen. The creature was covered in these peculiar red spots, and no one would have suspected that one of them concealed its hidden weakness. Clang! A flying sword deflected the creature's weapon, then swiftly reversed its position in midair, plunging downward. At this moment, the others had yet to comprehend why the 2 had suddenly attacked, as the iron sword pierced through the monster's body. "What? You scoundrel!" An Ling quickly distanced herself from Su Yu, witnessing the creature cease its struggles. gradually transforming into a pool of pus. Congratulations on completing the Dominance Arena Challenge. Receiving a special reward. Current options: escape the Death Desert or continue to survive. While An Ling pondered this, the special reward had already been distributed among the five. A red card, an upgrade card. At this moment, Bai Lin was on the verge of fury, having been robbed of a head, and with each of the four now holding an upgrade card, he felt compelled to take action. Hesitation leads to defeat. He intended to slay them before they could escape the island. The luminous barrier in the center of the arena gradually faded, revealing a passage to the outside world. Above them towered 5 skyscrapers, yet the outside was shrouded in darkness. Yang Zongliang immediately chose to leave the island, with an opportunity to flee at hand. He would not be foolish enough to engage in a life-and-death struggle with an awakened being. Curse, Fong Linjia muttered, realizing that the odds of a 3-on-1 battle had diminished. Although he relished combat, he was not reckless enough to throw his life away, thus opting to escape the island as well. This departure was unlike the previous novice island, occurring almost instantaneously. The two figures vanished before Bai Lin's eyes, leaving him unable to act. He halted his assault, casting his gaze toward An Ling and Su Yu, who remained frozen in place, and without a second thought, turned to attack them. How foolish not to run. An Ling, Su Yu called out anxiously. They were a team and needed both to agree simultaneously to leave. An Ling remained silent, turning her attention to Bai Lin, who approached with an icy intent, the oppressive cold emanating from him palpable. Boom! A flash of white light erupted, followed by a resounding noise, as the air filled with the acrid scent of gunpowder. An Ling, wielding her gun with one hand, coldly regarded Bai Lin from a distance. In that instant, the world fell silent. Su Yu gaped in disbelief, while Bai Lin felt a chill wash over him, followed by a drop of blood trickling down his cheek. He glared furiously, astonished that a being of his formidable strength would meet such an unexpected fate. Regrettably, the gaping wound on his head rendered him incapable of further contemplation, and at that moment his body collapsed with a resounding thud, plunging him into complete unconsciousness. An Ling, dismissive of the spectacle, holstered her pistol. Awakened? They are but flesh and blood, unaware of the madness they embody. An Ling, you. Su Yu was still in shock. How could such a formidable awakened be so easily subdued? After all, if they wield grenades, it is equally reasonable for us to possess pistols, she remarked with a smile, approaching the lifeless form and retrieving the crimson card. All fear stems from inadequate firepower. Chapter 88. Preparing for the hunt, eliminating those 3. There are now fewer than 40 teams remaining. We are on the brink of the final circle, where the rewards for survival will be exponentially greater. My intention is to remain here. What about you? An Ling stood up and turned to Su Yu. I will follow your lead, Su Yu replied, momentarily at a loss for her own thoughts. However, knowing that An Ling possessed a firearm, even the most formidable awakeners would struggle against such firepower, making survival until the end a near certainty. Very well, let us proceed, An Ling replied with a smile. She had another objective for staying, to slay as many of these creatures as possible to gain experience points for enhancing her abilities. Emerging through the passage, they found that night had fallen. Looking up, the protective dome above them appeared increasingly fragile, as if it might shatter at any moment. Su Yue, how many individuals are in the vicinity? An Ling inquired, recognizing that this Dominion arena would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. With the opening of the arena, countless eyes would be fixed upon it, and it was prudent to rely on Su Yu's abilities to detect their positions. There are 22, scattered across 4 buildings. Su Yu stated softly after sensing her surroundings. So, that amounts to 11 teams. If we eliminate them, only about 30 teams will remain, bringing us very close to our goal. An Ling retrieved her binoculars to survey the edges of the city. At that moment, the sandstorm loomed ominously nearby. Whether or not it was related to the Dominion Arena being activated, the pace of the sandstorm had quickened once more. Lead the way. Tonight, we shall eliminate them all, An Ling declared in a calm, yet chilling tone. Su Yu nodded. She was well aware of An Ling's decisive nature by now. It was unfortunate for the survivors who were covertly observing, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Whoosh! A grappling hook shot forth from the mechanical apparatus on An Ling's right arm, instantly propelling towards the entrance of a skyscraper. The two figures ascended at remarkable speed. Like specters, they darted between the buildings, swiftly arriving at one of the locations Su Yu had indicated. Inside, two survivors were still watching Su Yu and An Ling's acrobatics, uncertain of their intentions. Suddenly, the two figures in their view grew rapidly larger. "Oh no, they're coming for us." Crack! The glass F.A.A. shattered instantaneously as one figure zipped past, followed by An Ling swiftly dispatching both individuals with a single strike, leaving them no time to react before they met their demise. The iron sword danced through the air as they stood firmly on the ground, beginning to gather the fallen supplies. "One team down. Let us hasten," An Ling remarked, carelessly stowing the provisions into her backpack before setting off again. Guided by Su Yu's senses, the greater the commotion they created, the better. As long as they positioned themselves conspicuously, none of the survivors would escape their grasp. Soon, the barrage of kill notifications flashing across the screen instilled an inexplicable terror in all the survivors present. At this moment, they finally realized that their adversaries possessed the means to detect their locations. However, to ascertain the movements of the two, they had no choice but to observe their positions, which ultimately led to the exposure of their own whereabouts. Perhaps until their last breath, they would never comprehend that their positions were revealed merely by casting a glance at the enemy. The slaughter continued, but it remained confined to the 5 towering buildings. The two did not expend energy on the survivors still wandering the outer city. As the night deepened, fatigue weighed heavily upon them, prompting the two to finally pause their relentless pursuit. The survivors within the 5 buildings had all been eradicated, and the bounty of food they had gathered was so abundant that it could not be contained within their backpacks. The remaining team count stood at 29. Leaning against the wall of the building, An Ling experienced a slight rise and fall in her chest, while Su Yu beside her was equally exhausted. After resting for a moment, they boldly ignited a bonfire in the top floor of the building and began to prepare their dinner together. At this point, all survivors within the city were acutely aware that 2 exceptionally powerful ability users resided in the city center, capable of detecting their locations. No one dared approach the buildings any longer, retreating instead to the outer city. The protective barrier within the city still stood, ensuring that the outer city remained remarkably secure, free from the threats of monsters and sandstorms. Inside the building, as they roasted their food over the fire, a profound sense of satisfaction enveloped them, the only drawback being the inability to truly rest. "An Ling, why have you ceased your actions?" Su Yu inquired, somewhat perplexed. Prior to this, she had sensed several pairs of eyes upon them. At their current pace, they could have easily forged ahead and secured victory to escape the island. "There's no rush. Su Yue, my choice to remain here has another purpose," An Ling replied, pausing to observe the adorable face of her companion illuminated by the flickering flames, which reflected a hint of confusion. "These monsters can elevate the level of our abilities. I have chosen to stay in order to grind levels and strengthen myself as much as possible." "I see," Su Yu responded, understanding dawning upon her. In the previous Dominator arena, she had also enhanced her ability level through monster slaying, initially believing it to be a function of the instance. Now it was clear that ordinary monsters could serve the same purpose, indicating that these individuals had intentionally chosen to linger. "Exactly. Tonight, we shall rest well. Given the current speed of the sandstorm, it is unlikely to reach Dominator City until at least tomorrow morning or evening. We must wait until nightfall, when the protective barrier will inevitably falter, allowing monsters to enter the city. That will be our opportunity." This was An Ling's plan, intending to maximize their benefits before departing. "All right, then, let us make the most of our time to rest." After such an extended period of combat, both were already weary in body and mind. Although the survivors within the city had been thoroughly intimidated, refraining from entering the city center, the two still opted to take turns keeping watch from their high perch, just to be cautious. The night passed in silence, and morning arrived as expected. The two of them quickly concluded their breakfast and resumed their rest, as the morning held little in the way of activity. Their objective was to await the evening before taking action. She cast a glance at the sandstorm outside the city, which was now perilously close to Dominant City. It was likely to engulf the entire city before nightfall. An Ling twirled the pendant around her neck, and this time, instead of the target pattern, two small figures appeared. Acquired blessing pendant bonus. Double the good fortune. All obtained resources will be doubled. Remaining time, 18 hours, 23 minutes. 23 seconds. To her surprise, it was the blessing of double good fortune rather than a perfect hit. Could it be that? Chapter 89. The final circle as afternoon swiftly approached. An Ling and Suyu remained concealed within the edifice, utilizing the advantageous terrain to observe the entirety of the city. The island had reached its denouement. Throughout the morning, An Ling had focused not only on monitoring the survivors, but also on scrutinizing the velocity of the encroaching sandstorm. At this moment, the billowing yellow dust was alarmingly close to Dominant City. The tempest was on the verge of colliding with the protective barrier. She lowered her binoculars and stood by the window, quietly gazing at the horizon obscured by the swirling sands. Surely, this barrier would withstand storm. Suyu, too, felt a twinge of anxiety. The survivors had been thoroughly petrified, and it was evident that the only means to escape this cursed place was for someone to take the initiative to eliminate others. Yet, the collective response was one of evasion, clinging to a false hope that mere survival until the end would suffice for victory. Ultimately, they lacked both the strength and the resolve to stake their lives, which was precisely why An Ling intended to engage in monster hunting. Such is the essence of humanity. At 6 in the evening, the sun began its descent towards the horizon, bestowing a semblance of coolness upon the parched and sweltering desert. Yet, the hearts of all survivors were in their throats, for the sandstorm was now mere inches away from making contact with the barrier. Those hiding in the outer city could distinctly feel the encroaching sands battering against the translucent shield. Inside the building, the two stood together, their gazes fixed on the city's periphery. The day is darkening unusually early, An Ling remarked abruptly. Suyu paused, momentarily taken aback, then responded in agreement. Indeed, it was. As the sandstorm approached its fateful encounter with Dominant City, its pace curiously slowed. The sun gradually dipped lower, and survivors began to cautiously emerge from various corners of the city, making their way towards the center. Darkness enveloped the earth entirely. The sky had succumbed to blackness. Accompanying this was the sandstorm sweeping across the city, but contrary to the anticipated violent collision with the barrier. The protective shield of Dominant City inexplicably shut down at that very moment. The colossal luminescent screen suspended in the sky flickered momentarily, as if suffering from insufficient power, before vanishing entirely. The arid winds, laden with sand, instantaneously invaded the city. Everyone was taken aback, instinctively quickening their pace towards the city center. Some even risked the threat of assault from the two formidable beings within the building, resorting to their energy grappling hooks to hasten their journey. To their astonishment, those two powerful figures seemed to have vanished without a trace, sparing them from attack. Much to their delight, An Ling and Suyu certainly noticed this individual, but had no time to concern themselves with him, for within the scope of their energy goggles, a multitude of monstrous beings began to emerge from beneath the sand in the outer city. They moved like zombies, their limbs stiff and unyielding. Poisonous insects, strange creatures, and even gigantic forms surged towards the heart of the city. As the sandstorm made contact with the protective shield of the city, it ceased to contract, transforming the entire city beneath the night sky into a battlefield. The final circle had arrived, and it was time for us to act. An Ling turned her head to glance at Suyu. Their eyes met, and with a nod, they decisively broke through the window, leaping from the 50th floor. The fierce wind caressed their cheeks, and Suyu's white hair billowed behind her as they descended at an astonishing speed. Suddenly, Suyu felt herself lifted by an extraordinary force, and they began to slow their descent. She turned in surprise to An Ling. Was this her ability? With a swift motion, the grappling hook shot forth, embedding itself into the rooftop of a nearby building. Their bodies then began to move rapidly toward that direction. Suyu nervously closed her eyes, while An Ling embraced her waist, using her power to mitigate their fall, allowing them to land securely atop the 3-story building. Thank you. Her heart raced. She never expected An Ling to be so audacious. Let us go, were gradually approaching the outer city. An Ling glanced at her before promptly using the grappling hook to set off. Aside from the towering skyscrapers, the surrounding residential areas barely reached 6 stories, which posed no challenge for Suyu. The two of them traversed the rooftops, weaving in and out of buildings, steadily nearing the outer city. Those survivors who noticed them were left in astonishment. Were they mad? Soon, they arrived at the rooftop of a 5-story building, and the dark, monstrous figures loomed before them. Upon noticing the two, they all converged towards the building. The structure seemed to tremble amidst the tide of monsters, and those without the opportunity continued to surge into the city. Yet, many remained, surrounding the building completely. All right, let us begin. I hope the experience points we gain from these monsters won't disappoint us. An Ling brimmed with confidence, the day's double fortune fueling her motivation. Okay, Suyu nodded, drawing her weapon, feeling assured of her safety. These monsters could not scale the rooftops. They would only rush up the stairs to the top floor, presenting a perfect opportunity to farm them. Even if they wished to depart, they could easily use the grappling hook to return to the city center, dispatching a few survivors along the way to successfully escape the island. Hud, hud, hud. A cacophony of footsteps echoed as the monsters madly approached the rooftop. The entrance was narrow, allowing only one monster to pass through at a time, reducing efficiency if both faced them simultaneously. Suyu, you handle the entrance while I attack from below. An Ling quickly devised a plan, ready to fight together when necessary. Of course, they could also choose to switch buildings at any moment, as these monsters lacked intelligence. All right, Suyu nodded, preparing her charged crossbow. Meanwhile, An Ling had already positioned herself at the edge of the rooftop, unleashing her assault downward. Though the crossbow boasts an impressive range, her accuracy today is far from infallible. The most prudent approach is to engage at close quarters. Even a fool could strike true amidst the throng of monsters. The crimson laser arrows flicker incessantly in the darkness, each creature pierced and collapsing into the surging tide below. Beside her, Suyu has also commenced her assault, each arrow finding its mark with deadly precision, delivering fatal blows to the creature skulls. The fallen bodies of the monsters now litter the entrance, effectively slowing the advance of their brethren from behind, allowing her to manage the onslaught with relative ease. An Ling, the insects are approaching. What shall we do? Chapter 90, The Return. Before long, a swarm of venomous insects descended upon them. Though diminutive in size, these creatures possessed formidable lethality, rendering them a significant threat. The duo lacked effective area attack skills, making these insects particularly troublesome. An Ling cast a swift glance and immediately devised a plan. She tore off the energy shield from her arm and, with deft maneuvers of her flying sword, dispatched the creatures atop the building, forcing them back to the stairwell. With a resonant hum, the energy shield unfurled, and she positioned it directly at the stairway, blocking the influx of all monsters, including the venomous insects. Retrieving a pickaxe from her backpack to serve as a support, she secured the shield in place, leaving only the heads of the advancing monsters exposed. For Suyu, the sharpshooter, eliminating them posed no challenge whatsoever. An Ling, you are brilliant, Suyu exclaimed, her respect for An Ling growing immensely. This arrangement alleviated her concerns regarding the venomous insects. But that was not the end. An Ling produced the remaining gasoline from her backpack, igniting it and throwing it through the gap of the shield into the stairwell. With a resounding explosion, a fierce fire erupted, engulfing the monsters and insects in a fiery embrace, accompanied by a cacophony of crackling sounds. The monsters, nearly human-sized, would require prolonged exposure to flames for complete incineration, whereas the insects succumbed instantly to the inferno. Thus, the two began an unrelenting slaughter, their experience points skyrocketing in that moment. A notification popped up before Suyu, eliciting a burst of joy. An Ling, I leveled up. Fear not, the night is still young. The more we slay, the better. An Ling encouraged. With the assurance of gaining experience, their motivation surged. However, the sole drawback of the luminous interface was its inability to display real-time experience points for each individual, leaving them unaware of how long it would take to level up. Within the stairwell, the slain monsters piled up, forming a small mountain at the entrance, while flames devoured them, gradually spreading throughout the entire floor. The orange-red flames illuminated the night, transforming this place into a beacon within the city, astonishing all survivors who gazed upon it. Unable to fathom that such a feat was accomplished by just two individuals. Yet, the expanding flames brought a dire consequence. The terrifying heat scorched the walls, leaving the two drenched in sweat. Simultaneously, the energy shield, straining against the intense temperatures, was rapidly depleting its power. Tirelessly, they continued their massacre, the passage of time becoming a blur. Occasionally, the anguished cries of other survivors echoed from the depths of the city, and An Ling sensed that time was running short. She could only hope that these individuals would exhibit some wisdom and prolong their survival. An Ling, the shield is nearly out of power, Suyu exclaimed, her gaze fixed on the energy shield at the doorway, its power indicator now glowing red, the light dimming. The battery was crucial to their survival, and she had no intention of recharging the shield. Give me your shield. An Ling swiftly turned around, her flying sword darting like a streak of light into the narrow gap between the staircase and the shield, unleashing carnage within the corridor. She promptly closed the shield and switched to Suyu's, allowing their plan to unfold. One by one, the monstrous foes fell, yet to the overwhelming tide of creatures. Their demise was but a trifling matter. These beings were inexhaustible, and An Ling surmised that they would not vanish until dawn, if even then. However, they were now in the final circle, where the dawn may never arrive. The charge of the crossbow was gradually depleting, and in a bid to conserve energy, they ultimately abandoned even the charging glasses, relying solely on the illumination provided by the raging inferno within the building to survey their surroundings. Notifications of slain survivors emerged, heightening their anxiety, yet the unexpected appearance of a skill upgrade filled them with boundless joy. In the dead of night, An Ling gazed at the newly displayed notification, a smile gracing her lips. She inspected her crossbow, noting that it still retained some charge, along with 3 remaining batteries, which she decided to hand over entirely to Suyu. Here, take these. Your supply of bolts is limited, and once these charged weapons run out of power, you won't last long. All right, Suyu replied, unpretentious, well aware of her own shortcomings. But An Ling was different. She still wielded her sword. Lend me 2 bolts. Without hesitation, Suyu retrieved her composite crossbow's metal arrows from her backpack. Before she could even extend her hand, the 2 arrows levitated in midair, and in the next moment, transformed into 2 black streaks shooting downwards. Whoosh! The arrows wove through the horde of monsters, effortlessly tearing through their chests. Suyu was momentarily stunned. They were on the 6th floor, and, as far as she knew, An Ling's ability did not extend that far, especially since she could only control 1 target at a time. Her powers had indeed upgraded. Yet, compared to the sword, their potency was significantly diminished. An Ling observed the scene below, deep in thought. If these arrows were replaced with swords, even at such a distance, she could easily pierce the monster skulls, rather than targeting their frail chests, especially since a sword could slice. Her iron sword soared into the fray, joining the 2 metal arrows in the battle below. Now, her task was to stand firm, controlling all 3 weapons as they clashed with the creatures. With An Ling's batteries at her disposal, Suyu no longer had to worry about the charge running low. The tide of battle turned in their favor, as countless fallen monsters provided them with intangible experience points to facilitate swift advancement. Time, 0000. An Ling's double fortune blessing dissipated at that moment. Just as she was about to rotate her pendant, her right-hand light ring emitted a notification. Current remaining teams, 25, victory conditions achieved, about to escape the desert of death, countdown. Tiny. In an instant, the surrounding monsters transformed into black smoke and completely vanished, leaving only the raging fire below to continue its relentless blaze. An Ling and Suyu exchanged glances, both breaking into smiles simultaneously. It is a pleasure to meet you, my friend. Likewise. Just as Suyu finished her reply, both felt the world around them spin violently, the scenery shifting and ultimately disappearing. After a moment of disorientation, An Ling opened her eyes to behold the wooden ceiling above, the damp air surrounding her, and the briny sea breeze wafting in through the window. She sat up from the floor, rubbing her somewhat heavy head. I have returned. Chapter 91. Jet lag. Island name. Death Desert. Completion time. 5 days. Completion ratings. Rewards obtained. Upgrade cards X3. Points X200. Additional rewards. Points X50 for defeating the Sovereign. Points X12 for defeating professionals. Points X750 for defeating puppets. Countdown to the next island. 14 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes, fortunately. The time before entering the next survival island has been extended, granting me a reassuring half-month for development. An Ling breathed a sigh of relief and subsequently closed the reward summary. Based on the experience from the first island's conclusion, it was evident that the upgrade cards would be issued following the professional cards. And the monsters she had slain in the desert were indeed a variant of puppets. An Ling set down her backpack and began to organize the supplies she had acquired during her expedition, most of which consisted of food, with special rewards being scarce and far less than the system's settlement rewards. From within, she retrieved a thick stack of cards, measuring at least 4 to 5 centimeters in height, equivalent to the combined height of 2 decks of playing cards. This bounty was gathered from a large warehouse in a small town, totaling 104 foundation cards. These cards served but one purpose: to expand her own island. Without hesitation, An Ling utilized all the cards, and in an instant, the area of her island underwent a monumental transformation, expanding from the original 29 square meters to a remarkable 133 square meters, over fourfold. The surroundings of the island became spacious, and her spirits lifted accordingly. However, upon closer inspection, while 133 square meters seemed vast, it merely equated to a 3-bedroom apartment. After organizing her supplies, An Ling's gaze fell upon a small piece of beef she had previously placed on the wooden table. Picking it up, she noticed it showed no signs of decay. Bringing it to her nose for a careful sniff, she found no trace of rancid odor. How could this beef have remained unspoiled? A peculiar expression crossed An Ling's face as one explanation emerged. The time spent on the survival island was entirely distinct from that on the construction island, with no interference between the two. Otherwise, in such a sweltering environment, it was inconceivable for the beef to remain intact after 5 days without any foul smell. Strangely, both the stove and furnace had long since exhausted their fuel and ceased operation. Perhaps, upon her entry into the survival island, time continued to progress here, albeit with an unknown threshold. After discarding the beef into the sea, she resumed operation of her equipment. The smelting of iron ore could not be halted. She awaited the moment when fortune smiles upon you would manifest again, enabling her to forge a new array of weapons and tools, thus completely upgrading her equipment. Speaking of which, she had yet to utilize today's blessing. Familiar with the pendant around her neck, she turned it thoughtfully while her gaze drifted to the dark night sky outside. Blessing pendant effect acquired. Fortuitous wins, without a doubt. You are the sovereign of fortune at this moment. What? An Ling exclaimed in astonishment. It was already 4:30. She recalled departing from the island at midnight sharp, and it seemed that perhaps only a mere 5 hours had elapsed here. Regardless of the passage of time, her body was still reminding her of an entire night devoid of slumber, urging her to seek rest. To her surprise, she still had to adjust to the time difference. An Ling felt somewhat helpless. Today's auspicious prayer was a stroke of fortune that she must take full advantage of, but not at this moment. She retrieved some food from her box and began preparing a midnight snack, which could also be considered breakfast. Soon, she presented herself with a dish of shredded ginger potatoes and a plate of scallion beef, accompanied by freshly steamed rice, which was simply delightful. An Ling had not savored a warm meal in days, having subsisted solely on instant food. Once she satisfied her hunger, she proceeded to the shower chamber, shedding her clothes in preparation for a bath. During the 5 days spent in the desolate wasteland, bathing had been an impossibility. Coupled with the sweltering heat, constant exertion, and combat, her discomfort had become unbearable. Standing naked in the shower chamber, An Ling gazed at her reflection in the mirror, feeling none of the initial shyness that had once accompanied her. The notion of being bashful at the sight of a female body had completely vanished, especially since it was her own body. Perhaps the countless lives she had taken had rendered her somewhat numb. Her fair skin, curvaceous figure, and cascading white hair fell loosely down her back, adorned with numerous patches of black grime and a few stains of red. These were remnants from her battles with monsters and other survivors. An Ling's sharp gaze met her own in the mirror, and she even recalled the innocent eyes she once possessed. After a moment, she turned on the shower head and began to cleanse her body. The murky water cascaded down her alabaster skin, flowing into the chamber's drain and ultimately into the sea. At that moment, the eastern horizon began to brighten with the first light of dawn. An Ling, unhurried, stepped out wearing slippers, her hair wrapped in a towel that she was vigorously drying. Currently, she had 3 upgrade cards and pondered where to utilize them first. Sitting at the edge of her bed, she surveyed the wooden cabin, realizing there were numerous items in dire need of upgrading. She had just checked the points shop, which had yet to introduce new products, so she decided to redeem a positioning card. Swiftly, she nestled in her bed, but suddenly recalled something and threw back the covers. The daytime heat would be quite oppressive, and she did not wish to awaken for discomfort. At this moment, she was utterly exhausted. After her shower, a restful sleep was imperative. In the 5 days spent in the deathly wasteland, she had never truly rested. Soon, An Ling drifted into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, countless survivors, having escaped from the second island, shared their exhilaration of survival in the chat module. Following this, a new cohort of individuals transitioned into professionals, and the delineation of various vocations began to emerge. Naturally, some pioneering survivors had already acquired rafts or small boats, constructing navigational devices to embark on their exploratory journey to resource islands. The inventory within the trading module gradually became more abundant, with the prices of certain essential commodities plummeting repeatedly. As the sun ascended in the east, the vast ocean was bathed in a golden hue, heralding a swift rise in temperature. Chapter 92, Absurd Architect? An Ling awoke to find it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. The scorching heat outside had caused beads of perspiration to form on her forehead. Sitting up, she inhaled the humid air, perplexed by the sweltering temperature. Though lacking a thermometer, she was certain that the outdoor temperature had surpassed 30 degrees Celsius. The ventilation within the room was reasonably adequate, yet the air remained stagnant, compounded by the absence of any cooling facilities and the 2 burning stoves, rendering the wooden cabin even hotter than the outside, akin to a steamer. Gathering the smelted iron ingots, An Ling replenished both charcoal and iron ore. As she stepped onto the island, the relentless sun blazed down upon her skin, delivering an uncomfortable sting. She was bewildered. It had not been this hot before. If she were to stand by the sea fishing in such weather, she would likely succumb to heat exhaustion before nightfall. Being alone on a deserted island in a state of unconsciousness could spell death. Unable to bear it any longer, An Ling hurried back into the wooden cabin. Although it was still hot, it was at least shielded from direct sunlight. She had a nagging feeling that she had missed something crucial by sleeping. Curiously, she opened her communication screen to find 4 unread messages, all sent in the morning. One was a private message from Su Yu, accompanied by a friend request. Another was a private message from Chen Rue, while the remaining 2 were unread notifications from the system. Compared to the former, the system messages were evidently more significant, perhaps shedding light on the enigma of the heat wave. Server announcement. Survivors, I trust you have acclimated to life on the island. To inject some excitement into this monotonous existence, starting today, each time you enter the survival island, you will encounter a severe weather condition. Enjoy. Indeed, it appeared that upon becoming a superhuman, the challenge of survival would considerably diminish. The system clearly would not allow them to live in comfort. An Ling felt a headache coming on. Her existence was still reminiscent of a primitive society, and life ahead promised to be exceedingly dull. She certainly did not wish to perish from the heat. Closing that message, she opened the next one. Current event. The high sun, duration, until the next survival island is entered. Description. The colossal sun gazes down upon all beings, witnessing the growth of each survivor. The sun shall not set, and temperatures will gradually rise above 40 degrees Celsius, persisting until the event concludes. As she read this notification, Two question marks and an exclamation mark instantly appeared in her mind. No sunset? Wasn't this akin to the phenomenon of continuous daylight? The crucial point was that the temperature would soar to 40 degrees. This was no laughing matter. It could genuinely be life-threatening. This was truly troublesome. She closed the message, a rare frown gracing her face, though fortunately, the temperature had yet to reach 40 degrees. Perhaps this was intended to provide unsuspecting survivors with time to prepare. Accepting Suyu's friend request, she opened her private message. Suyue, An Ling. This time I received an exceptionally rich reward. The island's area has expanded several-fold. 20 minutes later, Suyu, what kind of absurd activity is this? Why must we confront these challenges after returning to the island? It's infuriating. No wonder it's so hot. These are merely the grievances of the other party. An Ling shook her head and chuckled, a hint of helplessness on her face. An Ling, for now, we can only find a way to the supply island and see if we can discover any solutions. This is her first experience with such an event, and her mind is still somewhat blank. The current survivors all hail from the second island, and in this scenario, there are no longer any survivors lacking food or fresh water. Thus, the system has decided to introduce further troubles. Suyu, this system is utterly inhumane. It doesn't even have a team feature. Living alone on the island will inevitably lead to becoming a primitive person. It's dreadfully boring. An Ling, it's not a big deal. If we can't survive, it's just death. Without ties, there is nothing to worry about. The conversation between the two was purely casual, inquiring about each other's developments and living conditions on the island. Living alone on an island is exceedingly dull, and having a friend to converse with to alleviate boredom is a splendid option. After all, humans are inherently social creatures, unless one belongs to a particularly reclusive group. Perhaps only then can they endure such solitude. As for Chun Rue, An Ling even once regarded him as a spineless coward. Although he resembled her former self before the transition, she had long since adapted to this environment, while he remained unchanged. This was also the reason why her interactions with him had gradually diminished. Yet his first words unexpectedly sparked a newfound respect for this seemingly frail young man. Chun Rue, sister, I have become a professional. Chun Rue, I fortuitously obtained this in the second survival island. I stumbled upon a hidden mission that required me to dismantle all the red and blue wire bombs in a room and escape. This was precisely within my area of expertise. Although I had never personally tested it, dismantling such devices is remarkably straightforward for me. Indeed, since he managed to survive on the second island, it is sufficient proof that he possesses qualities that An Ling had not yet recognized. An Ling, what profession is it? If you don't mind sharing? Chun Rue, it is one of the 4 major professions. Architect. It is said to be extremely rare. Perhaps my luck is quite good. An Ling, the 4 major professions? Chun Rue, sister, are you not aware? These 4 professions are ordinary ones, namely extraordinary, evolver, beastmaster, and architect. An Ling, this profession sounds like a supportive role? Chun Rue, indeed, it possesses no combat capability. One must create various equipment and weapons on their own. So in the early stages, without resources, it will be quite weak. Upon hearing this, An Ling seemed to grasp his intentions. Perhaps he sought her out to ally or form a team. After all, this is merely a logistical profession. Being weak in the early stages and only able to construct structures holds little utility. A complete and utter nuisance. An Ling sought to gently decline the request presented by the other party. However, before she could respond, another message from Chun Rue arrived. Chun Rue, sister, we're straying a bit off topic. What I primarily wish to convey is that my profession differs from the other 3 major professions. I possess a specialized resource island where I can select and procure specific materials, such as charcoal, sulfur, gunpowder, and wood ash. In other words, I can assist you in crafting ammunition. An Ling, what? Chapter 93. Upgrading the cabin. An Ling could hardly contain her astonishment upon reading those words. Struggling to believe what was being said. Was this profession truly so outrageous? If he could acquire those raw materials, producing gunpowder would not be an insurmountable task. As for the remaining metal processing, it could be accomplished with the right tools. Given the other party was an ability user, it was likely he possessed unique skills, rendering it not a formidable challenge. An Ling, are you certain you are not jesting? Chen Rue, sister, do I appear to be joking? An Ling, if you can manufacture bullets, does that mean you can also create other firearms? Chen Rue, in theory, yes, though currently my ability level is rather low, limiting me to the production of only simple items. An Ling was taken aback, unable to fathom the extent of this profession's capabilities. Firearms were a nightmare for the ability users of the present. As for the level required to withstand bullets, even she could not specify, at least not at this moment. An Ling, indeed, it seems to be a late-game profession. Chen Rue, I believe so as well. With resources scarce in the early stages, my contributions are quite limited. An Ling, congratulations, at least you have acquired a measure of self-preservation in this world. Chen Rue, sister, let us leave it at that for now. I will bring you something wonderful tonight. An Ling glanced at the chat history, contemplated for a moment, and replied with a simple okay before closing the screen. There were no buildings available for construction, nor could she enhance her current living conditions, leaving her in a quandary. Ah, she almost forgot today was Fortune Smiles Upon You. She slapped her forehead, recalling that prior to entering Survival Island, she had deliberately left behind several boxes, awaiting the opportune moment to open them when luck favored her again. Now was the perfect time. 10 locked boxes awaited her, yet there were only 5 keys. An Ling, without hesitation, unlocked them all. Aside from some food supplies, Fortune Smiles Upon You did not disappoint. Her special rewards included 2 construction cards and 1 enhancement card. An Ling picked up the 2 purple construction cards and examined them. One depicted a pavilion, bringing her immense joy, while the other illustrated a semicircular gray building, leaving her uncertain of its purpose. Pavilion construction card provides shade and shelter, an essential for home. Required materials: wood 50, iron nails 40, thatch 30, plastic 30. Points earned: 3. Kiln construction card, firing clay to make bricks, enhancing shelter. Required materials: scrap iron 40, yellow earth 20. Points earned: 3. I was a kiln. An Ling realized she had all the necessary materials to construct both, and without hesitation, she proceeded with the building. She placed the pavilion near the seaside, allowing it to shield her from wind and rain while preventing sun exposure, thus enabling her to gather resources effortlessly. As for the kiln, she positioned it beside the furnace. This semicircular gray structure featured an arched entrance at the base for adding fuel, while the opposite side was designated for inserting raw materials. She diligently stocked her supplies, and both stoves commenced their unceasing operation. Now, with an enhancement card in her possession, An Ling pondered where to allocate it. She surveyed her modest wooden cottage and ultimately resolved to utilize it to elevate her quality of life. Enhancing her mining equipment would yield minimal benefit, merely augmenting efficiency. And as advancements occurred, such equipment would inevitably become obsolete, rendering the enhancement card wasted. Regarding her weaponry, her iron sword was already a golden legend, necessitating no further enhancement. Her pistol could not be fortified either, and what she truly lacked were bullets, not power. Thus, An Ling concluded to enhance her rickety wooden bed. In an instant, the blue card vanished from her grasp, and before her, the bed underwent a remarkable transformation. It evolved into a solid wood single bed, indistinguishable from a contemporary wooden one, complete with a built-in mattress. The bed was considerably larger than before, boasting a headboard nearly half a meter tall, adorned with a layer of cushioning that allowed her to lean comfortably while resting. The mattress was now layered with a previous wool felt, cowhide, and bedding, rendering the once rigid bed frame completely unnoticeable. An Ling surveyed the transformation with satisfaction. Her island was well supplied, and the only necessity was to refine her living amenities. She stepped outside the cottage and decisively expended 670 points to exchange for 67 cornerstone cards, which she utilized entirely to expand her island's area. Presently, the island spanned 200 square meters, with 353 points remaining, a perfect round figure. Observing the width of her island, An Ling noted it had reached over 14 meters, an impressively spacious expanse. In contrast, her modest 10-square-meter cottage appeared somewhat cramped. She retrieved 2 red and blue cards from her possession and approached her cottage, intent on enhancing it. However, before proceeding, she needed to relocate the nearby facilities to prevent them from being inadvertently included in the enhancement process. After completing this task, she aimed the card at the cottage. As the blue enhancement card vanished, the cottage's area instantly doubled to 20 square meters. An Ling felt a tinge of disappointment upon witnessing this, realizing that she should prepare additional enhancement cards for the next upgrade. During this interval, she peered inside the cottage. Honestly, 20 square meters was not particularly spacious, merely equivalent to a small bedroom, so it remained a single room. However, the wooden decor had become disjointed due to the expansion, causing patches of grass to sprout on the floor. After rectifying the wooden panels, she employed the upgrade card in her possession. As anticipated, the wooden house seamlessly transformed into a brick dwelling. Yet, the appearance left An Ling somewhat at a loss for words. The upgrade card merely facilitated the transition from wood to brick, excluding any consideration for interior decoration. The exterior walls are composed of layers of red bricks, with cement visibly filling the crevices. From the outside, it appears exceedingly dilapidated, even less aesthetically pleasing than the former wooden structure. Fortunately, the interior boasts wooden decor. The walls are adorned with panels that render the space far more inviting than the exterior. As for the door, it remains wooden, and the windows, upgraded to glass, show no signs of alteration. This enhancement evidently excluded them from any changes. Observing the house, which bears little difference from before, An Ling finds herself at a loss for words. So, my upgrade merely serves to fortify the house a bit more? Chapter 94. Distinguishing between abilities and survivors? Was it the larger area or the enhancement cards that contributed more? Clearly, the effects of the upgrade cards should be significantly stronger. An Ling was perplexed, feeling as though the upgrade cards were being squandered. However, when she prepared to use the other two upgrade cards, she found that the wooden cabin, now a brick house, had lost its upgrade option. How curious that upgrading was no longer an option. Yet, An Ling didn't dwell on it, as she had no intention of wasting another upgrade card on it. As for other facilities, such as the stove and storage box, while important, they were still functional for the time being and not essential. In comparison to her primary survival environment, these were of secondary importance. Her gaze drifted towards the wooden boat swaying gently by the sea, an essential tool for venturing out to gather resources, serving as her secondary survival base apart from the house. The boat held immense significance for An Ling. Without it, relying solely on the ordinary materials salvaged from the island would severely hinder technological advancement. A good card ought to be utilized wisely. She hopped onto the boat and applied both upgrade cards to it. As the cards vanished, the boat underwent an immediate transformation. Its body grew slightly larger, though not drastically, and the interior space became more spacious. The most notable change was the storage box at the bow, which upgraded from physical storage to spatial storage, a revelation that finally eased her mind. She had feared she would waste another upgrade card. This upgrade was markedly different from the previous one for the wooden cabin, diverging greatly from An Ling's expectations. She had anticipated the cabin would become a brick house, but not in this manner. Even the wooden boat she had momentarily imagined would feature a mast for sailing after the upgrade. Clearly, she had miscalculated. Those wretched game developers. The final upgrade card was applied to the hand crank propeller at the stern, and this time, it did not disappoint her. The large black panel covering the stern indicated that it was solar-powered, transforming from manual operation to electric, truly a remarkable convenience. An Ling retrieved her last card, a positioning card obtained from the system shop, and inserted it into the navigation device, causing a light point on the screen to begin flickering. Soon, a prompt appeared. Positioning successful, resource island coordinates, 4867. Everything began to make sense. In the span of a moment, An Ling found herself drenched in sweat and hurried back in her house to seek shade. Feeling her stomach protest, she glanced at the time. It was nearly noon. It was time for lunch. However, the sweltering heat left her parched and devoid of appetite. Yet she had no choice. She had to eat. The stove indoors had long been extinguished, and An Ling was disinclined to heat oil, so she opted for a quick meal to stave off hunger. In a moment of serendipity, she discovered that her suitcase still contained a watermelon salvage from the last supply island expedition. An Ling eagerly sliced the watermelon into wedges and began to indulge in its sweetness. After satisfying her hunger, the afternoon unfolded before her. She had originally planned to embark on a wooden boat to the supply island, but now, with only a single day designated for exploration, she realized that it was already late afternoon. Caught in this realization, An Ling paused, recalling the warning that the supply island would submerge at night. What would happen when nightfall was no longer a factor? Would it mean a complete day? A full 24 hours? She seemed to have stumbled upon a potential anomaly, yet verification would require waiting until evening. The navigation device was designed solely to pinpoint the supply island's location, without any temporal constraints. Unless the island vanished, its coordinates would remain intact. Furthermore, the countdown for island exploration commenced the moment a survivor set foot on its shores, indicating a degree of user-friendliness in the system. As for An Ling's current plans, they were quite straightforward. She intended to sleep. She aimed to rest until nightfall, both to confirm the absence of sunset and to observe whether the floating resources in the sea would disappear. If they remained, it would imply that the supply island would not sink into the depths. Ensuring ample sleep would provide her with the energy needed for exploration in the subsequent 24 hours. After a brief cleansing, she replenished the furnace and kiln with materials and fuel before lying down to rest. Despite not covering herself with a blanket, she was awakened a few hours later by the oppressive heat, her sheets damp with perspiration. The sweltering temperature rendered sleep impossible. An Ling abruptly sat up, abandoning her intention to continue resting, and glanced at the pendant clock, which indicated that it was only 5 o'clock. Pushing open the door, she squinted at the sky. The blazing sun still hanging high above, radiating an intense heat. There was not a hint of movement in the air, and the conditions felt more extreme than the polar day. Strangely, An Ling sensed that the afternoon's temperature was even higher than that of the morning, and the azure sky was devoid of clouds, making any recurrence of the previous stormy weather seem utterly impossible. Naturally, she had not entertained a notion that the system would offer any leniency. With time to spare while awaiting the arrival of night, An Ling picked up her fishing rod and moved to the gazebo, beginning her angling pursuits. Compared to others enduring the scorching sun and risking heat stroke, her situation was far more favorable. Just then, a notification from the system chimed. Someone had sent her a private message. Initially assuming it was Chun Rue, she was surprised to find it was Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao, I have uncovered some intelligence that, after thorough investigation and verification, is deemed highly credible. Qin Xiao, have you ever considered that every individual who emerges alive from the survival island is an elite? Even if they do not become endowed with abilities, they are certainly not ordinary individuals. An Ling, are you suggesting that the island's challenges will progressively intensify? That seems rather obvious, doesn't it? Qin Xiao, no. The challenges we face will only intensify. Becoming a professional is a path of no return. Those ordinary individuals who have managed to survive on the novice island, with their abysmally low scores, find themselves on the second island, which remains a novice realm, merely differing in the method of completion. An Ling paused at these words, comprehending the essence of Qin Xiao's expression. An Ling, I had never truly noticed this aspect. Does it appear that we, as professionals, are intentionally filtered by the system? Qin Xiao, indeed, not only that, but the ordinary individuals encountered on the second island are predominantly elites. They simply seem rather ineffective when faced with those endowed with abilities. Of course, luck is also an element of strength, and one cannot dismiss the possibility of substantial discrepancies within. Qin Xiao, what I wish to convey is that after the conclusion of the second island, those survivors who have not yet become endowed with abilities will face only a 7-day interval before their third island. An Ling, are you suggesting that the system will distinguish between ordinary individuals and professionals in the next realm, and that the third island is likely to be a battleground solely among those with abilities? Chapter 95, The Eternal Sun, a further exploration of the resource island. Qin Xiao, the credibility is quite high. Prepare early. An Ling, thank you for the information. Allow me to offer you a slice of watermelon. As she spoke, she hurried back to the wooden cabin and presented half of the watermelon she had left to Qin Xiao. The information he provided was indeed of great significance. After pondering for a moment, She felt it would be inappropriate to take advantage without offering something in return. If the speculations were true, it could lead to trouble, as the next island would likely transform into a battleground for those with extraordinary abilities. Yet, what troubled her the most were the awakened ones. They posed the greatest challenge. An Ling opened her personal information, a cold smile gracing her lips. Name, An Ling. Profession, Swordmaster level. Blue Steed cleanliness, 76 hunger level, 65 health status. Healthy current points, 353. She feared that her supply of bullets for her handgun might prove insufficient. Ordinary individuals languished at the lower tiers of the islands, while those with abilities ascended like climbers scaling a tower, gradually rising higher. She murmured to herself, closed the light screen, and settled down, forcefully casting her fishing hook, casually snagging a plank of wood. Time swiftly passed, and, as the clock approached 7 o'clock, the colossal sun remained motionless in the sky, while the drifting supplies in the sea showed no signs of vanishing. An Ling understood. Rather than the sun refusing to set, it was more accurate to say that night had ceased to exist. This indicated that the resource island would not sink at this moment. Having obtained the answer she sought, she gathered her belongings and stepped onto the wooden boat, setting forth toward the resource island. Although the propeller had now been upgraded to solar power, the speed increase was not substantial compared to the previous hand-crank version, but at least An Ling no longer needed to expend her physical strength or abilities. She leisurely sat within the wooden shelter, relishing the warm breeze created by the boat's slow progress, which offered her a hint of coolness. Over 3 hours later, as the clock struck 10, the silhouette of the small island finally emerged within her view. Indeed, it had not succumbed to the depths of the ocean. An Ling shielded her eyes with her hand, her expression brightening as she gazed toward the island not far away. The appearance of this island bore little difference to the previous one. Its terrain was rugged and uneven, densely covered with vegetation, abundant with towering trees and wild grasses. However, the specifics of the island's interior remained unknown. This time, An Ling heeded the lessons learned from a prior experience, intending to navigate the boat around the island first to identify a favorable landing spot before making her approach. Yet, just as she completed half of the circumnavigation, she suddenly froze. A wooden raft was anchored on the beach not far away. An Ling understood precisely what this implied. She immediately began to survey her surroundings. Confirming that she had not been detected, she maneuvered the boat to a concealed location along the shore. Remaining exploration time for Resource Island. One day, the prompt on the light screen appeared, indicating that a passive strategy would not suffice. Without hesitation, An Ling decided to disembark on the island. Had there ever been instances of 2 survivors simultaneously landing on a resource island? She whispered softly as she cautiously approached the vicinity of the wooden raft. The other party, oblivious to her presence, did not bother to conceal their movements, making it easy for her to trace their path. To thoroughly explore this resource island, she first needed to deal with her adversary. Within a few meters of sandy beach lay a dense expanse of grass, the weeds towering almost to her height, surrounded by tall trees. This resource island resembled a haven for survivalists seeking timber and sustenance. However, the scorching heat had caused the vegetation to wilt somewhat. She had found it. An Ling glanced at the grass before her, noting the imprints of footsteps. Resolutely, she followed this trail deeper into the island. The area of this resource island was slightly larger than the previous one, and it was estimated that traversing it on foot would require nearly half a day's time. Yet, there were no paths, the terrain was rugged, and the foliage obscured her vision, increasing the risk of getting lost, thereby significantly slowing her progress. As An Ling ventured further, she soon discovered bloodstains on the ground, remnants of a prey that had been dismembered, leaving only its innards, indiscernible to her. Surrounding her were endless trees and vegetation, with no signs of change. How peculiar! Did this resource island consist solely of trees? An Ling raised an eyebrow, feeling a twinge of surprise. By all accounts, a resource island should not be so rudimentary. She was not lacking in wood or food. Continuing along the trail for about half an hour, she found nothing of interest besides the absence of her quarry, which left her feeling quite disheartened. But as she pushed through the tall weeds before her, a sloping opening appeared. The entrance measured over 1 meter in height and width, leading into an abyss of darkness. Initially, An Ling speculated it might be the lair of some beast. Yet, the trail abruptly ceased here, evidently indicating that the survivor had ventured into the cave and had yet to re-emerge. The interior was shrouded in darkness, and the precise nature of the environment within remained uncertain. The best course of action seemed to be to wait patiently at the entrance, though she could not ascertain the size of the cave or whether there were other exits. An Ling crouched next to the opening, and the surroundings fell into a hushed silence. Suddenly, she faintly heard a muted sound emanating from within. As her abilities heightened, so too did her senses, and she was certain she had not misheard. Ah! Delightful. Unfortunately, it was merely a piece of pork. How she wished for something more substantial. The voice belonged to a man, deep and resonant, likely in his 30s or 40s, engaged in some unspeakable act with the pork. Clearly, the innards she had encountered earlier were from the wild boar he had hunted. Moments later, a series of clanging sounds echoed from within, the reverberations clear as day to An Ling's ears. Astonishingly, there appeared to be minerals inside. A smile finally graced her face. At least this time, her efforts would not be in vain. An Ling resolved to enter the cave immediately, seizing the opportunity to make the most of this free labor. Chapter 96. Free labor, judging by the sound. The interior of this cave appeared to be quite spacious, with the other party at least several dozen meters away from the entrance. An Ling, disregarding the dirt on her clothes, fully activated her abilities and plunged into the cave. The surrounding earth cascaded down with her, and moments later, her feet firmly touched the ground. A refreshing sensation surged through her body, and, at that moment, she experienced an unprecedented comfort. The cave was dark, damp, and remarkably cool, a stark contrast to the environment outside. The space within the cave was larger than she had imagined, standing about 1.80 meters in height and roughly 1 meter wide, clearly indicating that it was man-made. She glanced back over her shoulder at a diagonal angle. Sunlight streamed in from the entrance, illuminating the nearby area, but due to the sloping nature of the entrance, it could not directly reach the bottom. This distance was nearly 10 meters by her estimation. An Ling gently brushed the dirt off her clothes and unleashed her abilities to scout ahead, her only reliance in the darkness. Clang! The sound of striking continued to resonate from deep within the cave. The other party remained unaware of her presence. Although there were numerous paths within the cave, she could quickly locate them by following the sound. The black leather shoes she wore made no noise as they tread upon the damp earth, and An Ling advanced like a ghost in the night, steadily approaching her target. After navigating through another junction, she finally spotted a flickering red glow emanating from one of the openings. Just as she had surmised, a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, was hard at work mining iron ore, his disheveled hair and unkempt beard giving him a rough appearance. He was completely oblivious to the fact that someone had silently positioned themselves behind him at the entrance. Seeing a piece of meat on the ground, pale with a hint of red, a flicker of disgust crossed An Ling's eyes. With a gentle smile, she inquired, "How has your harvest been today?" "Ha, it's not bad. If only I could." The miner's pickaxe halted abruptly mid-swing, his entire demeanor frozen in place. "What a pity. Why didn't you come earlier? I've lost all interest in women now." The man, realizing the voice belonged to a girl, chuckled with delight, thinking her presence akin to that of a lamb awaiting slaughter. However, as he turned to face An Ling, illuminated by the firelight, he trembled, his expression shifting from excitement to sheer terror. A horse-level ability user. That instinctive exclamation piqued An Ling's interest and made her subsequent actions considerably easier. With a hint of amusement, she asked, "Can you discern my level?" "Miss, no. Young lady, no." "No, beautiful one. Fate has brought us together. I shall leave immediately. Spare me my life." The man quickly capitulated, the lasciviousness from earlier vanished from his face. "You still haven't answered my question," An Ling stated, drawing her weapon, her tone growing impatient. "I, too, am a professional, endowed with the ability of perception, capable of discerning ordinary individuals from those with extraordinary powers." The burly man immediately elucidated, his gaze evasive, his head bowed, unable to meet the eyes of the young girl before him. This ability is indeed intriguing. One cannot simply dismiss it as trivial, yet it proves utterly ineffectual. An Ling has encountered a practitioner devoid of any offensive capabilities. "How far is your island from here?" she inquired once more, aware that his vessel was a mere raft. "Likely closer than her own. I am uncertain. I set out after having an early lunch, and I have no sense of how much time has elapsed," the man explained. It is true that the screen does not display the passage of time, and most survivors lack watches to measure it. Thus, he could not accurately gauge how long he had been paddling his raft. However, An Ling could estimate the distance based on the information provided. It was likely shorter than her own journey to this location. "Throw your backpack over here," An Ling commanded, pointing to the bag at his feet. The man dared not resist and complied, picking it up obediently. Yet, at the moment his fingers brushed the bag, a sinister glint appeared in his eyes. A long blade materialized in his hand, and he hurled the backpack with all his might, his muscles taut as he lunged toward An Ling. "If you seek to end my life, then do not expect to survive either," he roared. Although his extraordinary ability lacked lethal force, it augmented his physical prowess. In this confined space, he was confident of his chance to retaliate. After all, he had dispatched extraordinary beings before. Yet, while the plan was flawless, reality proved merciless. A steel sword hovered ominously, aimed directly at his throat. The man's body froze, his strike halted mid-motion, paralyzed by fear. He swallowed hard, a hint of embarrassment coloring his face. "Ahem, my dear lady, I was merely jesting with you," he stammered, witnessing his backpack suspended in mid-air before it slowly floated into her grasp. "Do you find this jest amusing?" An Ling asked. Her gaze lowered as she boldly rummaged through his backpack, scarcely glancing at the man. After transferring all the oars and food into her own bag, she stumbled upon an unexpected treasure, a reinforcement card, a delightful surprise. The remaining contents were merely worthless trinkets, which she carelessly discarded. It truly was a stroke of fortune. Her efforts had not been in vain. Indeed, the thrill of acquiring something for nothing was unparalleled. "Obey, or I shan't hesitate to send you to reunite with your ancestors," An Ling declared, withdrawing the hovering sword. The man immediately knelt before her, demonstrating that even a great man can yield when necessary. I understand. I shall serve without reservation," he replied, his voice tinged with trepidation. At this moment, any rebellious thoughts vanished. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. "Then, how many oars remain in this place?" "Extract them all." An Ling felt an overwhelming sense of generosity, having spared a survivor intent on taking her life. "Beautiful lady, once you finish digging, could you grant me a chance at survival?" The burly man, upon hearing this plea for assistance, slightly relaxed his taut nerves. "Spare me your nonsense. Get on with it," An Ling retorted sharply. "Wait, why am I referred to as lady and not man?" Right away. The man, now visibly apprehensive, hastily picked up the pickaxe from the ground and hurried to the edge of the cave, where he began to strike rhythmically. An Ling, of course, would not remain idle. After all, the efficiency of two individuals was greater, though her weapon was positioned at the cave entrance, intended solely to intimidate him. Chapter 97. Are you moved? In a matter of hours, the two individuals had thoroughly excavated all the ore within the cave. An Ling unceremoniously stuffed all the materials into her backpack, having performed admirably. "So, can I leave now?" the burly man asked, a mix of trepidation and relief flickering across his face as he glanced at her stern countenance. "What's the rush? How much exploration time do you have left?" An Ling inquired, approaching the cave entrance, casually drawing her weapon while attuning her senses to the surrounding environment. The man dared not lie. The exploration of the island recorded the remaining time. He activated the holographic display and discovered they had 16 hours remaining. "Lead the way." An Ling gestured toward another cave entrance not far off with her sword. The man, somewhat resigned, picked up a torch from the ground and took the lead. He understood all too well that she intended to utilize him, this free labor, to the fullest. However, this was perhaps the best outcome. At least he would survive. The underground cave was a labyrinth of interwoven paths, resembling a vast anthill. Fortunately, being artificially carved, many junctions bore clear indicators, and since it was a mine, resources were likely abundant. At least, that was An Ling's current assessment. After digging through 2 more tunnels, they ventured deeper through the cave entrance, eventually arriving at a relatively spacious underground plaza, where a golden wooden chest lay at the center. "How we reached the island's core so soon?" An Ling murmured, noting that the 2 subsequent tunnels were significantly smaller than the first, thus not consuming much time. At that moment, a pair of eyes glowing with an eerie green light suddenly materialized from the darkness, followed by a monstrous creature with fangs crawling forth. With a clatter, the torch in a man's hand fell to the ground, leaving him momentarily flustered. Whoosh! A flying sword zipped past him, the sharp edge slicing through his clothing. Thud! The razor-sharp iron sword pierced the creature's flesh, effortlessly cleaving it in 2. What on earth? An Ling stepped forward, her sword returning to her grasp. The creature guarding the treasure chest was merely a facade. It bore no distinction from the puppets encountered on the survival island. As before, the chest was locked. But this time, An Ling simply struck it down with one swift motion, rendering it to splinters. Upon opening the chest, she found the rewards surprisingly meager, only a skill card. There was no need to keep this item, so she decisively utilized it, elevating her swordsmanship skill to level 3. "Let's continue," she stated, prompting the burly man to pause momentarily before hurriedly retrieving the fallen torch. "Oh, right, okay." Clearly, he had yet to recover from the shock of recent events. The duo resumed their exploration of the underground cave, just as a private message from Chun Rue arrived. "Sister, I've sent you something good. I've already traded it over. Remember to accept it." "All right, thanks." An Ling offered a simple reply, indicating that she was still outside and had not immediately agreed or inspected what it was. She decided to defer her response until after returning to her construction island, reassured that nothing could be lost in the process. Currently, her haul consisted of 110 iron ore, 34 copper ore, and 35 coal. Despite the absence of a great fortune blessing, such yields were commendable, especially considering the rudimentary tools employed by the duo, which rendered their mining efforts inefficient and resulted in the inadvertent wastage of a considerable amount of ore. As previously mentioned, the cave was man-made, and thus, most of the mineral deposits had already been extracted, leaving very little for An Ling to mine. After 2 hours, a glimmer of light appeared at the cave's entrance, signifying that they had reached the exit. The stifling, humid air assailed the land, and the oppressive heat made it difficult to breathe. An Ling brushed off the dirt from her clothes and surveyed her surroundings, striving to ascertain her precise location on the island. Surely, this island contained more than just trees and weeds? Her iron sword transformed into a streak of light, swiftly cleaving through the dense underbrush, effectively clearing a path forward. Whether it was trees or weeds, they served no purpose for her, especially since there were no fruit-bearing trees, and she was not in need of sustenance. The 2 continued their journey straight ahead, and soon their footprints traversed the entire island, leading them to the seashore. Was this it? Such a disappointment? The burly man behind her felt a sense of relief. He could finally leave. "Beauty, I only have a few hours left for exploration. It's time to depart." Very well, An Ling readily agreed, for there was nothing of value left on the island, and she had no desire to squander more time. She had observed the compass during her arrival, so even in this unfamiliar environment, she could discern the right direction. The man was taken aback by her swift consent, his spirits lifting. As long as they could leave successfully, the world was vast, and the sky was high enough for any bird to soar. "You don't know the way, do you? I have a compass. I'll lead you to the raft," An Ling said, appearing harmless as she turned her back to him, casually waving her compass. The man hesitated, realizing he could not determine the direction. Getting lost in this place, with limited time left, would indeed be troublesome. "Thank you, Beauty," he stammered. "No need for thanks, after all. You've been a great help to me. Since there is nothing left on this island, I too must take my leave," An Ling replied with an air of ease, then used her abilities to forge a path ahead. The man was ecstatic, astounded that such a powerful ability belonged to a woman of such beauty. Indeed, she was alluring and easy to deceive. Throughout their journey, both remained silent, no one initiating conversation. As An Ling cleared the undergrowth, She also observed her surroundings. But to her dismay, there was truly nothing of interest. Soon, they traversed the overgrown thicket and returned to the spot where they had originally landed. At the moment the robust man beheld his wooden raft, he was nearly moved to tears, eagerly advancing towards it. How splendid! Soon, he would be able to depart from this cursed place. But suddenly, with a swish, a flash of sword light struck first, mercilessly cleaving the raft before him in twain. As he watched the vessel gradually sink into the depths of the sea, despair enveloped him. Filled with rage, he turned to hurl curses at the assailant, only to be met with her sweet smile. A good deed deserves to be fully realized, doesn't it? Your raft was too slow, so I kindly took it upon myself to send you home. How touching, isn't it? With an innocent grin, she revealed 2 small canine teeth, appearing quite adorable. The man yearned to retort, but upon glancing at the flying sword hovering ominously above him, he prudently swallowed his words. So moved. I'm utterly moved. Boo-hoo. Fair maiden, you truly are a good person. Chapter 98. A brand new card, just be moved. For I am a person who values reason above all else. Let us proceed, she said with a smile, making her way to her wooden boat, seemingly indifferent to the response of the burly man before her. His raft had been destroyed, and the only glimmer of hope lay before him. He could not afford to relinquish it. Indeed, as An Ling began to distance herself, the man hastily followed, realizing that joining her vessel was more favorable than sinking alongside his supplies. The positioning navigator, under the influence of her abilities, gracefully ascended and settled at the bow of the boat. She then leisurely reclined in the wooden shelter, closing her eyes to rest. Moments later, the man also boarded the small craft, directing his attention to the navigational controls. An Ling did not even bother to open her eyes. She effortlessly used her powers to stow the anchor and set the vessel in motion. With daylight still illuminating the sky, the propulsion of her small boat was virtually limitless, rendering any concerns unnecessary. The man had no choice but to obediently follow the navigation, guiding the boat slowly towards his construction island, as he had nowhere else to turn. After 2 hours, they finally reached their destination. An Ling, who had rested throughout the journey, opened her eyes and gazed at the small island ahead, which was scarcely a dozen square meters in area. Her suspicions were confirmed. Survivors could indeed cross paths here as long as they possessed the precise coordinates. It appeared that one did not necessarily have to enter the survival island to encounter living souls. Such meetings could occur at the construction island. Strictly speaking, the survivors encountered here bore no inherent grudges against one another. Yet, the malevolence of human nature is beyond my comprehension. There would undoubtedly be those who resorted to violence, driven by the hunger for sustenance, the desire for advancement, or even for companionship. In an instant, An Ling contemplated countless possibilities, yet the scant information available rendered any conclusions premature. For instance, could illegal teams be formed? Or would the two of them, being on the same construction island, also find themselves on the same survival island? Such questions lingered in her mind, prompting her to shake her head and redirect her focus to observing the man's base. Is this what you have developed into after all this time? She pondered, frowning slightly. Given the circumstances, she would rather drift upon her wooden boat than inhabit such a survival island. The man, uncertain of how to respond, believed his progress to be satisfactory. Despite the rudimentary environment, he had at least secured food and drink, living a relatively carefree life. The nearly 20-square-meter island boasted a rather luxurious single-person tent, with a few facilities and boxes arranged outside, but nothing more. This tent was not a rudimentary, triangular structure made of thatch. Rather, it resembled a modern rectangular house, supported by a metal frame. It was evident that the man had fortified this dwelling countless times, yet it had not undergone any upgrades. With a resounding thud, the boat nudged against the island as shore, and he joyfully leaped off, returning to his domain. In that moment, he felt a surge of emotion, his only concern now being the departure of the silver-haired girl behind him. "Hey, what is your name?" A gentle and melodious voice resonated behind the burly man, prompting him to turn and respond with candor. "My name is Wang Gang." Suddenly, a swift flash of sword light cut through the air, causing the man's pupils to constrict. With a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground, his body cascading into the depths of the ocean. Be more cautious in your next life. An Ling stepped onto the rival's island, harboring no intentions of sparing the one who had sought her life. With his utility now extinguished, it was time to liberate him. Eliminated survivor. Receive construction card 1. Enhancement card 1. Note: the deceased survivor's island will submerge in the sea 1 hour later. An Ling was momentarily taken aback, unable to process the information displayed on the luminous screen, when abruptly, 2 cards manifested in her hand. So there are rewards after all. Yet, the apparent meagerness of the rewards surprised her. She had anticipated the return of all cards utilized by her opponent upon his demise. But it seemed her expectations were naive. Wait, it's not a building card. It's a construction card. An Ling suddenly realized that the cards in her grasp were not purple, but a new, unfamiliar gray hue. She promptly picked them up to examine further. Construction card. A card produced from the sinking of an island, non-transferable, and can only be used by the bearer. Function. Allows the invitation of any survivor to collaboratively construct a construction island. The invited individual may convert all resources on their island into a one-time use item card, restoring the island to its primal state before it soon sinks. Note: all survivors on the multi-construction island cannot be invited again by another construction card. 3 exclamation marks appeared above her head as she gazed in astonishment. Although she had long been aware of the possibility of forming teams, she had never expected it to be achieved through the act of killing. The information was unequivocal. To invite someone, one must first eliminate another. Only the invited could join forces with the inviter, and once An Ling became the inviter, she would forfeit her right to be invited in the future. What a ruthless game this was. Seeking warmth and companionship was no simple task. She tucked the 2 cards away and began rummaging through the island, hoping to uncover useful items. The eliminated survivor would drop nothing beyond fixed rewards, and any used cards could not be reclaimed. An Ling could only hope that her adversary had remaining resources, lest her efforts yield nothing. Inside the chest lay an assortment of food and basic supplies, as this was the opponent's initial resource island, untouched by mineral resources. Adhering to the principle of not passing up free goods, she transported everything aboard her ship, including tents, stoves, and braziers. Within merely half an hour, not even the full hour, the 20-square-meter island was stripped bare, leaving only a chaotic mess of useless refuse. Not a single card in hand. What an unfortunate turn of events. Had I known, I would have compelled him to exhaust his points before his demise. This wretched system, when it decides to withhold, does so without hesitation. An Ling settled onto the vessel, igniting the propeller as the wooden boat gently drifted away from the island. Once she adjusted her course, she reclined within the wooden shelter, allowing herself a moment of respite. The sea lay tranquil, resembling a polished mirror, with nothing but the drifting supplies and her solitary boat in sight. Chapter 99. Truly a remarkable item upon returning to her island after several hours. An Ling found that the blessing time of her pendant had long since expired. Exhausted from a night of sleeplessness, she simply took a quick shower and collapsed on her bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. Given the oppressive heat, she had no choice but to seek respite in the scant, cooling breeze. Even the fresh water in the outdoor shower had turned tepid under the relentless sun. Though vaguely aware that she had forgotten something before drifting off, she dismissed the thought, too weary to ponder further. Was she finally roused? The bloodshot veins in her eyes betrayed her inadequate rest, due to her prior neglect of the pendant's blessing. An Ling was oblivious to the duration of her slumber or the current time. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she slipped on her slippers and stepped outside, splashing her face with cool water to awaken her senses, while idly twisting the pendant around her neck. Acquired blessing pendant enhancement. Fortunate destiny. Random upgrade probability triggered. Golden legend. You truly deserve it. Remaining time, 12 hours, 24 minutes, 59 seconds. Has it already reached noon? This wretched weather makes it nearly impossible to distinguish between day and night. Estimating the time from her departure to return, she concluded that she had slept for approximately 5 hours, which was sufficient. In such climatic conditions, her internal clock was particularly susceptible to disruption. Indeed, the blessing had arrived at the perfect moment. Approaching the forge, she replenished the ore and fuel, gathering the smelted iron ingots. It was time for An Ling to commence crafting her equipment. With her enhanced abilities, she was now capable of wielding 3 swords simultaneously, and her first task was to complete her arsenal. Copper Sword, Punishing Evil, a blade that severs souls, the unparalleled choice for slayers. Materials required: copper ingots 10, iron ingots 5, rope 5, bandage 1. Points earned 3. These copper ingots had been prepared in advance specifically for weapon crafting. Given the disconnection between the time here and that of the survival island, An Ling had only managed to gather materials for a single copper sword within this short span. Naturally, this first creation was destined for her. Acquired Fortunate Destiny Blessing. Ordinary copper sword upgraded to exceptional copper sword. Damage increased. Acquired Fortunate Destiny Blessing. Ordinary copper sword upgraded to exquisite copper sword. Cuts through iron like mud. Acquired Fortunate Destiny Blessing. Ordinary copper sword upgraded to legendary copper sword. Traits enhanced by 3. In an instant, a golden light flashed, and a resplendent golden sword manifested before An Ling. Another golden legend. Am I truly experiencing a stroke of luck? Seizing the moment, she inhaled deeply and promptly began crafting her next piece of equipment. Acquired Fortunate Destiny Blessing. Ordinary iron pickaxe upgraded to epic iron pickaxe. Collection efficiency increased. Acquired Fortunate Destiny Blessing. Ordinary iron axe upgraded to exquisite iron axe. Felling efficiency enhanced. 1 purple and 1 blue. This time there were no golden items. Evidently, luck had not favored her as it had during her first attempt. The heavens would not always smile upon her. However, since these were merely tools, their quality mattered little. Originally, An Ling had contemplated crafting a bow, but lacking sinew from ox or deer, and considering that this item was not essential, she felt disinclined to engage in trade, opting instead to forego its creation altogether. Gazing at the array of iron and copper equipment on the workbench, she realized, to her dismay, that aside from swords, none of it was of any use to her. Who would want such cumbersome armor? Wait a moment. An Ling paused, pondering whether a survivor clad in such armor could withstand bullets from a handgun. After all, this was not merely a single layer of iron. Perhaps it harbored additional effects. According to her understanding of the game, matching sets should provide unique bonuses, but upon calculation, she discovered that her scant iron ingots were insufficient to forge a complete set. Oh well, it would have to suffice for now. With a sigh, An Ling closed the interface, reminding herself that by nightfall, she would have gathered enough copper ingots to forge the